Chapter 1. The system activated and crashed immediately. Parallel world. June 21st, 2123. Chen Fan was searching for food on a ravaged Earth to feed his younger sister, who was his only companion. However, as noon approached, he still found nothing. 100 years ago, the Sakura nation of Blue Star dumped nuclear wastewater into the ocean, causing a massive extinction of marine life. This led to serious protests from various countries, which resulted in a global war. It was unclear which country lost its mind first and used nuclear weapons, prompting all nuclear-capable nations to join in, delivering a near-catastrophic blow to Blue Star. The population of billions on Blue Star was halved in just half a month. Water sources, land, and air were polluted everywhere, and despite 100 years of recovery, the situation remained unchanged. The people of Jiuzhou united as one, exerting all their national strength to survive, but the population continued to decline, currently down to only 400 million. Constantly on the brink of collapse, other countries faced similar dilemmas. Aside from a few superpowers like the beautiful nation, many small countries had already declared their demise. It's been 3 days and still nothing. Are Chen Fan and I not going to survive this summer? Chen Fan muttered in frustration, discarding a rotten can of fish he had just found. Buzz, with a loud bang, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky, seemingly reflecting a vast ocean. Then, beams of light descended from the sky, one of which shone down on Chen Fan. What the hell is this? Chen Fan's face changed dramatically. This beam of light had a faint pulling force, seemingly trying to draw Chen Fan into the sky, and this force was growing stronger. At the same time, a vague voice echoed in the ears of over 1 billion citizens of Blue Star. Blue Star is about to collapse. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. There is only a slim chance of survival by entering the ocean world. Each country will randomly select 10,000 people to enter the ocean world. The chosen ones will be bound to their respective countries, and after obtaining resources, the country can receive a hundredfold increase. The ocean world is fraught with danger, filled with abundant resources, but also numerous threats. The chosen ones must not only survive, but also gather more resources. In 5 minutes, the chosen ones will enter the ocean world. They can choose to start a live broadcast or turn it off. Note, the ocean world is a challenge and competition for all nations. It is both an end and a beginning. These words struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The fate of various countries was suddenly tied to a struggle for survival. Am I really chosen? Chen Fan realized, but what about Chen Fan? Thinking of this, Chen Fan's expression changed drastically as he immediately ran home. It was a small village in the mountains, with only the 2 siblings left. Although isolated from the world, it was warm and cozy. If he left, Chen Fan would be all alone. How could she survive in this apocalypse? I don't care about any ocean survival. I only care about my sister. Damn it, why did you choose me? However, as time ticked away, the pulling force grew stronger until Chen Fan's feet left the ground, and he could no longer move forward. Damn. He could even see Chen Fan running out of the village, but brother, a girl, although dressed in rags with fair skin and delicate features, reached out her hand towards the ascending Chen Fan and shouted, I don't want you to go. Detection of host's imminent death activating system. The system is attacking the firewall of the ocean world. Please wait. System has breached the firewall of the ocean world and is transporting the host to the most dangerous yet opportunity-laden outer sea area. Please wait. Heavens, what is that? The system is about to collapse and disintegrate, with fragments of technology falling into the ocean world, becoming exclusive to the host. As Chen Fan entered the ocean world, he clearly felt his trajectory change, and then the system's voice vanished. With a bang, Chen Fan landed on a rock. Ouch! My back. After falling and hurting his backside, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. An old voice echoed in his ear, making him suspicious as he looked around but found no one. Damn it, the system just arrived and went kaput. Did it perish along with the ocean world's firewall? Or was it taken out by the ocean world? Surely I can't miss this opportunity to rise. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well accept it. Overthinking won't help. Looking down, he saw it was a floating stone about 2 meters square. Apart from a broken fishing net, there was nothing else. All around was an endless ocean. Although a total of 150 countries and 1.5 million people entered the ocean world, as far as the eye could see, there was only the sea. Suddenly, A wave of heat washed over him, and a semi-transparent panel appeared before Chen Fan, with 5 options at the bottom: information bar, chat bar, item bar, exchange, and synthesis bar. Chen Fan immediately opened the information section. Chosen 1. Chen Fan. Island area, 4 square meters. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Black technology, none. Can I even have skills? I wonder if this panel is unique to me or if all chosen ones have it. Chen Fan then opened the chat room. It seemed there was a mechanism similar to a newbie protection period, as only the national chat room was open and everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Where is everyone? I feel a bit scared. How did I suddenly become a chosen one? I'm terrified. I'm completely confused. For now, I guess I can only explore alone. We're all in the same boat. If anyone figures anything out, please share. That a whole 10,000 people looked bewildered, feeling nothing but curiosity and fear about this unknown world. The item bar was empty. The exchange was a place for everyone to trade various items. The synthesis bar was for creating various things, but it required blueprints. It seemed that whatever he needed, he would first have to obtain blueprints and materials. I guess I'll have to use this broken fishing net on the floating island to salvage something, but in the vast ocean, where would I find any resources? Feeling frustrated and thinking about whether Chen Fan could survive alone, various negative emotions surged in Chen Fan's heart. He couldn't help but kick the floating stone. Damn it, my back. Almost simultaneously, that old voice came again. Who? Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately became alert, surveying his surroundings. It's me, your floating master. The voice grew increasingly irritable. This time, Chen Fan finally understood that the one speaking was actually the floating stone beneath him. Chapter 2. Do you have a shield? That's black technology. You're just a piece of stone and you can talk? Chen Fan asked incredulously. That's amazing. Is it that strange? The old floating stone replied irritably. You just arrived on me and already hurt my back. How am I supposed to communicate about life with a young female? Floating stones now? Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. This floating stone is not serious. Coming, pull me up. I have a can. What's a can? I have a shield. A shield. At that moment, a series of faint sounds echoed, and after searching carefully for a while, Chen Fan discovered that some yellow wooden boxes, about half a meter square, were floating from a distance. The wooden boxes can talk. However, according to the rules of ocean survival, he needed to salvage these items. While he obtained supplies, his country would also receive corresponding supplies, and there would be a hundredfold increase. Thinking of this, Chen Fan no longer hesitated and immediately grabbed the broken fishing net to cast a net. Although his posture was not standard, he still caught a wooden box. However, seeing that the floating stone was about to pass by the group of wooden boxes, Chen Fan didn't have time to check what was inside the salvage box and immediately continued to fish. By the time the group of wooden boxes left the salvage range, Chen Fan had salvaged a total of 3 wooden boxes. Old floating stone, why aren't you taking me to chase those boxes? Chen Fan said anxiously. They're about to run away. A floating master, always go with the flow, why chase? Old floating stone replied irritably. You broke my back, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you command me? This remark left Chen Fan speechless, and he could only temporarily give up and start opening the boxes. With a thought, the wooden boxes transformed into 3 wooden planks, and the contents of the boxes appeared before Chen Fan. Canned fish 2, mineral water 1. Food and water, the second wooden box. Wooden planks 3, bread 1. The third wooden box, the one that kept shouting about having a shield, might be useful to some female chosen one, so he could trade it for other items. Thinking of this, he opened it directly. Super Shield 1. Super Shield can protect the floating stone within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, duration half an hour. Damn, I thought it was something for big-chested girls, but it turned out to be a shield. I remember when the system collapsed, it mentioned that part fragments turned into various black technologies. It seems this Super Shield is also a piece of black technology. Not to mention anything else, at least it can temporarily withstand some sea beast attacks, which is quite good. At that moment, Chen Fan immediately took out the bread and started eating. He hadn't eaten for 3 days and was almost starving. He didn't expect to find food so easily after being pulled into the ocean world. Truly, heaven is kind to me. On Blue Star, various countries were paying attention to the already live-streaming chosen ones. The higher-ups of Jiuzhou were also investigating the identities of these 10,000 chosen ones. No matter who they were all heroes of the nation and must be remembered. While everyone was concerned about their respective countries' chosen ones, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Jiuzhou Chen Fan. Obtain canned fish 2, mineral water 1 wooden. Planks 9, bread 1, for items. Jiuzhou will receive a hundredfold increase. In an instant, all Jiuzhou people erupted with excitement. Oh my god, he got so many items so quickly. Who is Chen Fan? Is he lucky or strong? Chen Fan didn't stream. We don't even know his situation. What luck? A hundredfold increase. Jiuzhou will definitely rise. Other countries, while shocked, wore expressions of jealousy and disdain. He's just lucky. What's so great about it? Maybe he'll be taken out tomorrow. Exactly. Our beautiful country has sent several elite sea dog special forces. In the end, we will dominate the ocean world. Jiuzhou people, just East Asian sick men. With the comments from netizens from various countries, a heated argument quickly erupted. Meanwhile, looking at the supplies before him, the leader of Jiuzhou found it hard to believe. In less than an hour, so many food and wood supplies had been obtained, which was incredibly exciting. It should be noted that after the nuclear war, all the trees were destroyed, and the entire land was almost devoid of greenery. These wooden planks were simply hope. Chosen 1 Chen Fan opened a bug-level black technology. Super Shield 1 Super Shield, hundredfold increase, can protect the homeland within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, duration half an hour. At the same time, a voice echoed in the leader's ear. Immediately, a virtual panel appeared before him, with an item bar containing 100 super shields, making the leader tremble in disbelief and pinch his own thigh. This is simply a dream. Although all countries were facing collapse, those major powers still had their eyes on Jiuzhou, and he suspected that many major countries still had nuclear weapons hidden away, which posed a threat to Jiuzhou. Now, with the black technology that could immunize all physical attacks, Jiuzhou was practically invincible. Moreover, since this voice only appeared in his ear and specifically opened a virtual panel for him, it was enough to indicate that this black technology was known only to him. Leader, these items. At this moment, an officer interrupted the excited leader, announced to the entire nation that food should be temporarily stored, and when the supplies obtained by the chosen ones are sufficient, they will be distributed, striving for every citizen to receive food and water. The leader immediately instructed, also, investigate Chen Fan immediately, and after finding his family, bring them to the capital quickly. Yes. The officer saluted the leader and immediately ran to execute the order. The leader then examined the virtual panel, which only had a chat room, an item bar, and a synthesis bar. After thinking for a moment, the leader immediately sent a message in the chat room. Is Chen Fan here? At this moment, Chen Fan had just closed the chat room. Compared to other chosen ones, he estimated he was being favored by the system, arriving in a dangerous yet bountiful sea area, which is why he encountered the group of wooden boxes right away. Other chosen ones hadn't even figured out the rules, let alone salvaged wooden boxes. Moreover, he specifically asked in the chat room. And indeed, hearing the floating stone and wooden boxes talk was his unique ability, likely granted to him during the system's collapse. However, the area the system mentioned is a dangerous sea area. It doesn't seem that dangerous, does it? Chen Fan pondered, rubbing his chin. Ravenmouth, can you not say that? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Floating Stone shouted angrily, a shark is coming. Chen Fan was taken aback and indeed saw a triangular dorsal fin swimming quickly toward them. Chapter 3. Fighting the Shark, Trading the Mace. Run, damn it, why aren't you running? Chen Fan anxiously paced in place. I don't have legs, how can I run? Old Fusher replied irritably, just go up and fight it. If you win, you eat it. If it wins, it eats you. Damn. After hearing that, Chen Fan kicked Fusher hard. My waist. Old Fusher immediately screamed, his voice resembling that of an old eunuch in a deep palace. The super shield wasn't easy to come by and shouldn't be used lightly, but currently, he didn't have the strength to confront it. If he didn't, he would surely be done for. Seeing the shark about to crash into Fusher, judging by Fusher's weight and shape, it was likely to flip over. At the critical moment, Chen Fan still used the super shield. Bang! At the same time, the shark slammed into Fusher, causing him to shake violently. My head. The next second, the shark let out a miserable scream. Can sharks talk? Chen Fan was taken aback. You can understand what I'm saying? The The shark revealed its small eyes. Still not jumping down, so I can have a feast? You can keep crashing. Is your head made of dough? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, Damn it. Get down here. Keep crashing. Get down. Crash. I'll crash you to death. After a round of competition, the shark, filled with rage, crashed into Fusher again, causing it to scream in pain as a big bump appeared on its forehead. Just wait for me. After circling Fusher 5 or 6 times, the shark, like a little thug, left a harsh remark and turned to leave. Looking at the item bar, Super Shield, 27 minutes. As expected of the high-tech mentioned by the system, this is at least 100 years ahead of Blue Star's technology. This is definitely some solid black technology. Just thinking about it made him happy. As the sky gradually darkened, the temperature in the ocean world dropped below 10 degrees. Giving himself a hug, Chen Fan looked around. It was likely that the temperature at sea would be even colder tonight. Getting some warm items was the real priority. There are people, pick me up, I have pieces, I have pieces. I have pictures, I have pictures. I have food. Just as he was thinking, he heard a series of faint sounds. It turned out that 5 or 6 wooden boxes were floating over. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly as he immediately picked up the fishing net and began to fish. Although the wooden boxes were vying for attention, as if competing for affection, Chen Fan still managed to fish them all out, sharing the bounty equally. The haul was quite abundant. He collected 18 wooden planks, 5 cans of fish, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 pumice stones, and 1 wooden house blueprint. At the same time, a voice appeared again in the sky of Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained 18 wooden planks, 5 cans of fish, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 items, with a 100-fold increase in Jiuzhou. In an instant, the entire Blue Star was once again stirred up. Just 3 hours ago, this person named Chen Fan had obtained so much food and water. His luck was unmatched. It should be noted that even with the combined powers of chosen ones from other countries, none had managed to salvage as much as Chen Fan. If this continued, wouldn't Jiuzhou leave the other countries far behind? Some major nations had already begun secretly plotting certain matters. The wooden box that contained the blueprint was precisely a wooden house blueprint. It was as if everything he wished for was coming true. He was worried about not having anything to keep warm, and now he could create a wooden house, which would solve everything. Looking at the wooden house blueprint, it required 50 wooden planks to construct the house, but he only had 27 planks at the moment. To gather them quickly, he could either wait for more wooden boxes to drift by or trade with other chosen ones. Instead of waiting for luck, it was better to take the initiative. Chen Fan immediately opened the trading panel, which was currently empty. There probably weren't many people who had salvaged good items at the moment. He first glanced at the public chat room. I'm hungry, thirsty, and tired. Just now, a shark swam near me for a while. Luckily, it didn't bump into my floating island, or I would have been eaten by the shark. Can someone give me some water? I'm about to die of thirst. Everyone can use broken fishing nets to salvage floating wooden boxes. There's a high probability of finding food inside. Chen Fan's expression changed. Indeed, someone had salvaged a wooden box. Immediately, Chen Fan divided the fish from the 3 cans into 9 portions, trading 1 portion for 3 wooden planks. For the people in the chat room, it felt like a small earthquake. Everyone, come and see, someone is trading food for wooden planks. I also noticed that 1 portion of food was only 100 G, but it required 3 wooden planks for trade. Isn't that a bit too much? What do you know? In the vast ocean, food and water are the most important. If I had wooden planks, I would definitely trade. Soon, 5 portions of canned fish had already been traded, and the prospects looked promising. Just then, someone sent a private message. Boss, I don't have wooden planks. Can I trade something else with you? No wooden planks meant no salvage box. What could he offer me in exchange? Out of curiosity, Chen Fan asked. The other party immediately placed a 1-meter-long spike club in the trading bar. I'll trade this spike club for 1 can of fish and a bottle of mineral water. A spike club? Chen Fan was taken aback. What kind of work does this guy do, bringing a spike club with him when he was teleported? However, in the perilous ocean world, a spike club is indeed a self-defense weapon. At least it could scare off sharks, if not kill them. That's not my concern, you decide. Chen Fan dropped this line and placed only 1 can of fish in the trading bar. Even for the sake of the country, everyone needs to unite. But that must be based on sufficient resources. Right now, everyone is struggling to survive. It's better to be a bit selfish. Almost a minute passed before the other party finally accepted the trade. Chen Fan immediately agreed to the trade, gripping the wolf-tooth club in his hand. It was 80 centimeters long, weighing about 5 kilograms, with 30 centimeters of sharp spikes that were 2 centimeters long, covering the front, giving it a very powerful feel when swung. While he was thinking, he received a private message. Chen Fan glanced at it and found that it was from someone with the same name as the head of state of his country. "Excuse me, are you Chen Fan?" Chapter 4. The name Chen Fan is not auspicious. After all, in just a few hours, the chosen one who could obtain so many resources was none other than Chen Fan. Chen Fan was also taken aback. After all, receiving news from the head of state while in the ocean world was simply unbelievable. However, this also meant, "You are too modest. Since I have become the chosen one, serving my country is my first principle. In the future, I will discover other black technologies that will belong solely to me, solely to the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces will undoubtedly become the only rising technological power on the wasteland of Blue Star." After boasting about his value, Chen Fan changed the subject and said, "However, I have a request, and I hope you can agree to it." A plaisante surprise. Chen Fan's only concern has finally been resolved. Now that there are no worries, he can just focus on doing it. Meanwhile, there are many private messages, but these people have no resources and plan to get something for nothing. "I'm just here to watch women dance. What's the point of watching men dance? Only 2 wooden planks are left, and he can make a wooden house. However, the sky is getting dark, and the last 2 cans of fish have not been traded. It seems that out of the thousands of chosen ones, only a few have actually managed to salvage wooden boxes. However, there is another possibility. They might know the use of the planks, and thus do not intend to take action. Old floating stone, hurry up and help me find a wooden box. If I freeze to death tonight, you will have no reason to exist." Chen Fan urged. "What do you mean? I can only go with the flow. I can't float on my own." Old floating stone replied irritably. "You could add a propeller for me, and I could take you to the sky." Damn, unless my mouth twitches, I don't want to deal with old floating stone anymore. This guy's just a bum. Looking at the time on the virtual panel, it was already 8 in the evening. Suddenly, with a ding, Chen Fan's expression changed. It worked. The 8th can of fish has been sold, and with 51 wooden planks, he can get a small wooden house. Chen Fan immediately placed the wooden house blueprint and 50 wooden boards into the crafting area. A flash of light appeared, and a wooden house measuring 2 meters by 2 meters emerged on the floating stone. Chen Fan was directly encompassed by the wooden house, but he was dumbfounded next. The entire floating stone was only 2 meters square, and it was completely occupied by this wooden house, surrounded on 3 sides by wood. How could he retrieve the wooden box then? Fortunately, he still had 2 pieces of floating stone in hand, which could be integrated into the floating island, increasing its area. Chen Fan immediately used both floating stones without hesitation, and the floating island instantly expanded to 2 meters by 3 meters, totaling 6 square meters. "You finally did something right, making me, floating master, bigger. Otherwise, with this wooden house on me, I could easily flip over and soak it." Suddenly, Old Floating Stone said in a ghostly tone, "Old Floating Stone, you're pretty impressive." Just as the words left his mouth, a younger voice chimed in. "If you have the guts, go ahead and flip over. Let us see if Chen Fan agrees. The wooden house can talk too. What, this kid is called Chen Fan?" Old Floating Stone suddenly screeched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Can I be called Chen Fan?" Chen Fan retorted irritably. "This is the damn ocean. You're sinking and flipping. That name is too unlucky." Old Floating Stone shouted, "You should be called Floating Steady. Not only can you float on the sea, but you can also stay steady. Are you sick or something?" Chen Fan felt a bit of a headache from this conversation, telling him to shut up. This Old Floating Stone is not only troublesome, but also superstitious. He. Watching Old Floating Stone get frustrated, the wooden house immediately laughed lewdly. "It's getting dark. Floating Master needs to sleep." Old Floating Stone snorted coldly, dropped that line, and fell silent. Why wasn't he there in amplification for Jiuzhou when making the wooden house? Leaning against the wooden house, Chen Fan suddenly asked in confusion. Amplification refers to resources salvaged from the ocean, not things that are made. The wooden house immediately answered Chen Fan. Even salvaged resources have selective amplification. You'll understand later. I'm a chosen one, and I'm not as knowledgeable as you. This wooden house. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. I was created by the rules, so I know a thing or two. The wooden house chuckled lewdly. Stop laughing. Don't you think your laughter is very lewd? Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, Hey, harder, suck harder. As soon as the words fell, Old Floating Stone called out in a perverted manner. Yes, yes, right there, he. Old Floating Stone, are you an idiot? Chen Fan was furious. The sounds you make are even more lewd than the wooden house's laughter. What are you thinking? Isn't this just like food delivering itself to the door? After thinking it over, Chen Fan tentatively threw out the fishing net. Whether he could catch something was up to fate. Good luck. I have such a bad temper. Chapter 5. Shark Attack. Is there sacrifice? This octopus is pretty strong. How can it have such great strength? Chen Fan muttered in surprise. Oh, still daring to resist? Chen Fan was amused. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Saying this, he increased the force in his hands. Damn, if you're capable, then you come at me. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. It's time to settle things with this guy. After all, there's still a whole night ahead. And no one knows when this guy will attack. I can't possibly stay awake all night just watching the shark, right? Kid, holding a stick. Do you think you can hurt me? The shark grinned. Looks like your protective measures are gone. So just let me eat you obediently. Saying this, the shark charged directly at the floating stone with great force. Chen Fan gripped the spike club tightly and swung it with all his might at the shark. Bang! Ah! With a dull thud, the club struck the shark's head, causing it to let out a painful scream and turn to flee. However, the spikes on the club had embedded themselves into the shark's head, and as it swam away, it took the floating island with it, quickly rising into the air. In an instant, the massive floating island followed the shark as it sped away, reaching a speed of nearly 50 kilometers per hour. Oh my God, it's too fast. Too thrilling, I'm getting seasick. The wooden house couldn't help but scream, Chen Fan, make it stop. I'm going to puke. Were you a wooden house? Going to puke about? Don't act like it's real. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Right, it is thrilling. It feels like flying. I love it. Old Floating Stone also screamed with a sense of wild excitement. You shut up too, Chen Fan said with a dark face, his mind racing as he thought of a plan. Anyway, he couldn't let go. Otherwise, the weapon he had worked so hard to trade for would be lost just like that. He also couldn't jump off the floating stone. Who knows where he would be taken? What if more sharks showed up? Did he still want to live? Blood splattered as the shark let out another strange cry. Damn you, it hurts like hell. If you hadn't targeted me, this wouldn't have happened. Chen Fan had no sympathy. One hand gripped the fishing net, while the other swung the club at the shark's head with all his strength. The shark screamed repeatedly, its tail thrashing violently, causing the floating stone to shake. Old Floating Stone was furious, cursing incessantly. Why hasn't this shark been killed yet? My old back, ouch. Serves you right. Didn't you say it felt like flying? Keep enjoying it. The wooden house suddenly laughed, as if relieved, taking up most of Floating Grandpa's space, and still daring to mock him. Do you believe I'll explode in anger and take us both down with me? Come at me if you dare. Whoever doesn't explode is the grandson. Oh, are you challenging your Floating Grandpa? Everyone shut up. Chen Fan was furious and shouted loudly, simultaneously delivering another blow to the shark's eye from the side. The shark's speed finally decreased, and it ultimately sank helplessly into the sea. This guy Chen Fan's mouth twitched as he dropped the club and tightened his grip on the fishing net to start pulling. This was an E-class mackerel shark, weighing a hefty 300 pounds. Fortunately, with the buoyancy of the water, Chen Fan managed to pull it onto the floating stone, then sat down in the wooden house. Panting heavily, this shark was only 2 meters long, considered small in the shark family, yet it still took him a great deal of effort to kill it. How would he fight a slightly larger shark? Just thinking about the many unknown dangers in the ocean made Chen Fan's head spin. Don't think too far ahead. Focus on the present. Old Floating Stone suddenly spoke up. It's too heavy. We're about to reach sea level. Aren't you afraid a wave will come and send you into the sea tonight? Chen Fan furrowed his brow and saw that the top layer of the floating stone was only a fist's distance from the sea surface. If he went down now, even if he managed to pull up another wooden box, it would sink. He wouldn't even have time to dismember the shark. It seemed he still needed to increase the area of the floating stone to really turn it into a floating island before he could do anything else. The road ahead was long and arduous. He decided to stop thinking about it. With the shark threat eliminated, he could take a nap first. Just as he was thinking this, he heard voices from high above. Tom Lux from Beautiful Country was attacked by a shark and died. Mei Chuanhua Kuzi from Cherry Blossom Country was strangled by an octopus. Tom Lux from Bear Country was attacked by a shark and died. Jean Zhongshuo from East Stick Country was attacked by a shark, losing a leg. In an instant, everyone on Blue Star was shocked. It was only the first day, and people from various countries had already died. This ocean survival was too cruel. The citizens of various countries were enraged. These bastards. Why provoke those marine creatures? Shouldn't they protect themselves first? Fortunately, every country had a chosen one who died, so our East Stick country was still doing okay. Each country's chosen one had at least 10,000 people. Losing one or two was not a big deal. Finally, the voice reached Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou Chen Fan killed a shark. The fresh shark carcass will be amplified 100-fold for Jiuzhou. This voice was like a thunderclap cutting through the dark night sky, making everyone tremble in disbelief. Chapter 6. Who exactly is Chen Fan? The people of Jiuzhou were instantly invigorated, feeling wide awake. Who is this Chen Fan? He's so powerful. It seems like we haven't seen him livestream today. Heaven bless Jiuzhou. Having a strong figure like Chen Fan gives us hope for rising. Other countries were not only shocked, but also furious, typing furiously on their keyboards. There's definitely a dark plot behind this. Jiuzhou, the sick man of East Asia, couldn't have just entered the ocean world and killed a shark barehanded. It seems one of our Sea Dog Special Forces members was hurt by a shark. That guy named Chen Fan is stronger than our Special Forces? I refuse to accept this. Why can their chosen one retaliate when ours is killed? Jiuzhou must have bribed the people behind this game. It must be. Not long ago, he had been troubled about food for the people. But unexpectedly, on the first day of ocean survival, Chen Fan gave him such a big surprise. Chief, how should we handle this food? A leader stepped forward, suppressing his excitement to ask. Yes. The chief's voice echoed through the night sky as orders were immediately given. The sound of the casualty list kept ringing in his ears. And Chen Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. He could only thank the spiked mace. If you're going to thank me, just say it. Don't keep it to yourself. Suddenly, the spiked mace said irritably from the side, I won't appreciate it if you keep it to yourself. The spiked mace can talk. All right, I am grateful to have you. Chen Fan immediately replied, I'm going to sleep now. We'll fight together again tomorrow. Brother Mace accepts your thanks. The spiked mace said contentedly. Old floating stone, don't forget to keep watch. I want to sleep. I have no time. What the hell? Chen Fan. I'll help you keep watch. You just rest well inside me. Inside you? Hearing what the wooden house said, Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Why did that sound so awkward? After agreeing, Chen Fan quickly built a simple wooden bed with a few wooden boards and lay on it. Glancing at the public chat messages, I was bitten by a shark. Can someone give me hemostatic medicine or bandages? I can trade with wooden boards. The first day was so cruel. How could they survive next? If he hadn't been lying still on the floating stone, he would probably have ended up as a shark's meal by now. Is there anyone who can send me some food? I'm starving after a whole day. I can't even sleep. Everyone was complaining. Most people hadn't gained much today. They were just wondering if the wooden boxes would refresh after midnight. Forget it for now, sleep. In a daze, Chen Fan heard a wailing sound that scared him awake. It turned out to be the old floating stone howling. Are you sick? Why are you howling so early in the morning? Chen Fan said with a dark face. Glancing at the time on the panel, it was only 6 in the morning. I'm warming up my voice. Don't you think old floating stone, sing beautifully? The old floating stone retorted. Do you even understand art? Do you have any artistic bacteria? I understand your sister. Chen Fan picked up the spiked mace and smashed it against the stone surface. My waist. The old floating stone screamed again as if someone had stepped on its tail. Hee hee hee. The wooden house laughed gleefully. Ignoring them, Chen Fan took out a can of fish and some mineral water to eat. Although he had caught some food yesterday, after consuming it, he only had 2 cans of fish and 3 bottles of mineral water left, so he had to be frugal. There are humans, brothers, charge. I have meat, come and get me. I have pictures, I have pictures. Before he could list the shark meat in the trading post, several wooden boxes floated over. Could Chen Fan let them down? He immediately started to salvage. Although the broken fishing net didn't look good, it was quite practical, and he quickly salvaged all the wooden boxes, opening them immediately. Canned pork 1, metal sheets 2, barbecue grill blueprint 1, wooden boards 2, cloth 2, plastic 2, mineral water 1. Jiuzhou Chen Fan obtained canned pork 1, mineral water 1, wooden boards 2, metal sheets 2, plastic 2, 5 items. Jiuzhou will be amplified 100-fold. Many citizens had just woken up when they heard that Chen Fan had obtained so many items, and they instantly became excited. Although other chosen ones had also salvaged some supplies, only Chen Fan brought surprises every time. I really hope to see his live stream. How did he do all this? This wave was incredible. He actually opened a barbecue grill blueprint. Could he have a seafood barbecue feast? Perfect. He immediately placed the barbecue grill blueprint in the synthesis bar. To make the grill, he needed 20 metal sheets. Currently, he only had 2 metal sheets, so it seemed he could only trade with shark meat. Thinking this, Chen Fan quickly started listing his supplies. Considering they were currently in a novice protection zone, and this outer sea area only had Jiuzhou chosen ones, Chen Fan set a reasonable price. Each portion of shark meat could be traded for just 2 basic supplies. This was fantastic news for the chosen ones, and the chat room erupted. Everyone hurried to the trading post to grab shark meat. Chen Fan is giving us a benefit. 2 basic supplies can get 1 portion of shark meat. Shark meat doesn't taste good. It has a urine-like smell. I don't want to eat it. Stop being picky. Do you think you can eat good food here? Meanwhile, many freeloaders were privately messaging Chen Fan, wanting to get some shark meat. And some even asked for bottled water, which left Chen Fan speechless. Even if the chosen ones of Jiuzhou want to band together for warmth, I'm selling the most important food so cheaply, and you're still not satisfied? Chen Fan simply closed the chat room, missing even the messages sent by the national leader. Oh no, it's coming, it's about to crash. At that moment, old floating stones suddenly shouted, Chen Fan, paddle, run away. Is there another shark? Chen Fan was startled and immediately tightened his grip on the wolf-tooth club. Chapter 7. Is the bronze treasure box trying to play a trick again? A box. It's a box. Where is it? 12 o'clock direction, 2 meters away from me. Could it be underwater? Not a wooden box? It's below me, brushing against my body. So slippery, it's about to come out. Old floating stone let out a strange scream. Calling it a box passing through your body like this is really something. Chen Fan was speechless and turned to the other side, jumping directly onto the wooden house and cast down the net. With a heavy sensation, he caught it. It was a bronze box, about the same size as a wooden box, but weighing around 10 pounds more. No wonder it was at sea level. If it weren't for old floating stone's reminder, he would have missed it. Please spare me. I have nothing, just an empty box. The bronze box opened. You won't know until you open it. Chen Fan smiled, rubbed his hands, and immediately opened the bronze box. Windproof lighter 1, 500 uses. Oh wow, my luck. What the hell? The bronze box let out a wail and was directly disassembled by Chen Fan into 3 metal pieces. No wonder it's a bronze box. The things it produces are different. Just as he was planning to have a barbecue, the fire starter came along. Isn't this luck incredible? However, since there are wooden boxes and bronze boxes, could there also be silver boxes and gold boxes? Wouldn't the things inside be even better? I wonder when the black technology decomposed by the system will allow me to get the second item. Chen Fan, you just stepped on my hair. Just as he was feeling excited, the wooden house suddenly said with a hint of grievance, how could you ride on me without any warning? The floating island is still too small. The wooden house occupies 4 square meters, leaving only 2 square meters. If something really happens, it won't be enough to move around. The barbecue grill can't be placed inside the wooden house, right? As soon as the news came out, the chat room, which had been complaining endlessly, immediately exploded. Is a 4 square meter floating island not big enough? Is Boss Chin planning to expand the floating island? Unfortunately, I don't have floating stones. I only have wooden boards, and I've already traded them in the exchange. Looking at the 2 floating stones in the trading bar, Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Did you salvage a bronze box? What bronze box? Zhang Xingjie asked in confusion. I took apart 2 floating stones from the floating island. Wow, This guy's amazing, risking his life for food. Hurry up, I'm starving. Zhang Xingjie said impatiently, I just want to eat. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately completed the trade with him. Glancing at the exchange, a portion of shark meat had already been traded out, and there were still 6 metal pieces needed to synthesize the barbecue grill. Almost done. After finishing everything, Chen Fan finally found the national leader's chat window. He had sent several messages this morning, along with photos of Chen Fei having breakfast in the capital, and she had changed into a new outfit. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Indeed, the efficiency of the country is impressive. They found Chen Fei and brought her over in just one night. He finally felt a weight lifted off his chest. Bro, are you there? How are you doing in the ocean world? Are you hurt? At that moment, a message from Chen Fei popped up in the chat box. I'm so worried about you. Don't worry, little sister. I'm fine. You don't have to be concerned. Chen Fan replied excitedly, even using the chat box's photo feature to send a selfie. Too bad there was no video function. It would have been much more convenient to video call. The two chatted for a while, and then Guozhou asked, Chen Fan, why haven't you started a live stream? It'd be a good way for everyone to see how you're surviving, boost national confidence, and counter the arrogance of foreign countries. I haven't had the chance yet. I'll look into it later, Chen Fan quickly replied. However, even in a resource-rich sea area with clusters of wooden boxes, he hadn't encountered many. Should he take the initiative? If he made a paddle, could it propel such a large floating island? That was a question, with nothing else to do for the moment. Chen Fan scrolled through the chat room and was taken aback by a message. Boss, can I trade a crafting blueprint for a bottle of mineral water? What good deal. Just when he was thinking that moving the floating island with a paddle might not be easy, a sail came knocking, faster than takeout. All right. Thank you. After a 3-second silence, the other party placed the item in the trading slot. Chen Fan immediately confirmed the trade, fearing that the other party would back out. This was a big win. He placed the sail crafting blueprint into the synthesis slot and checked the crafting requirements. 1 shark skin, 20 wooden planks, and 20 cloth pieces. With what he had traded for at the marketplace, he had everything he needed. Once crafted, it would be installed on the wooden house. Absolutely perfect. But he decided to wait until he crafted the ores before proceeding. While roasting, Chen Fan finally opened the live stream. The stream was one way. Viewers on Blue Star could see every move he made outside the wooden house, but Chen Fan couldn't see any interface. And it seemed that whether it was on or off didn't affect him at all. In the void above, Chen Fan's name suddenly activated the live stream, causing many people to choose his channel. However, after seeing a glimpse of the stream, everyone was stunned. On a massive floating island, there was a delicate wooden house, and in front of it stood a handsome young man grilling octopus. This was definitely in the ocean world, not at his home. This seemed like ocean survival, not wellness. Chapter 8. Purify everything, only pure water. Other chosen ones in different streams were either staring intently at the water surface, searching for drifting wooden crates, or busy exchanging survival tips in their streams, all looking disheveled and even going without sleep at night. Yet this guy seemed to be on vacation, even enjoying a barbecue. How could the gap between people be so big? My brother is such a slacker. After seeing Chen Fan's condition, Chen Fei finally felt relieved. She had thought Chen Fan was struggling and was trying to comfort herself, only to find out he was living carefree. Chen Fan could swear that this was the best food he had ever eaten in his life. The viewers of the live broadcast on Blue Star watched Chen Fan devour his food, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, during the 100 years following the nuclear war, despite the artificial cultivation of plants and animals, the taste was like chewing wax, merely filling their stomachs. The charcoal-grilled octopus, one of the most classic foods from a century ago, must taste amazing. Flapping. An albatross? Wanting to eat fish, but trying to snatch mine? Chen Fan said immediately, Boss fish. The albatross looked at Chen Fan in surprise, and then started calling incessantly. In a vast ocean you can fly over, which is considered fate. I'll give you a small piece. Since it was so annoying, Chen Fan had no choice but to tear off a piece and throw it to the albatross. The albatross opened its big mouth and swallowed it down, then seemed to discover a new world. Fish is delicious. More fish. Wanting to eat fish is fine, but you need to trade with me. Chen Fan immediately said, Go look around nearby for any drifting wooden boxes. As long as you provide me with the location of a wooden box, I'll give you a piece of fish. What a joke. What is the difference from an unmanned drone? I was just worried about not finding the wooden boxes. If the albatross helps me scout, the boxes 1T get away. Give me a piece first, as a deposit, as a deposit. Upon hearing this, the albatross immediately shouted. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Fan quickly made a sail and attached it to the wooden house. Without paddles for the boat, he had to use a wooden plank for now, at least, under the sail's effect. It was much less laborious to use the plank. The people from Jiuzhou were left dumbfounded. Why did he suddenly make a sail? Does Chen Fan plan to leave here? Dragging such a large floating island, if he runs out of stamina and is attacked by sharks, he would be done for. Is he getting inflated after a good start? This is a world of oceans. Every step must be carefully considered. I think he's just full and overconfident. It's better to stabilize in the early stages and leave only when he has enough resources. Other countries, on the other hand, were excited. After all, this Chen Fan had become a threat to them, and his reckless behavior would surely hasten his demise. By then, Jiuzhou would still just be the sick man of East Asia. Where is it? Chen Fan immediately asked. Over here, over here. The albatross said, immediately flying in one direction. Its speed was so fast that it took half an hour to find a wooden box. Is this really a resource-rich sea area? Chen Fan scratched his head and quickly adjusted the sail, rowing in the direction indicated by the albatross. You wouldn't believe it. With the assistance of a sail, Chen Fan was indeed rowing quite easily. After more than an hour, the floating island had traveled 20 nautical miles before finally spotting a wooden box over 100 meters away. Chen Fan was overjoyed. This isn't just one wooden box. It's a whole cluster of them, at least 7 or 8 boxes. The albatross had done a great job. However, when Chen Fan planned to row over quickly, he found he couldn't row anymore. The sail seemed to be pulling in the opposite direction. What's going on? I see you rowing. Why should I exert myself? The sail suddenly spoke up. We are now a team. Why should I do all the work while you keep rowing? But if I don't row, how will the floating island move forward? Chen Fan was furious and said angrily, this rowing is different from that rowing. Then you take one apart. I want to see how you get over there. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Old Floating Stone laughed gleefully. Chen Fan, you have your day now. My face. As soon as he finished speaking, the sail suddenly screamed. It turned out that the albatross had pooped on the sail. Wash it off for me, it's too disgusting. Ugh. If you go over obediently, I'll help you wash it. Otherwise, I'll make sure the albatross poops on you every day. Chen Fan coldly laughed and immediately threatened. Little brat, you think I can't handle you? Fine, fine, I won't say anything. This poop is about to go in my mouth, ugh. The sail said, quickly adjusting its angle, and Chen Fan finally arrived at the cluster of wooden boxes, starting to salvage enthusiastically. The viewers from Blue Star were completely stunned. It was like a live slap-in-the-face scene. No wonder Chen Fan came over here. It turns out he already knew there were resources, and he found 7 wooden boxes at once. Incredible. Chen Fan is amazing, and he is so handsome. I unilaterally declare he is now my husband. The foreigners instantly went crazy. They had just sentenced Chen Fan to death, and now he had found a cluster of wooden boxes. They knew that their chosen ones combined wouldn't even find 10 boxes in a day. What kind of luck is this? A few major countries, led by the United States, immediately convened a secret meeting to discuss countermeasures against Jiuzhou. Chen Fan excitedly opened the wooden box. Bread 2, wooden plank 2, seawater purifier blueprint 1. Purifies everything, yields only pure water. Pumice stone 1, canned fish 2. Plastic 2, instant noodles 2, boat paddle blueprint 1. Jiuzhou Chen Fan received bread 3, canned fish 4, mineral water 1, wooden plank 4, metal sheet 3. Plastic 3, cloth 2, seawater purifier blueprint 1. Purifies everything, yields only pure water. 8 items in total. Jiuzhou will experience a 100-fold increase. The sound echoed across the entire Blue Star, leaving almost everyone stunned and frozen in place like wooden chickens. Chapter 9. Trading Seawater Purifiers, Contract Documents. Purifies everything. Yields only pure water. No one knew what this meant. Since the outbreak of nuclear war, all the water in rivers, lakes, and seas had been contaminated. and humanity could only extract deep groundwater from beneath the surface, a kilometer deep. After 100 years of consumption, the reserves were already diminishing. It's not an exaggeration to say that the preciousness of water sources far exceeds that of food. Now, Jiuzhou had obtained 100 sea-water purifier blueprints, which meant that Jiuzhou would no longer lack a source of drinking water. Just this alone surpassed all countries on Blue Star. The people of Jiuzhou cheered with joy, while the citizens of other countries looked on with envy and jealousy. Long live Chen Fan. He is the hero of Jiuzhou. My husband is amazing. Not only handsome, but also capable. Who wouldn't he love such a man? The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan is too high profile. He probably wants he live long. Don't be too proud. You're just jealous. Our Jiuzhou people are going to live a good life, while you'll still be eating chaff and vegetables. How embarrassing. Looking at the 100 sea-water purifier blueprints, the national leader was even more excited and could not wait to take one and place in the synthesis panel. Making a seawater purifier requires Seawater Purifier Blueprint 1, Cloth 10, Metal Sheet 5. Note: seawater purifier can purify 100 milliliters of seawater into 60 milliliters of freshwater per hour, with a maximum capacity of 2,000 milliliters, and can be upgraded. In one day, it can purify 1,440 milliliters of freshwater, and 100 purifiers would yield 144 L of freshwater, which, although far from enough for the daily drinking needs of Jiuzhou citizens, is definitely a turning point for Jiuzhou. Unfortunately, his virtual panel was a bit behind. The synthesis panel could only create one item per blueprint. If he could directly input the program of the blueprint like Chen Fan did, it wouldn't disappear, allowing for unlimited production. But this was still quite satisfying. At that moment, the national leader immediately set aside all other matters and began to focus on making the seawater purifiers. Seawater purifiers, boat paddles. Isn't this exactly what he needed right now? A bountiful harvest. Chen Fan smiled and snapped his fingers, immediately starting to create something. He then scooped 2,000 milliliters of seawater into the purifier and placed a mineral water bottle at the outlet, before getting busy with other tasks. Fish, fish. Albatross, he shouted while jumping on the wooden house. Great, great. The boss is a good person. The boss is a really good person. The albatross immediately cheered up. On the virtual panel, private chat notifications kept ringing. Chen Fan quickly opened it, and the first message caught his eye. Brother Fan, can I trade you a seawater purifier for 2 floating stones? You know how scarce water sources are these days. 2 floating stones. They're the most valuable things I have. The rest are just basic supplies. People from Jiuzhou don't deceive each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you suffer a loss. All right, since we're all from Jiuzhou, we should stick together, Chen Fan said, promptly creating a seawater purifier and trading it for 2 floating stones. Now, Chen Fan had a total of 6 floating stones. Without hesitation, he added 2 floating stones to each of the 3 sides of the wooden house, expanding the floating island area from 6 square meters to 12 square meters. Chen Fan, you've finally done something productive. Old Floating Stone exclaimed excitedly. I feel stronger. My waist strength is incredible. What good is incredible waist strength if you're still a lonely bachelor? The wooden house mocked. All that strength and no place to use it? Are you going to do it by hand? Why do I feel like you're looking for trouble? Old Floating Stone said angrily. Where's the trouble? I don't want trouble. Chen Fan shouted as if provoked. Chen Fan, I'll follow your lead. Just don't feed me trouble. Chen Fan was extremely speechless. Can't these 3 old guys talk about something serious? On a floating rock nearly 1,000 nautical miles away, Zhuo Liang had been thirsty for 2 days. Although he had managed to salvage some supplies, he still hadn't found any bottled water. At that moment, listening to the sounds from above, he thought for a long time and finally sent a message to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, this is Zhuo Liang. Can you lend me a seawater purifier? Chen Fan has already traded for some good items using the seawater purifier, but after just a glance, he planned to block him. The other party immediately sent another message. I haven't found anything good yet, and I've eaten the only bread I had. If you can give me a seawater purifier, I can sign a contract with you and agree to do one thing for you unconditionally in the future. In the ocean world, one can still sign contracts? How come I didn't know about this? I have a contract document. After I sign it and give it to you, you can also sign your name, and the contract will be established. You can ask me to do something for you at any time. Zhuo Wenliang immediately explained, if I don't do it, I will suffer a backlash from the contract and die with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. There's such a contract? Did this guy manage to fish out a bronze or a silver box? Although Chen Fan wasn't sure about the truth of what Zhuo Wenliang said, since he was from Jiuzhou, he was willing to take a gamble and directly created a seawater purifier to place in the trading bar. A few seconds later, a parchment scroll wrapped with silk thread appeared in the other party's trading bar, and both agreed to the trade simultaneously. Upon opening it, it indeed had the word contract written in large letters, followed by Zhuo Wenliang's promise and signature. Chen Fan immediately wrote his name, and the contract document began to heat up, quickly burning into ashes. Wow, there's actually such a magical thing. This ocean world is truly extraordinary. Chen Fan muttered in disbelief. What is this? I've been drifting at sea for so long. What haven't I seen? Seeing Chen Fan's astonished expression, old Fu Shi immediately began to boast. You've definitely never seen a mermaid, have you? A mermaid in the ocean world? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Do you think the ocean world only has those ordinary fish? There are many original inhabitants. Old Fu Shi said irritably. If you encounter them, your life will be in danger. Chen Fan frowned slightly. It turned out that the threats in the ocean world came not only from marine creatures but also from indigenous threats. It seems that before becoming strong enough, one should pray not to encounter them. Chapter 10. Dolphins coming in, looking for shelter? With this thought, Chen Fan immediately stood up and shouted at the albatross. Hey, have you rested enough? Why aren't you looking for more wooden boxes? Go. The albatross, resting on the wooden house, immediately screamed and flew high into the sky, leaving quickly. Old floating stone, is there anything worth fishing out of the water? We can't just wait here. After sending off the albatross, Chen Fan continued to give orders. Beg me. Old floating stone shouted like a rogue. Old floating stone, don't you understand? We are one, sharing glory and suffering. Chen Fan said seriously. Suffer your head. Even if I only have a small piece left, I still have life. Old floating stone disdainfully replied. Am I afraid? Damn. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. This old thing is just like a stone in a toilet, both smelly and hard. Forget it, considering that you helped me become stronger. I'll help you. Old floating stone's tone suddenly softened. On my 3 o'clock position, there's a school of sardines coming over soon. At least you have a bit of conscience. Chen Fan said, picking up the fishing net and jumping onto the floating stone over there. Are they coming? Throw the net. After a silence of 5 seconds, old floating stone shouted loudly. Chen Fan immediately cast a net down and began to pull it up, and sure enough, it felt heavy. He managed to catch 13 sardines in one go. Over 20 centimeters long, 2 of them would be enough for a meal. Does Chen Fan have the ability to foresee the future? He jumped perfectly onto that floating rock to catch fish, as if there were eyes underwater. We have all witnessed his magic. He often talks to himself and seems a bit eccentric. Could he be a shaman? My husband is always the best, and he will lead our Jiuzhou to become the #1 country on Blue Star. Watching Chen Fan's amazing skills, the people of Jiuzhou were astonished and began to discuss it. Meanwhile, several major countries, led by the beautiful country, secretly held a meeting and made a final decision, a night raid on Jiuzhou. With Chen Fan's incredible luck, Jiuzhou is bound to surpass all other countries. Since the ocean world has different sea areas for each country due to the rookie protection period, and they cannot interfere with Chen Fan, they decided to resolve it from within Blue Star. That night, Sakura Country launched all its missiles to bomb Jiuzhou. Even if Chen Fan brings in more supplies for Jiuzhou, it seems they will be unable to enjoy them. Chen Fan had no choice but to deal with 2 sardines and threw them onto the grill to cook. Watching Chen Fan's carefree demeanor, the people who had already received food cans felt grateful. This can is really delicious. Without Chen Fan, we wouldn't know when we could eat food cans again. We are so thankful to him. He is eating, and I am eating too. It feels like we are on a date. The barking foreign dogs. What can your chosen ones provide you with that Chen Fan can't provide us? Those foreigners are holed up in their rooms, starving. Watching the bullet comments from the people of Jiuzhou in the live broadcast, their teeth itching with anger, but unable to refute it. As the night deepened, a voice came from above. The villagers of Cherry Blossom Country, who had been thirsty for 3 days, died of dehydration. Wei Brown from Beautiful Country was severely injured by the Chosen One of his own country. Zhu Lin from Jiuzhou was killed by the Chosen One. Accompanied by a series of names and omitted statistics, nearly 10,000 people died in 150 countries in just one day, and Jiuzhou lost over 700 people in 2 days, clearly showing the cruelty of the ocean world. Shouldn't the chosen ones of our country unite for warmth? Why are there attacks? This is human nature. The premise of uniting for warmth is to survive first. If one cannot survive, they will definitely take extreme measures. It's hard to believe. Everything is so fragile in the face of life. It seems that someone has already thought of mobile floating islands. But I don't know whether they're using hardboards or have made sails. It seems a bit shameless to only target our own people. I hope I won't encounter such a situation. Otherwise, I definitely won't hold back. How is everyone doing today? I caught a few small fish with a fishing net and had a seafood feast tonight. It was great. Today I only fished out 2 wooden boxes, both basic supplies. Another day of starving. My God, I saw a ship at least 30 or 40 meters long. Am I hallucinating? This is our survival ocean world. How could there be a big ship? Where are you, buddy? That big ship must be the indigenous people of the ocean world, right? Oh no, the danger is increasing. I need to be careful. As it was getting late, Chen Fan was about to sleep when he suddenly heard the old floating stone, which had been quiet, shout, "Run, sail. Hurry up and raise the sail to leave. It's coming at us." I was just starting to perk up, calling for Chen Fan to paddle quickly. The sail said anxiously, "It's coming. It's coming. It's rushing in on the waves." The wooden house also shouted, "Chen Fan, open the door." Boom! The next second, a huge creature burst out of the water, pushing a bronze box in front of it, and crashed into the wooden house. A dolphin? Chen Fan still looked confused. "Big brother, I'm borrowing your room to hide. That box will be my lodging fee." The dolphin hurriedly said, "You're a marine creature. Why are you hiding on land?" Chen Fan slapped his forehead. This dolphin was about 2 meters long, just enough for the wooden house to accommodate it. If I were to give it a bed and quilt, anyone who didn't know would think I married a big fat wife. I don't care. Anyway, I paid you the lodging fee. The dolphin shouted, "I'm not going out. No way I'm going out. It's coming again. It's coming again." Before he could figure out the situation, the old floating stone held again. Oh no, I'm going to be sunk. It's coming again. Chen Fan's eyes were about to pop out as he saw through the gaps a marine creature almost twice the size of the dolphin crash toward the floating island. Chapter 11. Outwitting the orca. Will it strike back? What is this thing? Chen Fan shouted, no longer in the mood to consider anything else, and immediately activated the super protective shield. Bang! In less than a second, the massive creature crashed into the protective shield, and the huge floating island began to shake violently. Chen Fan stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He immediately jumped out through the gap between the dolphin and the doorframe and noticed that the marine creature outside was actually an orca. "Kid, hand over the dolphin." The orca circled the floating island and said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, I'll destroy your floating island." "You damn orca, do you dare to destroy me?" Old Fusher was immediately displeased and retorted, "I see you're just looking for trouble." "What trouble? Why are you looking for trouble? Are you trying to splash me?" The ship's sail was startled and screamed again. Chen Fan coldly stared at the orca, his expression growing increasingly serious. Orcas are social creatures, and since there was one here, there must be more lurking nearby, coupled with their high intelligence. It was hard to tell when they might launch a surprise attack on him. He needed to intimidate this one to drive them away. With the protective shield down, Chen Fan took out his mace and beckoned the orca with his finger. "Come on, let us see whether your head is harder or my weapon. Are you challenging me?" The orca chuckled. "This is the first time I've encountered a human who dares to challenge me. I'm quite pleased. Go for it. Smash it to bits." The wooden house immediately cheered him on. "Watch me charge and topple your floating island." The orca laughed heartily and, after retreating for a few seconds, lunged towards him. 12 o'clock direction, 30 centimeters underwater. Old Floating Stone stopped being coy and immediately started directing, watching the dorsal fin in the distance. As the orca came within a meter of the floating island, Chen Fan activated the super shield and, holding the mace tightly in both hands, slammed it down hard on the water surface. Bang! As the orca's head collided with the shield, Chen Fan's mace struck down. leaving 5 or 6 deep dents on its neck. The orca, days from the impact, circled the floating island a few times. It seemed there was no obstruction, but once it collided, it felt as if it had hit glass. What a strange occurrence. Back, back, back. At that moment, the ship's sail suddenly shouted. Chen Fan didn't pay any attention and instead opened the super shield again. Immediately, the floating island was struck hard once more. Sure enough, besides this orca, there were other orcas lurking. Stop hiding. Why not come out and face me together? Chen Fan said disdainfully, with you guys, even if you crash all night. You can't flip my floating island. The orca was so angry it almost spat blood. After finally finding a dolphin for dinner, it was unexpectedly protected by this human. And the key was that everyone had no way to deal with this human. A few seconds later, the orca turned to leave. Old Floating Stone began to shout. You think you're tough, huh? First, I'm not tough. I'm angry. Second, I'm not Tiger Bee. I'm an orca. Third, I have no time to play this boring game with you. The orca suddenly turned around and said word by word, then abruptly dove into the water and disappeared. Phew! At this moment, Chen Fan finally sat down weakly and gasped for breath. This was one of the most intelligent creatures in the ocean. Fortunately, he had intimidated it with the super shield. Otherwise, if it really went against him, once the shield's time ran out, he would just be waiting to die. Luckily. Wow! Across Blue Star, especially in Jiuzhou, warm applause erupted everywhere, with many people feeling so nervous and excited they were about to faint. That was so thrilling. It felt like being there in person. Chen Fan actually managed to drive that big fish away. It's truly incredible. Yes, Chen Fan is both brave and clever. Truly a rare genius. Congratulations. He really had a narrow escape this time. The ocean world is full of dangers, and sooner or later, some creature will kill him. Nonsense. Foreign dogs get out of Chen Fan's live broadcast room, accompanied by negative comments entering the live stream. A verbal battle erupted again between the East and West. Several national leaders had originally planned to raise their glasses in celebration, but it turned out to be a false joy. They felt once again that tonight's night raid plan was correct. After tonight, Jiuzhou would probably be on the verge of disappearing, right? Damn it, it's fortunate that bastard ran away. Otherwise, I would definitely teach it to be a whale. Old Floating Stone snorted coldly and immediately began to shout loudly, daring to provoke me, really bold. But damn, stop talking. Chen Fan twitched his mouth and immediately lowered his voice. They probably won't give up easily. You keep alert for me. If they launch a sneak attack underwater, don't speak. Just cough once. You're really cunning, but I like it. Old Floating Stone chuckled upon hearing this. Dolphin, you can leave now. Chen Fan coldly smiled at his heart, then turned to the dolphin and said, I need to rest too. Let me stay a bit longer. I'm small and don't take up much space. The dolphin pleaded, brother, can you pour some water on me? I'm feeling so thirsty. Not done yet, huh? Chen Fan kicked the dolphin's tail. If I pour water, can I still lie down to sleep? You really came up with that. 10 minutes. I'll stay for 10 more minutes. The dolphin quickly said, at worst, I can get you a box. Cough, cough. Bang. Tiger Bee, you're looking for death. Old Floating Stone was furious. Not playing with you anymore. Seeing that it really couldn't break through the defense, the orca finally dropped this line and truly disappeared. They really left this time. If you don't leave, I'll tear you into 8 pieces. Looking at the motionless dolphin, Chen Fan said with a grim expression, just kill it. This guy bumped into my waist when it charged up. What do you know? Keeping it around is very useful. Chen Fan said with annoyance as he immediately went into the house to look at the bronze box. Last time the bronze box opened a lighter. He wondered what good stuff would be inside this time. Bro, be gentle with me. Seeing Chen Fan staring at him with a lewd look, the bronze box shyly pleaded. Chapter 12. The horrific strike turns into a fireworks feast. Chen Fan froze for a moment, followed by a chill running down his spine. The way that was said made it sound like opening a box was the same as losing one's virginity. Could it be any more disgusting? Ignoring it, he directly opened the box, an intelligent, fully automatic toilet one. Instructions: no need to flush, automatically disappears with a ollie give. No need for toilet paper. It cleans with water. No need to disperse odor. It emits fragrance. What? He actually opened something so amazing. After being on the island for 2 days, he had some trouble adjusting and hadn't gone to the bathroom. After the tension from facing the orca, he finally felt the urge, and he was considering whether to end the live stream and relieve himself facing the sea. But now with this thing, he could do it right in the wooden house. Rubbing his belly, Chen Fan immediately closed the wooden door and sat down on the toilet for a long relief. As expected, it was clean and hygienic, just as the instructions said. However, after finishing up, having the toilet sitting by the bedside felt a bit uncomfortable, so ultimately Chen Fan put the toilet into his inventory, planning to take it out when needed. The room was too small. When could he make the floating island and wooden house bigger to be more comfortable? Lying on the wooden bed, Chen Fan mumbled to himself and quickly fell asleep. In the deep night of Kyushu, it was eerily quiet. Even the mutated dogs that had been re-domesticated after the nuclear war had fallen asleep. Suddenly, an air raid siren went off in the skies above the capital, quickly spreading throughout Kyushu. The national leader was awakened from his dreams and immediately received a report. 88 missiles secretly stored by the Sakura Nation had launched and would hit Kyushu in 10 minutes. This news was like a thunderclap in the national leader's ears. After the Third World War ended, all countries had signed a ceasefire treaty, and any violation would result in sanctions from all nations. The Sakura Nation was openly violating the treaty, as if it were challenging the entire blue planet. National leader, everything is too sudden, an official said anxiously. 88 missiles, we can't fight back at all. Please give the order, what should we do? Immediately announced to all of Kyushu that we are unafraid of the attack. This attack will not cause us any harm. After the initial shock, the national leader calmly said, just do what you need to do. We'll discuss everything tomorrow. National leader, but these are 88 missiles. The official was stunned by the national leader's calmness. Even if we do as you say, your military doesn't need to take any measures. The national leader emphasized again. Seeing the national leader's certainty, the official retreated. All the citizens of Kyushu had gathered in open spaces. They even saw the missile swarm coming from the east. After hearing the government's announcement, they were filled with confusion and endless despair. What does this mean? Has the country given up on us? We just started living well because of Chen Fan. It must be that the Sakura Nation saw how excellent Chen Fan was in the ocean world, so they ambushed us. The Sakura Nation is truly despicable. Are we really going to die on this beautiful night? Fear and despair spread throughout Kyushu. Why, when hope had finally emerged, did someone have to smother that hope? The people of the Sakura Nation are worse than pigs and dogs, a bunch of living livestock. However, when they saw the missiles fall, they felt relieved and liberated. At least they were with their loved ones before dying. What more could they regret? Boom, rumble. With the explosion of a missile, all the missiles began to explode. What no one expected was that these missiles exploded at an altitude of 500 meters above Kyushu. The citizens of Kyushu only saw the dazzling fireworks caused by the missile explosions, as if a beautiful fireworks festival was taking place in the night sky of Kyushu. The missiles not only didn't explode on Kyushu's territory, but even the shock waves and dust didn't descend, dispersing directly with the wind. After a brief moment of daze, the citizens of Kyushu erupted into cheers. This is so miraculous. Could it be that heaven showed mercy and protected us? Did you not hear the national leader's announcement? The national leader must know the inside story. Anyway, we survived, and we will no longer have to fear attacks from enemy countries. The horrific strike turned into a fireworks feast. The people of the Sakura Nation must be so angry they could die, haha. The entire blue planet was watching Kyushu. This miraculous scene left the national leader of the beautiful country dumbfounded, and he quickly contacted the national leader of the Sakura Nation. You useless fool. You launched all the stockpiles just to show the citizens of Kyushu a fireworks display. You better find out the reason, or I will strangle you myself. After dropping this line, the national leader of the beautiful country angrily hung up the phone. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was discussing the Sakura Nation's attack, despising their underhanded tactics, while being extremely curious about Kyushu's defenses. What kind of defense could instantly withstand an attack from 88 missiles? Fishy, fishy, I want fishy. The albatross was jumping and shouting nonstop. What did you find a box? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Boxes, there are boxes everywhere. The albatross screamed excitedly. But to float right into the group of wooden boxes, that was quite a stroke of luck. Don't catch me. I don't have any tutu. Bad guy, bad guy. I won't let you catch me. Brothers, run quickly, the bad guy wants to catch us. With Chen Fan lifting the fishing net, the surrounding wooden boxes immediately began to scream. Chen Fan was not lenient with them. He quickly cast the fishing net and began a wonderful day. It took him a full half-hour to haul up all the dozen or so wooden boxes. Then he opened them all: wooden planks 2, metal sheets 1, floating stones 2, beer 2, fishing gun crafting blueprint 1, plastic 2, cotton 3, cigarettes 2. Wow, this time the haul was significant. There were 4 pieces of floating stones, which could fill the gaps at the 4 corners of the floating island, plus beer and cigarettes, things that were once the most popular on the blue planet. Brother Fan, good morning. At the same time, the old floating stone's flattering voice suddenly came over, making Chen Fan shiver. This old guy had never been this polite before. Why the change of heart today? Chapter 13. A cigarette. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences must have their reasons. Chen Fan immediately asked, "What are you up to?" "I want a cigarette," the old floating stone said with a giggle. After all that, he just wanted to smoke. "You're always opposing me, and you still want me to give you a cigarette?" Chen Fan said incredulously, "Are you dreaming? To hit is to love. To scold is to care. We are true love." The old floating stone quickly explained, "As your most loyal partner, you and T really hold back even a cigarette from me, right? Don't forget, we rise and fall together. If you act like this, when danger comes, I won't give you a warning. That is fine. At worst, we'll just die. Brother, I was wrong. Please give me one." In the end, Chen Fan lit a cigarette and stuck it into the hole of the floating stone, which immediately emitted a sound that felt ethereal. Chen Fan was amused. Old floating stone had such a bad temper, but was surprisingly fond of Huazi. This meant that he could use Huazi to control him in the future. Jiuzhou Chen Fan gained bread 2, mineral water 1, wooden planks 10, metal sheets 8, plastic 5, cloth pieces 3, cotton 3, beer 2, Huazi 2, 9 items in total. And Jiuzhou will experience a hundredfold increase. At the same time, a sound echoed in the sky above Blue Star. In a live broadcast room, everyone had already seen Chen Fan's harvest, and upon hearing the announcement, they were once again incredibly excited. Now our Jiuzhou could not only withstand attacks from enemy countries, but also receive resources from the Chosen Ones every day, especially those salvaged by Chen Fan. Rising to power was just a matter of time. Jiuzhou will surely win. First, he placed the 4 pieces of floating stone at the 4 corners of the floating island, which finally transformed into a 16 square meter square. Then Chen Fan began to have breakfast. The albatross was still chattering away, and Chen Fan couldn't help but droop his eyelids and said, "Haven tea, I said it before. Where there are wooden boxes, there is food. Where there are no wooden boxes, there is no food." There were many wooden boxes around, and I even found a white box. The albatross immediately said, "A white box? Could it be a silver box? Where is it?" Chen Fan quickly asked. "Fish, fish." The albatross jumped up again. "Is there an island?" "After flying for 2 hours. If I row over, would it take 5 hours? However, a silver treasure chest is indeed quite exciting. Are there many wooden boxes in that direction?" After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan continued to ask, "All right, then I'll row in that direction. If I deviate from the course, make sure to tell me in time." Chen Fan decisively stated, "From now on you'll follow me and act as my scout. I'll make sure you eat well every day." "Great. From now on you'll be called Wonkai." "All right, I have a name now. I'm called Wonkai." The albatross immediately flew up happily. For the entire morning, Chen Fan was rowing the boat, during which he sporadically salvaged a few wooden boxes. The probability of getting cotton turned out to be much higher, which left Chen Fan a bit confused. After all, it was just past the summer solstice, and the nighttime temperature at sea was around 10 degrees. How could there be so much cotton without reason? I'm not too sure, but according to the rules of the ocean world, it's likely that the extreme cold tide is coming. Old floating stone analyzed. Extreme cold tide? Chen Fan was taken aback. This news is worth a Huazi. Old floating stone chuckled. "I hope a lit Huazi will be inserted into my hole. This piece of information is indeed very valuable." Chen Fan immediately gave Lao Fusher a cigarette without saying a word. Wow, so ruthless. Chen Fan couldn't believe it. What is the Death Eye? The ocean world is roughly divided into 4 areas: the marginal flow zone, the forbidden sea, the death eye, and the life forbidden zone. Lao Fusher explained that the marginal flow zone has the lowest danger level and is relatively safe. Only when you reach the Forbidden Sea will you know what true terror is. How do you know so much? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. Not wanting to disturb Lao Fusher any further, Chen Fan started preparing lunch and opened the virtual panel to check the messages. The national leader had sent several messages, all in Chen Fan's tone. Only then did Chen Fan realize that Jiuzhou had unexpectedly been attacked by Sakura country last night. Fortunately, they had activated a super protective shield, a piece of black technology, and there were as many as 100 of them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sakura country. Once the beginner protection period ends and all national waters are interconnected, he would definitely kill all the chosen ones from Sakura country, making them understand how cruel survival in the ocean can be. He just didn't know how much longer the beginner protection period would last. Moreover, in the ocean world where Jiuzhou is located, he had been paddling for 3 days without encountering any chosen ones. If the waters became interconnected later, wouldn't the distance between chosen ones reach tens of thousands of nautical miles? Live in the moment. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and immediately began to eat his lunch. In the distance, he saw a bronze box quickly heading towards the floating island, and without thinking, he knew it was the dolphin coming to seek refuge again. He quickly put away the barbecue grill and hid in a spot, then opened the door for the dolphin. The dolphin rushed into the wooden house and cried out in a high-pitched voice, "Big brother, help. Did you provoke those orcas again?" Chen Fan asked with a dark face. No. This time it's not orcas, it's sharks," the dolphin said pitifully. "They want to make me their lunch." Chen Fan was startled and immediately turned his head to see a huge dorsal fin rapidly approaching. He quickly activated the super shield and tossed the fish gun blueprint into the synthesis bar, rapidly producing a fish gun. The fish gun consisted of 2 parts, a triangular frame about 1.5 meters tall, with a 1 meter long fish gun mounted on the upper launching device, and a reinforced fishing line at the tail approximately 20 meters long, with a 90 hit rate. As the enormous shark charged towards him, Chen Fan stood ready, not planning to let it go like he did with the orca last night. After all, he had already made an enemy of the orca. If he added another potential foe, he would be unable to move freely in the ocean world. Chapter 14. Old Man. It was the orca that forced me to do this. The people of Blue Star were now on edge, with the citizens of Jiuzhou clenching their fists and not daring to breathe. Although Chen Fan had ample resources, the danger was equally doubled. This was a legendary great white shark. Having just chased off the orca last night, was he planning to kill the great white shark now? Just with a fish gun? That seemed a bit difficult. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan really thought of himself as the Sea King, daring to confront the great white shark head-on. Facing the great white shark, Chen Fan was undoubtedly doomed. Shoot quickly. Old Floating Rock had already come out of the shadows, now shouting hysterically to shoot into the great white shark's body. "You bastard." Chen Fan's mouth twitched, wishing he could shoot the fish gun at Floating Island. This old man was never serious when he was normal. Who could control him? Thud! As the great white shark was less than 5 meters away from Floating Island, Chen Fan activated the super shield and pulled the trigger on the fish gun, which shot out like an arrow, hitting the great white shark's back. Bang! The next second, the great white shark collided with Floating Island, but was not only 4 square meters larger than last night, but also smaller than the orca, resulting in only a slight bump upon impact. However, the great white shark let out a shriek and turned to flee. "You bastard! You ambushed me! You attacked me first!" Chen Fan snorted coldly and grabbed the tripod. After the great white shark swam 20 meters away, the fishing line tightened, and the immense force quickly propelled the entire Floating Island to move rapidly. Wow, this great white shark is quite powerful. It's already going 40 miles. Chen Fan laughed and immediately shouted, "Sail, change course, don't let this guy just paddle." All right. The sail immediately turned against the wind, increasing the resistance on the great white shark by nearly half. "Dolphin, can you leave now?" Feeling that the tripod was stable enough, Chen Fan finally let go and turned to look at the dolphin. "Brother, considering I brought you a gift, can I stay a little longer?" The dolphin quickly said, "It seems not possible. Your body is too big, and my floating island is too small." Chen Fan replied, crossing his arms. Besides, this bronze box is my reward for helping you deal with the shark. It has nothing to do with you being my guest. Fearing the bronze box might say something absurd again, Chen Fan immediately opened it. A boat electric propeller one. How'd I end up with a propeller? Am I supposed to build a big ship? Where's the electricity? Where's the electricity? Chen Fan was somewhat speechless. Although the items produced by this bronze box were quite good, the problem was whether it could produce something he could actually use. Without electricity, the propeller was just a useless appendage. Chen Fan directly tossed the propeller into the system's item slot, waiting to get some electricity before dealing with the propeller. At this moment, the great white shark had already dashed out over 10 nautical miles. With the sailboat aided by the wind, the great white shark's speed had slowed down. Seemingly exhausted, this great white shark was 3 times the size of the previous mackerel shark, weighing over 2 tons. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and said, "Now we're in business." The mackerel shark was only a sea-level creature, while this great white shark was a B-level creature, capable of almost instantly defeating the mackerel shark. There was simply no comparison, Old Floating Stone said irritably. Moreover, the meat of B-level creatures is not only delicious, but also has some benefits like enhancing physical strength. I didn't ask last time, what does this level mean? Chen Fan finally humbly asked Old Floating Stone for advice. The knowledge I share is worth a fortune, Old Floating Stone said with a grin. Chen Fan was not hesitant and immediately lit up a cigarette for Old Fu Sure. As Old Fu Sure puffed away, he smiled and said, "In the ocean world, all creatures are ranked. The higher the rank, the stronger the combat power. For example, now that you're facing a B-class creature, you can still fight, but if you encounter an A-class, I advise you to run." Chen Fan nodded slightly. He learned quite a lot today. It seems that these Huazi are quite useful. With 2 Huazi, even if he asks 2 or 3 questions a day, it would be enough for Old Fu Sure to absorb for a few months. It's tricking you. The great white shark actually spoke, man. It probably still has half of its strength left. If you pull it up now, you would really be falling for its trick. The great white shark did not struggle, allowing Chen Fan to pull it, and just when they were less than 5 meters apart, the great white shark suddenly turned and charged at Chen Fan on the floating island. Bang! Just like before, its big head slammed against the super protective shield, and Chen Fan, holding the spike club with both hands, struck it hard, leaving several small holes in its head. "Damn human, you've hurt me twice already." The great white shark seethed with anger. "I want to kill you. I must kill you. If you could kill me, you wouldn't be here shouting." Chen Fan mocked, "Buddy." Saying this, he raised the spike club again and smashed it towards its head. After 5 or 6 hits, blood flowed from the great white shark's head, and it immediately began to plead, "Stop hitting me. I was forced, otherwise I would never come to trouble you." "What do you mean?" Chen Fan frowned. "There are 5 orcas forcing me to chase that dolphin, pressuring me to find trouble with you." The great white shark revealed everything. "Please spare me. I am the victim." Chen Fan's expression was extremely grim. He originally thought there were only 2 orcas, but to his surprise, there were 5, and they had not given up on dealing with him. Isn't it said that orcas are good friends of humans? Dude, don't blame me. Blame those orcas. As Chen Fan spoke, he smashed the head of the great white shark fiercely until it finally stopped moving. In Jiuzhou, Chen Fan killed 1 great white shark, and the fresh corpse of the great white shark in Jiuzhou would be amplified 100-fold. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from the blue star void, getting everyone watching the battle excited. "Besides powerful, I can't find any words to describe Chen Fan. We are in for a treat. My husband is amazing. I want to go to Sea World and have a few kids with him. Without that spear gun, he is nothing. You have a spear gun, so why don't you try it yourself?" Chen Fan was sitting in front of the wooden house, his expression serious as he muttered to himself, "These killer whales are definitely a huge threat to me. As long as they're not eliminated, I won't have a moment of peace. I actually have a way." "What way?" "This way is worth $10. Chapter 15, Toiletry Set, Fruit Feast. Is it worth it? You need to say it first for me to judge." Chen Fan said while pinching his chin, "Otherwise, what are you talking about? My way is to become friends with them." Old Fu Sure said earnestly, "These killer whales, although they're also Class B creatures, are already top tier among Class B creatures. If you can become friends with these 5, I believe it will be very helpful for your survival." "Damn, Chen Fan was speechless. If he had a way to befriend them, would he still think about killing them? This old six had kept him in suspense for so long, only to let out a fart in the end. Those guys would have to wait until they reached the island to figure out how to deal with them. After much consideration, Chen Fan finally spoke up, saying that killing this great white shark would also have a deterrent effect on the orcas for a while. They definitely wouldn't dare to make trouble. That is true. After all, I've always been on lookout for you. Old Fu sure seriously analyzed. Where are my 10 Huazi? Your suggestion was not adopted, so no Huazi. Damn. Shun T, I get some rewards for my planning and strategizing. I'll give you a little red flower. You are the best in kindergarten. Chen Fan, heavy and rolling. Chen Fan is a fool. Damn. Ignoring old Fu sure. Chen Fan immediately began to dismantle the great white shark, obtaining high-quality shark skin 1, shark teeth 2, and shark meat 4,000, which was 20 times more than the mackerel. He left behind 100 units of shark meat and put all the remaining shark meat on the exchange as B-grade shark meat. 5 units of basic materials could be exchanged for 1 unit of shark meat, while cotton only required 3 units for the same exchange. This left the chosen ones of Jiuzhou shocked. What the heck? Isn't this also shark meat? Why does it require 5 basic units to exchange for 1 unit? Didn't it only require 2 units last time? Has Boss Chen Fan gone crazy and raised the price? Is he still a Jiuzhou person? You guys don't understand. I've already exchanged it. This time, the shark meat not only doesn't have a urine odor, but it even emits a faint milky fragrance. You get what you pay for. Don't talk nonsense. Really? I need to hurry and exchange for a few units. Just glancing at the messages in the chat room, Chen Fan chose to ignore them. After all, these big brothers still hadn't figured out the rules, and he didn't have time to explain to each one of them. It seemed that he should find an opportunity to properly introduce them to the ocean world. It didn't matter that they didn't understand, but he didn't want to suffer losses and get scolded for it. Damn, after being messed with by the great white shark, he had deviated from his course. Just as Chen Fan was preparing to continue, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Wang Kai, lead the way. Over here, over here. Wang Kai flapped its wings and immediately guided Chen Fan on his path. After paddling for more than 3 hours, it was finally around 5 in the afternoon that Chen Fan saw the distant island, which excited him after feeling a bit fatigued. It was worth it to paddle for so long. Wasn't this seeing the light of dawn? People, there are actually people. I'm going to be rescued. Hee hee. Rescue me. Rescue me. I have pollutants. I have pollutants. Me. I have condoms. I have condoms. Just as he was about to reach the island, 7 or 8 wooden boxes called out to Chen Fan. Although the pollutants startled him, the wooden boxes shouting that they had condoms left him a bit bewildered. Are they talking about condoms? I don't need those. However, aside from the wooden boxes with pollutants, Chen Fan still fished out all the other boxes and opened them immediately. Toiletry set 1, metal pieces 3, floating stones 1, wooden boards 2, fruit package 1, plastic 2, cotton 3, glass 2. Chen Fan's expression changed. It turned out to be a toiletry set and a fruit package. These are extremely rare items at sea. Opening the toiletry set, he saw 1 toothbrush, 1 toothpaste, 1 soap, 1 shampoo, and 2 towels. It seems he can only wash his face and brush his teeth for now. Taking a shower isn't possible for the time being. As for the fruit package, it contained 1 apple, 2 bananas, 1 bunch of grapes, and 2 oranges. It's worth noting that fruit is a delicacy that only the upper class can enjoy. Although he had often heard about it, he never even dared to dream of it. He never expected to obtain things he once didn't even dare to think about in the ocean world. It was indeed a bittersweet realization. Chen Fan immediately took a bite of the apple, which was fresh, juicy, and incredibly sweet. It was truly the legendary fruit. Today, for the 3rd time in the sky above Blue Star, the voice of Chen Fan resonated. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has received a fruit package 1, metal sheets 9, wooden boards 8, plastic 6, cotton 5, glass 2, 6 items in total. Jiuzhou will be amplified by 100 times. The fruit package. The national leader looked at the massive amount of fruit before him, and his eyes became moist. Since ascending to the throne, he could only eat fruit once a year, and he could hardly bear to eat it. He had never seen so much fruit in his life. Chen Fan is truly a blessing from heaven. The national leader immediately presented a package and instructed it to be sent to Chen Fan, with the remaining requests to be made into fruit cans. After receiving a few more batches of fruit packages, the goal is to ensure that all citizens can enjoy a meal. More and more people are focusing on Chen Fan's livestream, as he continues to bring surprises to everyone. First, he killed the small mako shark, and then he took down a giant great white shark. Not only is his luck incredible, but his strength is also formidable. One person is practically worth the sum of all the chosen ones from other countries. He's about to set foot on the nearby island, which is sure to bring even more shock to everyone. Chen Fan had now arrived next to the island. He secured his spear to a tree on the island and then jumped onto the island with a wolf fawn club in hand. The island wasn't very large, just about the size of 2 football fields, but it was lush with many trees, making Chen Fan take a deep breath. Compared to Blue Star, this island was simply a paradise. He couldn't help but wonder when he would have an island of his own. Wonkai, where's the silver treasure chest? After his musings, Chen Fan immediately shouted, "Over here, over here!" The albatross flapped its wings and led Chen Fan deeper into the island. After walking for a full 5 minutes, Chen Fan finally reached his destination and indeed saw a half-meter square silver chest placed on a large rock. Just as Chen Fan was about to go up and grab it, he heard a hey, hey, hey sound. It turned out to be a wild boar, staring at him with fierce eyes, and then it quickly charged at him. "Wonkai, you idiot! Why didn't you tell me there was a wild boar?" Chen Fan yelled and turned to run. This wild boar looked to weigh at least 300 pounds. He certainly didn't think he could take it on. Chapter 16. Are there chosen ones before us? Watching the distance between the wild boar and Chen Fan grow larger, the people of Jiuzhou were on edge. Run to the floating island. Why is he still on the island? Isn't that just asking to be caught by the wild boar? You don't understand. The only weapon, the spear, is stuck in the tree like a cable. If we lure the boar to the floating island, the wooden house would be smashed to pieces. It's only 10 meters left. My husband is going to be caught. What should we do? Hurry, run, husband, run. So scary. I can't bear to watch. Damn. Chen Fan furrowed his brows. Just as the distance was less than 5 meters, he planned to suddenly turn and strike the wild boar on the head. However, the wild boar suddenly stopped and turned to run away. Something strange was happening. This guy couldn't abandon its pursuit for no reason. Although the island wasn't very large, it not only had wild boars but also coyotes, forming a complete ecological chain. Chen Fan quickly analyzed that the wild boar and the coyotes were the top predators in this ecological chain. As long as he could temporarily avoid them, everything would be fine. Realizing this, Chen Fan decided to explore the island first. Perhaps there would be other gains besides the silver treasure chest. Chen Fan was startled. Could there be indigenous people from the ocean world living here? Lead the way, but don't make a sound. After considering for a few seconds, Chen Fan immediately instructed in a low voice. At that moment, both he and the bird quickly moved forward and soon discovered a wooden house in the dense forest. It was 3 meters square and over 2 meters high, with the door tightly locked and no sounds could be heard from inside. They quietly approached the front of the house and peered through the window, but saw nothing. It seemed the owner of the house was not home. Chen Fan finally arrived at the front door, gripped his wolf fawn club tightly, and kicked the door open with a sudden force. A thick cloud of dust rushed at him. This was an abandoned wooden house that had not been used for a long time. In the corner, there lay a skeleton on the bed, which had probably been dead for many years. However, it didn't seem to resemble a native. Could it be that other chosen ones had entered the ocean world before? Why has there been no record of this on Blue Star? Or could it be that these chosen ones came from other worlds? Not wanting to dwell on this question, Chen Fan searched around and eventually found a bronze box under the bed. The bronze box suddenly shouted, "Big brother, let's talk it out. Please don't be rough." Chen Fan was puzzled. This guy on the bed found you, and didn't he open you? Because you are all good people. I couldn't bear to have my first time taken away. The bronze box flattered, "Big brother, I'm afraid of pain. Just because he was a good person and didn't he open you, he ended up dead. Otherwise, he might have lived well." Chen Fan chuckled and opened the bronze box without hesitation. Inside were 2 crafting diagrams. Crossbow bolt, crafting diagram 1. Basic trap, crafting diagram 1. These are great items. Not to mention the crossbow bolt crafting diagram. Just a basic trap crafting diagram alone could easily take down wild boars and secure a silver treasure chest. Chen Fan immediately tossed the crossbow arrow crafting blueprint into the synthesis bar and took a look. Crafting a crossbow requires 1 crossbow arrow blueprint, 5 wooden planks, and 3 metal sheets. Without hesitation, Chen Fan crafted a crossbow and then used 2 wooden planks and 2 metal sheets to make 10 crossbow arrows. He pulled the trigger at the wooden wall, and the crossbow arrow surprisingly shot straight into the log. Quite powerful. It was already 6 in the evening, and Chen Fan planned to wait until nightfall when the wild boars had poor vision before making a move. Back on the floating island, Chen Fan took out a piece of shark meat and started grilling it. The rich aroma attracted several coyotes, with more than a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes fixated on Chen Fan. If they weren't 5 meters away from the shore, they would have probably pounced on him already. The people of Blue Star who witnessed this scene were instantly shocked. My God, how can there be so many wolves? How can Chen Fan handle them alone? Although there was a 5-meter distance, if they charged, they could still jump onto the floating island. Hurry up and run, dear. Humph, the spear gun is tied to the tree. Chen Fan's only weapon is gone, and he'll definitely be eaten by the wolves. Isn't he so cocky and impressive? Now, even if he unties the rope, there won't be time. Let's see how he survives. Everyone was either worried about Chen Fan or gloating over his misfortune, as if he had already become a corpse. Chen Fan laughed and shouted, "Are you here to seek death?" "No, we're here to eat you," a coyote yelled, took a few steps back, and then sprinted towards Chen Fan. PFF. Chen Fan sneered, stretched out his hand towards the coyote, and the crossbow bolt shot directly into the coyote's heart. The coyote let out a whimper in midair and fell into Chen Fan's arms, becoming completely still. "Look, your buddy is already in my arms. Why aren't you coming down?" Chen Fan, holding the coyote, smiled and waved at the other coyotes. How could the leader jump into his arms like a dog and not move? Is a human's embrace really that comfortable? Why does it seem like the leader is completely still? Has it been hypnotized? Should we give it a try too? The few coyotes immediately began to communicate, and one even seemed eager to jump down. These fools deserve to be taken down, old Fusher said disdainfully. They would probably count the money even if someone sold them. If they were smart, they would have taken the silver treasure chest already. How could there still be a share for us? Chen Fan said dismissively, "This is a good thing. Guys, if you don't come down soon, I'm leaving." Seeing the coyotes hesitating, Chen Fan immediately shouted loudly, "Brothers, go." Seeing the coyote leader still in Chen Fan's arms, they thought the human's embrace was too warm. Hearing Chen Fan say this, how could they hesitate any longer? They all pounced towards Chen Fan. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Fan cursed inwardly, directly raising his crossbow and began attacking the several coyotes. Chapter 17. Outwitting the wild boar, the silver box with long legs ran away. "Damn, I fell for it," the leading coyote shouted, having already taken an arrow to the throat, and immediately let out a shriek, curling up and collapsing at Chen Fan's feet. By the time the other coyotes realized something was wrong, it was already too late, except for the last remaining coyote that narrowly escaped. The other 5 coyotes were dead before they even hit the ground. "I will avenge my brothers." The last coyote, seeing the scene, became furious, baring its teeth and lunging at Chen Fan's neck with its gaping mouth. "No more crossbow bolts?" Chen Fan remained calm and immediately took out his spiked club. "No, no, no." Seeing this, the coyote's expression changed drastically, and it tried to halt its momentum in midair, but the massive inertia was not something it could stop at will. With a wail, the coyote watched helplessly as the spiked club smashed into its face, flipping 5 or 6 times in the air before crashing to the ground, dead with unblinking eyes. Exciting. Old Fu Sure burst into laughter. Indeed, after getting a weapon, combat power skyrockets. Playing with the crossbow bolts, Chen Fan said with a smile, "If it were a one-on-one fight, I really can't imagine how many bites I would take while killing all the coyotes." In Jiuzhou, Chen Fan killed 7 coyotes, and the 7 fresh coyote corpses will be amplified 100-fold. At that moment, a voice echoed in the void again. The citizens of Blue Star all became excited. I didn't expect Chen Fan to hide such a lethal weapon as the crossbow bolts. He really concealed it too well. Other chosen ones are still struggling to figure out the supply boxes, while Chen Fan has already started hunting great white sharks and coyotes. Comparing people really makes one mad. My husband is the best. I will definitely dream of meeting my husband tonight. What good thoughts are you having? My husband dating you in a dream? Chen Fan immediately dismantled the 7 coyotes, obtaining 7 wolf pelts, 7 wolf fangs, and 200 wolf meat. Unfortunately, they were D-grade coyotes, which not only had weak combat power, but also poor quality. Otherwise, the value of the 3 items could have doubled. However, this is still good. Isn't the extreme cold tide about to arrive? At that time, making a coat out of wolf pelts will definitely keep me warm and cozy. Now, only that wild boar is left. Looking up at the island, Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer. Why don't you hurry up and finish off that wild boar? Lao Fusi Sao Det. If someone else gets there first, that silver treasure chest will belong to them. If the wild boar is attacked, we will definitely hear the sounds from here. Besides, without setting a trap, do you really think we can kill it with just crossbows and a wolf fawn club? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, First, let's eat, then we'll plan for the long term. Chen Fan was strategizing from a distance, truly impressive. Boss is mighty. Boss is mighty. Fish, boss, I want to eat fish. The wooden house and the others flattered Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled as he ate shark meat and drank purified water. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock at night that he set up a trap 100 meters away from the wild boar. He then picked up his wolf fawn club and slowly walked towards the wild boar. The wild boar, having eaten and drunk its fill, was snoring loudly and had no awareness of the danger approaching. Those watching the live stream had their hearts in their throats, silently staring at the virtual screen, afraid that any noise would disturb Chen Fan. Crack! Just as Chen Fan was less than 2 meters away from the wild boar, he suddenly stepped on a piece of dry wood. The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet forest, and the boar's snoring abruptly stopped as it turned to stare intently at Chen Fan, probably still trying to figure out whether this was a dream or reality. After all, what kind of human would dare to approach and disturb its sleep? Good evening, little piggy. Bang! Chen Fan showed a pure and flawless smile at the wild boar, and then the wolf-toothed club smashed heavily onto its head, causing it to scream in pain and jump up directly. Chen Fan didn't hesitate, swinging the stick down before turning to run. This infuriated the wild boar. It was just trying to take a nap, and that detestable human had to disturb it. Today, even if it meant giving up the box, it had to kill this human. Hey kid, don't run. The wild boar roared, charging after Chen Fan. Fueled by pain and anger, its speed was like lightning, easily smashing through trees as thick as a bowl. Boss, hurry, it's coming after us. Wang Kai called out from the wild boar's back, constantly shouting at Chen Fan. Everyone from Blue Star was equally nervous. Shoot it. Use the crossbow to shoot it. Why are we just running? Can humans outrun wild boars? If they couldn't handle the wild boar during the day, could they at night? Chen Fan was indeed being a bit overconfident. I'm so nervous. It feels like that wild boar is chasing me. Kid, you're dead. In the blink of an eye, they had run over 100 meters, and the wild boar was about to reach Chen Fan's backside. Watching that big, round, and slightly perky behind, the wild boar grinned maliciously and opened its mouth to bite at Chen Fan's rear. But in the next second, Chen Fan actually jumped up. The wild boar felt weightless, as if the ground in front of it had collapsed, and then it fell into a 2-meter-deep pit. Sharp wooden spikes, 1 meter long and 10 centimeters thick, pierced into the wild boar's body, causing it to scream in pain. At this speed, even Bolt from 100 years ago would feel ashamed, right? Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, Chen Fan laughed heartily. I'm really awesome. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed a wild boar. Fresh wild boar carcass will be amplified by 100 times. Meanwhile, the voice echoed again. Wild boar meat. I've heard from my grandpa that pork is extremely delicious, far better than the mutated pigs we eat now. In just one day, Chen Fan had provided them with so much food. The chosen ones from other countries couldn't even keep up. Chen Fan, you are my god. The people of Jiuzhou, preparing to drift into dreamland, were once again excited because of Chen Fan. Chen Fan chuckled to himself. Today, it's already the 5th time, right? Now the people of the entire Jiuzhou can have a full meal. Returning to the trap, he looked at the wild boar that had been killed and immediately began to dismantle it, obtaining 1 wild boar skin, 2 tusks, and 200 wild boar meat. According to the old floating stones introduction, This wild boar is classified as sea level, and its taste is even better than that of the B-level great white shark. So I'll keep it for now and enjoy it slowly. Now, the silver treasure chest is finally mine. Chen Fan grinned and rubbed his hands, then walked over to the silver treasure chest. You want to get me? No way. The previously silent silver treasure chest suddenly spoke and ran in one direction. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. The silver treasure chest could actually grow legs and run away. Chapter 18, Black Technology, Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Don't run. In the next second, Chen Fan immediately chased after the silver treasure chest, simultaneously crafting 5 crossbow arrows and shooting them all into the silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest let out continuous cries of pain, and finally, with a bang, it crashed into a rock and rolled to the seaside, coming to a stop. Run. Keep running. Chen Fan laughed heartily and kicked the silver treasure chest, shouting, "Even if you got my chest, you won't get my heart." The silver treasure chest snorted coldly. "This baby would rather die than submit. What I want is the chest. What's the use of your heart?" Chen Fan replied irritably and directly opened the silver treasure chest. One cold nuclear fusion reactor outputs 10 billion joules of energy per second. Wow! Chen Fan's body trembled, hardly able to believe this fact. Isn't this the legendary controlled nuclear fusion? Moreover, the so-called controlled nuclear fusion produces a massive amount of light and heat. But this palm-sized cold nuclear fusion reactor can perform nuclear reactions at room temperature, and its energy output per second, converted to electricity, is 10 million kilowatts. Enough to power 30 aircraft carriers. What does this mean? The electrical energy output in 1 second could supply the propellers he obtained for thousands of years. System. Oh system, your legacy is simply astonishing. Even if I were to build an aircraft carrier in the future, I wouldn't have to worry about energy supply. Awesome. What exactly did Chen Fan get from the box that made him so happy, and why didn't he make an announcement? Seeing him so excited, it must be something extraordinary. Could it be weapons like guns? I'm so curious. I really want to know what it is. Everyone on Blue Star looked bewildered, except for the leader of the 9 provinces, who was even more excited than Chen Fan. It is known that electricity is one of the biggest challenges on Blue Star today. Even though the 9 provinces have overcome many difficulties to build several large power plants, many people still do not have access to electricity. After all, to prevent threats from hostile countries, the military industry in the 9 provinces has never ceased development, and the electricity required has already accounted for nearly half of the nation's power. But now with the cold nuclear fusion reactor, even if just one is taken out, the people of the 9 provinces could waste electricity every day and still not use it up in 100 years. Chen Fan is simply the savior of Jiuzhou, the god of Jiuzhou. Everyone was a bit confused, not knowing why the national leader called everyone together in the middle of the night. Leader, I am researching technology to purify soil radiation. As long as we have electricity, we can basically generate the formula. Since you called me here, I would like to apply for more electricity. Our military-industrial design new equipment also requires electricity for mass production. We need electricity even more. The national leader didn't call us together just to hear about this. Let's listen to what the leader has to say. Everyone take a look. What is this? The leader smiled slightly and took out a cold nuclear fusion reactor. It looked like a miniature reactor, capable of nuclear reactions at room temperature, and could be held in hand. Is this controllable nuclear fusion? A top scientist, after reaching this conclusion, couldn't help but tremble and exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? This technology is at least 100 years ahead of Blue Star. This is a cold nuclear fusion reactor, capable of outputting 10 billion joules of energy per second. Do you know what this means? The leader said with a smile, even if we waste electricity, we can use it for decades. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked beyond measure. After the nuclear war, Blue Star had regressed for decades, and to obtain such a miraculous thing in this situation is simply, leader, where did this come from? It's too astonishing. A top scientist couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Don't ask too many questions. Take it and distribute electricity across the country, the leader said sternly. Additionally, everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement. No one is allowed to leak this information, or they will be treated as traitors. Yes, in an instant, everyone straightened up and saluted the leader. In the deep night of the ocean world, all creatures had fallen into a deep sleep, except for a floating island of about 16 square meters, slowly making its way toward the island where Chen Fan was located. This floating island also had sail, and a person was rapidly rowing with a paddle, panting heavily but never giving up. At this moment, he had already seen Chen Fan's floating island and couldn't help but quicken his pace. In Blue Star, someone who got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night happened to glance at a live broadcast and was instantly shocked. This bastard has already killed 2 chosen ones from Jiuzhou, and now he has found Chen Fan? This guy is simply a disgrace to Jiuzhou. Chen Fan must be sleeping soundly right now. What should we do? How can we warn Chen Fan? Honey, don't sleep. Someone is going to kill you. Chen Fan, who is known for showing off, turned out to be killed by his own people in the end. It's simply ironic. Without Chen Fan, how do you guys in Jiuzhou plan to fight against my Sakura country? Even though it was already late at night, tens of millions were still watching Chen Fan's live broadcast, either worried or gloating, as if Chen Fan had already died in everyone's perception once again. Zhou Zhongchen had the same thought, although he didn't know it was Chen Fan. Whoever was in the wooden house wouldn't escape death today. After all, he was born a robber. The corners of his mouth curled up as the floating island gently touched Chen Fan's floating island. Zhou Zhongchen quietly climbed onto Chen Fan's island, holding a dagger, and slowly walked toward the wooden house. Chen Fan, you fool. Why don't you hurry up and deal with him? Lao Fusher had already awakened the moment the other floating island touched his, and after cursing Chen Fan, he gently called out, "Sister floating island. Hello? Bah, you old thing. Don't touch me." The other floating island immediately scolded disdainfully. This is a critical time. Everyone, shut up. Chen Fan snorted coldly in the wooden house. I need to concentrate on killing him first. My master is unparalleled. It should be him killing you. The other floating island said disdainfully. You'll end up as food for fish like those chosen ones before. This guy has already killed 2 compatriots from Jiuzhou. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan frowned. He was thinking about how to deal with this guy, but if he killed his own people, he could only be taken down. Bang! Just as he was thinking, the other side kicked open the door and lunged toward Chen Fan with lightning speed. Chapter 19. Killing the Chosen One, Looting Equipment. Bang! Chen Fan didn't hesitate at all. At the same time the door was kicked open, the mace had already smashed down hard. Zhou Zhongchen hadn't even realized what was happening when the dagger was knocked away, and his entire right hand was covered in blood, unable to muster any strength. Zhou Zhongchen's face changed dramatically as he looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Who would have thought that even this late at night, this kid still hadn't gone to sleep? What, do you want to kill me? Chen Fan said with a smile. Now, it seems like I might have to kill you instead. Zhou Zhongchen gritted his teeth and turned to run. He had initially intended to launch a surprise attack, but it was clearly impossible now. It was better to follow the 36 strategies and retreat as the best option. He could come back to find him once he was better prepared. Uffed. Chen Fan scoffed disdainfully, shooting 2 crossbow bolts that struck Zhou Zhongchen's legs, causing him to collapse to the ground before he could even exit the wooden hut. I heard that you were the one who killed those 2 chosen ones. Chen Fan asked calmly, sizing up Zhou Zhongchen. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Since I have already fallen into your hands, do as you please. Zhou Zhongchen replied coldly. What's the point of saying so much useless stuff? We are both in the 9 provinces. I didn't want to kill you, but you killed our own. So I really can't tolerate it any longer. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and said, in the next life, don't be a traitor. With that, he shot 2 crossbow bolts into Zhou Zhongchen's forehead, sending him on his way. Congratulations to Chen Fan from the 9 provinces for killing the enemy, Chosen One, earning 16 square meters of floating Island 1, wooden planks 128, metal sheets 86, glass 72, plastic 68, cloth pieces 66, cotton 32, barbecue materials 2, contract documents 1, equipment upgrade book 1. At the same time, a series of sounds echoed in Chen Fan's ears. Equipment can actually drop? Chen Fan exclaimed excitedly. 16 pieces of floating stones at once can double the area of the floating island. So even if a killer whale attacks again, it won't be too bumpy. And with 2 pounds of barbecue materials, since my main food source is barbecue, the taste will be even better now. However, this equipment upgrade book, Chen Fan immediately researched that he could upgrade anything. Simply put, it means he could make anything stronger and larger, for example. A fish spear could be upgraded to an automatic fish spear. A wooden house could be upgraded to a studio apartment. The area of a floating island could be doubled. This is simply a bug-level good thing. Little sister, let me take care of you, okay? I'm very gentle. Get away. Don't you know you smell bad? This is called manly charm. Girls like it. Are you crazy? I think you want to die, you old floating stone. Do you want me to use force on you? Little sister? That night, Chen Fan's life and death became a mystery for the people of Blue Star. Except for the people of Jiuzhou. Everyone else in other countries wished for Chen Fan to die, and even netizens from various countries began a fierce online argument in the early morning, with some even organizing betting pools. Until the next morning, when Chen Fan stretched and walked out of the wooden house. The Jiuzhou people who had been holding their breath all night finally became excited. I told you. How could Chen Fan possibly die? In the end, it was still Chen Fan who killed the opponent. Ha! Who dares to curse my husband to death? That's too much. Chen Fan never falls. Chen Fan, materials double. Chen Fan is not dead. Some are happy, while others are worried. Chen Fei, who was anxious and hadn't slept all night, immediately burst into tears, feeling as if a heavy stone in her heart had finally been lifted. Chen Fan began to study Zhou Zhongchen's floating island. The two floating islands had quarreled all night last night and were still chattering away. Chen Fan simply broke apart that floating island, which infuriated the old floating stone. How could you kill my wife? She can't be your wife. You couldn't even handle her in one night. And you still have the face to say that? Chen Fan said coldly. Now I want to continue to expand your area. So tell me, do you want to become stronger or do you want a wife? Damn, stubborn as a mule. Chen Fan was taken aback. Next time, I'll find you a wife. For now, let's expand the area. As he spoke, along with the 4 pieces of floating stone he had salvaged earlier, the area of the floating island directly increased to 36 square meters. This made the old floating stone excited to the point of almost screaming. Chen Fan, I love you. You've directly doubled it. It's simply amazing, haha. Don't rush. The best part is yet to come. Chen Fan immediately responded. He had already made up his mind. Since it was about the floating island, he would be even harsher and use the equipment upgrade book on it. Without hesitation, Chen Fan used the equipment upgrade book on the floating island, and with a faint flash of white light, the 36 square meter floating island directly increased to 72 square meters. I'm getting more and more excited. Hic. The old floating stone laughed excitedly, unable to suppress a hiccup. Chen Fan, you are my god. As long as you stop arguing with me a few times, I'll be forever grateful. Chen Fan replied irritably. Right. But we need a celebration here. The old floating stone immediately chuckled. It went from 16 pieces to 72 pieces in an instant. This is simply a miracle. Chen Fan then turned to the wooden house. You need to move a bit too. Our area is not small now. And if you're in the middle, it won't be conducive to future development. We must have a plan. Saying this, Chen Fan moved the wooden house to the side, 2 meters away from the sea, with the sail still above it. This created a large open space in front, and a fishing net was placed in the corner, just 1 meter from the sea. Chen Fan, you really have a strong sense of security. The wooden house chuckled. Of course, once the floating island expands, you'll get an upgrade too. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Now it was time to speed up the floating island. With that, Chen Fan took out the cold fusion reactor. As long as I connect it to the electric propeller, the floating island will turn into a speedboat, and I won't need to row with oars anymore. That's awesome. Chapter 20. Orca, are you planning to settle this with me? How do I install this thing? Looking around, Chen Fan muttered to himself, feeling a bit confused. It's so smooth, and there don't seem to be any wires or anything. After placing the electric propeller in the water behind the wooden house, he was unsure how to deal with the cold fusion reactor. Oh no, I hope I didn't waste all this time and it won't work in the end. Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit emo. The key was that he had never really understood these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so clueless. If someone could give me 3 huazi, a type of currency, I think I can know everything. At this moment, the old floating stone suddenly said faintly. Chen Fan was taken aback, increasingly curious about the old floating stone. This guy even knew about controllable nuclear fusion. Had he encountered it in the Forbidden Sea, or was it a power granted to him before the system explosion? However, since he needed something from the stone, Chen Fan couldn't say much. He honestly lit 3 cigarettes and placed them on the floating stone, which immediately emitted a series of enchanting sounds. Damn, can you not make such disgusting noises? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were possessed, the wooden house said, clearly unable to tolerate it. Hee hee. The old floating stone chuckled nonstop. If you find a spot right in the center of my body, carve a hole as big as this thing, and embed it, then anything that uses electricity on my body can be used. Is it that simple? Chen Fan asked incredulously. This thing is suitable for a hole. As long as it's part of a hole, it can be charged. The old floating stone said seriously. No need to thank me. If I had known it was this simple, I wouldn't have wasted 3 cigarettes. Chen Fan muttered irritably and immediately went to operate it. With a reactor embedded in the center of the floating island, the propeller immediately exclaimed, I have it, I have it. There's power, so let's start moving. Chen Fan said, looking up at Wang Kai, have you found a good route? Yes. There are 2 groups of wooden boxes in that direction. Wang Kai immediately pointed. Chen Fan, aren't you planning to wait out the extreme cold tide here before leaving? The wooden house asked in confusion. Minus 30 degrees isn't something you can easily get through. Right. Then I'll set off now, the propeller said, and with the help of the sail, it immediately headed in the direction Wang Kai pointed. However, what left Chen Fan speechless was that with the propeller's assistance, the speed was only 30 knots, which translates to 54 kilometers per hour. Of course, it was much faster than rowing with oars. The propeller and the sail worked together, allowing Chen Fan to move in the designated direction without needing to operate continuously. It was incredibly convenient. Sigh, if only every day could be this enjoyable. Sitting on the floating island and looking at the sea scenery, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. With nothing to do, Chen Fan glanced at his information. Chosen 1. Chen Fan Island Area. 72 square meters skills. None weapons. Wolf Tooth Club. Fish Spear Talents. None black technology. Super Shield, 20 minutes. Cold nuclear fusion reactor. Both weapons and black technology showed 2 entries, but there was also an additional talent section. It seemed that neither skills nor talents were particularly related to him. What changes would occur with the developments to come? If only there were offensive black technology. After the beginner phase ended, he could sweep through other nations' chosen ones. That would be exhilarating. Boss, pick me up. Me. I have pictures. Pick me up first. Soon, 5 or 6 wooden boxes floated over. Hearing the chattering voices, Chen Fan smiled and pulled all the wooden boxes up. Wooden planks 3, metal sheets 2. Fertile black soil 100 kilograms, plastic 2. Flower bed manufacturing blueprint 1, metal sheet 1. Iodized sea salt 2, glass 2. Wow, did I just see that right? There's so many good items this time. Chen Fan looked at these treasures in disbelief. Just right, those fruit seeds could be planted in the flower bed, and he could achieve fruit freedom in the future. The key was that there were actually 2 kilograms of sea salt. This was exactly what he needed. Even ordinary food could be made delicious. In the high sky of Blue Star, a voice immediately came through. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, obtained fertile black soil 100 kilograms, iodized sea salt 2, wooden planks 12, metal sheets 8, plastic 5, glass 3, 6 items. Jiuzhou will be amplified by 100 times. Almost everyone in Blue Star trembled. Fertile black soil, that was soil without nuclear pollution, and it was 10 tons at once. What does that mean? This was simply a priceless treasure. Moreover, it was pure natural sea salt, which was many times higher in quality than the salt produced industrially now. It was simply too exciting. Chen Fan, you are my god. I must give birth to a whole nest of monkeys for you. With non-polluted soil, we can plant various plants, and we will soon be able to eat the grains we grow ourselves, right? Perhaps the nuclear pollution in Jiuzhou will ultimately be covered under several meters of fertile black soil and completely disappear. This will be a huge project. Chen Fan immediately threw the flower bed blueprint into the synthesis panel, using 14 wooden planks to create a 12 square meter flower bed. He then evenly spread 100 kilograms of fertile black soil inside the flower bed and tossed in 2 seeds left from the apples he had eaten. waiting patiently for them to sprout. Who would have thought that what started as a survival endeavor would really turn into a wellness project? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Big brother, little brother has something to say. Not sure if I should or shouldn't. Suddenly, the propeller loudly asked while whirring through the air. Speak if you have something to say. Let out if you have to. Chen Fan immediately replied. I saw a huge creature following us underwater, and it's not just one. The propeller said very seriously. It seems like the visitor is not friendly. A killer whale? Chen Fan squinted his eyes, knowing that those orcas would not give up so easily, but he didn't expect them to follow him persistently. If it weren't for the propeller warning him, he would still be in the dark. It seemed that before the extreme cold tide arrived, they were going to settle things with him. They surrounded him from all directions. Just as Chen Fan was contemplating this, the propeller let out a terrified shout. Chapter 21. Reselling and threatening me with cotton? Damn, just when I was considering when they would strike, they attacked immediately. Chen Fan's expression turned cold, but at the moment, it wasn't the best time to kill them. Just say you can't beat them right now. No need to act tough at this moment. Old Fushi immediately said irritably. What do you know? Chen Fan shouted angrily. There are 5 orcas now. The fish gun can only handle 1 orca. If the other 4 really want to drag us down, once the super shield's effect ends, we'll just be waiting to die. Young people are so impulsive. Old Fushi sighed helplessly. I originally wanted to teach you how to deal with them, but since you yelled at me, forget it. What? Your plan is to befriend them? Chen Fan snorted coldly. No, let me put it this way. Those orcas have a speed of about 48 kilometers per hour. While my speed is 54 kilometers per hour, there's already a gap. If you raise a sail, wouldn't it be easy to escape from the orcas' encirclement with 2 sails? Old but not dead is a thief. Old Fushi's life experience is indeed quite rich. Chen Fan immediately installed sail he seized from Zhou Zhongshan on the other end of the wooden house and said, quickly adjust the sail. Let us move at full speed. You want me to adjust it just because you say so? That would be losing face for me. The sail replied disdainfully. Besides, you killed my master, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. What? Are you planning to toast to me and then hit me with a penalty drink? Chen Fan frowned. Brother, it's best not to provoke my boss. Sail number 1 advised. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. Big brother, they're almost catching up. The propeller immediately warned. Wonkai, pull for me. Chen Fan squinted and shouted. Don't even mention Wonkai, even if it's fortune and auspiciousness. Your grandpa's sail won't give you face. Suddenly, before he could finish, sail number 2 let out a scream. You dare to shit on my head? Wonkai, fill him with shit. Chen Fan roared. Today, I'm risking my life to let you know who's the boss around here. I'll do it too. Saying this, Chen Fan intended to drop a load of shit on sail number 2. Adjust the direction immediately. Full speed ahead. Suddenly, 2 lost its temper and started to automatically adjust its direction, causing the speed to increase rapidly. The 5 orcas were about to complete the encirclement of the floating island when, suddenly, the floating island zipped through the gap between 2 orcas, with one almost biting the floating rock. Damn, how did that guy's floating island become so fast all of a sudden? One orca gritted its teeth, watching the rapidly receding floating island. The cold wave is coming. If we don't kill him before the cold wave hits, we won't have the chance to act. One orca said solemnly. Our mission is to kill him before the newbie period ends. There is still half a month before the cold wave ends. Another orca calmly replied. So, as long as we kill him before these chosen one's newbie period is over, that one won't say much. The leading orca dropped this line, and the 5 brothers immediately chased forward again. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and inserted it into the floating island, then smiled and said, as long as everyone works together, there is nothing we can't accomplish. If anyone dares to drop the ball again, we'll just eliminate them. Exactly. Chen Fan is the best. The wooden house immediately flattered him. With nothing else to do for the time being, Chen Fan took the rare opportunity to browse the chat room, which made him pause for a moment. Has everyone noticed that someone in the exchange is actually collecting cotton using other basic materials? That's right, and the price is quite reasonable. If we trade with him for cotton and then use the basic materials to buy shark meat, it's more cost-effective than buying shark meat directly. Exactly, it's a guaranteed profit. Wow, someone is actually competing with me for cotton. Could it be that other big shots also know about the extreme cold tide? Everyone is entering this unfamiliar ocean world for the first time. I have the old floating stone to educate myself, but where did the others get their information? While pondering this, a private message notification sounded. It was from someone named Chi Gongzi. Big shot, I have quite a bit of cotton here. I wonder if you're interested in purchasing? Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately glanced at the exchange. The one competing with him for cotton was this guy. How to acquire it? Chen Fan asked immediately. Are you crazy? This sentence nearly scared Chen Fan to death. Since when had the value of cotton almost equaled that of food? Then you keep it for yourself. I can't afford it. Chen Fan said helplessly, dropping this remark and no longer paying attention to young Master Chi. Did he really think Brother Fan was a fool? Brother Fan already had enough cotton to make cotton clothes. Acquiring cotton was just to wait for the cold season to sell at a high price. Besides, without the manufacturing blueprints for cotton clothes, having cotton was useless. Young Master Chi, aren't you impressive? Let's wait until the extreme cold wave arrives and see. As noon approached, he hadn't even managed to fish out a single wooden box. Nearing 11 o'clock, Chen Fan looked at Wang Kai with some helplessness. Wang Kai, are you messing with me? Didn't you say there were more wooden boxes on this route? Yes, boss, there are indeed more on this route. Wang Kai said very seriously, I guarantee I won't eat more than 4 dishes in my lifetime. So ruthless. Well, I got lost and deviated from the route. At this moment, the propeller awkwardly said. We also got confused while walking. The 2 sails said awkwardly. We can't tell the direction. Damn it. Chen Fan was a bit speechless. Indeed, without a compass, getting lost was a common occurrence. And this was definitely a problem. Forget it. Let's wait until after lunch to choose a direction again. With that said, Chen Fan set up the barbecue grill, took out the wild boar meat, and started grilling it directly. The sea-grade wild boar meat was already fragrant, and after sprinkling some barbecue seasoning and sea salt, the aroma was almost wafting out for hundreds of miles. Chen Fan can guarantee that this is the most fragrant smell he has ever encountered in his life. Even Wang Kai is drooling on the wooden house, making the wooden house show a face of disdain. Oh no, the barbecue smells too good. It has attracted the deep-sea killers. Just as the barbecue was ready, Old Floating Stone suddenly shouted in fear, Run! Propeller, are you dead? Start up, hurry, and run. Their breath is too terrifying. I'm paralyzed and can't move. The sound of the propeller started to tremble. What on earth could scare you like this? Listening to their conversation, Chen Fan's heart also rose to his throat. Chapter 22. The Mermaid Clan, a gift for Dier. But the next second, Old Floating Stone pretended to be dead. And even the propeller gradually lost power, pretending to be dead along with Old Floating Stone. Damn! Chen Fan's face changed drastically, and he picked up the crossbow arrow, planning to confront the so-called deep-sea killers. Splash! Just then, with a splash of water, 2 rugged-looking men emerged from the water, propping themselves up on the floating stone. Their eyes fixed on the barbecue, drooling into the water. So fragrant. What kind of food is this? Why does it smell so good? Should we each grab a piece? You probably won't dare to resist, right? But weren't we already told not to interfere with anything in the marginal sea area? The 2 men chatted back and forth, completely unaware that Chen Fan was listening to their conversation. As the conversation became increasingly absurd, Chen Fan finally couldn't help but speak up. Hey, big brothers, don't just stand there. Come have lunch with me. Saying this, he took out a few pieces of barbecue from his inventory and placed them on the grill. Since it could scare someone as shameless as Old Floating Stone into silence, these 2 must have something extraordinary about them. If he could win them over with barbecue, that would be perfect. You can understand what we're saying. One of them shuddered, looking at Chen Fan in disbelief. You can communicate with us without barriers. This must be fate. Chen Fan shrugged and said, Come on up. The water is quite chilly. The 2 exchanged glances, said no more, and immediately jumped onto the floating island. Chen Fan's expression changed dramatically. These 2 guys had the upper bodies and heads of ordinary humans, but below the waist. They had fishtails with their tail fins moving like feet. This is basically a mermaid. Old Fusher had just called them deep-sea assassins. Could their combat power be very strong? The people from Blue Star were even more shocked than Chen Fan. What the hell? Is there actually a mermaid in the ocean world? Their mouths were moving. Could they be talking? Can Chen Fan communicate with the merfolk? These two merfolk better be able to kill Chen Fan from Jiuzhou. Let's see if he dares to be so high-profile again. You beautiful country are really shameless. Why don't you say you killed your own people? Little brother, what kind of food is this? It's so delicious. Fish Jia stared at the roasted meat with wide eyes and couldn't help but ask again. This is my carefully prepared roasted meat. It tastes exceptionally delicious. These two pieces are already cooked. You could try them. Chen Fan said, already picking up the roasted meat to give to the two. The two looked at the roasted meat with confusion, took a deep sniff, then ate it. Both moaned. Delicious, tasty, so delicious. I almost bit my tongue. This is the first time I've eaten something so delicious in my life. It's simply indescribable. Fish, he was equally excited and swallowed the roasted meat in just a few bites, hardly chewing at all. Brother, this roasted meat is too good. We didn't even have the time to savor it before swallowing it down. Look, licking his lips, Fish Jia said a bit shyly. This is the right attitude towards delicious food. I can understand. Chen Fan laughed heartily. I'm still roasting some here. Be patient. Saying this, he took out 2 cigarettes, lit them, and handed them to the merfolk. As the saying goes, a smoke before a meal is better than being a living god. Have a cigarette first. Cigarette? The two exchanged glances, looking at Chen Fan with suspicion. Take a breath, then blow out the smoke, then take another breath, and repeat this cycle, Chen Fan explained. The two immediately imitated him, quickly feeling the essence of smoking, and soon they were excitedly puffing smoke, not even having time to speak. He lit a cigarette for old Fusher, then tossed a few pieces of meat to Wang Kai, and the rest was enjoyed by the 3 of them. After a low conversation between the 2 merfolk, Fish suddenly flipped and jumped into the water, which puzzled Chen Fan. Just as he was about to ask, Fish Jia waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. Let's continue eating. Half an hour later, a gurgling sound was heard. And Fish, he actually pushed a silver treasure chest onto the floating island. The silver treasure chest had been deformed from a beating. It was probably trying to escape during the capture, but was beaten by Fish E. This is suppressing his inner excitement. Chen Fan pretended to be confused and asked, Big brother, you're too polite. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately smiled and waved his hand. I'm not one for other hobbies. I just enjoy making friends. Since you call me little brother, I won't be polite and will acknowledge you as my big brother. That's the spirit. Fish Jia burst into laughter. It's just a pity that since we met for the first time, we might be separated forever. Sighing, Chen Fan said with a hint of sadness, That's a regret. What do you mean by that? Fish Jia was immediately stunned. Little brother, if there's anything, just tell me. Can I not help you? This matter, perhaps no one can help me. Chen Fan said seriously. I just entered the ocean world not long ago and was targeted by a few killer whales. They have been tracking me, wanting to kill me. What do you mean? Is there anyone who dares to mess with my little brother? Fish snorted coldly. Those B-level little brothers of killer whales, standing tall in the edge waters. 2 big brothers. You aren't afraid of killer whales? As soon as this was said, Chen Fan immediately asked with suspicion. To be honest, in the Forbidden Sea, our merfolk have always regarded killer whales as laborers. Fish Jia laughed heartily. Since they dare to mess with our little brother, if we don't kill them, it would be a disgrace to our little brother, right? Big brother, there are more than 5 of them. Chen Fan quickly added, looking at the 2 merfolk. He felt they might not be reliable. They better not boast too much. If they drop the ball at a critical moment and get killed, dragging me down with them would be bad. It's just a light rain. Fish Jia said indifferently. Okay, let's go find those killer whales now. I and your second brother will directly kill them, and consider it another gift for you. In the vast sea, I don't know where they are, but they will definitely come looking for me. So as long as we wait here, we will soon see them. Chen Fan pursed his lips and said with some hesitation, Then let's go underwater to wait for them. As long as they dare to come, we will definitely take them all down. Fish Jia said boldly, little brother, just put your heart at ease. Good. Chen Fan's expression changed, and he gave the 2 a thumbs up. This time, all hope is pinned on the merfolk. Chapter 23. Super radar can detect everything. Finally gone, they scare me to death. Until the 2 merfolk entered the sea, old Fusher finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, they're clearly a race of the Forbidden Sea and are not allowed to enter the Edge Sea area. How did they come here? Are merfolk really that strong? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. To scare you like this? You have no idea. Old Fusher snorted coldly, even among A-level beings. They're one of the most powerful existences. Dealing with those killer whales is a piece of cake, right? Yes, when I just sensed their presence, I felt completely paralyzed, as if I was electrocuted, almost fainting. The propeller said fearfully that feeling was really, why do I feel nothing? Chen Fan scratched his head, still a bit confused. In any case, if you can befriend them, even if you enter the Forbidden Sea in the future, it will definitely bring you great benefits. After all, they are. At this point, old Fusher suddenly fell silent, as if touching on some kind of taboo. Bang bang. Just as Chen Fan wanted to ask further, a sound came, and it was actually the silver treasure chest limping out of the wooden house. The moment it saw Chen Fan, it immediately ran quickly towards the water. Want to run? Chen Fan chuckled and rushed up in 3 steps and 2 strides to hug the silver treasure chest. Inappropriate. Help! Help! Men shouldn't touch men. The silver treasure chest immediately screamed. Chen Fan didn't indulge it and immediately sent it to be opened. Super Radar 1 can detect any presence within a radius of 100 kilometers. Will issue an alarm in case of danger and can be upgraded. This can be considered a black technology product. After all, this kind of radar is much more powerful than regular radars. Chen Fan immediately took out the radar and glanced at it. It was a circular device with a diameter of 50 centimeters, with a central point representing Chen Fan's floating island. It could extend outwards for 100 kilometers, and everything within this range, including islands, reefs, and even the seabed, would be marked. It was simply too considerate. Chen Fan even saw a bronze box floating in the water, located about 5 meters below the floating island, which could just be retrieved with a broken fishing net. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Fan was about to haul it up, the super radar suddenly emitted a loud alarm, indicating that 5 orcas had already arrived within 10 nautical miles and would reach them in less than half an hour. This super radar is not very sensitive, is it? It only noticed when they were almost here? Chen Fan asked, somewhat speechless. The radar has just been activated, and there will definitely be a reaction process. The wooden house explained, just like when a person wakes up, they need a moment to come to. At that moment, the national leader also heard that voice. Chosen 1 Chen Fan. Activated bug-level black technology. Super Radar 1 can detect any presence within a radius of 100 kilometers. Will issue alarms for dangers, can be upgraded. Looking at the super radar in the system item bar, the national leader fell into a frenzy of joy once again, primarily because this black technology could be upgraded. This meant that it could currently detect up to 100 kilometers, and after upgrading, it could detect up to 1000 kilometers, or even further to 10,000 kilometers. This was simply a massive bug. In the future, if enemy forces approached, the radar would immediately alert them. Who could threaten the Jiuzhou then? National leader, what are you laughing about? A leader who was reporting could not help but ask. Yes, and it has also irrigated the water source purified by the seawater purifier. I believe it will take root and sprout soon. The leader quickly nodded and said excitedly. Without relying on high technology, naturally grown crops will once again become a reality in 100 years. This is definitely a major transformation in our Jiuzhou's history. Chen Fan has made a significant contribution. Indeed. The national leader nodded with a smile. Jiuzhou leading other countries is just a matter of time. Under the command of the old floating stone, Chen Fan had to haul the bronze box up 3 times before finally retrieving it. The bronze box was furious. You shameless human. Hurry up and let go of your grandpa's box. Do you want to die? Wow, you're quite bold, huh? Dare to speak to me like that? Do you believe I can call my brothers to come and kill you? I welcome it. Chen Fan laughed and immediately opened the bronze box. Mutai Aged Liquor 2, Treasure Map Fragment 1, 112. Treasure Map Fragment? Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately picked up a piece of the treasure map to take a look. It seemed that 12 pieces of the treasure map could be combined into a complete treasure map. He just didn't know what good things would be at the treasure location. Although it was just a fragment, Chen Fan still had high hopes. I've been soiled. I'm not clean anymore. Shameless humans. You took away my first time. The bronze box immediately cried out loudly. I want to find my brothers to deal with you. Just thinking about the excitement of having countless bronze boxes lined up to be opened by himself was thrilling. It settled in, no backing out. With the radar alarm ringing again, the orcas were less than 1 kilometer away from the floating island, and even the old floating stone sensed the impact of those orcas. To be safe, Chen Fan activated the super protective shield. After all, the two mermaids might not rush up in time. And he certainly couldn't let them crash into the floating island directly, right? However, these orcas didn't crash into the floating island. They just surrounded it. The leading orca mockingly said, "Hey, human kid, run. Have the guts to run some more. Sorry, before I become strong enough. I think I should kill you first." Chen Fan said politely, "Otherwise, you will always be a disaster for me. You think you can kill us? I really don't know where you get your courage." The leading orca sighed, "Forget it, brothers. Let's work hard and kill him first." "Look, who is that?" Chen Fan couldn't help but point and say, "I really don't know. In the vast edge waters, who else can you invite to help you? Don't you know we are the bosses in the entire edge waters?" The leading orca said mockingly, casually glancing back, but his body trembled as if struck by lightning. Chapter 24, so many treasures for me to choose from. Yet I chose a duck. It never dreamed it would meet the merfolk here, the enemies that had enslaved them for 500 years. "I heard you want to kill my brother?" Yu Jia asked with a half-smile. "It's not that we want to kill him. It's that someone wants his life." The leading orca immediately replied, "If we don't kill him, our orca clan in the Edgewaters will face disaster." "Then didn't you think that my brother is a friend of our merfolk?" Yu Jia's voice grew colder. "Sorry, we don't want to either, but then you can only accept death." Yu Jia nodded slightly, no longer saying much. The two mermaids shot up into the sky, wielding 2-meter-long harpoons that gleamed in the sunlight. And they fiercely stabbed at an orca. "Let's fight them." The leading orca shouted, and 5 orcas attacked simultaneously. Soon the entire sea surface was stained red with blood, and the 2 mermaids and 5 orcas fought in the sea, with nothing visible except the bright red blood and the constantly rising bubbles. At this moment, nearly hundreds of millions of people on Blue Star were watching Chen Fan's livestream. No one expected that Chen Fan had developed to the level of dealing with mermaids and orcas. This was too ruthless. Am I blind? Those 2 mermaids are helping Chen Fan attack the orcas. This is too terrifying. How did Chen Fan communicate with the mermaids? Is he going to find a mermaid as a wife next? Chen Fan from Jiuzhou, as the saying goes, the strong easily break. He won't live long. This bastard. What's so great about him? So exciting. No wonder the merfolk are brave warriors. The 5 orcas are crying for their mothers. The old floating stone excitedly spat as he laughed. "I'm about to pee. I urgently need a cigarette to ease my excitement to the peak. Wait for me." Chen Fan was anxious. Hearing the old floating stone say this, he finally felt relieved. This wave is stable. Detected that the chosen one Chen Fan's live stream viewership has surpassed 100 million, awarding a lucky self-selected gift package. "Please keep it up." Suddenly, a voice rang in Chen Fan's ear. Chen Fan's expression changed, and he indeed saw a gift package icon appear in his item bar. Upon opening it, several options appeared. A pair of adult duck couple, can lay 2 eggs daily, gives birth every 3 months, floating stones 20. Plant super nutrient solution 5, 1 can offset a month of growth time. Seawater purifier upgrade blueprint 1. Floating stones, I want floating stones. Old floating stone immediately shouted excitedly, "Chen Fan, you are my god. 20 floating stones. We're rich, haha." Chen Fan pressed his lips together. Since these things have appeared, it means they exist in the ocean world. The recipes for upgrading pumice, nutrient solution, and seawater purifiers are actually not needed for the time being. But as for the duck couple, who can resist the temptation of having 2 duck eggs for breakfast every day? Chen Fan was determined and immediately chose a pair of adult ducks. The 2 ducks appeared on the floating island and happily began to run around. "I'm a little duck. Yo, I'm a little duck. Yo. Chen Fan, you fool, 20 blocks of floating stones. That's 20 square meters." Old floating stone was so angry that he nearly fainted. "Choosing 2 ducks that can only quack. What are you thinking?" "What do you mean by only quacking? We can swim, lay eggs, sing, and even poop. Aren't these all advantages?" The male duck shouted, and with a poof, it dropped a pile of poop on the floating island. "Damn disgusting." Old floating stone's face changed dramatically, and he angrily scolded, "From now on, when you poop or pee, Either go into the water or to the flower bed. This is really disgusting. Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and immediately instructed. Okay, brother Fan. The male duck immediately gave Chen Fan a flirtatious wink. And then the two ducks jumped into the sea and started swimming. On Blue Star, after everyone saw the ducks in Chen Fan's live broadcast room, a voice came out. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained a pair of adult ducks, can lay 2 eggs daily, give birth every 3 months. And Jiuzhou will be amplified by 100 times. Wow! With this one sentence, the people of Jiuzhou suddenly cheered excitedly. 100 pairs of ducks can lay 200 eggs a day, which means 18,000 eggs in 3 months. If all of them hatch, that's 18,000 ducks, which will continue to lay eggs. In just 1 year, the people of Jiuzhou can eat duck eggs and even duck meat. This is serious duck meat from 100 years ago. The taste is many times better than the mutated duck's bread today. Two big brothers, indeed heroic. Chen Fan gave the two a thumbs up and then directly decomposed the orca, obtaining orca skin 5, orca teeth 25, orca meat 30,000, striking it rich, 30,000 units of B-grade orca meat, and it's very delicious. If not sold and just eaten by himself, it would last him 2 years. This time, all the people of Jiuzhou were so excited that they nearly jumped up with 500 orcas. We should be able to get millions of pounds of whale meat to make canned fish. Each of us will get a share. Chen Fan, you are my god. When it comes to ocean survival, we still have to rely on Chen Fan. Once the novice period ends, Jiuzhou Chen Fan will undoubtedly die. Our beautiful country will definitely issue a hunting order for Chen Fan. Damn beautiful country. My husband alone can take on all the chosen ones for beautiful country. It's you who should die. Don't you want to have dinner? Chen Fan was stunned. I even brought 2 bottles of good wine. We won't stop until we get drunk. Save it for next time. We originally have rules that we can't interfere with your chosen ones. Yu Jiao waved his hand and then became serious. But I have to ask you one question, brother. Did you offend a big shot as soon as you entered the ocean world? What do you mean? Hearing Yu Jia say this, Chen Fan's expression also became serious. Chapter 25, Unexpected Joy, Cotton Clothing Manufacturing Blueprint. These 5 orcas must have been ordered by someone to kill you, Yu Jia explained. As for who it is, they wouldn't dare to mention it even at death. Is there such a thing? Chen Fan frowned. Since entering the ocean world for these 4 days, he had always followed the rules and had never made enemies with anyone. He had only seen Zhou Zhongchen once. And he couldn't possibly be the big shot who could command orcas, right? Could it be that the other side is targeting the system? But the system has already been destroyed. In the seabed, there are cracks appearing in the barrier between the marginal sea and the forbidden sea. Our mission to enter the marginal flow area to investigate is actually also coming from the cracks. Yui spoke up at this moment. Since we can come here, other powerful marine creatures can also find the cracks and come in. The marginal sea is likely to become dangerous. What are you investigating? Chen Fan asked next. Saying this, as if afraid of encountering something terrifying, he directly dove into the water and disappeared, running so fast. This scene truly left Chen Fan dumbfounded. Clearly a race from the Forbidden Sea, yet they ran to the marginal sea to investigate. Did something terrifying happen in the Forbidden Sea that affected the marginal sea? Could it be? Old Floating Stone seemed to think of something, but hesitated to speak. Old Floating Stone, do you know something? Chen Fan asked suspiciously while pinching his chin. I'm just a stone. What can I know? If you tell me what you know, I can give you 5 huazi. And in the future, I can give you 1 huazi every day. The key is that I really don't know. If you give me all the huazi, I don't know what you expect me to say. Old Floating Stone screamed until his voice was nearly hoarse. Not knowing whether he truly didn't know or was afraid to say, Chen Fan temporarily stopped thinking about this. After all, as Yu Jia said, knowing too much indeed doesn't do him any good. It's better to live in the moment. However, Chen Fan still lit a huazi and gave it to Old Floating Stone, which brought about a series of pleasurable groans from Old Floating Stone. Looking at the items listed in the trading post, it was still Qi Gongzi who was buying cotton in large quantities. It seems this kid is really determined to take advantage of himself. Chen Fan took out 10,000 units of orca meat from the 30,000 units he had. He exchanged all other basic materials at a 1:1 ratio. while cotton was at a 1:2 ratio, meaning 1 unit of cotton could be exchanged for 2 units of orca meat. Aren't you just taking advantage of me? Anyway, there are still 5 days until the extreme cold tide, and I don't believe you can sit still with so much cotton in your hands. This move caused a huge stir in the chat room, and Chen Fan became the center of attention. Wow, the great Chen Fan is giving away free gifts. Other materials at a 1:1 ratio is one thing, but cotton actually reached a 1:2 exchange rate. Regardless of who we have among the chosen ones of Jiuzhou, I unilaterally declare Chen Fan as the leader of the Jiuzhou chosen ones. Chen Fan's spirit of selfless dedication is truly touching. This is the great benevolence, righteousness, and love that we value in Jiuzhou. Not long after it was posted, a private message notification came through. Chen Fan thought it was young Master Qi, unable to sit still and looking for him. But it turned out to be a girl named Lian Pei. Great Chen Fan, can I exchange orca meat for other things? Although you might not need this. Lian Pei immediately placed a cotton clothing crafting blueprint in the trade slot, which made her feel quite embarrassed. After all, it was scorching hot, and she was actually trying to trade food for a cotton clothing blueprint. She was afraid Chen Fan would scold her. However, when Chen Fan saw the crafting blueprint, he was so excited he almost fainted. With the extreme cold tide approaching, he was still considering how to use cotton to make winter clothing, and now the crafting blueprint had come to him. Surely, heaven is kind to me. Chen Fan immediately took out 20 units of orca meat and a bottle of mineral water and placed them in the trading bar. These were the only items available for trade. Lian Pei's anxious mood immediately turned into excitement as she quickly pressed the trade button, fearing that Chen Fan might change his mind. This made Chen Fan grin from ear to ear, and he quickly added Lian Pei as a friend. In the future, if you have any strange or rare items, you can trade them to me, and I'll give you the highest price. Thank you, Master Chen Fan. Lian Pei's expression changed, and she kept thanking Chen Fan. It should be me thanking you. Chen Fan immediately threw the cotton clothing manufacturing blueprint into the synthesis bar. Surprisingly, it was a complete set of cotton clothing that required 40 fabric pieces, 20 cotton balls, and 5 plastics, capable of withstanding the harsh cold of -30 degrees. Wasn't this specifically prepared to combat the extreme cold tide? Moreover, a piece of cotton clothing could be sold for a high price. It's just a pity that he couldn't trade with the chosen ones from all countries. Otherwise, he could definitely make a fortune. He just didn't know. With a try-it-out attitude, Chen Fan tossed a few wolf pelts into the synthesis bar, accompanied by a flash of light gray. A wolf fur coat appeared in front of him, fitting perfectly. However, as soon as he put it on, the wolf fur coat felt like a furnace, scorching him, and he quickly took it off. This thing was much warmer than the cotton clothing. When the extreme cold tide arrived, wearing just this wolf fur coat outside would definitely keep him warm. How thoughtful. Plus, the remaining wolf pelts could make another coat, making it an incredible value. Just thinking about it made him happy. At this moment, young Master Qi's private message finally came. Big boss, I have an absolute ton of cotton here. Let us do a 1:1 exchange with orca meat. Definitely a great deal. 1:2 is my limit. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble this time. Young Master Qi's words carried a pleading tone, as he had bought too much cotton and wanted to make a profit from Chen Fan. But who knew that Chen Fan had produced so much orca meat, and he had even exchanged for some, which tasted much better than great white shark meat. If he didn't actively lower the price to sell this cotton, it would all be stuck in his hands. After all, it's hot as hell. Who else besides Chen Fan will buy cotton? Why don't he go rob someone? Seeing Chen Fan's message, young Master Qi was so angry that he jumped up. Chapter 26. Chen Fan, targeted by the local natives. Saying this, Chen Fan ignored the other party and instead looked at the 2 ducks, which had finished frolicking and were now cuddling on the floating island. However, this was a new life on the floating island besides himself. And seeing that it was getting late, he couldn't just let them stay outside, right? He also couldn't let them into the wooden house, or it would smell terrible at night. Someone is coming. Someone is here to rescue us. Pick me up, I'm very obedient. I have goods. I have stones. While considering this, several wooden boxes floated over. Chen Fan hurriedly fished them up and immediately opened them. 5 floating stones, 3 wooden planks, 3 cloth pieces, 2 glass pieces, 3 cotton, and $1. This haul was quite good. Not only did he get $1, but he also retrieved 5 floating stones, which was much more satisfying than fishing them up one by one before. When did the ocean world become so generous? However, Chen Fan had a sudden idea and immediately set the open wooden box upright, laying down a dozen cotton inside, placing it next to the wooden house to create a simple duck pen. The 2 ducks, seeing that a nest was made for them, immediately ran in and started to cuddle. Cuddle away. How else can they lay eggs and hatch ducklings? It seems that tomorrow's breakfast of 2 duck eggs is assured. After finishing all this, Chen Fan took another look at the chat bar. Young Master Chi compromised and placed over 500 cotton in the trading bar. Chen Fan also generously took out 113 units of orca meat and clicked to trade. The extra 3 units are a gift for you. Let us have a pleasant cooperation. Damn. Looking at the message, a strong man on a 20 square meter floating island thousands of kilometers away couldn't help but curse, but felt helpless. He couldn't just smash this thing in his hand. Chen Fan, I'll let this slide. Time flew by, and before he knew it, evening had come. Chen Fan was roasting wild boar ribs while watching the public chat messages. Today was really great. I actually fished up 3 floating stones. What a bumper harvest. I also fished up 5. What a joyful day. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. Haven't you noticed that your floating island is being eroded? Now that you mention it, I really have noticed that the entire surrounding area of the floating island is being corroded. If we count the overall erosion, it has already corroded an entire floating stone. My goodness, how could such a situation arise? Buying floating stones, 5 units of basic materials for floating stones. I'll offer 6 units. This conversation immediately caused panic among everyone, and everyone started to seek to buy floating stones, with even some chosen ones actively raising the price. Floating stones suddenly became a hot commodity. Old floating stone, is your body being corroded? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. The corrosion is relatively slow. About 1 floating stone corroded every 24 hours. For us, it's just a little rain. The old floating stone said nonchalantly, this is not something we should be concerned about. Chen Fan was somewhat speechless. Although he indeed didn't need to care, those without floating stones would face death once the stones were corroded clean. He didn't know how many chosen ones would be eliminated in this wave. By the time the extreme cold tide arrived, the original one, 5 million chosen ones might not even have half left, right? Surviving the ocean was indeed cruel. However, looking at the exchange, many people were actually selling floating stones at the risk of their lives, and some even sold 2 at once. Although the price was somewhat inflated, Chen Fan, adhering to the principle of not passing up free stuff, had already acquired 50 floating stones while waiting for the pork chop to cook. Combined with the floating stones he had salvaged, he now had a total of 58 stones. By adding all the floating stones to the floating island, the original 72 square meter island expanded to 130 square meters, transforming into a rectangular floating island of 10 meters by 13 meters. Chen Fan, you really love me. It has almost doubled in size. The old floating stones sounded shrill like an uncleaned eunuch, making one feel infuriated. You are my god. It's so dangerous. Yet people are still selling them. Anyone who doesn't buy is a fool. Chen Fan said with a smile, planning to harvest another wave when it was time to sleep, estimating that our area could expand by nearly half again. Awesome. The old floating stone happily hummed a little tune. Chen Fan, shouldn't I also become a bit bigger? The wooden house asked with a chuckle. On such a large floating island, I feel a bit out of place as such an inconspicuous little wooden house. Hold your horses. Once we find the opportunity, I will upgrade you to something much better. Chen Fan replied calmly. Beep, beep, beep. While eating the roasted pork chop, the super radar suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, and Chen Fan immediately looked over nervously. It turned out a wooden ship over 100 meters long had entered his 100-kilometer range and was heading straight for his floating island. Last time, a chosen one mentioned seeing a large ship, and then that chosen one disappeared without a trace. Could this be that large ship? Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter nervously to himself. Now that the big ship was coming towards me, wouldn't I also be in big trouble? Change course immediately, and try not to let the big ship catch up with us. With that thought, Chen Fan shouted loudly. The propellers and sails also changed direction immediately, continuing to move forward quickly. However, what left Chen Fan speechless was that the big ship was indeed heading straight for him. After the floating island changed course, the big ship actually changed its course as well. Damn, what's going on here? Chen Fan's face turned green. Everything was developing in a good direction. But if the local natives decided to deal with me at this time, wouldn't I be doomed? Chen Fan suddenly remembered what the mermaid had said to him. Could it be that some big shot was really targeting him, and even the indigenous people driving the big ship were involved? Boss, can I have your pork chop? Seeing that Chen Fan was holding a pork chop but not eating it, the albatross finally couldn't help but ask. Chen Fan immediately threw the meat to the albatross, his eyes fixed on a large ship without blinking. The old floating stones also surprisingly stayed silent, as if they had sensed Chen Fan's tension. As the large ship approached the floating island, now less than a kilometer away, Chen Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath and walked briskly towards the spear gun. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, if it's a curse, there's no avoiding it. At worst, he would fight them. Chapter 27. Harvest of the Ice Surface Sliding Device. Dolphin in distress. Beep, beep, beep. As the alarm from the super radar grew sharper, Chen Fan squinted, finally spotting the large ship, which was indeed over 100 meters long, heading straight for the floating island. Chen Fan's heart jumped to his throat. Compared to others, he felt like there was a world of difference. How could he even compete? Just as Chen Fan was about to use his super shield to defend himself, the alarm suddenly stopped, and the large ship vanished when it was still nearly 100 meters away from the floating island. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Isn't this the rule of the ocean world? After all, you just entered the ocean world, and everything hasn't developed yet. How could the rules allow you to encounter those natives so quickly? Old Floating Stone chuckled. Why didn't you say it earlier? Chen Fan angrily questioned. Are you just here to watch me make a fool of myself? Damn it. Chen Fan was furious and kicked Old Floating Stone hard. My waist. Old Floating Stone immediately let out a cry, causing the wooden house and others to laugh at his misfortune. With the danger averted, Chen Fan began humming a tune while preparing barbecue, and he took out a bottle of beer to celebrate his survival. As it approached midnight, Chen Fan planned to harvest some more floating stones. Sure enough, many chosen ones were still selling floating stones on the elevated platform, and Chen Fan managed to harvest about 50 more. Just as he was about to close the panel and go to sleep, Lien Pei sent a message. Great Chen Fan, do you have any extra floating stones? I want to trade for some. You don't have any floating stones? Chen Fan asked in surprise. What is it? Ice surface gliding device. With that, Lien Pei placed the item in the trading slot. It looked like a somewhat complex electric traction device that could make objects under 100 tons glide on ice at a speed of 30 kilometers h. His floating island was currently 130 square meters, equivalent to a combination of 130 floating stones. One floating stone weighed about 450 kilograms, so 130 floating stones would weigh 5 tons. Adding 40 floating stones and various other items on the floating island, the total weight wouldn't even reach 80 tons. Chen Fan roughly calculated and was instantly overjoyed. This thing should be tailor-made for him. He was worried about how to move on the ice surface at minus 30 degrees. And this girl just sent him such a treasure. Lien Pei was simply his mascot. At that moment, Chen Fan immediately gave Lien Pei 10 pieces of floating stone and instructed, in a few days, it will be the extreme cold tide. The temperature at sea will drop to minus 30 degrees or even lower. Try to create a place to avoid the cold and store enough food. When the time comes, I will provide you with a cotton coat that can withstand minus 30 degrees. Don't forget to ask me for it. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he closed the panel. Far away on a floating island of only 4 square meters, a beauty dressed in a crop top and shorts suddenly felt warm inside. Chen Fan is such a good person, willing to provide me with a cotton coat. It's a pity I don't know where he is. Otherwise, I could repay him well. After integrating 40 pieces of floating stone into the floating island, the area went from 130 square meters to 170 square meters, causing another round of cheers from the old floating stones. What a thrilling day. Time to sleep. Listening to the summary of death tolls from various countries in the ocean world, Chen Fan couldn't help but stretch and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as soon as Chen Fan woke up, he heard a commotion outside. Sleepily, he walked out and found a mother duck bragging about the egg she laid. "Look at this duck, it's both beautiful and dashing. Look at this egg. It's big and round." "Oh, laid an egg?" Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately took out 2 eggs. Breakfast was secured. "Brother Fan, my eggs are so beautiful. Can you bear to eat them?" The mother duck asked pitifully. "You should treasure them. Eggs are meant to be eaten, otherwise won't they go bad?" Chen Fan said as he tossed the 2 eggs onto the grill. Without oil for now, he could only roast them. The taste would surely be just as delicious. Thus, in the eyes of everyone on Blue Star, a young man enjoyed the purest roasted duck eggs, drinking the cleanest pure water and quietly relishing life as he faced the rising sun. Just as he was eating, he heard a splash of water. A bronze box was pushed up, and a dolphin also jumped onto the floating island. "Big brother, your progress is too fast. It's only been 3 or 4 days, and the floating island has grown so large. Did you come just to praise me?" Chen Fan asked irritably. He had no good feelings for this dolphin. Although it came with gifts, there is surely no good news. "I came to bring you benefits." The dolphin laughed. "You might not know yet, but the extreme cold tide is about to come." "I already know," Chen Fan said with a dark expression. "What exactly do you want?" 300 nautical miles away, there is an island rich in resources, and it has a hot spring. It's the best place to spend the extreme cold tide. The dolphin paused, then quickly explained. "You're so kind, running all this way to send a treasure chest and provide me with information?" Chen Fan walked slowly towards the dolphin, pulling out a dagger. "Now, you either speak clearly, or I'll skin you alive. There's something. Little brother has a request." Seeing Chen Fan's impatience, the dolphin immediately shouted. Chen Fan took a few steps back. "Our dolphin clan is now facing a huge crisis and needs a great hero to ride the rainbow clouds." To cut to the chase, our small family has been trapped in a small cave below the island I just mentioned by a few orcas. We must leave before the extreme cold tide arrives, or we will freeze to death inside. So we can only seek your help." The dolphin said pitifully. "Chen Fan, this is probably a trap." Upon hearing this, old Fusher immediately spoke up. "Do you remember what the mermaid said? You mean the orcas are trying to lure me over to kill me?" Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately understood old Fusher's meaning. It's not about being afraid of 1,000 things. It's about being afraid of just one. Old Fusher snorted coldly. "What if you go over all excited and end up getting killed? What would that make it? You old fool, what are you thinking?" The dolphin was infuriated by old Fusher's analysis. "My brother has saved me twice. How could I possibly deceive him? This dolphin clan could also be under threat." Old Fusher continued to analyze. "It's just like how the great white shark was threatened by the orcas back then." "Damn!" The dolphin looked bewildered, angrily slapping its tail against the floating island. "My waist!" Old Fusher immediately screamed in pain. "Anything is possible." Chen Fan stroked his chin and analyzed. "Dolphin, I can help you, but if you don't show some sincerity, I'm afraid it would be hard for me to believe you. As long as I can save my clan, I'm willing to do anything." The dolphin gritted its teeth and immediately made a bold claim. "I have a contract document here. I think we can sign a master-servant contract, and you can become my contracted beast, following me from now on." Chen Fan said immediately, "Then, as we establish a master-servant relationship, it would be only natural for me to help you save your clan." "No problem." The dolphin agreed to Chen Fan without hesitation. Chen Fan immediately took out the contract and signed a master-servant agreement with the dolphin, instantly understanding everything about it. This guy was just a misfortune magnet, born all alone, constantly encountering bad luck. After finally finding a family willing to accept it, it was surrounded by orcas. No wonder this guy would rather become a contracted beast just to save its kin. It was desperately in need of love. "Now, can we save my family?" The dolphin asked weakly. "Of course." Chen Fan took a deep breath and said seriously, "We can reach the island you mentioned this afternoon, before the extreme cold tide arrives. We have 48 hours to rescue those dolphins. Propellers, sails, what are we waiting for? Let us head full speed in the direction the dolphin indicated." "All right." The propellers and sails began to set sail as soon as the dolphin entered the sea. After finishing breakfast, Chen Fan finally looked at the bronze box. "Oh no, what's coming will come." The bronze box had a face full of despair. "Don't come near me." Chen Fan smiled and rubbed his hands. Then opened the bronze box, a delicate small stove one. When wood planks are thrown in and ignited, it can release enough heat, and a piece of wood plank can continue to burn for 1 hour. Ah! Chen Fan scratched his head, seemingly feeling that he wouldn't need this thing, which was a bit of pity. Meanwhile, those watching Chen Fan's live stream were also puzzled. Why have so many cotton items been opened recently? I even saw quite a few people getting small stoves. Do we still need to roast in the sweltering summer? I suspect there must be something going on here. Perhaps the ocean world is about to enter winter soon? I wonder where that dolphin is going to lead Chen Fan. By the way, several times, the things Chen Fan has harvested haven't amplified in the real world. Don't worry, surprises are always around the corner. Boss, there are quite a few boxes in other directions. Should we go pick them up on the way? After walking for more than 2 hours, Wang Kai suddenly asked from Chen Fan's shoulder. "Let's go." Chen Fan immediately agreed. Although they were going to save the dolphin, without strong power, it would be risky to just go over there. If they could get some offensive weapons from the boxes, wouldn't all the problems be solved? With the help of the dolphin, in less than an hour, 11 wooden boxes were salvaged. Chen Fan opened them all at once. 3 wooden planks, 2 floating stones, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 3 plastics, 1 plant super nutrient solution, 1 can support a month of growth, 2 cotton, and 1 contract document, 3 cloth pieces. A bountiful harvest. It's really great to have Wang Kai leading the way. Otherwise, so many good things would have been missed. Meanwhile, in the sky above Blue Star, a voice came out again. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 1 plant super nutrient solution, 1 can support a month of growth, 5 bottles of mineral water, 25 wooden planks, 17 metal sheets, 15 plastics, 10 cloth pieces, 7 cotton, 8 items, and Jiuzhou will be amplified by 100 times. Another 10 tons of fertile black soil. And this time there's also a super nutrient solution that can support a month of plant growth cycle. This means that after using it, the unsprouted corn seeds will turn into 4-leaf corn seedlings. This should count as a kind of high technology, right? The national leader immediately took out 20 super nutrient solutions and instructed the people below to dilute it with water and apply it to the cornfield, wanting to see just how miraculous this agent is. If the country can research it, it would definitely be a milestone for crops. The people of Jiuzhou were even more excited. Look, Chen Fan has obtained this super nutrient solution, which can greatly shorten the maturity time of crops. Didn't Chen Fan enter the same ocean world as the other chosen ones? Why does it feel like Chen Fan is so far ahead of the others? Jiuzhou Chen Fan will surely die at the hands of my beautiful country's Sea Dog Special Forces. Once the beginner period is over, all the chosen ones from Sakura country will mobilize to ambush Jiuzhou Chen Fan. Chen Fan was too busy to care about matters on Blue Star at this moment. He had just created a flower bed, filled it with fertile black soil, and after eating a peach, he planted the peach pit in the flower bed. Then he diluted the super nutrient solution and poured it over the peach pit and the 2 apple seeds he had planted earlier. After a rustling sound, within just 5 minutes, the seeds had already sprouted and emerged from the soil, ultimately growing into 10-centimeter tall seedlings. This is hope. Looking at the 3 seedlings, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim that without this plant's super nutrient solution, it was uncertain whether the seeds would even germinate. Meanwhile, a dolphin unexpectedly pushed a bronze box onto the floating island. Chen Fan frowned, about to lose his temper, when he saw a huge dorsal fin breaking the surface of the sea, heading straight for them. Great white shark. Old Floating Stone immediately shouted, "Protective shield." Bang! In the next second, the great white shark collided with the floating island, causing a slight tremor, and the shark was left dazed and angry, glaring at Chen Fan. The great white shark was about to board the floating island, yet the super radar did not issue a warning. It seemed that the system's legacy left to me wasn't very reliable either. Damn, this great white shark isn't even coming for you. Why should I sound the alarm? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the frantic voice of the super radar came through. I'm not taking the blame for this. Not coming for me? Chen Fan was taken aback and couldn't help but look at the dolphin. Chapter 29. Signing the contract and trading with the great white shark kid. You only have 2 choices now. Either hand over that dolphin or die in my sharp teeth. The great white shark roared madly. even if you think you're strong. In our great white shark family, humans are just snacks after a meal. So impressive. Chen Fan looked at the great white shark in surprise and couldn't help but ask while pinching his chin, "Then I want to know, how many of you are there? 15 or 16? The great white shark confidently shouted. "Even if one of us bumps into you, this floating island won't last long." "Dolphin, how many orcas are blocking you?" Chen Fan seemed to think of something and immediately asked the dolphin. Chen Fan smiled and directly sat opposite the great white shark, pointing at the spear gun, and said, "A few days ago, I killed a great white shark with a spear gun. At that time, I wasn't very strong, but now, I definitely have the strength to kill you. However, I plan to give you a chance. Let's make a deal." "What do you mean?" The great white shark looked at the spear gun with some apprehension and couldn't help but ask seriously. It had just been focused on the dolphin and indeed hadn't noticed the spear gun. Even if it turned to leave now, this human might still hit it. "Damn, I was careless. I need to kill 3 orcas, but I don't have the strength to do so at the moment. You can bring your brothers to help me kill those 3 orcas, and their meat will belong to you," Chen Fan decisively said. "In this way, I won't act against you, and we can sign a contract for a fair trade. We are arch enemies with orcas." The great white shark shouted immediately. "Besides, we're no match for orcas. You can handle 1 orca with 5 great white sharks. Surely you can manage them?" Chen Fan said, already standing in front of the spear gun. "Besides, I will help you. The great white shark's natural enemy is the orca. I have already killed 5 orcas before, and killing 3 more now would be a benefit without any harm to your great white shark family. If you don't actively cooperate with me, why are you still hesitating so much?" The great white shark's small eyes stared at Chen Fan, then looked at the dolphin, constantly calculating the feasibility of this matter in its mind. Chen Fan directly took out the contract, writing down the agreement for the great white shark to help kill the orca, and signed his name. "Hurry up, I don't have any other skills, just like to collaborate. This evening, we will surely be able to easily kill the orca. With the meat of 3 orcas, you can survive the extreme cold tide, right?" At that moment, the great white shark spat a small mouthful onto the contract, and the agreement was considered reached. Then, the great white shark turned around and went to gather its companions. "You fool, do you really think that 15 or 16 great white sharks can take on 3 orcas?" Old Fu Sure finally spoke up, although both sides are B-level creatures. The great white shark is only at the lower end of B-level, while the orca is at the top end of B-level. There is simply no comparability. This is called the clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman benefits, Chen Fan said with a smile, turning the great white shark into a fighter. "Even if it dies in battle, dealing with the orca will be much easier for us. At the very least, we can rescue the dolphin's family. And that would complete our mission perfectly, wouldn't it? You're still the more shameless one, but I like it, hee hee." Old Fu Sure was taken aback and immediately burst into excited laughter. Saying this, he directly opened the bronze box, Fishing Robbery Upgrade Manufacturing Blueprint 1. Chen Fan was overjoyed. A regular fishing spear could handle a great white shark, but dealing with an orca was a bit unrealistic. However, if he upgraded it, at least he could hold off an orca for a short time, giving the great white shark enough time to fight. With this in mind, Chen Fan immediately created an upgraded version of the fishing spear. Although it was still just a 1.5-meter tall tripod, its durability had increased nearly 3-fold. The reinforced fishing line had also been upgraded from 20 meters to 50 meters, and there was a 1.5-meter long spear. Once hit, the barbs measuring over 10 centimeters could securely lock onto the target. How considerate. This was definitely a solid plan. As he stroked the fishing spear, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and said, 95 accuracy, what prey could possibly escape? Please give your orders to the spear, master. However, the suddenly alluring voice from the fishing spear made Chen Fan shiver. It was actually a delicate little lowly. "Oh my, gun girl, I'm your brother Floating Stone. Come play with me. I'm Uncle Woodenhouse, handsome and powerful. Hey, are you taking advantage of me?" Old Floating Stone immediately started arguing with Woodenhouse, causing the fishing spear to burst into a fit of giggles, which left the men on the floating island utterly enchanted. Time flew by, and before long, it was already afternoon. According to the radar, they were less than 3 nautical miles from the island. Sure enough, 3 orcas were circling a cave. The super radar indicated that only entities posing a threat to him would be displayed. So it was clear that the three orcas were indeed coming for him. At this moment, the orcas had already spotted Chen Fan and turned their focus towards the floating island. Chen Fan immediately activated the super protective shield, enduring a direct collision from one of the orcas. Chen Fan then realized that this orca was much larger than the two he had encountered before. Even though the floating island was already 170 square meters, he still felt a slight bump. The orca's massive head slowly emerged from the water, and with a cold smile, it stared at Chen Fan and said, "So you're Chen Fan. We finally meet. It seems that I have no grudges against you. So why are you targeting me?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan finally asked this question that had troubled him for a long time. Chapter 30. Chen Fan versus Orca. Does a dying person need to know so much? The orca scoffed. Even if you know, you can't change the situation. You can't do anything. You can only wait to die. How can you be so sure that the dead person will be me? Chen Fan retorted with a sneer. What is the point of talking so much nonsense? Just go for it. Old Floating Stone shouted, I can't wait for some pan-fried orca meat. That would be amazing. Looking for death. The orca was furious and suddenly turned around, its massive tail swinging towards the floating island. With a whoosh. At that moment, Chen Fan stepped forward and fired the fishing spear. The spear hit the orca's tail, causing it to scream in pain and rush away in an instant. The other two orcas, seeing this, immediately charged over to rescue their leader. Unexpectedly, a dozen great white sharks rushed in from a distance, crashing violently into the orcas. Brothers, if we kill these two orcas, we'll have food for the winter. Are you looking for death? The two orcas were taken aback by this scene. Since when did our food dare to attack us? Humph. With over a dozen of U.S. brothers, we are not necessarily no match for you two. The leading great white shark said confidently. You two prepare to die. Kill them. The two orcas shouted in unison, like wolves entering a sheepfold, beginning their counterattack against the great white sharks. Meanwhile, the dolphins quickly entered the cave, and the elder dolphin shouted seriously, Family, we're saved. Hurry and leave. Did you call those great white sharks a humans? The elder female dolphin couldn't help but ask. To get that human to save us. I signed a master-servant contract with him. He.S. the one who brought those great white sharks. The dolphin explained. You. Upon hearing this, the 5 dolphins were stunned. This foolish dolphin, who had just integrated into their family, was willing to become a human's contracted beast to save everyone. The elder female dolphin was in tears. You silly child. Why are you so foolish? How can we repay you? We're all family. Why talk about repayment? Just help my master get some boxes in the future, and if he's good, I'll be good. The dolphin laughed heartily. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and escape. Only then did the 5 dolphins realize and leave the cave, fleeing far from the sea area. Although the 2 orcas were strong, facing a dozen great white sharks was still a bit overwhelming. They had already killed a few great white sharks, but they were also injured. Even if they managed to kill all the great white sharks, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory, making them glance at the orca leader on the surface of the water. The orca leader was now in a dire situation. With the dual effects of the propeller and the sail, it couldn't swim at all. The key was that it was too close to the floating island. Even turning to attack the island became a difficult task. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was continuously shooting massive amounts of crossbow arrows from the edge of the floating island at the orca's body. Although the orca's blubber was 3 to 4 centimeters thick, the distance was too close, allowing the arrows to penetrate through the blubber and into its flesh. On Blue Star, everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned, hardly believing that such a small human dared to challenge an orca. Chen Fan is incredible. He can actually fight an orca. The last time he killed that great white shark is still fresh in my memory. A member of the SEAL Special Forces from the beautiful country killed a regular shark and thought he was the king of the ocean, but compared to Chen Fan, he was just a minor character. If he could kill this orca, he would definitely become a god of the ocean world. Oomph. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou will be brutally killed by the orca. Just wait and see. Chen Fei tightly clenched her small fist, completely unaware that blood had begun to seep from her bitten lip. Brother, you must hold on. Chen Fan, you don't really think such an attack would hurt me, do you? The orca leader, in immense pain, still mocked. I can feel the pain, but this injury is not fatal, and once my brothers kill those great white sharks, They will be able to knock you over and finish you off. Well, you should see if you can hold on until then. Chen Fan smirked, directly taking out a wolf-tooth club and smashing it down on the crossbow arrows. The nearly 20 centimeters of exposed crossbow arrows were instantly driven deep into the orca's body. Wow, that looks painful, a 25-centimeter arrowhead. Old Fu sure laughed heartily. A few more hits like that, and it could die from the pain. You bastard, you're a disgrace among humans. The orca roared in rage. If you have the guts, kill me. Aren't I already killing you? Don't be in a hurry. Chen Fan chuckled, continuously swinging the wolf-tooth club, and soon over 20 crossbow arrows were smashed deep into the orca's body, turning a nearby area of the sea red with blood. Still not enough. Our weapons ultimately can't deal with such a big guy. Old Fu sure shouted. Even a grenade would send it to the afterlife. You know about grenades? Chen Fan looked at old Fu Sure in shock. Now's not the time to talk about that. We should think about how to kill this guy. Old Fu Sure paused, then quickly changed the subject. This is indeed a problem. Chen Fan couldn't help but look at the dagger he had seized from Zhou Zhongchen back then. Sharp as a razor and able to cut through iron like mud. If he faced the orca, at that moment, Chen Fan immediately released his hold on the orca. The 50-meter fishing line was instantly pulled taut by the orca, and then, with a quick turn, it charged towards the floating island at full speed. You bastard, I will make sure you die. Chen Fan let out a cold smile. Having already retreated a dozen meters away, he then bent his body and quickly charged towards the orca. This scene made everyone gasp in shock, with many even screaming and covering their eyes. What is Chen Fan trying to do? No matter how strong humans are, how can they possibly confront a colossal creature like an orca head-on? Is he crazy? My God, this is terrifying. I can't bear to watch. I've said it before, Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is too arrogant. He just subdued a great white shark and thinks he can arm wrestle with an orca. I see this as a death wish. Jiuzhou can mourn for Chen Fan. He is undoubtedly doomed today. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Chen Fan jumped high, gripping the dagger tightly, and plunged it fiercely into the orca's head. The 30-centimeter-long dagger completely embedded itself into the orca's skull. The orca let out a wail, twisted its body, and charged into the deep water with Chen Fan in tow. Chapter 31. A battle in the sea, a narrow victory. In that instant, everyone was stunned. The nuclear contamination of the water source has led to hardly anyone being familiar with swimming, and Chen Fan was in the vast ocean. Entering the water meant losing his life. Could it be that Chen Fan would truly fall here? At this moment, Chen Fan was holding his breath, gripping the dagger tightly with both hands, as the orca dragged him into the water for 50 meters. Just when he felt unbearable pain in his ears, the fishing line finally tightened, and the orca began to thrash violently. Chen Fan looked around, trying to find a point of leverage to continue his attack. But in the water, the orca was clearly much more agile than him, and was currently planning to shake him off and swallow him whole. Brothers, let's go for it. At that moment, several dolphins that were supposed to have left came rushing in from a distance, like arrows shot from a bow, fiercely colliding with the orca. Their long, sharp beaks struck the orca hard, causing it to scream in pain. You bastards, you were supposed to be my food, and now you dare to attack me. You trapped us in the cave, trying to drown us, and we haven't settled that score yet. The older female dolphin snorted coldly. Now you're making things difficult for my child's master. We will fight you to the death. Once I'm free, I will definitely kill all of you. The orca roared angrily, gritting its teeth, trying to bite the dolphin, but it was unable to do so because it was being pulled back by the fishing line. Chen Fan forcefully pulled out the dagger, and a stream of blood immediately gushed from the orca's head. Within just 3 minutes, Chen Fan felt like his brain was running out of oxygen, lying on the floating island, gasping for air. It was only when the orca turned to charge at the floating island that he activated the super shield, managing to withstand the orca's powerful strike. That was really close. I thought Chen Fan was going to die in the water just now. It was terrifying. Chen Fan always engages in such terrifying actions. Can humans really compete against such a giant creature like the orca? It's like hitting a rock with an egg. If Chen Fan from Jiuzhou can kill this orca, I'll eat shit live. Well, you'd better eat that shit. If you don't, your Eastern Bang country will be embarrassed. The number of viewers watching Chen Fan's live stream was increasing, and Jiuzhou once again got into a verbal battle with other countries. After all, it had only been less than 7 days since they entered the ocean world, and no one could believe that Chen Fan could fight against such large marine creatures. It was simply impossible. Chen Fan, you can't kill it. Let's get out of here quickly, Old Floating Stone shouted, urging them to conserve their energy and fight another day. What time is it? If we don't keep fighting, we'll just wait to be entangled by these 3 orcas in the future. Chen Fan snorted coldly today. Either they die, or I do. Saying that, Chen Fan stepped on the floating stone and jumped backwards into the sea, the inertia taking him down nearly 10 meters. The orca, which was entangled with the dolphin, immediately spotted Chen Fan, abandoned the dolphin, and charged at him with its massive mouth wide open, shouting, "Let's see who can save you now." Chen Fan stared intently at the oncoming orca, and in an instant, a wolf-toothed club appeared, propping itself in the orca's mouth just as it was about to bite down. This created a gap of 30 to 40 centimeters, allowing him to place one foot against the orca's massive teeth, flipping his body around and plunging a dagger deep into the flesh of the orca's side. The orca, still moving at high speed, met with such resistance that the sharp dagger sliced open a wound over 5 meters long and more than 20 centimeters deep on one side of its body, causing thick blood to spurt out. In pain, the orca let out a mournful cry and began to retreat towards the deep sea. Big brother, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river. The dolphin looked at Chen Fan with starry eyes. In the duel with the orca, you emerged victorious. You're amazing, thanks to the spear gun and your help. Otherwise, I would have been swallowed as soon as I hit the water, Chen Fan said with a smile, relieved that everything was worth it. The orca's death was only a matter of time. Let's go help the great white shark deal with those 2 orcas. If they are both injured, once we join in, we can easily turn the tide. The dolphin immediately suggested. Let them keep their balance. Ideally, both should become our food. Chen Fan instructed without hesitation, noting that the great white shark had no need to survive either. I understand. The dolphin surprisingly gave Chen Fan a very human-like smile before diving back into the water. Now we are like clams and snipe fighting, and the fisherman benefits. Chen Fan said with a smile, lying back on the floating island, crossing his legs, and humming a tune, completely at ease. The underwater battle was not shown in the live broadcast, and at that moment, Chen Fan was actually lying on the floating island enjoying his time, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. What is happening? Does Chen Fan know the gap between the 2 sides? Is he giving up? I've said it before. Jiuzhou Chen Fan is nothing remarkable. He can't even beat a head orca. I despise him. Life goes on, and the battle never stops. Has Chen Fan fallen? Nonsense. Whoever dares to insult my husband, I'll fight them to the death. Underwater, the 2 orcas were battered and bruised, and out of more than a dozen great white sharks, only 3 remained fighting. The others had been killed by the orcas. Both sides were at the end of their strength, and the final outcome was likely mutual destruction. The dolphin's charge stirred up the water like a still pond suddenly disturbed, igniting passion in both the great white sharks and orcas, but they all became the dolphin's prey. Dolphin, we are allies. Why are you attacking me too? The great white shark, barely clinging to life, still hoped for the dolphin's help, but was immediately flipped over by a collision, causing it to scream, I have a contract with your master. You've been bullying me. Even if you have a contract with my master, I still want to take revenge and kill you. The dolphin shouted angrily, showing no mercy to the great white shark. Amid the brutal underwater battle, the surface remained calm. Just when everyone was puzzled, a voice suddenly echoed above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed 3 orcas. Fresh orca corpses will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed 15 great white sharks. Fresh great white shark corpses will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. Chapter 32. Upgrading the cabin, studio apartment. Silence. In the seconds following this announcement, the entire Blue Star fell into dead silence. Everyone thought Chen Fan was fighting a single orca, but now they realized the joke was on them. How could he possibly do this? 3 orcas, 15 great white sharks. It wouldn't be easy to kill even a single army. Damn, some people were foolish enough to bet on whether Chen Fan could kill an orca, But the result was that he directly annihilated a marine biological army. Chen Fan, you are my god. I would even be willing to be small. To the guy who said Chen Fan would eat shit if he killed an orca, you can eat shit now. Looking at the massive pile of great white shark and orca corpses in front of him, the national leader was immensely shocked. Just moments ago, he thought Chen Fan might perish in the jaws of a whale. But instead, Chen Fan had given everyone an enormous surprise. Chen Fan, indeed capable of resisting thousands of troops. The national leader, Chen Fei, wants to see you. At this moment, a leader suddenly entered to report. Let her in. The national leader immediately nodded with a smile and instructed to start dealing with these corpses, hoping that the food accumulated over the past few days could allow the people to have one more hearty meal. All right. The leader hurriedly went down to make arrangements. On the sea, there were countless corpses of great white sharks and orcas floating. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. I didn't expect them to kill each other, and this also contributed to my gain. It's truly uplifting. The food obtained from 9 provinces should be enough for the citizens to have a good meal, right? Saying this, Chen Fan immediately began to dissect these corpses. 3 orcas were not very intact, resulting in 12,000 kilograms of orca meat, 12 orca teeth, and 3 pieces of damaged orca skin. As for the great white sharks, they yielded 30,000 kilograms of shark meat, 30 shark teeth, and 15 shark skins. Due to the severe bites from the orcas, the shark meat yield was directly halved, and even the originally high-quality shark skins turned into ordinary shark skins. It seems that once I have enough strength in the future, I still have to take matters into my own hands to ensure a plentiful supply. Detected that the Chosen One, Chen Fan's livestream audience has exceeded 200 million people, rewarding a lucky self-selected gift package. Please keep up the good work. Suddenly, this voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Am I really that popular? With just over 10 billion people on Blue Star, 1/7 of the population is watching me? However, if I can get some good things from this, I still welcome more people to watch me. Chen Fan was overjoyed and opened the selection pack in his inventory. 40 floating stones. 10 super nutrient solutions for plants. 1 could sustain a month of growth. 1 upgrade blueprint for the seawater purifier. 1 blueprint for a bachelor apartment. The items were the same as before, but the floating stones and nutrient solutions had doubled, likely due to the number of viewers watching his live stream having increased. However, Chen Fan's eyes were immediately drawn to the last reward, the bachelor apartment blueprint. Regardless, the current wooden cabin could only be described as barely livable. Upgrading to a bachelor apartment would be fantastic. However, this item couldn't be mass-produced in the synthesis bar. It was strictly one-to-one. Chen Fan took a quick look and saw that creating a bachelor apartment required 500 wooden planks, 200 metal sheets, 100 plastics, 75 fabric pieces, 50 glass, 30 cotton, and 10 floating stones. The basic materials needed were surprisingly numerous. It truly deserved to be called a bachelor apartment. This bachelor apartment was a spacious 60 square meters, with separate kitchen and bathroom facilities. The bedroom alone was 15 square meters. Both the kitchen and bathroom were 5 square meters each, and there was a 2 square meter fireplace for burning wood, with the remaining space being a 28 square meter living room. Simply perfect. He was just 2 floating stones short. So Chen Fan immediately shouted in the public chat, 20 units of shark meat for 1 floating stone. Hurry to buy. Was the great Chen Fan really that short on floating stones? He probably focused on developing other things, and the floating island was still only 4 square meters, right? Seeing that Chen Fan was also lacking floating stones made me feel relieved. Haha. Although I still have floating stones, I don't dare to trade recklessly now, sorry. In an instant, the entire chat room became lively. Private messages started coming in, and someone named Yi Chuan sent a message. Friend, I have 2 floating stones. I don't want to trade food, but I want to trade for warm clothing. Huh? Chen Fan was taken aback. Someone actually knew about the extreme cold tide? It seemed that among the chosen ones, there were still many capable individuals. Chen Fan smiled in appreciation and immediately placed his cotton clothing on the trading bar. The other party quickly took out 2 pieces of floating stone, and they completed the transaction right away. The collaboration was pleasant. Chen Fan dropped this line and was about to start creating a studio apartment when a national leader's dialogue box kept ringing with messages from Chen Fei. Brother, can you please not push yourself so hard? It's only just begun. Do you know that I'm on edge every day? I almost suffocated watching you fight the orca just now. What if something happens to you? What am I supposed to do? I hate you, you enemy. A series of reproaches made Chen Fan chuckle wryly. Both were orphans, adopted one after another by their foster parents. Although they had no blood relation over the years, they felt like siblings. She must be worried about him, just as he was worried about her, right? After a round of comfort, Chen Fan finally closed the panel when Chen Fei stopped worrying. He centered the wooden house and upgraded it to a studio apartment. Although it still primarily retained the wooden house structure, it looked much more luxurious. Inside, there was a rich scent of wood. The key was that there was a wooden bed in the bedroom with a 5 centimeters thick mattress, and a smart fully automatic toilet was directly installed in the bathroom, leaving a dedicated space for showering and washing up. Simply consider it. As soon as you entered, I felt very full and fulfilled, just as he was admiring the surroundings. The wooden house suddenly chuckled. Doesn't it feel bigger and warmer inside? As soon as you say that, I feel a bit nauseous. Chen Fan twitched his mouth and immediately walked out of the apartment, looking at the island 100 meters away. At that moment, the super radar suddenly started alarming. Chen Fan was about to check the situation of his super radar when he caught sight of a person standing on the island in the distance. Chapter 33, Battle with the Natives, Life Hanging by a Thread. Super radar, are you an idiot? You didn't T-sound the alarm earlier, and now he has spotted us first. Chen Fan shouted angrily, I think you're just a dumbbell, because he didn't notice us before and had no hostility towards us. Only after he developed hostility did I sound the alarm. The super radar explained. No need to explain. Explanations are just covers. Chen Fan waved his hand and ordered from now on, as long as you detect humans, ships, or B-level and above marine creatures, sound the alarm. All right, even if a mosquito flies by, I'll alert you. The super radar shouted back angrily. I'll wake you up at night to pee. Ignoring the super radar, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes at the person on the island and said solemnly, I wonder if this is a lone local native or a chosen one. Since he has hostility towards us, no matter what, we should kill him. Old Floating Stone said without hesitation. Even if our chosen ones need to unite, that must be based on strong power. Although Old Floating Stone wasn't much, this time he spoke sense. The apartment agreed. We will always support you. Wang Kai, aren't you going to scout? Chen Fan turned to Wang Kai. That's definitely a native. Chen Fan nodded and immediately instructed the propeller to circle around the island before entering it, also ordering if that guy comes over. You all need to speed away from the island and don't let him on our floating island. Chen Fan, are you really planning to confront that native head-on? Old Floating Stone exclaimed, What a few vegetables, and you're acting this reckless. Don't worry, there are still 3 hours until dark. I can definitely handle it. Chen Fan said in a low voice, jumping onto the island and quickly rushing toward the human under the guidance of the albatross. Those who had just planned to leave Chen Fan's live stream were once again drawn back, watching both sides rushing toward the same place. And they couldn't help but be shocked again. Wow, Chen Fan is really relentless. He just finished dealing with a marine army and is about to fight a human? That human looks strange, like a wild man. Can Chen Fan beat him? Oomph. In the water, Chen Fan can fight, but on land, he's just a fool. He'll definitely be killed by that wild man. If Chen Fan doesn't die, I'll eat shit on live stream. You haven't even eaten that piece of shit from before, and now you're reserving another one? Despite the island being over 1 square kilometer in size, both moved quickly, and soon only less than 50 meters separated them. Chen Fan finally saw the opponent's appearance. He was indeed wrapped in animal skin, with dark skin and long hair tied up on his head. He was indeed a local native. Almost simultaneously, the native threw a long spear at Chen Fan, and it reached him in less than 3 seconds. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly and immediately dodged to the side. With a crisp sound, the iron spear instantly pierced into a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. This guy is quite strong, Chen Fan muttered to himself, seeing the native charging over. He raised his crossbow and fired a shot at the native. Unexpectedly, the native dodged with remarkable speed, sidestepping the crossbow bolt, and his fist, as big as a sandbag, came crashing towards Chen Fan's cheek. Chen Fan furrowed his brows tightly, and the dagger immediately crossed in front of him to meet the native's fist. The native's fist suddenly froze in midair, while his other hand had already grasped the spear embedded in the tree trunk, yanking it out and sweeping it towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan, in a desperate situation, rolled on the ground like a donkey, shooting another crossbow bolt at the indigenous person. The native dodged to the side and threw his spear again. Damn! Chen Fan felt his head was about to explode. The strength of this native was truly overwhelming. He had struggled for years to support Chen Fei, but he had never fought such a fierce opponent before. A slight mistake could lead to losing his head. As the spear shot towards him, Chen Fan instinctively raised his dagger, and the spear tip crashed violently against the blade, causing his hands to go numb and making it almost impossible to hold the dagger. Seeing the native charging at him again, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, jumped up, grabbed the spear, and swung it at him just like the native had done earlier. Bang! To Chen Fan's surprise, the native was so strong that he swiftly grabbed the spear tip. Chen Fan immediately raised his hand, and a crossbow bolt shot out instantly. Even though the native quickly dodged to the side, the distance was too close, and the bolt still struck the native in the shoulder. The native let out a muffled grunt, immediately abandoned his spear, and swiftly disappeared into the dense forest. He didn't die from that. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Wan Kai, keep an eye on him. Wang Kai complied, hovering in the air, watching the native. The viewers in the live stream who witnessed this battle all breathed a sigh of relief, many still feeling lingering fear. That black eye was really fierce. If it weren't for a bit of luck, Chen Fan could have been killed. I was sweating cold bullets. This action by Chen Fan was not a wise move. If it had been someone else, they would have become a corpse. I told you, Chen Fan from Jiuzhou would die on this island, but you still didn't believe it. He definitely won't see the sun tomorrow. East Stick Country's shit-eating player. Can you shut your stinky mouth? How did such a native suddenly appear on this huge island? Could he be guarding some treasure? After taking a few minutes to recover, Chen Fan quietly muttered, could it be a silver treasure chest, or even a gold treasure chest? Thinking this, Chen Fan followed the direction Wang Kai was pointing in the sky and soon arrived at the native's dwelling. It was just a simple thatched hut, barely enough to shield from wind and rain, with a dozen fish dried and strung up in front using hemp ropes, and all the kitchen utensils were made of stone. Extremely rudimentary. This guy, who knows how long he has been living here? Chen Fan whispered to himself, shot a few crossbow bolts into the thatched hut, and then entered. Sure enough, he found a chest-like object covered with straw in the corner, trembling slightly. In this state, it must at least be a silver-level treasure chest. Chapter 34, Black Technology, Defensive Battle Suit. Chen Fan chuckled and immediately lifted the straw mat. Don't hurt me. I'm just a box that's been wounded and is healing alone. In that moment, the box immediately screamed in emotional collapse. Don't F-ing stab me. I'm afraid of pain. What the hell is going on? Chen Fan was completely bewildered. This was a box that looked like a golden treasure chest, but the color was somewhere between white and gold, as if it had been tortured for a long time and was somewhat mentally unstable. I have been insulted by a big black man. You want me to be his wife in the stronghold. The box shivered and said, every day it tortures me, 100 times, oh no. Chen Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he indeed saw that the keyhole of this treasure chest was considerably larger than that of an ordinary chest. Could it be that indigenous person? Suddenly, Chen Fan shivered, feeling a wave of chills. After living alone for so long, anything can really become a tool for venting frustration. Isn't this just some downright black technology? Chen Fan was surprised to take out the battle suit, and then he wore underneath. It indeed achieved a perfect fit with his body, feeling as if he were wearing nothing at all. It could wrap around everything above the ankles and below the neck, which was very considerate. Unfortunately, it couldn't protect his head. Otherwise, he would be invincible. Chen Fan moved around to feel it, then finished putting on the outfit and confidently walked out. Awesome. The national leader's body trembled as he looked at the 100 pieces of defensive battle suits in the inventory, hardly believing his eyes. Wearing this meant that except for large destructive weapons like missiles, other attacks could be ignored, right? although they wouldn't need it immediately within the boundaries of the 9 provinces. This piece of black technology was incredibly important for Chen Fan in the ocean world. Perhaps he could easily kill that black man. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and Chen Fan directly used the indigenous stone pot to start cooking the native fish while humming a little tune, creating a scene reminiscent of smoke rising and twilight enveloping the land. One could ask the rising smoke, "Where are you going?" This scene truly stunned the viewers in the live stream. Danger lurked in the shadows, yet he had such leisure. This kid must be tired of living. Doesn't he fear that black man suddenly appearing to kill him? I estimate the savage is watching him from somewhere, ready to strike at any moment. He.S. just courting death. Nonsense, my husband has his own plans. If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. How embarrassing. Chen Fan of the 9 provinces will definitely die tonight. Eating fish meat and drinking fish soup. The indigenous person in the shadows gritted his teeth in hatred. But since his spear was confiscated and his shoulder was injured, he didn't dare to act recklessly and could only hide and wait for the right moment. In any case, if I don't kill you, I swear I want to be human. Boss, that guy is hiding very well. I searched everywhere and couldn't find him. One guy, smelling the aroma, came to Chen Fan's side, staring intently at the fish meat and said, "I've been tired all afternoon. I really want to eat some fish meat. If you want to eat, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush." Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Wang Kai and scooped a few pieces of fish along with the fish soup from the indigenous person's bowl and tossed it to Wang Kai. "Thanks, boss. Boss, you'll get rich." Wang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately started eating heartily. "There's no need to say thanks. Tonight you keep watch for me. I want to draw that guy out and kill him." Chen Fan said in a deep voice, "You want to fall asleep, right?" "No. My greatest strength is being able to stay up late." Wang Kai mumbled while wolfing down the food. "I'll handle my business. Don't worry." Looking at Wang Kai, Chen Fan felt that this guy was unreliable, but for now, there was no better option. After all, if he didn't kill him tonight, he would definitely become a huge disaster in the future. As night fell, accompanied by a gentle breeze, Chen Fan directly crawled into the thatched hut and, feeling bored, started scrolling through the public chat room. You might not believe it, but today I actually found charcoal. Digging for charcoal in this hot weather feels a bit off. More cotton and small stoves. This game world shouldn't be glitching, right? I wonder if any experts know what is going on. Seeing some guesses, Chen Fan still took the time to explain. Everyone should stock up on charcoal. In about 2 days, an extreme cold tide will appear in the marginal sea area, and the temperature will drop to -30 degrees, lasting at least a week. What? How could this happen? Extreme cold tide, -30 degrees. That's too terrifying. Chen Fan, how did you know this information? Is it reliable? I don't even have a wooden house yet. Will I freeze to death? Charcoal, cotton, stove. These things are enough to prove the reliability of Chen Fan's information. We should hurry to salvage supplies. Otherwise, when the cold tide arrives and the sea freezes, it will be hard to gather supplies. Damn it, Chen Fan, you owe me over 500 pieces of cotton. This remark immediately caused a huge uproar in the live stream, and everyone couldn't believe this fact yet had to accept it. Soon, the chatting decreased, likely because everyone was going to salvage supplies. As it was already deep into the night, Chen Fan tidied up a bit and directly fell asleep. With the passage of time, it was soon the middle of the night. Occasionally, strange calls from unknown creatures could be heard from afar. Aside from that, the entire island was silent. A figure, quietly holding a stone weighing dozens of pounds, approached the thatched hut and stared at the sleeping Chen Fan, then swung down hard his thigh. This guy had his head well protected. Hitting other places might not be instantly fatal, and he might escape, but injuring his thigh would hinder his movement, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Bang! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At the same time, Wang Kai's sharp voice nearly echoed throughout the entire island. Chapter 35. Killing the Island Guardian, A-class freshwater manufacturing device. Chen Fan was a bit speechless and directly went up to pinch Wang Kai's long mouth, having known for a long time that this guy was unreliable. Chen Fan was sleeping lightly and had already woken up when the indigenous person picked up a stone just 5 meters away from the thatched hut. Fortunately, he had tested the defensive capabilities of his battle suit in advance. Otherwise, he would have exposed himself just now. He slowly got up and stepped outside, looking at the indigenous person who had just struggled to get up and couldn't help but laugh as he asked, "Does this count as lifting a stone to hit your own foot? Despicable human, you deserve to die." The indigenous person cursed with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. "I was just sleeping, and you suddenly picked up a stone to hit me, and you say I'm despicable?" Chen Fan stared at the indigenous person, realizing he was indigenous, while others who didn't know might think he was the victim. "Since you've caught me, I won't say anything more. Let's fight." The indigenous person clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Chen Fan. This guy seemed to plan to let his guard down and then suddenly attack, which was quite strategic. Meanwhile, the Blue Star citizens who were either getting up to go to the bathroom or constantly watching Chen Fan's live stream were all in shock. What just happened? Wasn't that black guy trying to ambush? How did he fly out of the thatched hut and get injured? It must be that Master Chen Fan had set up an ambush inside the hut. Counterattacking him was only reasonable. After all, he is Master Chen Fan. "Brothers, I'm new here. Can someone tell me what just happened?" "Thanks a lot." "Humph. The outcome is still uncertain. It's not yet decided who will win." Chen Fan directly nodded in agreement with the native's thoughts and said teasingly, very self-aware, "Knowing that you..." Bang! In that instant, a 1-meter-long wooden stick suddenly appeared in the native's hand. Its tip sharpened to a deadly point, and it lunged toward Chen Fan's heart. What shocked the native was that Chen Fan showed no reaction at all. Instead, he suddenly felt a terrifying force, causing his entire arm to go numb. Chen Fan then lifted his crossbow and shot at his body 3 times in quick succession, causing him to lose his combat ability. "If you had begged for mercy, I might have considered letting you go, but you actually tried to kill me, so I can only send you on your way. Come on, make your move." Although he didn't quite understand the situation, the native still roared at Chen Fan, trying to vent his fear of facing death through shouts. "I'll help you." Chen Fan shrugged slightly, and with a swift motion of his dagger, he cut the native's throat, blood gushing out almost splattering onto Chen Fan's body. Those watching the live broadcast were genuinely shocked at this scene, but many finally relaxed. It was over. In the end, Chen Fan had won this battle. Does anyone understand? A living person was just killed like this. What did he do wrong? In the apocalypse, the first to be killed are the innocent. In this world of the survival of the fittest, it's either you die or I live. Chen Fan was absolutely right. However, who understood what had just happened? The wild man had clearly hit Chen Fan, yet he seemed completely unscathed. Did the wild man have a last-minute change of heart and hold back? Despite the bloody scene being somewhat masked by the night, Chen Fan still felt a bit uncomfortable. However, in a world where the weak are preyed upon, only the survivors can continue to exist. At least on this island, the only existence that posed a life threat to him had been eliminated, and he could finally feel at ease. Detected the Chosen One. Chen Fan has killed the lonely island guardian. Reward: A-level freshwater generator manufacturing. Blueprint 1. Uniqueness. Can produce A-level freshwater. A-level freshwater can be used to enhance physical fitness, quickly heal wounds, headaches, and fevers. Keep up the good work. Suddenly, a voice rang in Chen Fan's ear. What a pleasant surprise. He initially just wanted to occupy this island to temporarily resist the extreme cold tide, and as a result, he obtained such a great item. How wonderful. However, since this item has uniqueness, it is likely that other Chosen Ones also have hidden tasks to kill the Island Guardian. But since he completed this task in advance, even if other Chosen Ones kill the Guardian, they won't receive such a reward. This means that as long as he grows quickly, the more good items he will obtain. Isn't this fun? However, glancing at the virtual panel, it was only a little past 2 in the morning, so he decided to focus on getting some sleep first. Everything could wait until he woke up in the morning. The next day, Chen Fan finally woke up around noon. His companion Wang Kai was already gone. Chen Fan stretched and slowly exited the thatched hut. That was a really comfortable sleep. Without pressure, having food and drink is just great. However, the body of the native felt somewhat out of place. "Wow, you actually figured it out?" Chen Fan asked in surprise. "You've made progress. That's commendable." Chen Fan immediately gave Wang Kai a big thumbs up, then tossed the manufacturing blueprint into the synthesis bar, feeling a bit awkward. It seemed that any higher-level items were one-to-one. The previous single apartment could only be made once, and this A-level freshwater generator was the same. Perhaps this was the only way to reflect its uniqueness and preciousness. To manufacture the A-level freshwater generator, in addition to the blueprint, it also required 30 units of glass, 20 pieces of cloth, 10 metal sheets, and 1 piece of pumice. Note: A-level freshwater generator can convert 100 milliliters of seawater into 10 milliliters of A-level freshwater per hour, with a maximum capacity of 2,000 milliliters, and can be upgraded. The required materials not only increased significantly compared to the previous seawater purifier, but also the amount of fresh water produced per hour decreased by 50 milliliters, directly illustrating the principle of rarity being valuable. However, with 240 milliliters of A-level freshwater available every 24 hours, even if it is just for strengthening his body, he would quickly become a muscular guy. Just thinking about it made him happy. Chapter 36, Defeat Me, and I'll give you my wife. Those who had started watching the live broadcast were equally confused. In just one night, how did so many wooden boxes appear? And even bronze boxes? Did boxes fall from the sky? Chen Fan's luck was truly amazing. Even without being on the floating island, there were still people delivering supply boxes. How could the other chosen one survive? Comparing people makes one feel inferior. Chen Fan's ocean survival was simply a wellness retreat. I said Chen Fan wouldn't TC today son. It's cloudy in the ocean world today. At one end of the floating island, there were more than 20 wooden boxes piled up, including 3 bronze boxes, all of which were calling out incessantly like prisoners. Chen Fan, you must thank the dolphins. This is the result of their hard work last night. Old Pumice immediately shouted. My family also salvaged the supply boxes within a radius of 30 nautical miles to repay your life-saving grace, the dolphin said with a smile, feeling more at ease now. They have already left? Chen Fan was taken aback. Yes, they were originally trapped by those killer whales while passing through. They have their own destination, the dolphin said, feeling a bit sad. It's okay. You will meet again when the opportunity arises, Chen Fan comforted, sensing the dolphin's sadness. From now on, you will follow me. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Xiao Chong. Hello, Xiao Chong. I am Wang Xiai. Wang Kai immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this. Hello, Wang Kai. My name is Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong also greeted Wang Kai amicably. Then, Chen Fan set up the A-level freshwater generator and began preparing lunch. Thanks to Xiao Chong catching small fish, shrimp, and crabs in the morning, Chen Fan decided to make a seafood barbecue feast, along with some fruit, essentially preparing his lunch all at once. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen Fan finally approached the wooden boxes and chose to open all of them. Cotton 5, Huazi 2, Wooden House Manufacturing Blueprint 1, Plastic 2, Maodai Aged Liquor 2, Pumice 2, Barrel of Noodles 2, Cloth 2. At the same time, a loud voice echoed above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan obtained Barrel of Noodles 3, Bread 5, Mineral Water 5, Wooden Planks 54, Metal Sheets 43, Glass 37, Plastic 23, Cloth 12, 8 items in total. Jiuzhou will be amplified by 100 times. Hearing this voice, the other countries could no longer sit still. The leader of the beautiful country even found the leader of the Sakura country. You stupid pig. Didn't you say you would infiltrate Jiuzhou for investigation? What are the results? Just gathered 100 death warriors, preparing to secretly head to Jiuzhou tomorrow for investigation. And there will definitely be results within 7 days. The leader of Sakura country said solemnly. You can trust me to get things done. You stupid pig. If there are still no results this time, just wait for my beautiful country to impose sanctions on you. The leader of beautiful country felt much better after venting. Meanwhile, Chen Fan opened the 3 bronze boxes. Super Shield 1. Super Shield can protect the pumice within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, lasting half an hour. Charcoal Big Gift Pack 1. Contains 100 units of charcoal, sofa set 1. These are all great items. This was a huge win. Fortunately, the sofa set was soft and lightweight, allowing Chen Fan to easily carry it into the single apartment. Now, sitting on the sofa, feeling his body enveloped in softness. It was all worth it. On this rare, quiet afternoon, Chen Fan unexpectedly fell asleep on the sofa, waking up to find it was already 4 in the afternoon. This made him a bit sentimental, as he had been worried about food and clothing for years and hadn't had many good nights of sleep. He realized that such a leisurely scene, where he could fall asleep, had never even appeared in his dreams before. He should work harder and fight for his future with Chen Fan. Chen Fan, are you really planning to just let yourself go like this? The extreme cold tide is about to arrive. Old Fu Shi suddenly shouted, "If you don't take some measures, I'll be frozen in the sea." "What? Do you expect me to drag you to the shore?" Chen Fan replied irritably, "If I could do that, wouldn't I be invincible? I don't care anyway. If I'm frozen in the sea, with such a large area, even if you chisel away bit by bit, you won't break through in 10 days or half a month." Old Fu Shi snorted coldly. "I'm going to start slacking off right now. After all, the one who suffers will be you." Chen Fan frowned. The words may be rough, but the reasoning is not. If that's the case, then even if there are ice skating devices, they will be useless. I need to find some helpers. Big monkey? Which one is the Monkey King? I have a request. Chen Fan had already prepared his dagger and crossbow, surveying the monkeys as he spoke. "I am." A bald, big monkey, larger than the others and quite intimidating, jumped in front of Chen Fan. "Kid, you want to compete for the position of Monkey King, right? Do you think you can beat me?" Chen Fan was taken aback. But then he thought, since there are no contract documents at the moment, getting this group of monkeys to help would probably waste a lot of good things. However, if he became the Monkey King, he could directly command this group of monkeys to help, which would be much simpler. Chen Fan immediately straightened his body and provocatively said, "What's wrong? Do you think you're very strong?" "Ha ha ha." The Monkey King burst into laughter, pulling over a large monkey and patting its backside while saying, "If you can defeat me, not only will I give you the position of Monkey King, but I'll also give you my wife. Tonight, you'll get to enter the bridal chamber. Just look at this backside. Is it bouncy or not?" Damn. Looking at the large monkey presenting its backside to him, and then turning its head to flash its big teeth while throwing flirtatious glances, Chen Fan struggled to hold back his disgust. What the hell is this? Don't you have any awareness that you're ugly and not gentle at all? The viewers in the live stream were also confused by Chen Fan's actions. What is Chen Fan doing? Can he really communicate with that large monkey? Look at how happy that monkey is. Didn't you see the large monkey slapping another monkey's backside, showing off to Chen Fan? I feel like Chen Fan has been alone in the ocean world for too long and is planning to find a wife. But it can't be a large monkey. That's just too ugly. There should be female, chosen ones in the ocean world. Can't he wait a bit longer? Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is just a pervert. Forget about the backside issue for now. Just make your move. Chen Fan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, and then beckoned to the Monkey King. "Hurry up and finish this. I have important matters to attend to." The Monkey King was taken aback, instantly filled with rage. It thought Chen Fan meant to discuss life with its wife, and immediately bared its sharp fangs, lunging at Chen Fan. Chapter 37. The cold wave is coming. Is the beginner period over? The movements of this large monkey looked even more fierce than those of the island guardians. If it weren't for the defensive battlesuit, Chen Fan really wouldn't have been confident in matching it. Almost instinctively, Chen Fan raised one arm to block the large monkey's punch. The Monkey King was jolted back, its eyes wide, its body suddenly falling backward. Its two big feet, like giant hammers, kicked fiercely at Chen Fan's chest. The Monkey King is indeed powerful, especially with his back leg kick. I estimate not many can withstand it. The old Monkey King was probably killed by this very kick back in the day. And now to see it again is truly our luck. After all, this is my dream monkey. It must be the best. The surrounding monkeys, witnessing such a classic attack, all gave the Monkey King a thumbs up. With this strike, this person would surely be heavily injured and fall instantly. Bang! But in the next second, the Monkey King actually let out a scream, flying backward and clutching one foot, shouting, my foot is broken. It hurts so much." All the monkeys were dumbfounded. After all, this was the Monkey King's ultimate move, with a force of at least 300 pounds. Yet this human not only stood firm, but also broke the Monkey King's leg. Long live the new king. In an instant, all the large monkeys knelt before Chen Fan, their expressions respectful and humble. The Monkey King's wife even wiggled her backside and came at Chen Fan, constantly throwing flirtatious glances and shyly saying, "Tonight, I'm yours." Too damn ugly. Chen Fan suppressed the urge to beat the mother monkey and said to the more than 20 large macaques, "Now, you need to help me with something." "One thing? I can handle 10. An older macaque immediately declared, "You are our king. We were born to serve you. All right, everyone go find some sturdy vines. I need to pull my floating island temporarily to the shore." Chen Fan nodded in approval and loudly directed. In an instant, all the monkeys ran off to search for vines, leaving only the old monkey king pitifully hugging the mother monkey's leg. "Wife, are you going to abandon me too? Have you forgotten the happy life we had together? I'm your baby monkey. Didn't you give me to the new king? Besides, in a battle of kings, your only fate is to leave this island." The mother monkey replied expressionlessly, "No, I have no preference for interspecies romance. The monkey king won't leave, and you shouldn't leave him either." Chen Fan finally couldn't stand it anymore and said in a deep voice, "You are still a couple. I just need your help to pull the floating island. Is this our monkey clan's new rule?" The monkey king asked, sniffling and crying. "Thank my big brother. May good people have peace for a lifetime." The monkey king rejoiced and immediately bowed to Chen Fan, only to be reluctantly helped away by the mother monkey. "Shut your filthy mouth. How dare you disrespect my king?" The old monkey shouted angrily. A human became the new monkey king. It's like a little cow's mother taking a sauna. Really freaking amazing. Old Floating Stone couldn't help but chuckle. But if it lets me temporarily get to shore, it counts as doing something human. "Shut up." Chen Fan frowned and immediately chastised him. In just 10 minutes, the floating island was pulled to within 10 meters of the shore, and at that moment, light rain began to fall from the sky, and the temperature dropped to a chilly 10 degrees, bringing a bit of coldness. After driving away the monkey group, Chen Fan directly entered the apartment, sipping hot water while checking the messages in the public chat room. "Damn, it's raining, and the temperature keeps dropping. I don't even have a place to shelter from the rain. I do have a wooden house, but it doesn't seem very useful. The small stove can't start fire. Does anyone have matches I can borrow? Wasn't it said that the extreme cold wave wouldn't arrive for another 2 days? Is this a prelude to the extreme cold wave?" Shortly after, a private message rang out from Lian Pei Pei. "Master Chen Fan, can you give me cotton coat? It's so cold. It should be fine in the wooden house. But will your side be the first to be attacked by the extreme cold wave?" Chen Fan made a cotton coat while adding it to the trading bar. Chen Fan curled the corner of his mouth, thought for a moment, and still handed the wooden house manufacturing blueprint to Lian Pei Pei. "I just happen to have it here. You can use it first. We need to get through this tough time first." "Chen Fan, you're too good to me." Lian Pei Pei's eyes turned red, and she immediately checked the things she had salvaged. Then she placed a pack of Longjing tea in the trading bar. "I can't take your things for free. This is the tea I salvaged. It smells pretty good, so I'm trading it to you." "All right." Chen Fan clicked on the trade without hesitation. He had just said that he had become picky and felt that plain water had no taste, and now Lian Pei Pei had gifted him tea. No wonder this girl was his lucky charm. He took a glance. A-grade T1, Mingxian Longjing, picked from a 1,000-year-old tea tree, can relieve fatigue, beautify, promote weight loss, and detoxify. Wow, not bad. Drinking A-grade tea with A-grade freshwater would be incredibly enjoyable. The value of what this girl gave him was far greater than that of the wooden house and the cotton clothes. Even in the extreme environment of the ocean world, this girl didn't take advantage of him, and she truly was a trustworthy person. As evening approached, the rain outside was still falling, and especially by midnight, the temperature had dropped to around 3 or 4 degrees. If nothing unexpected happened, he could sell the cotton clothes tomorrow, right? Time to sleep. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up to the quacking of the mother duck after laying eggs. Looking outside, he was surprised to see that the rain had turned into snow. The temperature displayed on the virtual panel had dropped to -4 or 5 degrees, and he could still hear the howling wind in the room. It seemed that the prelude to the extreme cold tide had indeed arrived. Chen Fan quickly opened the virtual panel and couldn't help but be stunned. As the beginner phase already ended, Chapter 38, High Explosive Grenade. Let's go to the hot springs. In the chat room, a multinational chat room had appeared, where chosen ones from various countries were discussing heatedly. "Damn, I'm freezing to death. It's -5 degrees. Even with a wooden cabin, I can't escape the cold wind. Why is the ocean world torturing me like this? As the ace warrior of the Sea Dog Special Forces, I probably can withstand the cold better than most. But I really need a winter coat right now. Bakayur, it's so cold. In this situation, the chosen ones from Jiuzhou must have already frozen to death, right? Go to hell. You're the one who's frozen to death. Despite this situation, the hostile countries led by beautiful country continued to mock Jiuzhou coldly, which inevitably provoked a strong counterattack from the chosen ones of Jiuzhou. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately produced 100 sets of cotton clothes and announced, selling cotton clothes that can withstand severe cold of -30 degrees. For the beautiful country, cherry blossom country, and Eastic country, one set of cotton clothes requires 20 pieces of floating stone or 200 units of basic materials. If you have other good items, we can negotiate the price. For other countries, only 5 pieces of floating stone or 50 units of basic materials are needed. If you have other good items, you can exchange them directly. Only 100 sets available. Hurry to buy. Bakayuru. Why the discrimination? The chosen ones from our 3 countries combined can suppress the chosen ones from other countries. Fuck you, this Chen Fan. Kevin Lister from the Sea Dog Special Forces. Have my eyes on you. Ah, damn it. The chosen ones from the 3 countries all started personal attacks on Chen Fan, even agreeing not to buy his cotton clothes, and planned to team up to kill Chen Fan after the newbie period ended. Meanwhile, other countries, as well as the chosen ones from Jiuzhou, rushed to buy from Chen Fan. As the transaction volume in the chat room kept rising, a high-ranking ninja from Cherry Blossom Country, Meichuan Naiku, finally couldn't resist and took out 20 pieces of floating stone to buy a set of cotton clothes. Meichuan Naiku, fuck you. Didn't you say you wouldn't buy his cotton clothes? You coward. Sorry, it's just too cold. Life is a priority. Ah, damn it. After Meichuan Naiku set the precedent, others no longer cared about the anti-Chen Fan alliance and also rushed to buy cotton clothes from Chen Fan. The chosen ones from just these 3 countries bought nearly 1/3 of the cotton clothes, showing that the chosen ones led by the beautiful country still had substantial resources. Moreover, Chen Fan had already understood that transactions with other countries could only be completed in this suddenly appeared multi-country chat room, while the trading post still only allowed domestic chosen ones to trade. This time, he made a fortune through transactions with other countries. But he also roughly grasped the current development situation of the chosen ones in various countries. Jiuzhou could only rank around 8th or 9th, with the beautiful country being the strongest and the cherry blossom country second. Using the urn cloth, plastic, and cotton, Chen Fan mass-produced 500 sets of cotton clothes, which he then listed in the trading post, offering a free promotion. 3 pieces of floating stone or 20 units of basic materials for exchange. The Jiuzhou chat room went crazy. Good man, Chen Fan is indeed a good person, only needing this little basic material to exchange for cotton clothes. It turns out our own people are more reliable and powerful. Chen Fan felt great about this wave. The beautiful country still dared to be arrogant. And this time, they would know the strength of Jiuzhou. After the newbie period, we must unite and let those countries know what Jiuzhou spirit means. Chen Fan, you are my god. The panel of the Jiuzhou country leader couldn't see the multi-country chat room, but seeing everyone in the chat room praising Chen Fan, he felt quite gratified. It seems Chen Fan did a good job of striking back against the arrogance of the enemy countries led by the beautiful country in revitalizing Jiuzhou. Just as the transactions were almost done, Chen Fan was about to get up and cook when a private message alert sounded. It was a chosen one from the bear country named Ivanov. My dear friend, I have a rare item here and would like to trade some things with you. Ivanov immediately listed a high explosive grenade in the trading bar. I want to trade for a set of cotton clothes, 10 pieces of floating stone, 5 bottles of mineral water, and some food. A high explosive grenade. Chen Fan was startled, not expecting these old Russians to have found such powerful weapons. It was simply unbelievable. Well, in the end, Ivanov agreed to the deal. In Kyushu, Chen Fan obtained 1 high explosive grenade, 30 bottles of mineral water, 50 pure, natural high-quality rice seeds, 7 loaves of bread, 300 grams of python meat, 3,000 wooden planks, 2,750 metal sheets, 2,300 plastic, 1,850 pieces of cloth, 1,500 plastic, 730 glass, 400 cotton, 12 items in total. And Kyushu will be amplified 100-fold. Just as Chen Fan finished the trade and was about to have breakfast, A voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Everyone watching the live stream looked confused. What the hell is going on? Master Chen Fan is just in the apartment and has obtained so many things, and even has a high explosive grenade. This is truly a bountiful harvest for our Kyushu. Who could know what 5,000 grains of rice seeds mean? Chen Fan, never back down. Chen Fan, doubling the supplies. The leader of the Asan country looked heartbroken. It's been a week, and we in Asan country have finally managed to get precious rice seeds. But now Kyushu has them too, and they have fertile black soil, which was our only advantage. Chen Fan was also pleasantly surprised. He never expected that after trading with the chosen ones from other countries, he would also become an object of a hundredfold enhancement. This made the enhanced items from other countries completely exposed. How delightful! After having a good meal, guided by Wang Kai, Chen Fan, wearing a wolfskin coat, went directly to the hot spring on the island. After stripping down to just his underwear, he jumped in to take a bath, shocking the viewers of the live broadcast. While the other chosen ones were nearly frozen stiff, he was actually soaking in a hot spring. Is there anything more enjoyable than this for health maintenance? Chen Fan, the great god, is indeed an extraordinary man. I also want to soak in a hot spring. I also want to wash freely, even if it kills me. Kyushu's Chen Fan, truly infuriating. Chen Fan is using fresh water to bathe so recklessly for the first time in over 20 years, and the key is that it's warm, very considerate. After soaking in the hot spring for more than half an hour, feeling his bones soften, Chen Fan was about to leave when he furrowed his brow. A leopard was slowly walking over from a distance, its yellow-green eyes fixed intently on Chen Fan, as if it had taken him for prey. Chapter 39. Killing the Leopard. Seeking to purchase a plant greenhouse. Wang Kai, this useless fool. Didn't he investigate clearly? There were only that native and the big monkey on the island. How could another leopard appear? Truly an unreliable guy. No matter what he does, it's always untrustworthy. As Chen Fan's mind raced, he immediately greeted the leopard. Brother Leopard, here for a hot spring? No, I'm here to eat you. The leopard replied, before pouncing at Chen Fan. In that instant, everyone watching felt their hearts leap into their throats. How did this leopard get here? It attacked right away. Could Chen Fan possibly be its match? This is much stronger than that big monkey. This island is truly fraught with danger. Why did the great Chen Fan choose this island? The people of the 9 provinces thought Chen Fan would finally meet his end here, which would be quite satisfying. Nonsense. Chen Fan is the god of the ocean world. He cannot die. As the leopard lunged at him, Chen Fan raised his hand and shot a crossbow bolt at its heart. However, the leopard was so agile that it flipped in midair, narrowly dodging the bolt, and then immediately turned to bite at Chen Fan's throat. Chen Fan's face changed drastically. He immediately reached out to block, while a dagger appeared in his other hand, directly stabbing into the leopard's heart. In the next moment, both man and leopard entered the water, blood staining the entire surface, and then the water surprisingly returned to calm, with only the deep red blood, proving that a fierce battle had taken place here. Everyone watched the live broadcast anxiously, not knowing who would win or lose, as that leopard was incredibly fierce, having bitten Chen Fan's arm in an instant. Could his arm still exist? At least it seemed like they would both be injured. After more than 10 seconds, Chen Fan finally crawled out of the hot spring, dragging the leopard's corpse to the shore. What a waste of such a pool of hot spring water. Saying this, Chen Fan immediately got up, put on his clothes, and walked towards the floating island with the leopard's body. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan killed a leopard, and the fresh leopard corpse would be amplified 100-fold. At the same time, a voice rang out over Blue Star, leaving everyone stunned. How did Chen Fan do it? The leopard had clearly bitten his arm, yet he was able to turn the tables. This was not scientific, but he was the great Chen Fan. Whatever happened to him was normal. He must have suffered internal injuries. How could 9 provinces Chen Fan not die? It must have been that the dagger accidentally pierced the leopard's heart, allowing it to be easily killed. Just a small feat. Upon returning to the floating island, he dissected the leopard's corpse, obtaining high-quality leopard skin 1, leopard teeth 2, and leopard meat 100. Not bad, Chen Fan. Even going for a soak in the hot spring can yield such great rewards. It seems the defensive battle suit really has enhanced your combat power. Old Fusher laughed heartily. And this was just a B-class leopard. Next, shouldn't we tackle tigers and lions? Shut up. Chen Fan shouted angrily, then looked at Wang Kai. You useless creature. Didn't you say there were only those big monkeys on the island? I went around several times and really didn't see the leopard. Wang Kai, realizing it was at fault, awkwardly grinned. It probably slept in some cave and only came out when the weather turned cold. If you report false information again, I'll stew you. Chen Fan shot Wang Kai a glare. Seeing it was already noon, he quickly took out some leopard meat and started grilling it. However, the temperature outside was dropping lower, with heavy snow still falling, likely reaching -10 degrees. Chen Fan rinsed a cup of Longjing tea with fresh water, threw Wang Kai a piece of leopard meat, and began to enjoy his meal while watching the snow. Damn, I'm freezing to death. Just after finishing his meal, a weak voice suddenly came from nearby. Chen Fan was taken aback, and then suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had been too careless and actually forgot about the seedlings in the flower bed. If it weren't for the barbecue grill reviving them a bit, this hard-won greenery would have been destroyed after the cold wave. After adding a few more pieces of wood to the grill, Chen Fan shouted in the chat room, "Who has a plant greenhouse or a blueprint to make one? This is a scarce item right now. If someone has it, they would use it themselves, right? It's surprising that even the great Chen Fan has something to buy. I wonder if you all have it. I definitely don't." Despite the extreme cold, there were still some people active in the chat room. But Chen Fan noticed that a few people who usually frequented the water chat room had not shown up, and he wondered if they had already perished. "Friend, I have a plant greenhouse." Within a minute, someone private messaged Chen Fan, offering me 50 units of food and 50 units of water for a trade. "Are you kidding me?" Chen Fan laughed. "Do you think I would become a fool for a so-called plant greenhouse? This thing is very rare. I estimate that I'm the only one with it in the whole ocean world. Think it over." After the other party left that message, there was no further response. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wenliang directly placed a plant greenhouse blueprint in the trading section. "I just salvaged this item yesterday and didn't expect you needed it, so I'm giving it to you." Chen Fan was taken aback. After he exchanged the seawater purifier for a promise that the other party would agree to any request he made, he had not been in contact with him since. He didn't expect this guy to reach out to him first. It seemed that this guy, like Lin Pei, was also someone worth befriending. Immediately, Chen Fan took out 20 units of leopard meat and completed the transaction with Zhuo Wenliang. "If you need anything, feel free to tell me. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can at least ensure your safety. In the ocean world, there are many people who take advantage of others, but there are also quite a few like Zhuo Wenliang who rely solely on themselves." Chen Fan immediately placed the plant greenhouse manufacturing diagram into the synthesis bar. He still needed 50 plastic, 20 cotton, and 10 metal sheets for the production. Chen Fan quickly made 2 and installed them in 2 flower beds. Finally, he accomplished something heartwarming. The 2 types of saplings immediately perked up. A cold wave is coming. At the same time, the sail suddenly shouted, "Oh my, how scary." In the distance, a faint mist was rapidly approaching, freezing everything in its path. Even the snowflakes were frozen mid-air. "Why do I feel this is colder than -30 degrees? Chen Fan frowned and immediately walked towards the apartment. "Damn it. Brother Fan boss, what about us?" 2 ducks and an albatross quickly chased after Chen Fan. Chapter 40, new title Monkey King. Fireplace, light it up. Light it up. As soon as he closed the door, the apartment shouted, "Quick, raise my temperature to fight against the cold wave." Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately followed the apartment's instructions, took out wooden boards and charcoal, and threw them into the fireplace to ignite. As the flames grew stronger, the indoor temperature also rose quickly. Looking out the window, the cold wave had reached Floating Island. Accompanied by cracking sounds, the island began to freeze rapidly. Old Floating Stone emitted a series of ghostly cries. "So chilling, I feel like my heart has been frozen. No more love." The next moment, the glass was already covered with frost, and the outside was no longer visible. However, the indoor temperature only dropped by nearly 10 degrees under the roasting flames, stabilizing around 20 degrees, and there was no need to wear cotton clothes at all. It's 2 different worlds. My external temperature is probably only -40 degrees, but the internal temperature is above 20 degrees. It's like ice and fire. The apartment chuckled. This feeling is so wonderful. Are you frozen, silly? Chen Fan was speechless, then looked at the ducks and Wang Kai. You three, if anyone dares to pee anywhere, I will throw you out. Everything must be solved in the bathroom. Okay, Brother Fan. The male duck winked at Chen Fan again. Seeing the situation, it seemed that they wouldn't be going out today and could only stay in the apartment in days. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Fan boredly browsed the public chat room. The cold wave just passed by here. Luckily, I have a wooden house and cotton clothes. Although I'm shivering, I made it through. I'm different. In my wooden house, I have a small stove, burning red with charcoal. This winter is no longer cold. I have nothing. The cold wave is coming. Oh my God, how freezing. Is this guy frozen to death? It seems this extreme cold wave will at least freeze half the people to death. I just don't know if there can still be more than 3,000 people in the 9 provinces. Is there a small stove? Is there enough charcoal? After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan sent messages to Zhuo Wenliang and Lian Peipei. He only knew these 2 people in the ocean world, and he wanted to help them as much as he could. Chen Fan immediately handed the exquisite small stove he had made to Lian Peipei. You must have a lighter, right? Luo Wenliang seemed to be quite a character. He probably had all these things, and even the wooden house had been upgraded to 44 square meters. With 2 small stoves, likely warmer than his own place. Time passed second by second, as people all over Blue Star anxiously searched for the Chosen One's whereabouts. What had happened in the ocean world? Why had not a single Chosen One been sighted? How could there be such thick fog? It seemed like a cold wave. All the Chosen Ones were shrouded in it, and many might die. We in Dongbang country are not resistant to the cold. Time flew by, and before long it was evening. For the first time, Chen Fan cooked a bowl of instant noodles in the kitchen. He had once kept a bucket of them at home, which still retained the smell of the noodles after cooking. Chen Fan always felt something was off about the taste, so he had never eaten the instant noodles he had made. After a week, this was his first attempt, and unexpectedly, the taste was surprisingly good, even surpassing those seafood feasts. Only now did he realize that the taste was from noodles that had long expired and had gone bad. A night without conversation passed, and the next morning, the sound of the mother duck laying eggs promptly woke Chen Fan. The snow had stopped, and the fog had disappeared. Dressed in a wolf fur coat, Chen Fan opened the door, and a gust of cold air hit him, causing frost to form on his eyelashes. The temperature was roughly stable at minus 30 degrees, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Chen Fan, the sea surface has frozen. We can leave now, old Fusher said excitedly. I've never felt the joy of moving on ice. What are we waiting for? With ice thick enough to bear dozens of tons of weight. Do you really think we can open a box if we find one? Chen Fan replied irritably. Just watch it. Then we can just wait and guard it until the ice melts after we find the box. Old Fusher said nonchalantly, my idea is truly great. There should be a reward for this. Outside, an old voice from a large monkey suddenly called out, My king, I've brought you wine to keep warm. A monkey delivering wine? Chen Fan was taken aback. He saw a large monkey carrying a big jar climbing onto the floating island, explaining as he walked. We originally stored wild fruits we collected in a stone cellar to prepare for winter. Because we had a lot of food, we forgot about this cellar of fruits. By the time we remembered, it was already spring of the following year, and these fruits had turned into wine, which tasted quite good. Then we gradually developed the skill and habit of brewing wine. Very thoughtful. Chen Fan nodded, opening the jar and taking a whiff. Indeed, a fragrant aroma wafted out, invigorating him. Detected that the chosen one Chen Fan has gained the approval of the monkey group, earning the new title Monkey King. He can now lead the monkey group and is rewarded with an icebreaker one placed on the ice surface. It can quickly break the ice within a 5-meter range in front of the user, capable of breaking ice thickness up to 100 centimeters. Please keep up the good work. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Fan's ear. Wow, this is awesome. Just when he was arguing with old Fusher about how to retrieve the box. Now, there was a solution. This is what the ocean world hoped for, to leave the island. After taking a sip, Chen Fan felt refreshed all over and immediately said, Old monkey, I'm going to leave this island. Please get me some more monkey wine as a farewell gift. Leaving already? The old monkey was taken aback. Indeed, not expecting this. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. The ice isn't thick enough yet. Chen Fan nodded. You wouldn't be so stingy as to not give me a little more wine, would you? Of course not. The old monkey grinned and ran off immediately. Just as he was eating, Luo Wenliang suddenly sent a private message. Bro, do you have any weapons? The stronger, the better. I need them urgently. Chapter 41. King of Special Operations, Luo Wenliang. Before the cold wave arrived yesterday, I found a deserted island and discovered quite a bit of food in a cave. But there's a wild boar guarding it. I need to kill it to get the food. Chen Fan took a look and immediately placed the dagger in the trading bar. I have a simple version of the trap for wild boars. You can take the dagger first, and I'll give you the trap afterward. Wow, this guy is quite something. He seems to have some real strength. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and nod. Thousands of kilometers away, on a small island of just over 100,000 square meters, so Wenliang, dressed in cotton clothes, arrived at a cave with a dagger in hand and began striking the nearby rocks. Soon, an angry roar echoed. Hey, hey, hey! A black-haired wild boar weighing over 200 pounds charged out of the cave, bearing its tusks and fiercely rushing at Zhuo Wenliang. Zhuo Wenliang executed a beautiful 360-degree turn to dodge the boar's attack and tightly gripped the dagger, stabbing it hard into the boar's back. The boar let out a painful scream and suddenly turned to bite at the dagger. Zhuo Wenliang flew back, constantly waving the dagger and making provocative gestures at the boar. The viewers on Blue Star quickly locked onto Zhuo Wenliang's live stream, shocked by another fierce person from Jiuzhou in this icy weather. This god dares to challenge a wild boar alone. Does he think he is Chen Fan? This Zhuo Wenliang is the king of special operations in the Jiuzhou military district. A true land warfare machine. Don't speak carelessly if you don't understand. But why do I feel like his dagger is from Chen Fan? Even the tail ring is identical. They are both chosen ones of Jiuzhou. It's normal to have connections and help each other. Almighty God, let the wild boar kill this king of special operations. The continuous provocations made the boar even angrier, and disregarding its bleeding back, it charged again. This time, Zhuo Wenliang did not dodge. Instead, at the moment the boar charged, he swiftly moved to the back of the boar, grabbing its tusks with one hand and stabbing the dagger towards the boar's heart repeatedly. The entire action was seamless. The boar didn't react until it had been stabbed 5 or 6 times, at which point it began to scream and ran madly into the cave, with Zhuo Wenliang on its back. The entire live stream suddenly fell silent. No one knew what was happening inside the cave until 5 minutes later. A voice suddenly echoed above Blue Star. Zhuo Wenliang from Jiuzhou has obtained a wild fruit gift pack and killed an adult wild boar. Both items will be multiplied by 100 in Jiuzhou. I told you Zhuo Wenliang's strength is terrifying, but you didn't believe me. He is the king of special operations. How could he not handle a wild boar? With Chen Fan as the predecessor and Zhuo Wenliang as the present, Jiuzhou will surely surpass other countries. Jiuzhou forever. Our beautiful country's Sea Dog Special Forces are no pushovers either. They can take down this so-called king of special operations in an instant. Nonsense. Zhuo Wenliang will slaughter the Sea Dog Special Forces like dogs. As the insults between the people of Jiuzhou and other countries escalated, more people entered Zhuo Wenliang's live stream to join the fight. While Zhuo Wenliang was handling supplies, a voice rang in his ear, detected that the number of viewers in the chosen one Zhuo Wenliang's live stream has surpassed 100 million. A lucky self-selected gift pack has been rewarded. Please keep up the good work. So many people are watching my live stream. Zhuo Wenliang was stunned and immediately looked at the gift pack in his item bar. An hour later, a private message notification sounded. It was from Zhuo Wenliang. In the trading bar, there was not only the dagger, but also 50 units of wild boar meat, 5 pieces of floating stone, and several peaches, apples, and bananas. Thanks. Brother, I killed a wild boar and got quite a bit of food. That's great. Chen Fan was surprised and gave Zhuo Wenliang a big thumbs up. It was likely that in this icy weather, there weren't many chosen ones going out, but Zhuo Wenliang went out alone to tackle the wild boar, which attracted so many spectators, and he managed to break through to 100 million viewers. I wonder if anyone from other countries has broken this record. That's easy to discuss. Chen Fan said, then gave Zhuo Wenliang a bottle of Maotai liquor. You can have a barbecue tonight, and I have a bottle of wine too. Let's toast across the distance. Wine? Just what I was craving. You've saved my life. Zhuo Wenliang was overjoyed and accepted it without hesitation. Soon, smoke began to rise from two places in Jiuzhou as both of them started barbecuing, taking a sip of strong liquor and a bite of grilled meat, enjoying the pleasures of life. After downing a bottle of liquor, Chen Fan fell asleep directly on the sofa. It wasn't until the next morning that he was awakened by a chorus of chirping sounds, and when he checked the time, it was already past 10 in the morning. He couldn't believe that a bottle of liquor had such a powerful effect, making him sleep for a full 12 hours. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of fear wash over him. Fortunately, it was currently a frozen wasteland, and the threats on the island had been eliminated. Otherwise, if someone really wanted to harm him, he might have been killed in his sleep. He opened the door to find more than 20 large monkeys waiting outside. The leading Monkey King finally sighed in relief upon seeing Chen Fan. "Big brother, we've been knocking for over 2 hours. If you didn't come out, we would have thought you were so lonely without company that you died." The mother monkey immediately threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Fan. "Don't think too much. I just drank too much." Chen Fan shivered and quickly explained, looking at the various bottles and jars each monkey held, filled with different liquids. He guessed they were sending him off with monkey wine. "King, we've cleaned these bottles very well. They're definitely non-toxic and pollution-free," the old monkey hurriedly explained. "This is all our stock. We hope you have a safe journey." Good. That's very thoughtful." Chen Fan laughed heartily and immediately collected the monkey wine, which surprisingly amounted to 30 liters. Fortunately, he could directly store the beverages in his inventory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take them. This scene left many viewers watching the live stream on Blue Star with their jaws dropped. Chapter 42, Experts Under Attack, Isolation Plan. My God, what kind of high technology is this? It can actually move on the ice. In the entire ocean world, I've only seen Master Chen Fan operate like this. Truly a god-level player far ahead of other chosen ones. I love it. Even if he can go forward. All the boxes are frozen in layers of ice dozens of centimeters thick. If he finds a box, he can only look at it. What use is that? This is Master Chen Fan. He naturally has his ways. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Accompanied by the cold mockery of foreigners, Chen Fan's live stream was once again embroiled in a verbal battle. At this moment, Wang Kai and the two ducks had already gone outside. Although the temperature was still around minus 30 degrees, it didn't significantly affect the three of them. They were still happily playing. Wang Kai once again took on the role of a scout, starting to search for boxes. In the ocean world, things had briefly slowed down due to the cold wave. But the 9 provinces were in danger. 5 elite ninjas from the Sakura country had secretly infiltrated the 9 provinces and had now arrived at an experimental base, planning to assassinate one of the chief scientists of the 9 provinces, Yang Jiangwo. After obtaining the cold nuclear fusion reactor, Yang Jiangwo quickly developed a formula for purifying soil radiation and created the first generation of soil radiation purification potion. Today was the day for testing. After pouring 1 liter of potion into 100 kilograms of soil, Yang Jiangwo looked at the readings on the display instrument, and after more than 10 minutes, it finally decreased by 0.1. This caused great excitement among Yang Jiangwo and the other researchers. This indicated that the research on purifying soil radiation was feasible. Although the current purification speed was too slow and the required amount of potion was large, let us not forget this was just the first generation of potion. With further research, a potion that required less and purified faster was by no means a dream. Bang! Just as everyone was celebrating, suddenly a figure flashed by, and a ninja launched a surprise attack, aiming a katana directly at Yang Jiangwo's heart. However, in the next second, the ninja was sent flying, his arm that wielded the sword snapping, exposing the bone at his shoulder. The ninja stood frozen in place, even forgetting to escape. His strength was so great that even a steel plate would have been pierced. Yet he not only failed to injure Yang Jiangwo, but instead injured himself. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the next moment, someone shouted, and countless soldiers appeared from all directions, surrounding the ninja and beginning to chase the 4 who had escaped. This incident was reported to the national leader immediately, who exploded in rage. Investigate. From this moment on, conduct a thorough investigation throughout the entire 9 provinces. Any spies from the Sakura country or suspicious individuals are to be killed on sight. and suspicious individuals from other countries are to be expelled from the 9 provinces immediately. A military leader was taken aback, somewhat shocked. "Leader, do we really need to cut ourselves off from the outside world? With our foundation, we can completely achieve this." The leader replied with a stern face, in addition. "Launch 18 missiles at the Sakura country as punishment for their previous attack on us, and this assassination attempt on an important figure in the 9 provinces." The military leader was once again taken aback. "Though we do not seek trouble, we are not afraid of it," the leader said coldly. "Last time, we endured the Sakura country's attack due to our collective struggle. But if they take advantage of our kindness, then they shouldn't blame us for being rude. I'll take care of it." The military leader's expression finally turned serious, and after saluting the national leader, he turned to leave. The national leader then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had already distributed defensive battle suits to important top members in various industries, which prevented a tragedy. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous loss for the 9 provinces. Chen Fan has once again achieved an unprecedented feat for the 9 provinces. At this moment, Chen Fan is more than 90 kilometers away from the island, having lunch when he hears the commotion outside. "Help me, help me. I have pictures, I have pictures. Come save me. I have vegetables, I have vegetables. Save my ass, save my ass. Save my ass." Chen Fan walked outside, looking confused. The floating island had already stopped, and he saw 7 or 8 boxes piled up on the sea about 5 meters away, now frozen into ice blocks, with even the sounds becoming much weaker. After walking for more than 3 hours to encounter so many boxes, it was quite acceptable. Chen Fan smiled and immediately took out the icebreaker, aimed at the ice surface, and pressed the start button. With a faint sound of an explosion, it seemed like a shock wave burst through the ice, and the ice surface 5 meters ahead instantly turned into ice shards. The 8 boxes were immediately pushed up onto the ice surface. Surprisingly, it was the little cockroach that had been following the floating island in the sea, and it was the one that pushed the boxes up. This dolphin is not bad. It knows how to work. This operation once again left the people from Blue Star in awe. Oh my goodness, no wonder Chen Fan dares to advance in the icy weather. It turns out he has ice-breaking tools. They wonder where Chen Fan got these strange things from. He used them so skillfully. It's just an icebreaker. What's the big deal? Our country even has ice-breaking ships. Did you see that? Even with ice-breaking ships, they are still so arrogant. If it were a new icebreaker, wouldn't they be soaring? Chen Fan immediately opened all the boxes. 5 wooden planks, 1 vegetable gift pack, 3 plastics, 2 floating stones, 2 cloth pieces, 1 cotton coat manufacturing blueprint, and 1 unknown metal hammer. A voice immediately echoed in the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained 1 vegetable gift pack, 3 mineral waters, 25 wooden planks, 18 metal sheets, 10 plastics, and 7 cloth pieces, 6 items in total. And Jiuzhou will be amplified 100-fold. Vegetable gift pack. Although the taste of genetically modified vegetables cultivated artificially is acceptable, people often see records of the deliciousness of vegetables before the nuclear war in ancient texts. It was unexpected that Chen Fan would be the first to salvage a vegetable gift pack, which not only signifies vegetables, but also seeds. All countries are simply envious and jealous of Jiuzhou. Chen Fan was quite looking forward to the vegetable gift pack, but he now understood that the rescue mentioned in the wooden box was indeed a hammer. After examining the hammer, Chen Fan was utterly amazed by it. Although it didn't belong to the system's leftover black technology, it was definitely a unique hammer in the ocean world. Chapter 43. Dog egg, cabbage, and pork soup. The hammer was entirely bronze-colored, 50 centimeters long, with the hammer head occupying 20 centimeters. One side was a hammer, and the other was an axe, with a total length of 30 centimeters. The overall proportions were somewhat strange, but it didn't diminish Chen Fan's favor for it, as it was described as overly domineering. Unknown metal hammer. Uniqueness. Only the one who opens it can use it, and all attributes are 30. What does this mean? It means that this hammer can only be used by oneself, and others cannot use it. If one can exert 500 pounds of force, then, with the attribute bonus, the strength becomes 650 pounds. In simple terms, it means one can challenge beyond their level. Unexpectedly, Such a small hammer is so powerful. Playing with the hammer. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The key is that it doesn't feel too heavy in hand. To describe it in 4 words. At will. That has no small feat. Simply put, it's like an elephant's trunk inserted into a bull's rear. Really impressive. A strange voice suddenly came through. You can call me the awesome hammer. Chen Fan curled the corner of his mouth. The once impressive hammer was brought down a notch by this guy's 3 words. You're my weapon, something that protects my life. Can your name be chosen casually? Chen Fan retorted immediately. As the saying goes, a good name is easy to live with. From now on, you should be called Dog Dan. Dog Dan? Why does that name sound so strange? The hammer asked suspiciously. Because it's unique and reflects your tough life. Chen Fan explained patiently. I dare say, in the ocean world, there's absolutely no one with the same name as you. Hee hee. Old Floating Stone couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just happy to have a new partner. That's right. My buddy has no problem. Dog Dan immediately burst into laughter as well. After putting away Dog Dan, Chen Fan opened the vegetable gift pack. 5 pumpkins, 5 heads of cabbage, 5 garlic shoots, 5 chili peppers, and 5 bunches of chives. Besides the 5 pumpkins and 5 heads of cabbage, the rest were all 5 gene. Among these vegetables, Chen Fan had only seen pumpkins. He had never eaten the others. Although they were sold in the store, they were newly cultivated after mutations and were outrageously expensive, far beyond what a poor person like him could afford. However, he was still clear about the cooking methods. Tonight's menu: cabbage and pork soup. Next, under Wang Kai's guidance, the floating island no longer had established routes. Basically, wherever wooden boxes were gathered, they would head there. By evening, Chen Fan had gathered more than 10 wooden boxes, further increasing the output of Jiuzhou by 100-fold. Following the cooking methods he remembered, Chen Fan boiled 6 bottles of mineral water, cut 2 gene of pork, and after boiling it for more than half an hour, added the chopped cabbage and sea salt, cooking for about 20 more minutes. A pot of fragrant and flavorful cabbage and pork soup was ready. He picked it up and took a sip, unable to help but let out a moan. My God, is this the taste of the most original cabbage? It's both fragrant and sweet, simply indescribable. In Chen Fan's impression, the deliciousness of meat should surpass that of vegetables, but after tasting the cabbage, he completely understood what true deliciousness was. The food he had eaten before entering the ocean world was something even dogs wouldn't eat. With a big bowl of pork and cabbage soup and 200 milliliters of monkey wine, Chen Fan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Looking at the half pot of vegetables left, he thought for a moment, immediately took out 2 bowls, and traded a portion to Zhuo Wenliang and Lian Peipei respectively. For Lian Peipei, this was an enormous surprise. Great Chen Fan, you were just too good to me. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time. It feels like a dream. Chen Fan appeared somewhat serious, having not eaten for a long time, which implied that he had eaten before. This girl must also come from a wealthy family in Jiuzhou. But to have endured until now, without any incidents, is truly remarkable strength. Zhuo Wenliang's reaction was not overly exaggerated. He simply expressed his gratitude, as everything was understood without words in the ocean world. Have you ever thought about refining it yourself? Is it possible to do it yourself? Upon hearing Zhuo Wenliang say this, Chen Fan became impatient. Since he could say that, he must have found a way to refine edible oil. Wouldn't that elevate the deliciousness to another level? There's no vegetable oil, but animal fat will make the dishes taste better, Zhuo Wenliang explained. We both have wild boars. The wild boar has a layer of white fat. Cut this fat into chunks the size of your thumb. Pour 50 milliliters of fresh water into the pot. Then add the fat, and cook on low heat, stirring slowly. The oil will be refined soon, and after filtering, you can store it in jars. The leftover meat can be used for cooking or making dumplings. It seemed that apart from flour, Chen Fan had all the other ingredients. Once he got flour later, he could indeed try making dumplings. After eating and drinking enough, with nothing else to do, Chen Fan sat on the bed and opened the virtual panel to check the messages in the public chat room. The second day of the cold wave. I'm almost frozen to death. My feet have been numb all day. I feel so pitiful. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Anyway, I am warm and full right now. I even want to brew something. Everyone, if you can, help others a bit. In such terrifying natural disasters, it's better to overcome difficulties together. Just as he was reading, he suddenly heard the death toll of the chosen ones from various countries. Chapter 44. Refining Lard. Chen Fan's Eating Broadcast. Beautiful country's Bryn Smith was frozen into an ice sculpture by the sudden cold wave. Sakura country's Tanaka had a difficult childbirth and was dragged to a height of 100 meters by the Golden Eagle King, falling to his death and turning into minced meat. Dongbang country's Jin Dongsik was killed by the chosen ones from his own country. Jiuzhou's Eugene was frozen to death. The ocean world only announced typical death cases from various countries and finally summarized the death toll. It was simply unimaginable. 5 million people from 150 countries had died in less than 10 days, and within just these 2 days of the cold wave, 700,000 people had perished. Jiuzhou, after 10 days of consumption, still had 4,000 people alive, which was considered a relatively high survival rate among over 100 countries. If this continued, it would be remarkable if each country had 1,000 people left in less than a month. Chen Fan murmured to himself, especially with the threat of flying birds from the sky. What exactly is the Golden Eagle King? The Golden Eagle King, about 2 meters long, with a wingspan of about 5 meters, weighing around 50 kilograms, can lift living creatures under 100 kilograms to high altitudes, and its attack power is very strong. Definitely a C-class creature. Old Fusher immediately introduced. However, we have been running around for the past 10 days and have not encountered this creature, which is quite lucky. No wonder such a creature is not something an ordinary human could defeat. If there were firearms, one could at least compete with it. Chen Fan suddenly understood, hoping they would encounter it later, as facing such a bird of prey was not as easy as dealing with a B-class orca. Oh my goodness, how can a real man back down? Let's just go for it. Even in the inventory, Dog Dan couldn't hold back. Bro, if we encounter it, let's take it down. I'm fierce when it comes to fighting. Ignoring everything else, Chen Fan fell directly into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Fan got up early, picked some duck eggs, then soaked a bucket of instant noodles and boiled some small fish and shrimp. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Fan began to cut the wild boar fat. Although the wild boar had been divided into 500 portions, it was still relatively easy to trim. In just over an hour, he separated out over 40 pounds of fat. Zhou Wenliang also sent a private message, trading 50 pounds of fat to Chen Fan. It's not a specially bred pig. Wild boars are relatively strong, and there's only about 50 units of fat. Don't you need it? Chen Fan asked in confusion. This guy really knows how to calculate. Chen Fan responded and directly set up an iron pot in front of the apartment, using pumice to build a temporary stove. He ignited some wooden boards, placed water and fatty meat on top, and began to slowly fry it on low heat. This scene left the people in the live stream somewhat bewildered. What is Master Chen Fan doing? It looks like a very technical operation. Is he cooking meat? What do you know, this is called oil refining, extracting animal fat into edible oil for cooking. This is common in wealthy areas, something we commoners can hardly enjoy. What's so impressive about that? Eating oil makes you gain weight. We people from Sakura country don't eat oil. Or is it that you can't eat it? Sour grapes. How embarrassing. Soon, clear lard began to appear, accompanied by sizzling sounds, and the rich fatty meat gradually shrank. In the end, 10 pounds of fatty meat yielded a full 7 pounds of lard. The oil yield is indeed quite good. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. After putting the lard into the stone tub, he began the second batch of rendering. After a whole morning, Chen Fan had rendered more than 60 pounds of lard and 30 pounds of meat residue. He kept 50 pounds for himself and gave the remaining over 10 pounds to Zhou Wenliang. At noon, Chen Fan directly created the most correct way to prepare duck eggs, frying them. Accompanied by the rich aroma of lard, Chen Fan cracked 2 duck eggs into the pan. After frying one side to a golden brown, he clumsily flipped the pan, and the other side started to fry as well. Just looking at Chen Fan's expression, the viewers on Blue Star's live stream couldn't hold back. High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. I can almost see the tender fried egg dancing on my tongue. How wonderful it is. Compared to other chosen ones, Chen Fan's live stream is simply a feast for the eyes and a great stress reliever. Chen Fan for Jiuzhou. I really hope a bite of that fried egg chokes him. In front of everyone, Chen Fan began an almost perfect eating broadcast. In less than half an hour, a voice was heard. Detected that the number of viewers in the live stream of Chosen One Chen Fan has surpassed 300 million, rewarding a lucky self-selected gift package. Keep up the good work. Wow. Chen Fan was taken aback. It was just a simple meal of fried eggs. Yet had 300 million viewers. Is this even more captivating than a battle? Such simple temptation. Chen Fan immediately opened the selected package and took a look. Pumice 60. Plant Super Nutrient Solution 15. One can last for a month of growth. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Blueprint 1. Crossbow Bolt Upgrade Blueprint 1. Pumice, I want pumice. The old pumice ghost's wailing voice came directly over 60 pieces. Chen Fan finally understood that as long as he didn't choose floating stones, for every 100 million viewers, the number of floating stones would increase by 20. So why not take a chance and choose 100 floating stones when the view count eventually surpasses 500 million? At that moment, Chen Fan decisively chose the crossbow arrow upgrade blueprint. After all, weapons were much more important than floating stones at this point. He placed the crossbow arrow upgrade blueprint into the synthesis slot. Upgrading the crossbow arrows required 5 wooden boards, 3 metal sheets, and 1 piece of glass, which would allow him to manufacture a repeating heavy crossbow. This not only increased its weight by 3 pounds, but also enabled it to fire 3 crossbow arrows in succession. It even had a sight which increased its range by 10 meters and doubled its power, making it capable of easily penetrating the bodies of sea-level wild boars at close range. Its power was simply astonishing. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was admiring the crossbow, the super radar suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. Chen Fan was taken aback and quickly ran to take a look. To his surprise, a golden eagle king was diving towards him from hundreds of meters away. Damn, he had just prayed last night not to encounter it, and now it showed up today. Did it hear my prayer and deliberately come to mess with me? Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. Chapter 45. Battle with the Golden Eagle King. Harvesting high-explosive grenades. Run. Old Floating Stone shouted loudly. You probably aren't its match right now. What are you running for? Fight it, fight it. Dog Dan immediately shouted. Only cowards run away. Let's go for it. I don't want to die out here like this. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and directly ran into the apartment. Oh my God, big brother, you really are a coward. Dog Dan had a face full of despair, finally giving me no chance to show off. Bang! Almost the moment Chen Fan ran into the apartment, a loud noise came from outside. The Golden Eagle King had already swooped down. Because Chen Fan dodged in time, it vented its anger on the sail, forcefully ripping it off the roof of the apartment. My dear mother, I'm afraid of heights. Accompanied by screams, the sail was grabbed and flew into the sky. Damn! Chen Fan frowned and immediately exited the apartment, watching as the sail reached over 100 meters in the air, only to be tossed back down. The sail weighed at least 100 pounds, and just from free fall, it could smash a hole in the apartment. It seemed that today wouldn't end well. Chen Fan stood directly near the fish spear, looking up at the Golden Eagle King while raising the super protective shield. I'm falling apart, help! The ship's sail couldn't help but scream as it was about to hit the ground, ultimately crashing into the protective shield and shattering into pieces. At the same time, the Golden Eagle King dove down, targeting Chen Fan. Everyone watching this scene in the live broadcast stared wide-eyed, clenching their fists tightly. That was the King of Raptors, and Chen Fan actually intended to confront the Golden Eagle King head-on? As far as I know, the difficult birth in the rice field of Sakura country is a Jounin, with very strong combat power. Could it be that Chen Fan's strength has surpassed that of a Jounin from Sakura country? Nonsense. My husband is the best. He will definitely kill the Golden Eagle King. As the verbal battles between countries escalated once again, more and more people flooded into Chen Fan's live broadcast room, participating in the argument while watching the battle between Chen Fan and the Golden Eagle King. With the Golden Eagle King only less than 10 meters away from Chen Fan, he suddenly raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger at the Golden Eagle King's abdomen. 3 crossbow arrows shot out like lightning, even making a sharp whistling sound. However, as a C-class raptor, the Golden Eagle King had top-notch reflexes and agility, quickly tilting its body to narrowly dodge the arrow attack, but it could instantly adjust its form. Now, it was only 5 meters away from Chen Fan, and grabbing him would be just a blink of an eye. Chen Fan, however, had a slight smile on his lips, and bent his body slightly before suddenly shooting up. Dog Dan rushed towards the Golden Eagle King and shouted, "I'll take you down." Bang! The Golden Eagle King looked at Chen Fan as if he were an idiot, not taking him seriously at all. After all, he was just a human who had just entered the ocean world and thought he could fight with me. At that moment, the Golden Eagle King wanted to say you. Before he could finish, its claws had already struck the super protective shield, followed by its entire body crashing into it, leaving it dazed. At that moment, the axe blade had already struck the Golden Eagle King's abdomen, and despite the thick feathers protecting it, this blow still left a wound over 20 centimeters long and 5 centimeters deep. Immediately after, as Chen Fan landed, he rushed to the spear, twisting it 60 degrees upward, aiming at the wound on the Golden Eagle King's abdomen and pulling the trigger. Damn it! The Golden Eagle King let out a cry of pain and flapped its wings, quickly ascending into the sky. However, after 50 meters, the fishing line tightened, temporarily trapping the Golden Eagle King. I told you, listening to me is always right. Dog Dan laughed heartily. I just wonder if this weak spear can hold that thing down. Oh, my little sister. Dog Dan was taken aback and then burst into laughter, saying, as the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the job easier. With the two of us attacking together, we must be fierce. It's one thing to trap this guy, but pulling it down and killing it is still a bit difficult. Chen Fan said seriously, since it wants to fly, let it fly for now. It's a way to exhaust its strength. We can finish it off after it takes a break. So, Chen Fan sipped tea while watching the Golden Eagle King fly in all directions, as if putting on a flying performance for him. This scene made those who had just been worried about Chen Fan feel a bit strange, and those who had been pessimistic about him fell silent. I told you. My husband is amazing. How could a mere Golden Eagle King be his opponent? You didn't believe it. As the saying goes, better to eat 2 ounces of flying birds than half a pound of walking beasts. I believe great God Chen Fan is about to give us a food broadcast again. Baka, that damn Golden Eagle King is just an idiot. How could he not kill the 9 provinces, Chen Fan? Now it seems that your Sakura country's upper ninjas aren't that impressive either. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan heard a voice in his ear, detecting that the viewership of the chosen one Chen Fan's live stream has surpassed 400 million people. Reward, a lucky self-selected gift package. Keep it up. 400 million already? If I were fighting against even more terrifying beings, wouldn't I get even more rewards? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and opened the selected package to take a look. Pumice 80. Plant Super Nutrient Solution 20. One can last for 1 month of growth period. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Blueprint 1. High Explosive Grenades 5. High Explosive Grenades, 5 pieces. Chen Fan's eyes widened with excitement, realizing that such a devastating weapon in the ocean world could definitely save his life. Especially since he now had 6 of them. This was undoubtedly his greatest trump card. Moreover, Chen Fan took a glance and noted that this high explosive grenade had a blast radius of 20 meters and weighed about 500 grams. This meant that a single high explosive grenade could cause massive damage within a 20-meter range, and if it exploded within 5 meters of the enemy, it would definitely kill them. Awesome. It's coming down, it's coming down. At that moment, Dog Egg shouted again, Boss, keep attacking it. Go for its claws. Go for its claws. Chen Fan smirked and secretly took out a high explosive grenade. This time, we must hit the target in 1 strike. Chapter 46. Talent, Basic Healing. Saying this, he put away the crossbow and the dog, only shaking the high explosive grenade in front of the Golden Eagle King. The Golden Eagle King thought Chen Fan's actions were merely a provocation. He had put away his weapons. Was he trying to lure me into attacking? Does he really think I'm foolish enough not to know there's a transparent protective shield 3 meters away from him? The Golden Eagle King did not intend to engage in a prolonged battle. After all, he was currently restrained, and dragging it out would only be increasingly disadvantageous for him. He just wanted to land steadily on that transparent protective shield and then take off with all his strength, hoping that the immense force would help him break free from the barbed fish spear. Even if a piece of flesh was torn away, at least he would escape with his life, and there would be plenty of opportunities to seek revenge later. Chen Fan kept his eyes on the Golden Eagle King. When it was 30 meters away, he pulled the pin, and when it was 10 meters away, he suddenly threw the grenade into the sky and activated the super protective shield. The Golden Eagle King had no concept of high explosive grenades and paid no attention to it, continuing its dive downwards and preparing to land. However, the moment the grenade made contact with the Golden Eagle King, it suddenly exploded. Boom! The massive shockwave caused the floating island to shake violently, even through the super protective shield, and the Golden Eagle King was blasted high into the air by the explosion and subsequent shockwave, soaring over 20 meters before beginning its free fall back towards the floating island. Chen Fan immediately withdrew the super shield, allowing the Golden Eagle King to fall to the ground. Even when hit by such a powerful weapon as a high-explosive grenade, the C-Class Golden Eagle King did not suffer significant damage. It only had a hole in its abdomen, which obliterated its internal organs. In Jiuzhou, Chen Fan killed a Golden Eagle King, and the fresh corpse of the Golden Eagle King will be multiplied by 100 times. At the same time, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star, causing the entire Blue Star to erupt, as expected of the great Chen Fan. As expected of the King of the Sea, having Chen Fan in Jiuzhou is truly a great fortune. Incredible! Jiuzhou's Chen Fan actually possesses such a devastating weapon as a grenade. It's simply terrifying. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, damn it! Chen Fan never defeated. Chen Fan. Resources doubled. Chen Fan disassembled the corpse of the Golden Eagle King, obtaining 20 feather wings and 60 eagle meat. The feather wings are about 20 centimeters long, and it feels like these things are as useless as shark teeth or orca teeth. However, since they can be disassembled, they must have their own purpose. For Chen Fan, the Golden Eagle King was just a minor episode. At this moment, he went to salvage the 7 or 8 boxes from the ice layer, and soon after, the floating island moved quickly again. Wang Kai, who had been hiding somewhere, finally acted as if nothing had happened and led the way. Chen Fan opened all the wooden boxes, 7 wooden boards, 5 pieces of plastic, 10,000 carpet grass seeds, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 3 pumice stones, and 2 pieces of glass. The carpet grass seeds actually yielded such items, and there were directly 10,000 seeds. Is this intended to turn the entire floating island into a lawn? However, the large floating island is mostly bare stone except for the areas that need to be used, which indeed lacks aesthetic appeal. But this matter can wait until there is enough fertile black soil accumulated. Meanwhile, the increase to 1 million seeds in Jiuzhou has caused a stir among the senior officials of Jiuzhou. After all, there were no seeds of this kind stored initially, and now the technology for purifying soil radiation in Jiuzhou has made revolutionary progress. Jiuzhou can definitely take out 100,000 seeds to cultivate more seeds. And once the soil radiation is purified, they can plant carpet grass nationwide. In just a few months, Jiuzhou will be green again. Chen Fan has once again achieved a remarkable feat for the 9 provinces. Yes, the leader shouted and immediately went to arrange things. No, I don't want to die. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately began to shout, I am obedient and hard-working. Even if I have no merit, I have put in effort. You can't just kill the donkey after the grind. Oh my goodness, buddy, you really can't see your own position. Dog Dan couldn't help but shout. It's not like we're getting rid of you. Once the ice melts, you will still be you. Right now, we don't need you. So why don't you just go take a nap? What more do you want? But Chen Fan still wanted to say something. But he was directly disassembled by Chen Fan, and the materials were categorized and sent to the inventory. After a few days of accumulation, the A-level freshwater had reached over 800 milliliters. Chen Fan directly boiled the water, brewed a cup of Longjing tea, and then opened the virtual panel to check his information. Chosen 1. Chen Fan Island Area. 170 square meters skills. None weapons. Wolf Fawn Club. Fish Spear. Linked crossbow. Dog Dan talent. Basic healing. Can slowly heal wounds. Healing 1 per minute. Black technology. Super Shield 2. 13 minutes 1. 30 minutes 1. Cold fusion reactor. Super radar. Wow. Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief at this fact. The talent attribute actually produced something, and it was a healing ability. Does this mean that in the future, if he gets injured, he can just ignore it, and after 100 minutes, he'll fully recover without any scars? How strange. How did this talent appear? This is too amazing. Chen Fan joyfully muttered to himself. It's related to titles. Old Fusher immediately took on the role of a science teacher. Every time you gain a new title, you will receive a talent or skill, and it could be any talent or skill at random. Chen Fan suddenly realized that this was something that appeared after he received the title of the Monkey King last time, and it seemed like it could be upgraded. Once he became a high-level or top-level healer, wouldn't he be like an indestructible cockroach? It looks like I need to earn more titles. That way, I might become invincible. Chen Fan immediately smiled and muttered to himself. Don't get your hopes up. You have no idea how difficult it is to obtain a title. Not only is there randomness involved, but you might not even know how to acquire a title. Lao Fusher poured a bucket of cold water on Chen Fan, saying, just leave it to fate. Just then, a private chat notification sounded. It was a message from Lian Pei. Master Chen Fan, quickly check the multinational chat room. Someone is targeting you. Chapter 47. The declaration of war from the Three Kingdoms Alliance against Chen Fan. Targeting me? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel speechless. What the hell do I have to target? Isn't it just that the cotton clothes sold to you are a bit expensive? However, Chen Fan still immediately opened the multi-country chat room to take a look. At this moment, the three countries led by Beautiful Country were clamoring. Jiuzhou, Chen Fan. If you have the guts, come out, let's fight to the death. Bakiru, doesn't Jiuzhou Chen Fan think he's very impressive? Why doesn't he dare to come out? He knows he's not our opponent, so he's acting like a turtle, right? Siba. Dare to reveal your location. After the rookie period ends, our three-country alliance will fight you to the death. The chosen one from Beautiful Country, John, immediately issued a challenge. Of course, if you back down, just pretend I didn't say anything. This statement instantly ignited the anger of the chosen ones from Jiuzhou, who immediately retorted, John, as an elite of the Sea Dog Special Forces, don't you think it's shameful to challenge an ordinary person? Great God Chen Fan is quite skilled in ocean exploration, but his combat abilities may not be that strong. You can come at me. There's no need for three countries to target just one person. Exactly. Is it manly to bully the few with the many? The chosen ones from Jiuzhou's mockery left the chosen ones from the three countries indifferent, as they continued to shout crazily at Chen Fan. If you dare not accept the challenge, just shout, Grandpa John, I was wrong. I'm useless, and it's really not a big deal. Exactly. Although the chosen ones currently in our three-country alliance are not many, there are still more than 30 of us. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Siba. Chen Fan gradually became serious. If it were just a battle among the chosen ones of his own country, it wouldn't matter. But the tripartite alliance has issued a challenge to him, which is no longer just his own business. It concerns the entire Jiuzhou and the nation's reputation. If he doesn't respond to the challenge, it would only signify that Jiuzhou is showing weakness. As a major power, Jiuzhou, despite its overall strength being inferior to that of several countries led by the Beautiful Country, is not a soft persimmon to be bullied. These powers have not defeated Jiuzhou in Blue Star and still want to defeat the chosen ones of Jiuzhou in the ocean world. Is that even possible? Great God Chen Fan, this is a trap. How can you alone fight against the tripartite alliance? The three countries led by the Beautiful Country are completely in cahoots, claiming there are only over 30 chosen ones, but there might be many more. Don't be fooled. We are not ready for battle right now, especially not for such a large-scale conflict. A group of Jiuzhou chosen ones immediately began to urge him anxiously. If you have the guts, then let you be arrogant for a few more days. Once the novice period ends, we will kill you, and Jiuzhou will still achieve nothing in the ocean world. The novice period, they are protected in the novice village and won't be killed, but once the novice period ends, the Jiuzhou chosen ones will be nothing but lambs to the slaughter, prey for all countries. Oh my! The chosen ones from the three countries led by the Beautiful Country once again began to mock crazily. Chen Fan sneered and directly exited the multi-country live broadcast room. Almost immediately, Zhuo Liang sent a message. Bro, you're too impulsive. The Three Kingdoms Alliance, it can't be that simple. Call me during the battle. I want my share in the glory of Jiuzhou. Zhuo Liang said no more and just threw out this statement. As a girl, Lian Pei was also not afraid. Master Chen Fan, I support your decision. I want to be with you when the time comes. All right, Several other chosen ones from Jiuzhou also privately messaged Chen Fan, expressing their willingness to help when the time comes, and Chen Fan readily agreed. After all, he wasn't a god. Handling a few or even a dozen chosen ones was fine, but more than that was truly uncertain. Besides, he would definitely reveal his coordinates later, and even if he didn't notify them, they would surely head over upon seeing the coordinates. By then, it would no longer be just his battle alone. Of course, that day was still far off, at least half a month later. I don't know, why are you asking me? Old Fushi was startled and quickly explained. Do you really think I'm all-knowing? Stop pretending with me. I know you must know some inside information. Chen Fan shouted loudly. We're all in the same boat. And you're hiding things from me. Old Fushi, stop acting tough. What are you trying to prove? Dogan also shouted. The boss is asking you a question. Speak clearly, or I'll take you down. Dogdan, you think you're so impressive? Old Fushi was anxious when I was drifting in the ocean world. You weren't even born yet. Stop pretending. Let me out, and I'll definitely give you 2 electric cannons. Dogan was furious. Everyone shut up. Chen Fan shouted loudly. Old Fushi, you better tell me what you know honestly, or I will break you down right now. We could just part ways. Look, why the rush? I haven't said anything yet. Old Fushi said irritably. First, let me have 2 huazi. Isn't that better? Chen Fan's expression changed, and he suddenly became excited. He could see Chen Fan. Moreover, next, there would be a new batch of chosen ones entering the novice area. Old Fushi's next sentence made Chen Fan's expression change, and he immediately shouted, another one. 5 million. If nothing unexpected happens, yes, Old Fushi said seriously. However, by then you will have entered the Forbidden Sea. All one. 5 million will enter the novice area, and the only point of communication will be the chat room. The chosen ones in the Forbidden Sea and the Edge Sea will be in the same chat room and can trade. Old Fushi, how do you know so much? Chen Fan finally asked this question, feeling that he was just a rogue. It shouldn't be possible for him to know so many secrets. Because the ocean world has more than just your world's chosen ones. 3 years ago, I collaborated with chosen ones from other worlds. Old Fushi sighed, exhaled a smoke ring, and then said seriously, at that time, I had developed to an area of 1 square kilometer, but it was destroyed in a battle, and I ended up drifting, eventually arriving at the Edge Sea and encountering you. After organizing the information, Chen Fan immediately edited and sent it to the national leader. Chen Fan, is this news reliable? After considering for several seconds, the national leader asked seriously. The national leader's expression changed again. He could hardly believe that Chen Fan would bring such explosive news, which would definitely give the Jiuzhou chosen ones an advantage in the upcoming novice area. Without hesitation, the national leader immediately summoned several military bigwigs and ordered them to dispatch 10,000 military helicopters to the location where the Jiuzhou chosen ones had departed, ready to support them to the capital at any time. But this batch of chosen ones has already lost thousands of people. A leader couldn't help but ask. That's not a problem. By the end of the novice period, there will be at least 1,000 left. This is the most precious wealth of our Jiuzhou. Bringing them to the capital for protection is a great merit. The national leader took a deep breath, then slowly stood up and ordered seriously, remember, this is top secret. Even the soldiers executing the mission must not know the content of this mission until the last moment. Those who violate this will be dealt with according to military law. Yes, several military bigwigs immediately straightened up and saluted the national leader firmly. Everything was proceeding in full swing. The floating island finally stopped at a place where several boxes were gathered, but it was already evening. Chen Fan had already eaten dinner and was preparing to brush the chat room and take a break when suddenly he sat up at the start and quickly ran outside, grabbing the icebreaker and began smashing the ice surface. As the ice shattered, there was a faint sound and Little Strong shot out of the water like an arrow, sliding across the ice for a long time before finally stopping. He saw arcs of electricity constantly appearing in the water, and even Chen Fan's hair stood on end. This is actually an electric eel, such a long electric eel. Chen Fan was stunned and then exclaimed in disbelief. This is a B-grade electric eel, a full 10 meters long, as thick as an adult's thigh, capable of releasing 100 volts of high voltage, Old Fushi said gloomily. A single B-grade electric eel is enough to electrocute a killer whale, and there are at least 5 below. Big brother, avenge me. Little Strong was in tears. Look how I've been electrocuted. Chen Fan was stunned, staring at Xiaoqiang's, but for a long time. So tragic, did it get electrocuted to the point of causing perianal swelling? Can you please focus on the main issue? Xiaoqiang tightened his anus and said, the tail fin, the tail fin. Chen Fan then noticed that one of the Little Strong one's tail fins had been charred black, probably making it difficult for it to swim. Kid, hand over that dolphin, if you know what's good for you. Do you think you can snatch away food that is already in my mouth? An electric eel surfaced and shouted at Chen Fan, otherwise I'll electrocute you. Little Strong is under my protection. If you want to eat it, you should first ask for my permission. Chen Fan slapped his chest and retorted, electrocute me? You're not even qualified. Just as he finished speaking, an electric arc shot towards Chen Fan. Fortunately, he was protected by his defensive suit and didn't suffer too much damage. However, this only fueled his anger. He raised his crossbow and shot at the eel, saying, how dare you threaten a dignified human like me? Despite the electric eel trying to dodge, Chen Fan's speed was too fast, and one of the crossbow bolts pierced through the electric eel's neck. The electric eel let out a scream and fell back into the water. Chen Fan was quick to react and threw a fishing net over it, pulling it onto the floating island before it could recover. Hand over my grandpa! An electric eel shouted angrily, despicable human, how dare you sneak attack? My motto is to only look at the results, not the process. In any case, your grandpa is now in my hands. Chen Fan said calmly, if you want to save him, you can exchange for bronze boxes. Are you kidding me? Another electric eel surfaced. My dad is about to bleed to death. Where am I supposed to find you 4 bronze boxes? Is that what I should be concerned about? Chen Fan squatted down, looking disdainfully at the electric eel. You should know how long your dad can hold on. Instead of bargaining with me, you should hurry up and find those bronze boxes. Chen Fan, you really are something else, threatening a few fish to do your dirty work. Old Floating Rock laughed. This shameless spirit truly resonates with me. It's already night, and I'm out here in the freezing cold of minus 30 degrees. How can I not collect some interest? Chen Fan snorted, but how should I eat this electric eel? You can't eat me. As soon as the words left its mouth, the electric eel screamed and released electricity, electrocuting itself to death. Chapter 49. A family should be whole and complete. The scene fell eerily silent. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. This guy has such a bad temper. Did he really electrocute himself? Although the electric eel can release a powerful current in water, once it's on land, the air becomes a huge resistance. And the current has nowhere to go, so it can only electrocute itself. Old Fu sure explained, but now, you need to consider how to explain this to those 4 electric eels. At the very least, you need to get those 4 bronze boxes, right? You can only take it one step at a time. Let's sleep first and talk about it tomorrow. Chen Fan shook his head and then disassembled the electric eel, obtaining electric eel skin 1, electric storage pouch 1, eel meat 100. Electric eel skin, electric storage pouch? Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He saw that the electric eel skin looked like a complete snake shed, and at first glance, he thought it was an electric eel lying there. The electric storage pouch contained a charge of 100,000 volts. Wow, this electric eel is really something. An electric eel can store so much electricity. Chen Fan said in disbelief. It would take a family many years to use it all up, right? Chen Fan couldn't help but look forward to the other 4 electric eels. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan killed an electric eel, and the fresh corpse of the electric eel would be amplified 100 times. At the same time, a voice echoed once again in the sky above Blue Star, causing those who had originally planned to sleep to sneak a glance at Chen Fan's live stream. Great God, Chen Fan is so hardworking, getting up in the middle of the night to kill marine creatures. And it's an electric eel. I really didn't expect this. The ocean world has already counted today's death toll, yet they still report Chen Fan's harvest. Unbelievable. How did Chen Fan from the 9 provinces not get electrocuted by the electric eel? You can't say anything bad about my husband. After hearing this, Chen Fan immediately sent a private message to the national leader, informing him about the electric eel's internal electric storage sacks, stating that dissection would require professional electricians and experts. This gave the national leader a tremendous surprise. These are 100 storage sacks containing 100,000 degrees of electric charge. Although they are no longer useful in Jiuzhou, They could definitely become a bargaining chip for negotiations or trades with other countries. After this period of isolation, it is believed that there will certainly be a surprise for all countries on Blue Star. Brother, what should I do? Xiao Chong couldn't help but ask loudly at this moment. If I stay on the island, I'm going to die soon. They're looking for the bronze box only on the water surface. If you enter the water now and immediately sink to the bottom of the sea, you can avoid them. Chen Fan said immediately. By tomorrow morning, I will deal with them, and you will be safe. Brother, you really have a way. Xiao Chong was stunned for a moment, and then said with a big smile, I love my big brother every day. Talking big is not as good as helping me get a few more boxes. Chen Fan grumbled unhappily. Go to sleep. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. The next moment, 4 electric eels jumped out and shouted loudly. Where's my grandpa? Isn't he right there? Chen Fan pointed to the eel skin not far away and said, for him, I have been watering him every little while, and I didn't sleep well all night. Why don't you hurry and push the bronze box up for me? Let my grandpa go first. The electric eel threatened loudly. Otherwise, I won't give you the box. If you don't give me the box, I won't let your grandpa go. Chen Fan said, stepping forward and stepping on the eel's skin. This shocked the 4 electric eels, and they immediately pushed the 4 bronze boxes up, then gritted their teeth and shouted, Aren't you going to give me my grandpa back? The 4 electric eels rushed up, and then shouted at the top of their lungs, Why is there only a skin left? To be honest, I fried your grandpa. What's in the bowl is him. Chen Fan grinned and said awkwardly, How about I give you a few pieces? Beast, beast. The electric eel went crazy, carrying an electric current, and charged directly at Chen Fan. I'll electrocute you. Huh. Throughout this process, Chen Fan was thinking about how to handle them, not expecting that this family of electric eels would have such a bad temper. What was the point of this suicidal attack? Dodging this electric eel, Chen Fan actively launched his attack, shooting 3 crossbow arrows that hit 1 electric eel, and at the same time, the broken fishing net was cast out, covering the 3 electric eels. The 2 electric eels that were unharmed immediately charged outward, and the fish gun shouted, I'm coming, I'm coming. Chen Fan took 2 steps to reach the fish spear, directly aiming at an electric eel. In an instant, he shot out, piercing through the eel. Even though the eel released 1,000 volts of high voltage instantly, causing the fish spear to crackle, it was of no use at all. He caught 2 with a net, while 1 managed to escape. Chen Fan immediately looked at the super radar and started detecting. What surprised him was that this guy hadn't run far. It was swimming within a radius of 100 meters, seemingly looking for a chance for revenge. Do these electric eels have such a big temper? Chen Fan pondered while pinching his chin, then asked the fish gun, Little fish gun, can you hit that electric eel? As long as it's within effective range. It can't escape. The fish gun confidently replied, but there's ice blocking the way, so it's still a bit difficult. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Fan was astonished to find that his hair had once again stood on end. He then realized that the surviving electric eel was pressed against the ice layer underwater, continuously discharging electricity. I say, little sister, do you think it's useful? Old Floating Stone chuckled. You can only reach my body through a thick layer of ice. Besides, the power generation device on me is tens of thousands of times more than what you emit per second. That bastard killed my family, no matter what. I have to take him down. The electric eel gritted its teeth. You were born to be hunted. This is just a world of the survival of the fittest. Old Floating Stone said impatiently, You had your chance to run, and the next outcome will be death. You think I will? The electric eel sneered, about to retort when the fish gun instantly entered the water and shot up in less than a second, piercing through the eel's body just as it turned around. Yes. Chen Fan laughed heartily, suddenly excited. Little fish gun. Well done. Boom. Almost the next second, the fish gun seemed to be bitten by something and had the tendency to drag the entire floating island underwater. Chapter 50. Escape from the shark's mouth. A-class Megalodon. A massive creature was tearing at the electric eel and the fish gun, completely unfazed by the 1,000 volts of electricity released by the eel. A-class marine creature, the Megalodon. Old Floating Stone exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. A-class creatures should be in the Forbidden Sea. How could they appear in the Edge Sea area? The eel's electricity could even kill Orcus, but in front of the Megalodon, it was like a snack, which proves how terrifying the Megalodon is. Bang! Change direction, run. Chen Fan's face turned ashen. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated. However, the Megalodon seemed to be targeting Chen Fan specifically. It didn't leave, continually crashing into the thick ice layer, as if determined to flip the floating island into the water. Is that big shot who is targeting me sending this? Chen Fan muttered softly. Chen Fan, this isn't working. A-class Megalodon is not something we can resist. Old Floating Stone shouted. We need to come up with a strategy. Gaga is going to do it. Dog Egg said stubbornly, Big brother, let me out. I have to cut a hole in it. What are you doing? Do you have any self-awareness? We're made of the same material. Can't you see the wounds on my body? The fish gun huffed. What a reckless person. Being scolded by a beauty made Dog Egg feel sweet inside. He chuckled and stopped talking. All right. The fish gun agreed, and Chen Fan immediately pulled the fish gun and jumped off the floating island. This scene truly shocked the viewers watching the live broadcast. What on earth is happening? I also see something below, seemingly crashing into the ice layer. Is it planning to smash the floating island? Why does it feel like that big guy is specifically targeting the great Chen Fan? Otherwise, with such thick ice, is there a need to crash into it repeatedly? But why is Chen Fan jumping off the floating island, planning to fight that massive creature to the death? This time Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is undoubtedly going to die. Today our Sakura Nation will celebrate nationwide. Sure enough, after Chen Fan jumped off the island, the Megalodon also stopped, continuously crashing into the ice layer where Chen Fan was, accompanied by the cracking sounds. The ice layer finally broke apart. Chen Fan had already pulled the pin on the grenade and threw it into the water. At the same time, a massive mouth surged out of the water and lunged at Chen Fan. Fortunately, the fish line was already over 50 meters away, and with a huge pulling force under Chen Fan's acceleration, he narrowly avoided the Megalodon's attack. You little brat, dare to play with me? A deep voice came, as the Megalodon lunged half its body out of the water, trying to glide and bite Chen Fan, seeking death. Boom! At the same time, the high-explosive grenade exploded beside the Megalodon. The immense explosive force instantly flipped the Megalodon, and the ice layer within a 20-meter radius was completely obliterated. Even Chen Fan fell into the water, but luckily he had already escaped the 20-meter explosion range and was directly pulled back onto the ice by the fish gun. Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run towards the floating island. The citizens of Blue Star, who were watching this scene, also relaxed and let out a breath. Chen Fan's move was really impressive. Being able to escape from such a large shark was something he could boast about for a lifetime. Speaking of which, what kind of shark was that? It was so big, it was easily more than twice the size of an orca. It's unclear. The war has destroyed too many records, and many things are beyond our knowledge now. Fuck, why didn't that big shark kill Jiuzhou's Chen Fan? It's simply useless. Ah, damn it. Back at the floating island, Chen Fan immediately entered the apartment to warm up by the fire and changed into a new outfit before analyzing seriously. Could that guy also have come through the crack between the Forbidden Sea and the Edge Sea, specifically to kill me? As of now, anything is possible. Old Fu Stone coldly snorted and said that the guy targeting you might be from the Forbidden Sea. We can only find out once the novice period ends, and we enter the Forbidden Sea. We still have to find a way to kill that giant shark first. Chen Fan lay back on the sofa, looking utterly disheartened. That old system, while it has given me so many surprises and benefits, has also brought much greater dangers compared to other chosen ones. My heart is so tired. The key is that even high-explosive grenades can't kill it. Where can I reason with this? This guy is not so easy to kill. It's an A-class creature, and even mermaid warriors have to avoid its edge. Old Fu Stone coldly snorted, saying that if we can avoid it, we should. Gaga, let's go for it. Dog Dan shouted again. Whoever is afraid is a coward. The remaining 3 electric eels also amplified to Jiuzhou once more, and Chen Fan gave 2 of the electric storage sacks to Lin Pei and Zhuo Wenliang, which made Zhuo Wenliang very happy. I didn't expect you to get such good stuff. It's a pity I don't have anything of equal value to trade with you. Lin Pei was even more excited. Master Chen Fan, you don't know, I open a radio, but it has no power. I wanted to trade it for something. And now you brought the power. I just love you to death. I didn't expect this girl to open up a household appliance. Indeed, she has opened all sorts of strange things. Next time she opens something like that, I have to get one from her. With that thought, Chen Fan finally set his sights on the 4 bronze chests not far away. Chapter 51. What do men like to watch? Oh no! He set his sights on us. What should we do? I can't be seen, I can't be seen. Bad guy, don't think about opening us. I know martial arts. The 4 bronze chests immediately began to resist. Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Chen Fan chuckled and immediately opened all the bronze chests. Automatic fishing net 1. Cooking seasoning gift pack 1. 4K HD Smart TV 1. A low-key big gift pack 1. Wow, what a big harvest. Chen Fan was stunned. He never expected that all 4 bronze boxes would yield such great items. He had just envied Lien Peipei's radio. And now he had a television. It was like night and day. The fully automatic fishing net, like a fishing gun, also had a triangular stand over a meter high, with a horn-shaped launcher on top that could launch a fishing net with a diameter of 5 meters and a 20-meter-long line. It could not only target automatically, but also send and receive automatically, averaging once every half hour, requiring almost no manual effort. Mom no longer had to worry about my fishing. Setting up the tripod 2 meters away from the fishing gun, the fishing net greeted, "Hello there, sister. You can call me Net's sister. We'll be partners from now on." So friendly right off the bat? Chen Fan chuckled and said, "The little fishing gun doesn't have a name yet, so let's call it Little Fish. That name is acceptable to me." The fishing gun replied sweetly, feeling no more envy for others who had names. "Hee, you really know how to joke, sister." The fishing net laughed. Back in the apartment kitchen, Chen Fan opened the cooking ingredients gift pack. Sichuan peppercorns 1, star anise 1, white angelica 1, cinnamon 1, cooking wine 1, green onion, ginger, and garlic 5. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Although he had never cooked with these ingredients before, he had seen them in a damaged cookbook. Each time, only a little was needed to create delicious dishes. Now that he had directly obtained 1 pound and 5 pounds, wouldn't that last him a long time? Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately took out 3 pounds of wild boar meat and 5 pounds of pig bones that were left over after disassembly. After blanching them with a few slices of scallion and ginger and a little cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, he began to add star anise and simmered them over medium-low heat. After that, Chen Fan went to the television and mounted it on the living room wall. The power from the cold fusion reactor was immediately directed to the television, which turned on, displaying colorful images. It quickly transformed into a handsome anime character. "Hello, my master. I am your most loyal servant. Shout Gigi at your service. What can I do for you? I can play anything you want to watch. Just recommend what men like to watch back in the days when televisions were owned." "Okay, please wait a moment. Come on, baby." But yes. "Fuck me. Come on." Soon, the television displayed some indecent scenes, particularly from the West. Old Fusher excitedly whistled, and the apartment residents were swallowing saliva. Chen Fan was stunned. "Xiao Gigi, what are you playing? This is too perverted, right? Master, didn't you say to play what men like to watch in that era?" Xiao Gigi said, somewhat aggrieved. "This is what men love. Is this all they watch? Nothing else?" Chen Fan was speechless. "There are others, like action movies and gunfight films," Xiao Gigi said, and then played a movie called Terminator, which finally brought a smile to Chen Fan's face. "Now this is what men should watch. Just play these from now on." After finishing one show, the pork was almost cooked, and the entire apartment was already filled with a rich aroma, making Chen Fan swallow continuously. "Forget it, I'll have lunch first, then open the last box." With that thought, Chen Fan immediately sprinkled some salt, then used a stone bowl to serve 1 pound of pork, a few pig bones, and a few spoonfuls of soup. He took a shallow sip of the soup. "It looks, smells, and tastes great." With a snap of his fingers, Chen Fan divided the rest among Wang Kai and the duck couple, and finally split it into 2 portions for Zhuo Wenliang and Lien Peipei. "Wow, Master Chen, you actually have seasonings?" Lien Peipei went crazy. "Seasonings are precious things, anywhere. Bro, you keep surprising me more and more. I feel like we're not even in the same ocean world." Zhuo Wenliang sighed, helplessly. "Good things keep coming up. Great white shark. A class?" Zhuo Wenliang asked in confusion. "Whether it's marine life, terrestrial life, or airborne life, they're all divided into many levels from D level upwards. The higher the level, the stronger the power. The wild boar you killed before should be sea level, didn't you know? Chen Fan retorted. Chen Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. It was because of Old Floating Stone's popular science knowledge and his ability to communicate with any creature that he could gain the upper hand. It seemed that during his free time, he should also write down some basic knowledge and insights about the ocean world to provide maximum convenience for the new players in Jiuzhou, so that Jiuzhou could stand undefeated in the ocean world. After chatting with Zhuo Wenliang, Chen Fan then carried the food and drinks outside and began to eat meat and drink monkey wine on a floating stone in front of the apartment, hoping that the number of viewers would break a record again. This left the foodies of Blue Star dumbfounded, drooling. What is the great Chen Fan eating? I want to eat it too. What Chen Fan was eating was stewed meat, cooked with spices, and it was very delicious. What's so great about it? We are eating vegetarian now. Only barbarians eat meat. I'm willing to be a barbarian. I'm willing to eat meat. Despite the crowd's cravings, the viewership ultimately did not exceed 500 million. Perhaps a bigger explosive moment was needed to elevate the number of viewers for his livestream. A bit of a regret. After eating and drinking to his fill, Chen Fan finally remembered that low-key big gift package and immediately opened it. Chapter 52. Electric Shotgun. A woman. Electric Shock Gun X1 can instantly produce 1 million volts of high-voltage electricity, can be used 3 times after a full charge, another powerful weapon. Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately took it in hand. This electric shotgun is about 1.5 meters long, with a 3-pronged slender current emission device at the top. After pressing the switch, the electric shotgun can instantly unleash a current of 1 million volts, lasting for 3 seconds. The key is that his floating island serves as a charger, charging whenever needed, which is incredibly convenient. The power of this electric shotgun is 100,000 times that of an electric eel's burst of electricity. Dealing with a megalodon would be like child's play. Playing with the electric shotgun, Chen Fan coldly smiled and said, I can't wait to kill the megalodon, haha, but you still have to electrocute it. If a single strike doesn't cause significant damage, it might still counterattack you. Old Floating Stone said impatiently, it's best to try it on other powerful creatures first. That's true. Chen Fan thought for a moment and finally nodded. I wonder if anyone else feels this way. The floating island frozen in the ice layer always emits a slight tremor, as if some terrifying giant creature is walking on the ice layer, causing the trembling ice to shake. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it's quite stable here, with no movement. What a coincidence. I feel that way too, but it's very slight. Could it be that you're closer to the source of the tremor, while I'm farther away, which is why? Could it be that you're located at the junction of the novice area and other places, and that something giant is walking or fighting outside? As the discussion intensified, more than a dozen people stood up to say they felt the tremor, and even in the multinational chat room, others were talking about it. If that's the case, then it's likely that these chosen ones are located at the edge of the sea area and the Forbidden Sea. I just wonder what exactly is happening in the Forbidden Sea. Is it related to that big figure targeting me or the A-level marine creatures? In the end, Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. Damn, I'm starting to have paranoid delusions. Time to sleep. A night passed without incident, until the next morning when Chen Fan was promptly awakened by the sound of ducks laying eggs. Looking at the bright sunshine outside, Chen Fan couldn't help but stretch, feeling that the temperature had risen slightly, indicating that the cold wave was gradually retreating. The other party has no hostility towards you and hasn't posed a threat. So why should I report anything? That's because the other party hasn't discovered me. If they do, they will definitely be hostile towards me. Okay? At least there is no hostility now. Damn. Chen Fan's expression was somewhat grim. The super radar was currently acting entirely based on its own preferences, and many times it was likely to delay his own matters. He still needed to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, he would suffer in the future. However, Chen Fan didn't say anything at this moment and went directly to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After all, there were still nearly 2 hours left before the other party arrived, and there was still time. An hour and a half later, with less than 3 kilometers to go, Chen Fan stopped the floating island, set the ice surface gliding device to start after half an hour, and then quickly ran forward on foot. This move left some viewers of Chen Fan's livestream puzzled. What was the great Chen Fan doing? Why did he suddenly abandon the island and run away? Was he planning to exercise, or was he fed up with the endless ocean world? After all, for the past half-month, it had been just Chen Fan alone. Many who were used to a lively environment would have surely broken down in such a situation. Wow, what a big deal. Natural disasters and man-made calamities couldn't bring down the great Chen Fan of Jiuzhou. It turned out that Chen Fan had knocked himself down. Every step Chen Fan took had its reasoning. Perhaps he had discovered something? After running for more than 10 minutes, Chen Fan finally arrived at a floating island. This floating island was surprisingly 60 square meters in size, with a fully automatic fishing net and a 4x4-meter wooden house. There were even sun-dried fish outside and stone-made pots and pans. However, after searching up and down the floating island, Chen Fan found no sign of anyone. Could it be that this guy discovered my arrival, thought I was here to rob him, and ran away? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together. If that were the case, wouldn't the misunderstanding be huge? Wait, perhaps when he couldn't hold it in any longer, he would come out to meet me. Whoosh! Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sound of breaking air came, and an arrow shot from the distance, striking him in the chest just as Chen Fan turned around. At the same time, a figure dashed towards him like lightning, holding a longbow, intending to strike Chen Fan's forehead quickly, planning to take him down completely while he was hit by the arrow. Ding! Chen Fan seized the opportunity and swung the dog egg towards her chest. However, her speed exceeded Chen Fan's expectations, and she swiftly dodged his attack. Immediately afterward, she executed a backward whip kick aimed at Chen Fan's waist, the entire movement flowing smoothly, catching even the battle-hardened Chen Fan off guard. However, beneath his defensive battlesuit, Chen Fan paid no heed. He spun the axe he was holding in midair several times before slicing horizontally at her arm. Her strength was immense, and the rebound force acting on her was equally powerful, causing her to grunt and stagger back, landing in a rectangular ice trough nearly 50 centimeters deep, just avoiding the axe's attack. Her leather hat flew off, and her long, dark hair nearly covered her entire face. A woman? Chen Fan was taken aback. It was only now that he understood why he hadn't noticed her earlier. She had dug a hiding place 10 meters away from the floating island. Boom! Just as Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, a massive red tentacle shot out from the ice trough, pulling the woman directly into the sea. Chapter 53. Hero Saves Beauty, Battle with the Octopus in the Water. Chen Fan was stunned. Save her! Save her! The floating island spoke up. Why are you still in a daze? She just tried to kill me. Why should I save her? Chen Fan retorted. She's a woman. You heroically saving her will definitely make her owe you. The floating island appealed to his emotions and reason. You can have sweet moments during the day and intimate moments at night. Don't you like that kind of life? But if I save her, I'll be a simp. Overflowing with a savior complex, Chen Fan shook his head. That's not good. Then let me give you a reason you can't refuse to save her. The floating island suddenly became furious. She is one of the survivors among the 10,000 chosen ones of the Jiuzhou. She is your compatriot, your future comrade in fighting against foreign hostile chosen ones. Are you planning to watch your comrade die without helping? Damn! Chen Fan was somewhat speechless. He was actually swayed by a piece of rock. He immediately took off his coat, took a swig of strong liquor, and jumped into the water. This scene left everyone from the Blue Star utterly shocked. This guy, just moments ago they were fighting, and now he's jumping into the water to battle the sea monster to save her? Although Chen Fan was powerful, wasn't he afraid that the woman would repay kindness with enmity? Jiuzhou's Chen Fan actually lost his mind over a woman. How is this different from being a simp? Shut up, you keyboard warriors! Chen Fan's defenders exclaimed. What he saved was a compatriot from Jiuzhou. The fight started without any conversation between both sides. It was just a misunderstanding. Does ocean survival really have to be a life-and-death struggle? In Chen Fan's live broadcast room, a verbal battle had already erupted, but Chen Fan had noticed the struggling woman. Emma, how could this guy be so big? Dog Dan laughed excitedly. Big brother. Let's hurry up, let's do it. Bang. The woman looked at Chen Fan in surprise, truly not expecting him to jump into the sea for her. She made a gesture pointing upwards, signaling Chen Fan not to worry about her and to escape immediately. Taser, taser! Dog Dan suddenly shouted. Emma, big brother. How could we forget the taser? Let's zap that guy. Chen Fan really wanted to give Dog Dan a good beating. How could this kid be so reckless? Bang! In the next moment, the tentacles directly wrapped around the two of them, quickly pulling them towards it. Then there was a loud explosion as a grenade went off, and the tentacles that were entangled with the two finally loosened. Only then did Chen Fan manage to break free, grabbing the woman and swimming quickly towards the surface. It's been 5 minutes already. Why haven't they come up yet? They wouldn't really drown like this, would they? After all, he was fighting a sea monster underwater. And there was also a female burden. It would be strange if they didn't die. Oh no, Chen Fan from Jiuzhou, it's certain death this time. My Sakura country must celebrate nationwide. Oh dear. As more and more people gathered in Chen Fan's livestream, everyone for Jiuzhou held their breath, their eyes fixed on the water's surface, praying that Chen Fan would burst out of the water like a god of war. However, they also felt that this thought was somewhat unrealistic. After all, while Chen Fan was formidable on land, the water belonged to the sea monsters. Gulp! I'm going to suffocate. Lying on the ice, Chen Fan gasped for air, and for a moment, he didn't even feel the cold. Even if he held on for another 10 seconds, he would drown. Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream finally let out a sigh of relief, typing furiously. Did you see that? This is our Jiuzhou, chosen one. This is the great god, a hero saving a beauty, battling sea monsters. I always said Chen Fan would never lose. He has brought us too many surprises. He is a god among the Jiuzhou, chosen ones. Sakura country, you probably won't be able to celebrate in your lifetime. Wait for all the Sakura country, chosen ones to die, and then mourn as a nation. Bakayuru. Boom. Chapter 54. If you're going to save someone, why stick out your tongue? The massive body of the giant truck, with each tentacle over 10 meters long, exuded a terrifying aura that created immense pressure. The previous explosion from the high-explosive grenade, although Chen Fan was unharmed, still left him feeling quite uncomfortable due to the shockwave. Seeing the tentacles retract again, Chen Fan could no longer hold back. After the tentacles were repelled, he charged forward with the electric shotgun. Viewers of the live stream were either excited or disappointed, igniting a new round of insults. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan should have died today. He really is just lucky. Fuck. It doesn't matter. The newbie phase is over. He will still die. The ones who will die are you, who can't stand to see others do well. In the future, our Jiuzhou will have nothing to do with you. We will shut ourselves off from the world and have no contact with you. That's right. Your chosen ones are generally not strong. Get ready to eat dirt. Chen Fan finally had the chance to take a good look at this woman. She had an oval face with exquisite features, and even after being exposed to the wind and sun at sea for so long, her skin remained fair and smooth, as if she were a girl with natural beauty. Chest compressions, artificial respiration. The woman's floating island shouted again. You just saved her. Are you really going to let her drown like this? Chen Fan nodded repeatedly, not having time to think too much, and immediately began chest compressions along with artificial respiration. After repeating it 7 or 8 times, the woman finally spat out a large mouthful of seawater and started to breathe laboriously. Slap! In the next moment, the woman slapped Chen Fan's cheek. Chen Fan reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist. I saved you, and you hit me. If you want to be saved, then why are you sticking out your tongue? The woman yelled hysterically. Does artificial respiration require sticking out your tongue? Her words clearly reached the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast, and everyone showed a strange expression, especially the men, who felt a sense of understanding that only men could comprehend. Chen Fei's face turned red, and then she scolded angrily, not knowing if it was out of anger or shyness. You shameless pervert, don't you have any shame? I didn't stick out my tongue. Chen Fan was confused, thinking, I'm a virgin, what tongue am I sticking out? Whether you did or not, you know in your heart. The woman glared at Chen Fan fiercely, then shivered and sneezed, unable to help but hug her arms. Let's not dwell on this. Come into the room and warm up. Chen Fan also felt the biting cold and immediately got up to walk into the apartment. Upon seeing the large apartment, the woman was momentarily stunned, but then thought that since he had just saved her, he definitely wouldn't have any ill intentions. So she snorted coldly and followed him into the room. Immediately, a wave of warmth hit her, and her whole body began to feel warm. The woman's clothes were a wolf fur coat she had sewn herself, Although the craftsmanship was not very good, it was still decent enough to fend off the cold. Chen Fan handed her a cup of hot water and said, "Your clothes are wet. Take off your coat, and I'll help you fix it so you don't catch a cold." There are no cold medicines in the ocean world. The woman stared at Chen Fan and remained silent for 7 or 8 seconds before finally taking off her wool fur coat, revealing an outfit underneath that looked like a night suit. Chen Fan speculated that this woman must be an assassin, which is why she has such strong skills. Otherwise, having consumed A-grade fresh water and so much B and C-grade biological meat, his physique had improved significantly, making it impossible for him to be unable to defeat her. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan immediately tossed the simple wolf fur coat into the synthesis panel. After taking it out, it had become much more exquisite, and he handed it to the woman, saying, "Go to the bathroom and change out of your wet clothes. You could dry them by the fireplace and then change back." The woman remained silent, simply following his instructions. "Are you the great Chen Fan?" A voice came from behind. The woman, wearing the wolf fur coat, jumped off the floating island. Indeed, seeing is believing. "You know me?" Chen Fan said in surprise. "You're overrating me." He smiled slightly. "I'm just luckier than other chosen ones. I know you have killed other chosen ones from the 9 provinces. So, what do you plan to do with me now?" The woman asked next. "I never thought of killing you." Chen Fan said helplessly. "It was you who launched a surprise attack on me. But you're the first man to take my first kiss. What do you think you should do?" The woman crossed her arms, leaning against the door frame, the wide collar revealing 2 white, soft curves and a deep, enchanting cleavage in between. "I really didn't stick out my tongue." Chen Fan slapped his forehead, looking utterly despairing. Chapter 55, Water-Repelling Pearl, a Terrifying Woman. The current issue is that at least over 100 million people in the live stream saw you kiss me. My innocence has vanished along with your sudden attack and strong kiss. The woman said lightly, "From now on, I'm afraid I can only follow you." How ruthless. The woman suddenly became resentful and turned to walk towards the apartment. "We are merely strangers meeting by chance. What does it have to do with love between men and women?" Chen Fan snorted coldly and followed her into the apartment. Detected that the number of viewers in the Chosen One Chen Fan's live stream has surpassed 500 million, rewarding him with a lucky self-selected gift package. Keep up the good work. What? The audience in the live stream prefers to watch the love-hate entanglements between men and women rather than continuous battles? If I were to stir up a CP with this woman for a few days, could the viewer count surpass 600 million? Chen Fan shrugged and directly opened the selected package. Pumice 100. Plant Super Nutrient Solution 25. One can last for a month of growth. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Blueprint 1. Water Avoidance Pearl 1. After taking it, you can stay underwater for 30 minutes without needing to breathe. Damn it. Chen Fan was torn between the Water Avoidance Pearl and the Floating Stone. After all, it seemed unlikely to break the 600 million viewers mark again. At least not in the short term. However, the temptation of the Water Avoidance Pearl was too great, and no one knew when he would next enter the water. If the time exceeded his limit then, it would be over. Chen Fan, don't forget your promise. Old Floating Stone spoke up. When you reach 100 floating stones, choose the floating stone. If you choose something else, I will fight you. Yes, our floating island is still too small, so choosing the floating stone is necessary. The apartment advised. The floating stone can be obtained anytime, but every day I delay getting the Water Avoidance Pearl could mean a day of danger. Chen Fan shook his head and decisively chose the Water Avoidance Pearl, swallowing a sea blue pearl the size of a thumb. "What are you sneaking?" The woman, sitting on the sofa and planning to watch TV, asked suspiciously as she saw Chen Fan come in while swallowing something. "Is it a stamina pill?" "Wow." Old Floating Stone was shocked. "This girl is fierce. You might not be able to handle her." "The Water Avoidance Pearl just obtained allows me to stay underwater for half an hour without holding my breath for half an hour after taking it," Chen Fan explained. "You have such good stuff?" The woman's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "We all have live streams, and every time the viewer count breaks 100 million, the ocean world will give you corresponding rewards," Chen Fan explained. "Once your live stream's viewership exceeds 100 million, you'll understand." The woman suddenly realized. She didn't expect Chen Fan to know so much, and it seemed that his viewer count had long surpassed 100 million. She couldn't help but ask, "Since we are friends now, Can you provide me with some help within your capacity in the future? Of course, no problem, Chen Fan nodded. After all, we are both chosen ones of the 9 provinces, and we will become comrades fighting side by side in the future. If you need help, I will assist you as appropriate. It's almost noon. I need to eat. Chen Fan slightly nodded and immediately entered the kitchen. Chen Fan, just based on your eager and dog-like demeanor, you must have stuck your tongue out. Old Floating Stone laughed. How does it feel to kiss? Get lost with your tongue. Chen Fan gritted his teeth in anger. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. In an instant, both the talkative and the mute laughed in schadenfreude. Having gotten used to being with Chen Fei, suddenly having such a woman around made Chen Fan feel uncomfortable. He thought it would be easier to fight a megalodon than deal with her. Although she praised Chen Fan's cooking skills endlessly, he still felt uneasy. It wasn't until the meal ended that Chen Fan finally stretched and said, "It's getting late. I should take my leave." "My name is Xiao Yutong," the woman immediately said. "Before entering the ocean world, I was a lay disciple practicing in a temple in the mountains." "That's nice," Chen Fan nodded. "Let's add each other as friends. I'll give you some things, and then we'll part ways." "Are you really planning to leave me here alone?" Xiao Yutong asked with a half-smile. "All right." Xiao Yutong shrugged, stood up, and took off her wolf fur coat, revealing her black lingerie and graceful curves. Chen Fan felt as if he was facing a great enemy and immediately turned around, loudly questioning, "What do you want? Just wearing my clothes? Look how scared you are." Xiao Yutong rolled her eyes, put on her night clothes, and then left Chen Fan's floating island. "Go, hurry up." Chen Fan, feeling relieved, immediately whispered his orders. The ice surface sliding system was activated, moving quickly to the side at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. "Do you think I'm some kind of man-eating monster? Running so fast." Watching the gradually receding, floating island, Xiao Yutong suddenly smiled playfully. Meanwhile, those watching the live stream began discussing the relationship between the two. What have they been doing in the room for so long? Chen Fan had been holding back for a long time. He must be doing what both men and women like to do. Anyway, this Xiao Yutong would definitely follow Chen Fan in the future. No way. Chen Fan is not that kind of person. He is a gentleman. By the way, did he stick out his tongue or not? Finally, it was over. What is the meaning of being with a woman? At this moment, Chen Fan finally lay back on the sofa, which still had Xiao Yutong's fragrance lingering on it, making him sigh. I really thought she was going to follow me. Detected that the number of viewers in the Chosen One's live stream has exceeded 500 million, unlocking hidden tasks. Would you like to start selecting to activate hidden task mode and complete it? Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Chen Fan's ear. Chapter 56, Breaking 500 Million, Unlocking Hidden Tasks. Huh? Chen Fan was taken aback. Is this a benefit from the ocean world? 500 million people. A third of the total population of Blue Star. He didn't expect to attract so many viewers, and it also triggered hidden benefits from the ocean world, allowing him to carry out tasks assigned by the ocean world and then receive rewards. Activate hidden task mode. Chen Fan immediately spoke. Hidden task scanning. Detected hidden task, requiring the Chosen One to investigate the cause of the mysterious tremors at the boundary between the Marginal Sea and the Forbidden Sea within 72 hours. A generous reward will be granted upon completion. Do you accept? The voice in Chen Fan's ear reappeared. Old Floating Stone, what is this operation? Chen Fan was somewhat confused. 72 hours, that is 3 days. Where the hell am I supposed to find out? Chen Fan's mouth twitched. The Chosen One can choose to accept or refuse. If refused, the hidden task mode will automatically close. The voice in Chen Fan's ear came again. Isn't this just forcing me to accept? Then what else is there to say? I accept. Chen Fan had a face full of despair, with nothing left to say. He immediately chose to accept. Accepting might still offer a chance to complete it. Refusing would mean missing out on this mode entirely. Even a fool would choose to accept. Since he had to investigate, he definitely had to go to the boundary. Old Floating Stone immediately shouted, even if it's the Marginal Sea, the area is still huge. You only have 3 days, better hurry up. But I still need to figure out where the boundary is. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan quickly opened the virtual panel, found the Chosen One who felt the ice surface tremors yesterday, and sent a private message. Brother, can you tell me your approximate coordinates? Chen Fan, The other party immediately recognized Chen Fan, but still asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" "Didn't I accept the challenge from the three hostile countries? I'm planning to go to the boundary first to understand the environment," Chen Fan replied, directly taking out 20 units of orca meat. "Otherwise, it might be a bit passive to go there after the novice period ended." That's true. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. The other party agreed with Chen Fan's words and immediately sent the approximate coordinates after accepting the orca meat. Chen Fan immediately inputted the super radar and began to continuously expand the range to the southwest, 1,500 kilometers. At a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. It would take 50 hours to reach full speed, and he didn't even know how far the border was. The task was heavy and the road long. Chen Fan pressed his lips together. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up, full speed ahead." At that moment, the floating island immediately changed direction and sped southwest. The head of the country currently had 199 super shields, and he directly took out 48, planning to block Jiuzhou for 24 hours, after which 1 million soldiers would patrol along the entire national line in a cycle. This move shocked all the countries. A few countries led by the beautiful country formed a multinational alliance to jointly pressure Jiuzhou, while also holding a network conference to plan an attack on Jiuzhou. Regarding the pressure from the multinational alliance, the head of the country couldn't help but sneer. "If I was afraid, I wouldn't have made this decision." The beautiful country instructed the cherry blossom country to send ninjas to launch a surprise attack on important figures in Jiuzhou. Thinking I was still in the dark? Jiuzhou's head of state, "Are you really going to act unilaterally?" The head of the Dongbang country also threatened, "Be careful that Dongbang country strikes first. After all, we are not far apart. Our Jiuzhou has always emphasized that if others don't offend us, we won't offend others." Jiuzhou's head of state said disdainfully, "Whoever wants to make a move against Jiuzhou, just come, but you should know one thing. Don't blame Jiuzhou for a tooth. An eye for an eye." Saying this, Jiuzhou's head of state directly closed the network video. Jiuzhou's head of state was too arrogant, daring to disregard our multinational alliance. Not shedding tears until seeing the coffin. "Little dog, stupid wolf. You idiot, you even failed at assassination. Your cherry blossom country is simply meaningless." "I also don't know how it failed. Head of the beautiful country, what do you think we should do?" "We will follow your lead. Then let Dongbang country strike first to teach Jiuzhou a lesson. It's convenient since we are close." "Yes." Along the way, Chen Fan didn't stop for anything other than picking up boxes, but he temporarily stacked the boxes, planning to open them all at the border. The more boxes there were, perhaps the higher the chance of getting good items. When will the ice layer melt? If there were fully automatic fishing nets, there would be no need to fish manually. Stretching lazily, Chen Fan looked at the sun about to set in the distance and shouted loudly, "Full speed ahead. We won T-stop today. We will only stop when we reach the coordinates." The ice layer is about to melt. The old floating stone suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan glanced at the temperature on the virtual panel, which showed -20 degrees. The temperature had risen by 10 degrees in just one day, which made Chen Fan's expression change. If the temperature keeps rising, won't it soon exceed 0 degrees? Chen Fan pondered for a moment while pinching his chin and temporarily set aside his thoughts. He began grilling octopus at the entrance of the apartment. After half an hour of roasting and sprinkling on barbecue seasoning, it was simply melt-in-your-mouth delicious. At that moment, an idea struck Chen Fan, and he made a decision that went against his ancestors. Chapter 57. The Decision Against His Ancestors. Chen Fan is a traitor. Chen Fan, are you crazy? Selling the ice surface gliding device now. Are you not afraid we won't reach the border on time? Upon hearing this news, old Fu Shi was directly shocked. What you mentioned is just the ideal scenario. How do you not know there might be unexpected events? Old Fu Shi snorted coldly. The ocean world is all about excitement and adventure. If everything is done by the book, what fun is there? Chen Fan laughed heartily and immediately entered the multinational chat room, shouting, "I have one set of ice surface gliding device left, 30 kilometers H. If anyone is interested, please DM me and we can negotiate a price." This old six actually has such good stuff. How could he bear to sell it? He must have ulterior motives. People already have one, and selling another is reasonable. He can't just keep it, right? Then why not sell it to the chosen ones of Jiuzhou but instead to us. Selling to us could fetch a higher price. Are you stupid? In an instant, everyone began to join the discussion, and many started to DM Chen Fan directly, each offering different prices. Among those who had already challenged Chen Fan was a chosen one from beautiful country named Jiuzhou, who took out a super sale. Friend, this super sale I'm offering can increase the speed of your ship by 40. It's definitely a great item. Jiuzhou gritted his teeth. Since the sea froze, he had been trapped for 5 days, and he didn't want to stay in this cursed place any longer. Otherwise, when food and water run out, having good items would be useless. After making a decision, Jiuzhou took out another item. This is a fertile black soil gift pack, which can cover your floating island with fertile black soil for planting various plants. Anything else? Chen Fan asked next. Friend, don't be greedy. Jiuzhou was a bit trembling. Jiuzhou took a deep breath and took out a silver box. I don't have many good items. Most are food and water. This silver box was something I found before freezing, and I've been reluctant to open it. This is my biggest sincerity. I really have nothing else to offer. All right. Since your attitude is decent, I'll trade with you. Chen Fan smirked and completed the transaction with Jiuzhou. Seeing the transaction messages in the multinational chat room, the Jiuzhou people were furious, cursing Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you traitor. How could you sell such great items to the chosen ones of a rival nation? Was this intentional? Damn it, I thought you were a good person who would help us Jiuzhou, chosen ones dominate the ocean world. But instead, you're trading such important things with beautiful country. Are you trying to curry favor with them because the multinational alliance headed by beautiful country is targeting you? Wow, Jiuzhou Chen Fan is also afraid of death and plans to become beautiful country's lackey. Congratulations. Traitor, beast, you're driving me crazy. Chen Fan, I want to duel you. Another great item. With it, the boxes under the eyes can be salvaged. It's simply a divine tool. Chen Fan, the lackey, not selling the Jiuzhou chat room or marketplace, but here, has indeed compromised. It's a pity that the price is still a bit high. It would be perfect if it were cheaper. Beep, beep, beep. Just after finishing the transaction, a harsh alarm rang out. Chen Fan quickly looked at the super radar, his face full of confusion. There's actually a polar bear charging towards us. A polar bear is also top tier among B-grade creatures. It could arrive in an hour. This time it's going to be fun. Old Fu sure snorted coldly. If we had just traded the ice surface gliding system, we could have continued moving and played with it for a while to wear it out. What is meant to come will come. We VE killed B-grade creatures before. Chen Fan didn't show too much anxiety. Just curious where the polar bear came from and how it could precisely find us from over 100 kilometers away. While he was thinking, a private message from Zhuo Wenliang lit up. Brother, fertile water shouldn't flow to outsiders. What do you mean by this? Whoa, is this for real? Zhuo Wenliang asked in disbelief. Old Fu sure shouted again. You've already missed too many floating stones. If you don't choose floating stones this time, believe me, I will curse you to sink and flip again. As old Fu sure said, 60 floating stones are indeed a significant number. Using them to exchange for the soon-to-be useless icebreaker is simply the best choice. However, Chen Fan still asked, 60 floating stones. Your sincerity is commendable, but I think you could add some more items. After all, with the icebreaker, you'll have access to any wooden box you can walk to. The other party was silent for a good 10 seconds. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't speak again, he finally took out a crossbow bolt. I'm even giving you a self-defense weapon, just trying to take a gamble. If you don't trade with me, then I have no choice. Saying this, the two immediately completed the transaction. Chen Fan's actions once again drew a wave of curses from the Jiuzhou chosen ones. With a dozen more radical Jiuzhou chosen ones even planning to beat Chen Fan up. Now, what he needed to do was deal with the top predator of the B grade, the polar bear. Chapter 58. The Great Battle Against the Polar Bear. Will it die from exhaustion? An hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the ice layer trembled slightly, and a large white creature was seen charging from a distance, crashing hard into the floating island. This guy is too strong, Chen Fan exclaimed. This B-grade polar bear was 5 meters long and weighed nearly 3 tons, with fur thickness at least 10 times that of a C-grade wild boar. Old Fu sure snorted coldly. To kill it, we might have to use explosives. Don't forget we have electric shotguns, Chen Fan said calmly, taking out the electric shotgun and shouting at the polar bear, Hey, bear brother, Come play. Such an operation truly stunned the Blue Star people who were still watching the live broadcast late at night. Is Chen Fan joking? Provoking such a giant polar bear in the dead of night. According to records, the largest polar bear is only over 2 meters. This one is a full 5 meters. What has it been eating to grow this big? It's simply invincible on land. The key is that facing such a creature, besides being killed, I can't think of any other possibility. Wow, Jiuzhou Chen Fan definitely dead. The polar bear shook its head and quickly approached the floating island, standing up, its body towering over 5 meters. Even though Chen Fan stood on a 1 meter high floating island, he still looked like a baby. Kid, you're quite arrogant. The polar bear looked down at Chen Fan, its voice icy cold. I'm not arrogant. I'm just confident in my own strength, Chen Fan said with a grin. You'll soon become my food. All I can say is, I'm going to have roasted bear paws. Looking for death. The furious polar bear became even more enraged, and its massive paw slammed down hard towards Chen Fan. The terrifying force struck the super protective shield, immediately producing a loud roar. However, not only did it fail to hit Chen Fan, but its paw was also numbed from the impact. Just as the polar bear was puzzled by this, Chen Fan aimed his stun gun at its abdomen and pressed the trigger. The sizzling sound of electricity was particularly striking in the night, and the million-volt high-voltage current could easily char a B-class creature. What shocked Chen Fan, however, was that such a terrifying stun gun actually caused no harm to the polar bear. The polar bear mockingly said, "You might not know this, but my fur is the best insulator. Electricity has no effect on me. Then how can I kill you?" Chen Fan asked next. "Even if there is a way, do you think I would tell you?" The polar bear roared angrily. "You floating island even has a layer of transparent protection. Do you dare to come out for a one-on-one fight? If you don't tell me how to kill you, a 1T come out to fight you." Chen Fan said, switching his stun gun for a dog egg and waving it lightly. "If you don't come out to fight me, I 1T tell you how to kill me." The polar bear retorted defiantly. "Let's do this." Dog egg laughed heartily. "To kill it, all I need is to make close contact with its skin. That's right. You can indeed chop me down with an axe, but it 1T be done in just 1 or 2 strikes," the polar bear said, gathering all its strength into its paws and slamming down again on the super protective shield. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the ice layer was shattered into pieces, and the floating island was knocked into the water. This strike was immensely powerful. Although the polar bear had thick fur, it still drew blood, bright red blood gushing out. The polar bear cried out in pain and immediately retreated, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You can actually hurt my body. Let us do this. Even if you're a B-class, you can't escape from my sharpness." Dog Egg was extremely excited. "Come on, brother, don't just stand there. Chop it. Keep chopping." Despite being furious, the polar bear chose not to continue the attack. After all, the opponent had a protective shield. Continuing to attack would be pointless. It was better to temporarily retreat and wait for an opportunity to strike. With that thought, the polar bear began to show signs of withdrawing. Chen Fan also clearly sensed the polar bear's intention to retreat. He immediately took out a high-explosive grenade and pulled the pin. After counting for a few seconds, he threw it fiercely at the polar bear. The polar bear instinctively extended its paw, intending to swat the grenade away, but unexpectedly, the grenade exploded instantly. The terrifying force hit the polar bear, and even though the polar bear had thick skin and flesh, it was still blasted away by the shockwave, flying 5 or 6 meters away. With a loud wow, blood poured from its mouth and nose, while the ice shattered, causing both the polar bear and the floating island to sink into the sea. Chen Fan immediately rushed in front of Little Fish and pulled the trigger at the polar bear. The terrifying force of the shot drove the harpoon at least 30 centimeters into the polar bear's backside, causing it to let out a painful scream and start running back in the direction it came from. The barbs opened, the fishing line tightened, and the polar bear's immense strength actually dragged the floating island out of the water, quickly charging forward with it. This scene excited the night owls watching the live stream, and the keyboard was once again flying. Chen Fan really knows how to play. This polar bear has been injured internally, and now it's dragging such a big floating island while sprinting forward. It's probably going to be exhausted to death. Chen Fan really knows how to handle these things. Although the device that could slide on the ice is gone, he found a free vehicle to pull. What a player! Chen Fan from Jiuzhou, torturing the polar bear. It's simply outrageous. What the hell? Which idiot from which country could say such a thing? Disgusting. Despite being severely injured, the polar bear ran over 100 kilometers in 2 hours. Then with a thud, it collapsed on the ground and stopped moving. Wait, it just died like that. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. It was exhausted to death. Chen Fan, look ahead. What is that? Old Floating Stone said irritably. Now you know how the polar bear appeared. Right. Chapter 59. The 100-meter Ice Mountain. Chen Fan's Redemption. Chen Fan was also dumbfounded. Who would have thought there would be a huge iceberg 50 meters away? Isn't this ridiculous? Faintly, he could hear the iceberg shouting, Ashion, what's wrong with you, Ashion? You can't die. We've been through thick and thin together for so many years. I've always treated you like my own flesh and blood, and I never expected today to be the day I send you off. Action. The polar bear must be dead. It's probably crying over there, right? Old Floating Stone chuckled. Oh my God. The iceberg suddenly let out a roar. My butt. Who shoved a stick into my butt? Slippery. Aren't you going to prepare a climbing pick? At this moment, the apartment suddenly spoke up. Let's talk about it tomorrow. When the ice melts, it will be cheaper to acquire. Chen Fan laughed and immediately dissected the polar bear, obtaining 1 high-quality bear skin, for bear teeth, for bear paws, and 3,500 bear meat. You idiot, the ocean world has supreme rules. Do you think it will explain to a little participant like you? Old Floating Stone sarcastically commented, why don't you die laughing? Meanwhile, in the sky above Blue Star, the number of people watching the live broadcast increased significantly. Upon hearing the amplified voice from the sky, they couldn't help but shake their heads in admiration. Great God, Chen Fan, truly a genius. Such a huge polar bear. In the end, it was actually exhausted to death. What a sight. By the way, what is Great God Chen Fan so happy about? Is there some treasure ahead? I don't know, I can't see. This is the nature of Chen Fan from Jiuzhou. He can laugh at a pile of dog poop. After a night without incident, the next day, Chen Fan woke up on time, stretched lazily, and walked out his room in a wolf fur coat, only to be stunned. It's too damn hot. Chen Fan immediately took off the wolf fur coat, feeling a bit more comfortable, but then he heard a crack, and the ice layer couldn't bear the weight of the floating island, causing it to sink into the water. Glancing at the virtual panel, he noticed the temperature had already risen to around 5 degrees Celsius. By noon, wouldn't it be over 20 degrees? TMD. He actually forgot to sell the wolf fur coat as well. What a loss. Slapping his forehead, Chen Fan looked speechless. Even the wisest can make mistakes. Selling those 2 items was already quite good. Old Floating Stone said irritably, you must not open the virtual panel. The 2 people who bought your stuff are definitely cursing you out right now. No rush. Let us have breakfast first. Chen Fan chuckled and immediately started preparing breakfast. By around 9 a.m., Chen Fan temporarily changed back into the clothes he wore when he arrived, then got up to look at the distant iceberg. He quickly opened the virtual panel, and, as Old Floating Stone predicted, Josen and another person named Ethan Navich had already sent him hundreds of private messages, filled with foul language, utterly unbearable. Chen Fan was laughing so happily that he directly blacklisted the 2 people. He then opened the public chat room and took a look. The tone of the Kyushu chosen ones had already made a 180-degree turn, filled with praise. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I actually insulted the great Chen Fan. I'm simply not human. I now unilaterally declare that the great Chen Fan is my idol, and I will absolutely believe in him unconditionally from now on. I wouldn't sell even to a dog. You are such a jerk, scum. Fuck you. Baka. You made our father Chiaosen and father Isenaviki suffer tremendous humiliation. You deserve to die. Aishiba. The multinational chat room was originally discussing this matter, but after discovering Chen Fan, they directly targeted him as the object of attack. If spit could drown people, Chen Fan would probably have drowned long ago. However, even so, many people still sought to privately chat with Chen Fan. But given yesterday's deception incident, these people were very cautious. The cheapest they offered was still 50 units of meat and 5 bottles of mineral water. This left Chen Fan speechless, and he said directly, the cold wave has passed. Temperatures are gradually rising, but in front of me is a 20 to 30 meter high iceberg. Do you really think we are about to enter the Ice Age? How'd I know if what you say is true? The other party remained very vigilant. Saying this, Chen Fan listed the items in the trading section. The other party seemed to be in a dilemma, and after 9 seconds had passed, just as Chen Fan was about to cancel the trade, they finally chose to proceed. You can't say that, although Little Fish is one of the only 2 girls here, her strength is definitely the strongest among us. The single apartment couldn't help but praise. That's right. Not only is she strong, but she also has a big butt. She must be able to give birth to boys. Old Floating Stone couldn't help but chuckle. What does that have to do with having boys or girls? Little Fish was furious. Everyone shut up. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Soon, the floating island arrived in front of the iceberg. Although the iceberg didn't seem small from a distance. Only when they got closer did they realize it was over 100 meters high, extending over 200 meters. Truly a real iceberg. Chapter 60. Bronze box, silver box. And a little brown bear. I wonder if there's still good things up there. Rubbing his hands, Chen Fan immediately put on his climbing gear, and 2 ice axes were driven straight into the iceberg. Oh, who is hitting my butt? The iceberg roared in anger. Do you think I'm a sick cat just because I'm not roaring? Sorry, I have to go treasure hunting up there. I can only do this, Chen Fan chuckled. Did I hurt you? Should I blow on it for you? There's nothing up there. You don't need to go. The iceberg snorted coldly. You killed my companion, the bear, didn't you? You have such a cruel heart. It was it who insisted on pulling my cart. It exhausted itself. What does that have to do with me? Chen Fan retorted. Besides, just because you say there's nothing doesn't mean there really is. Saying this, he continued to slowly climb up, which made the iceberg wail in despair. After enduring for more than 10 seconds, it finally shouted loudly. All right, you go down and pass from my left side. It's gentler over there. It won't hurt too much. Indeed, if the slope of the iceberg was 60 degrees just now, then this side was only 30 degrees, making it easy to climb up. Ah, you hurt me. Ah, you're pulling my hair. Ah, you shut up. Before he even reached the top, the iceberg kept talking, infuriating Chen Fan, who gritted his teeth. One old man, so pretentious. Do you think you're a delicate beauty? Do you believe I won't dig a few holes in you? Hee, I'll shut up first. The iceberg quickly closed its mouth upon hearing this. Chen Fan finally climbed to the top, but then he heard a chattering sound, like teeth chattering, which made him frown. He immediately crouched down and discovered that not far away, there was actually a silver treasure chest trembling all over from the cold. Can a treasure chest actually shiver? Chen Fan was surprised and laughed, quickly stepping forward and hugging it tightly, saying, "You're mine now. Help! Someone's being a rogue." The silver treasure chest immediately began to shake violently. Chatter. Was that the sound of teeth chattering again? Chen Fan was delighted. There was still a silver treasure chest. This guy, could he be the son of a polar bear? Chen Fan wondered. The polar bear is white, and he is brown. How could there be a blood relation? The iceberg said irritably, "It's the polar bear that forced a mother bear on an island to adopt him as a godson." What the hell is that true? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Which island? Continue forward in the direction you came from. You still have a long way to go. All right, you can follow me. It won't be cold once we get off the iceberg. Chen Fan decisively said. Since there is a mother bear on the island, it is probably guarding the silver treasure chest. Wouldn't it be great to exchange the silver treasure chest with it later? Iceberg, do you have any other good stuff? Chen Fan asked next. If you say no, I'll just go look for it myself. I'll tell you. The iceberg exclaimed in surprise, quickly shouting. On the right side, there are 2 bronze chests frozen at sea level. There is nothing else good around. Not good stuff, but other things are fine too. Chen Fan immediately shouted. There is nothing else. The iceberg was about to feel wronged. I swear on my melting under the sun. There's really nothing left. Fine, I have one good trait. I'm quite simple and easily trust people. Chen Fan shrugged slightly and immediately slid down the iceberg with the little brown bear. Sure enough, he saw 2 bronze chests embedded in the ice layer. Upon seeing Chen Fan, they immediately cried for help. Big brother, save me. I'm willing to offer myself to you. I'm very valuable. Save me first, and I'll give you my cover. What the hell? How come these 2 guys are weirder than the other? Chen Fan curled his lips and immediately picked up the climbing pick to start chipping away, causing the iceberg to let out a wail. Stop it. How can I get the bronze chest out if you keep chipping? Chen Fan replied irritably. Am I supposed to wait for you to melt naturally? You jinx. The iceberg snorted coldly before saying, I can make it detach from my body myself. It's just like shedding skin. Gross. Chen Fan was at a loss for words as he watched a large chunk of ice break off from the iceberg. He immediately chiseled out 2 bronze chests, stored them in his inventory, and shouted, Old iceberg, thank you for your generous hospitality. Little brown bear, let's go. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were also quite emotional. No wonder yesterday, Master Chen Fan threw away the icebreaker and the ice surfing device. The cold wave is over, and the ice is about to melt. In hundreds of thousands of live stream rooms, it seemed that only a few dozen encounter an iceberg. The odds really are something else. Master Chen Fan truly has incredible luck. With both silver and bronze chests, he struck it rich this time. But what about the bear? Is he planning to eat it? Humph. Given Chen Fan's nature in Jiuzhou, he will definitely eat that poor little brown bear. Really? The little bear asked excitedly. Of course. I only have one virtue. I am honest and do not lie. Isn't your virtue that you are simple and easily trust others? Then that's 2 virtues. Chen Fan laughed as he patted the little brown bear's head and tossed it a few units of orca meat, saying, Are you hungry? Time to eat. Boss, I want some too. I want some too. The albatross immediately ran over, and the 2 ducks looked at Chen Fan with pitiful eyes. Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head slightly and threw them a few pieces as well. It was only at this moment that Chen Fan took out 2 silver treasure chests and a bronze treasure chest, rubbed his hands, and said with a grin, Now, it's time to reap the rewards. Chapter 61. Fully armed and ready to set sail. At that, Chen Fan opened the 2 bronze chests first. Boutique Outfit 6, suitable for 2040 wear, self-cooling, self-cleaning, immune to knives and guns. Self-repairing. Super Shield 1. Super Shield can protect floating stones within the shield. Immune to all physical attacks. Duration half an hour. These are all good things. No need to mention the Super Shield. The key is this boutique outfit, which is exactly what I need right now, and I got 6 sets at once. It's simply delightful. Damn, I don't have a cross-dressing fetish. Why give me women-esque clothing? Taking a look, whether it's men's or women-esque clothing. Although they seem a bit simple, they are still pleasing to the eye, and the material is of unknown origin, feeling very cool to the touch. However, the description says it's immune to knives and guns, so Chen Fan immediately took out Dog Dan and slashed at one of the outfits. With a puff sound, although it didn't cut through, a deep mark appeared. However, what surprised Chen Fan was that this mark quickly returned to its original state. Although it's a bit inferior compared to his defensive battle suit, in the ocean world, it should be considered one of the best items. Chen Fan immediately changed into fashionable clothes and left his studio apartment, starting to open silver treasure chests. However, he saw a silver chest bouncing down from the iceberg, about to jump into the water. Don't run. Chen Fan was startled and immediately chased after it. Before the silver chest could react, Chen Fan rushed up and opened it. Premium ship bow, ship stern 1, can automatically adapt to the size of the front and rear floating islands. Durability 100-100. Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately took it out, placing the bow of the ship at the front. Surprisingly, the bow automatically merged into the floating island. The Jiuzhou red slightly tilted up, and at the very front, there was a large dragon head, exuding a strong Jiuzhou style. Wow. It's true that people rely on their clothes and horses on their saddles. Did I, Old Fu, become handsome? Old Fu sure suddenly shouted in excitement. Chen Fan added the stern to the back of the ship again, so both the front and back of the floating island had a curvature, reducing the resistance to advance, and the speed of the floating island would become faster. Heaven helps me. After that, Chen Fan looked at another silver box. Ever since it was traded over, this silver box had been silent, and he didn't know if it had been killed by Josen. Without thinking too much, Chen Fan immediately opened the silver box. 3 Huazi, 3 treasure map fragments, 312. Wow, I don't know if it's because others have already obtained items, but by the time it got to me, it had turned into a second-hand treasure chest, and the items obtained could only be said to be slightly better than those from a bronze box. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and immediately pulled out 3 cigarettes, lighting one for Old Floating Stone. Old Floating Stone instantly began to inhale deeply, occasionally letting out moans. I haven't had a hit in days. This is just too exhilarating, ah. Have I hit the spot? Chen Fan curled his lip and took out the super sail, setting it up on the single apartment. Interestingly, the super sail was also red, matching the bow and stir of the boat, and once the direction was chosen, it would automatically adjust its angle, which was very considerate. Not bad. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Do you like me? I quite like myself. The sail said happily, finally breathing fresh air. It feels great. So, you used to breathe and then got sealed? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. That's right. 3 years ago, I was racing across the ocean. But then I was put into a white box, the sail said with emotion. Thank you for giving me a second life. I will definitely cooperate with you well. This was much more pleasant to hear compared to the previous 2 wild sails. Chen Fan laughed and gave his super sail a thumbs up. Here's a like for you. Thank you. I'll give myself a like too. The super sail said happily. Next, Chen Fan checked the floating stones in his hand. With the ones he traded for and the ones he earned himself, he had surprisingly reached 130 pieces without realizing it. Even Chen Fan was shocked. I thought it would only be around 100. I didn't expect to have saved up so much. It's time to level up again. If you had chosen that 100-piece floating stone last time, you would have had 230 pieces. Old Floating Stone shouted angrily. You successfully missed the chance to make me stronger. It's okay. It's not too late now. Chen Fan said, immediately adding all the floating stones to the floating island. With a flash of light, the floating island instantly became 300 square meters, measuring 15 by 20. Haha, it has grown nearly half again. This feels so cool. Old Floating Stone laughed excitedly. Quick, quick, give me a few more cigarettes. I want to celebrate. Chen Fan shrugged slightly and immediately lit 3 more cigarettes for Old Fusher. As for the bountiful black soil gift package, it would be better to wait until the area gets a bit larger before discussing it. Everything is still manageable for now. At this moment, the national leader received another 100 super protective shields, causing a flicker of interest in his expression. After the last time he closed the country, Dongbang country had sent people to cause trouble, but they were stopped outside the super protective shields. He was still contemplating whether to waste some more super protective shields when Chen Fan sent him another 100. Now, he had 251 on hand. So he decided to take out 48 and seal off Jiuzhou for another 24 hours. However, under his control, the national leader still allowed 50 death warriors from Dongbang country into Jiuzhou and then closed that area off again. We can go in. The Dongbang death warriors were about to test whether they could enter Jiuzhou when they were pleasantly surprised to find it was completely clear. The 50 death warriors immediately rushed into Jiuzhou, and the leading warrior smiled slightly, a cold smirk flashing across his lips. Now, let us wreak havoc in Jiuzhou and do as we please. Don't move, Jiuzhou Special Forces. Before the words were finished, hundreds of fully armed soldiers had surrounded the Dongbang death warriors from all directions. No. Seeing this scene, all the Dongbang death warriors changed their expressions dramatically. You East Asian sick men, how could you know our movements? This is impossible. Those who offend Jiuzhou will be punished, no matter how far. The commanding officer smiled coldly, already aware of their movements. He just wanted to give them a chance, since they didn't cherish it. He would send them 4 words. Surrender your weapons, and you won't be killed. No. Brothers, kill them. The leading death warrior's expression turned cold, and he immediately shouted angrily. Chapter 62. Accelerating Floating Island. Powerful Wind Blocker. The 50 death warriors all brandished their gleaming short blades, shooting towards the Jiuzhou Special Forces like arrows released from a bow. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of submachine guns immediately opened fire on the death warriors. These powerful death warriors, with blades flashing like lightning, became live targets in the face of firearms. In just over 10 seconds, more than 40 of them had already died, leaving only 7 or 8 riddled with bullets, terrified and lying on the ground dazed. After finishing a movie, Chen Fan quickly took out wild boar meat and started roasting it as the clock struck 12. Little Brown Bear watched eagerly and couldn't help but ask, Benefactor, what is this? It smells so good. This is barbecue. Can I have a bite, just one bite? No, you should eat raw meat honestly. Children shouldn't be picky eaters. Being picky will stunt your growth. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and thought, what a big one. Wouldn't it take 7 or 8 pounds of food for a meal? How could Brother Fan have so much time just to cook for you? It's better to eat it raw. The nutrients don't get lost, and it's safe and healthy. After lunch, Chen Fan suddenly shouted, then stood up and looked towards the southwest. Laughing heartily, the ice has completely melted. We can set sail now. Propeller, sail, what are we waiting for? Let's go. With Chen Fan's command, the propeller began to spin, and as the super sail adjusted its angle, the floating island shot out with a whoosh. To Chen Fan's surprise, the current speed of the floating island had nearly reached 72 kilometers per hour, making it somewhat unstable to stand on. Fortunately, there was some strong convection at the bow to counteract part of the wind, allowing Chen Fan to move freely. However, the duck couple had already run into the duck nest to rest. The speed had increased by more than 20 kilometers, and, as far as I know, even the fastest speedboats can't reach this speed, right? Chen Fan excitedly rubbed his hands together, but unfortunately, there was no windbreak device. Otherwise, it would be even more amazing. It should be possible to open something from the treasure chest, but I just don't know when it will be unlocked. Old Floating Stone immediately shouted, "The speed is indeed fast. I'm being blown away just talking." Cough, cough. Chen Fan shrugged slightly and immediately entered the apartment. After all, he now had a fully automatic fishing net. As long as there was a box, it could be retrieved without any effort on his part. He could completely relax and act like a carefree manager. This kind of life was truly a fairy tale existence. Even the citizens of Blue Star watching a live stream were almost speechless. In just over half a month, the great Chen Fan had already developed automation. Doing nothing at all? That fishing net was simply infuriating. It could catch all kinds of fish and supply boxes by itself. If that were converted into money, how expensive would it be? Let him fall. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan was now well-fed and warm, and the next step was to indulge in desires. He would soon fall. Screw you. You are the one who will fall. However, because of Chen Fan's current situation, the audience in the live stream room had decreased somewhat. After all, compared to other chosen ones, Chen Fan's live stream always felt a bit out of place. Nevertheless, Chen Fan was quite happy to enjoy his leisure time. It had been over half a month. He could afford to steal a moment of relaxation, right? Just as he hadn't finished watching a movie. A private chat notification sounded. It was Lien Pei. Great Chen Fan, I found a device that I think is a pretty good thing, but I feel like I won't be able to use it in my lifetime. I wonder if you could use it. Saying that, she directly placed a device in the trading bar, which made Chen Fan's eyes widen in surprise. What he thought would come actually came. It turned out to be a powerful windbreaker. When used on a boat, it could form a strong windbreaker at the bow, not only blocking wind interference, but also increasing speed by 2. It was simply invincible. Chen Fan immediately put it away and handed the crossbow arrows obtained from the trade with Ethan Navich to Lien Pepe. This is a weapon for self-defense. I just traded it with the beautiful country's big fool last night. You can use it. As he spoke, he manufactured another 100 crossbow arrows and put them on the trading bar. Chen Fan, you're too good to me? Lien Pepe exclaimed excitedly. I just got a sail and oars and was planning to set off. It's also convenient for collecting supplies. I was worried about not having a weapon for self-defense. And you gave me such a powerful weapon. I don't even know how to repay you. Really? Then I feel a bit more at ease. Lien Pepe made a funny face. Chen Fan thought for a moment and took out a set of women's fashion. Change into this outfit. It's suitable for 2040. It self-cools, self-cleans, is bulletproof, and can self-repair. It's also a form of protection for you. My goodness. Lien Pei across from him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Her clothes had been worn down over these days and were already dirty and somewhat smelly, just when she needed an outfit the most. Chen Fan seemed like a beacon of light illuminating her dark world. What a tremendous stroke of luck to encounter something like this. Has the great Chen Fan heard of me and is interested in me? Thinking this, Lien Pei immediately accepted the outfit. Thank you, great Chen Fan. Will I have something good? I will definitely trade it to you first. At that moment, Chen Fan ran out of the apartment and installed the powerful windbreaker at the bow of the ship. After emitting a faint white light, the powerful windbreaker began to work. Although the acceleration was not noticeable, the massive wind resistance was indeed absent on the entire floating island. This is the correct way to operate the floating island. I can lay eggs with more peace of mind now. The mother duck quacked happily and Wonkai also slowly landed on the single apartment, chirping in a way that complemented the duck's quacking. It was at this moment that the alarm of the super radar suddenly went off again, which made Chen Fan quite angry. Damn, it just calmed down for less than a day, and there's another special situation. According to reason, by now, I should have sailed out of the prosperous area designated by the system, right? Saying this, he immediately ran to the super radar to take a look, and couldn't help but frown. It's actually that giant shark that I scared away last time, and it's back again. Chapter 63, Fighting the Giant Shark Again. A critical moment. Last time it was troublesome to deal with us because of the ice layer, but today the ice has melted, making it easier for it to attack. So it came back. The old floating stone shouted loudly, but I don't know if our electric shotgun will work on it. The giant shark can be attacked with a super cannon. The super sail suddenly spoke up. We just developed. How could we have such powerful weapons? Chen Fan scoffed, saying the strongest are the electric shotgun, fish spear, and high explosive grenades. That is indeed a bit precarious. The super sail fell silent upon hearing this. Is it a blessing or a curse? You can't avoid a curse. The little fish immediately said, I actually want to test the pulling force against the giant shark. In about half an hour, we will encounter it. Let us take it step by step. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said no more. Fortunately, the super shield can last for more than an hour. Perhaps we can have a good back and forth with it using the super shield. In the tension, half an hour quickly passed. That huge dorsal fin shot towards this side like a released arrow, and then the giant shark suddenly lunged out, opening its huge mouth to bite hard at the floating island. Even with the super shield, Chen Fan felt a strong sense of pressure and decided to stop the floating island directly. The giant shark had one side of its body that looked like it had just healed, and you could still see the scars. Its not-so-big eyes stared fixedly at Chen Fan. Kid, you ambushed me last time and severely injured me. Today, I will make you pay. Brother Giant Shark, actually, some things can be discussed. Chen Fan smiled warmly at the giant shark. I just want to know who is really targeting me. Don't you know who you have offended? The giant shark coldly questioned. Damn, just as the merfolk said, I have offended a big shot. Chen Fan shook his head. Ever since I entered the ocean world, I've always followed the rules and never sinned against anyone. If you can survive today, go ask it yourself. The megalodon laughed coldly, suddenly turned around, and its massive tail whipped like a steel whip, striking hard at the floating island again. Free from the ice's restraint, the megalodon only wanted to kill Chen Fan this time, even if it meant dragging it out to the end. The situation here immediately attracted countless Blue Star citizens to watch. This guy is more than twice as big as the previous orca. It's terrifying. As if it came specifically to kill the great Chen Fan. I remember when the ice was thick, a giant creature attacked Chen Fan, but it was driven away. Could this be that giant? So, does that mean it has its sights set on the great Chen Fan? What on earth is this creature? It must be terrifying enough to wake someone from a dream. This is the legendary most terrifying predator of the ocean, the megalodon. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is undoubtedly dead this time. My Sakura Nation can celebrate nationwide. Celebrate again? Celebrate your sister. Go live stream yourself, eating shit. Taking out a crossbow, Chen Fan raised his hand and fired 3 bolts, but such an attack was like a tickle to the megalodon, which mocked Chen Fan. I really don't understand why it sees you as a thorn in its side. With your kind of attack power, even I am better. I feel embarrassed for you. It seems that the one controlling it must be stronger than A-class. What the hell do we do now? Slightly shaking his head, Chen Fan beckoned to the megalodon. Since that's the case, I won't play games with you anymore. I'll kill you first, and then slowly investigate who is behind you. You? The megalodon laughed. If it weren't for the membrane protecting you, you would have been dead long ago. Saying this, the megalodon dove into the water. It was going to attack the floating island from below. Old Floating Stone immediately shouted loudly. Move forward at full speed. Chen Fan continued to deploy the super shield while shouting loudly. The propeller, combined with the super sail, rushed forward, narrowly avoiding the megalodon's attack. Chen Fan took a big step forward, leaped directly onto the ship's stern, and simultaneously produced an electric shotgun, pressing the button against the megalodon's mouth. A powerful electric current erupted instantly, crashing into the megalodon, causing its entire body to be electrified, and its more than 10-meter-long body started to tremble violently. For a full 3 seconds, the electric shotgun's power was exhausted, and Chen Fan was forced to fall into the megalodon's mouth. At that moment, the megalodon remained motionless, and Chen Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that he had electrocuted this guy. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. However, the megalodon suddenly moved slightly. Damn it, didn't he die from that? In the next second, Chen Fan put away the electric shotgun and quickly rushed out of the megalodon's mouth. But the megalodon had already started moving. You stupid human tried to electrocute me with an electric shotgun, and you foolishly ran into my mouth. Are you intentionally trying to become my food? Watch me chew you into pieces. Saying this, the megalodon suddenly closed its mouth. At that moment, everyone watching the live stream gasped. What kind of operation was that? Chen Fan actually drilled into the megalodon's mouth. You can't look for death like that. It's terrifying. Damn it, Chen Fan, you must hold on. Jiuzhou cannot be without you. I said it before, today is the day of Chen Fan's death. And my Sakura Nation will celebrate nationwide. Yay, so great. Impossible. The great Chen Fan has created so many miracles for us. We have followed him all the way. Witnessing his growth and strength, he cannot just die like this. A miracle, it can't happen. Chen Fei bit her index finger, her eyes red. Brother. At the critical moment, Chen Fan took out the wolf-tooth club and wedged it in the mouth of the megalodon. However, the megalodon's teeth were simply too large, leaving only a gap of more than 10 centimeters, making it impossible to escape. Damn it, what's blocking my jaws from closing? The megalodon roared in anger, shaking its body violently while increasing the force of its bite. The sound of cracking echoed, and for the first time, the wolf-tooth club made a noise. You old six. Hurry up and run. I can't hold on much longer. I can't get out. Chen Fan frowned, wondering if my defensive battle suit could withstand its biting force. Gaga, let's do it. Dog Dan immediately screamed. Big brother Emma, can't we just smash its teeth to get out? Not knowing if there was still time. Chen Fan's expression changed, but he felt somewhat pessimistic. He immediately took out Dog Dan and swung it at the megalodon's nearly 20-centimeter long tooth. Chapter 64. Is it targeting me, SS level? Dog Dan was hard and heavy, looking small, but with just one swing, it shattered the megalodon's tooth. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream from the megalodon, the biting force increased significantly, and the wolf-tooth club shattered into several pieces under the immense force of 20 tons. Fortunately, before that, Chen Fan had grabbed onto the shark's tooth and jumped out, narrowly avoiding the bite, even tossing a high-explosive grenade into its mouth. Dumnomans. Not only did they stab me in the mouth, they also smashed one of my teeth. The megalodon was furious, thinking its strength was formidable and that it could easily handle Chen Fan after the ice melted, but the outcome was still like this. Thrilling and exciting. Chen Fan actually escaped from the megalodon's mouth. Damn, this is a terrifying prehistoric creature. Even orcas can handle it, yet they can't deal with Chen Fan from Jiuzhou. Don't forget, our Chen Fan can also handle orcas, so wouldn't dealing with the megalodon be easy? Chen Fan never flips. Chen Fan, resources double. This scene attracted worldwide attention, and everyone was incredibly excited. The tension and thrill were even more exhilarating than watching an action blockbuster. Boom! In the next second, the high-explosive grenade exploded in the megalodon's mouth, and the megalodon opened its enormous mouth with a roar, spitting out at least half of its more than 200 teeth. And blood instantly dyed the entire sea red. However, the megalodon suddenly changed direction, intending to escape. It didn't die from that. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Is this the vitality of an A-level marine creature? If it doesn't die, it's only left with a breath. Don't let it get away. Old Floating Stone shouted hoarsely, Chen Fan, you old six, you really make me feel incredible. You can actually handle an A-level megalodon now. It's really impressive. I envy myself for finding such a powerful master. Supersail also said with a smile, I hope this time I can completely deal with it, otherwise, there will really be no way. Chen Fan murmured, controlling the spear gun and shooting at the megalodon's tail. The fishing line instantly straightened, and the megalodon swam deeper and further, trying to drag the floating island into the water, but the 300-square-meter floating island was no longer something the Megalodon could pull. For a moment, both sides had turned into a contest of strength, just waiting to see who could outpull whom. Comrades, put in more effort. Hey yo, the competition has reached its climax. What are you doing? Yelling to cheer for the little fish. Listening to old floating stones wailing, Chen Fan couldn't help but shout, shaking his head and saying, "This guy, even though it was half dead from the explosion, still has so much strength. Unless we blow it up again, I really might not be able to deal with it this time. You only have 2 high-explosive grenades left." Old Floating Stone said impatiently, "Think it over. Don't lose both the wife and the soldiers. I'll give it a try. It doesn't necessarily mean I can't pull it. After all, my pulling force is only 100 tons. Little Fish said, immediately starting to try. However, it seemed that the Megalodon was already on its last legs. After competing for more than 10 seconds, a hissing sound was heard, and Little Fish was actually able to slowly pull the Megalodon up. The Megalodon was in a terrible state, with one eye fallen out. Looking at the spirited Chen Fan, it gritted its teeth and roared, "If you have the ability, kill me. I still want to know who wants my life. Who have I offended?" Chen Fan squatted down to look at the Megalodon, smiling and asking, "Don't worry. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. The one behind this is someone you can never reach. Even if you become 10 times stronger, you would still die if you encounter it." The Megalodon said weakly, "That means it's 10 times stronger than this Megalodon. It must be an S-level existence." "No, SS level," Old Floating Stone said somewhat despairingly. "Chen Fan, you idiot, you've offended such a terrifying existence now. How is this not seeking death?" "SS level?" Chen Fan pursed his lips. "Since I've already offended it, there's no point in talking. Anyway, the opponent ISNT in the marginal sea. When we enter the Forbidden Sea, anything is possible. The Forbidden Sea has surprises waiting for you. Just go and die, ha ha." The Megalodon laughed maniacally, but its laughter suddenly stopped. The A-level Megalodon is dead. Detected that the Chosen One Chen Fan has killed an A-level marine creature for the first time, rewarding the Chosen One Chen Fan with a surprise gift package. Keep up the good work. In the next second, the voice of the ocean world reached Chen Fan's ears. "What? I discovered another hidden bug. Killing an A-level marine creature gives a surprise gift package. So when I kill an S-level or above for the first time, won't there be a reward too?" Suddenly, he was filled with hope for the future. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and immediately opened the surprise gift pack. Pumice Stone 100, Soy Sauce 1, Vinegar 1. Awesome, there are actually 100 pieces of pumice stone. I can continue to grow stronger. Old Pumice was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Fan, you've done something amazing again. This is unexpected for me." Chen Fan shrugged and said, "I can only say that everything is the best arrangement." At that moment, Chen Fan dismantled the Megalodon and obtained high-quality shark skin 1. Shark teeth 10. A-grade shark meat 120,000. That's great. Just the A-grade shark meat alone amounts to 60 tons. If I eat it all, won't I be eating for a lifetime? The key is that food like A-grade is definitely good for strengthening the body. It's no different from A-grade freshwater. Awesome. Meanwhile, a voice appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed an A-grade Megalodon. The fresh Megalodon corpse will be multiplied by 100 times. A-grade? Why suddenly introduce a level? Is A-grade very powerful? What does it have other uses? It seems that even Orcus before didn't have levels. Such terrifying creatures having levels could mean the meat is more delicious and has other advantages, right? What's so great about it? Our beautiful country will soon have A-grade creatures hunted as well. Oh, we are looking forward to it. Looking at the massive number of Megalodon corpses, the national leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. He already understood the benefits of A-grade marine life. Eating it could strengthen the body and eliminate diseases and disasters. Wouldn't eating more quickly remove the effects of nuclear radiation on the people? Chen Fan has achieved another extraordinary feat. Chapter 65. Saying no, but the body is very honest. Chen Fan adjusted his angle and moved forward again. As the evening approached and the sky gradually darkened, he stood at the bow of the ship, feeling a bit emotional. There were still 40 hours left to uncover the truth and 1,000 kilometers to reach the target area. He wondered if there would still be enough time. However, No matter what, they could not stop tonight. Otherwise, everything would be over. Since the ice melted, the waters here had been turbulent, and it seemed that the ocean outside the novice area was still undergoing some activities. He couldn't even sleep soundly at night. Haven't you thought about leaving? It seems like this has affected you for several days now. Aren't you afraid that the novice area will be breached and some terrifying sea creatures will kill you? With oars but no sails, you can't leave. Then we'll just take it one step at a time and hope everyone can be safe before the novice period ends. It seems that the anomalies at the boundary have not yet ended, which means he has a complete opportunity to investigate everything. That's not too bad. Without any worries, Chen Fan settled down to watch a movie, waiting for the right time to go to sleep. In a corner, a bit of starlight was gathering, and then a huge, floating island quickly emerged from the darkness. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes was suddenly excited, dancing with joy. Yes, I finally entered the novice area of Jiuzhou. Chen Fan, you bastard! How dare you trick me? I will make sure you have no place to bury yourself. I will kill all the chosen ones of Jiuzhou. Fuck you. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up to find that the speed of the floating island had slowed down. He quickly walked out of his apartment and saw an island appear ahead. The little brown bear stood up, pointing at the island and looking at Chen Fan. Benefactor, this is my home. Is your mom home? Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately smiled and asked, was your mom at home when you were taken away? The little brown bear excitedly replied, yes, but I don't know now. Then you must know how to get home, right? I know that. Chen Fan chuckled as he guided the floating island to slowly dock at the shore. And then, under the leadership of the little brown bear, they hurried home. The island was not small in size, and it was rich in various species. However, even a pack of wolves retreated upon seeing the little brown bear, fearing for their safety. The little brown bear seemed to be the king of this place, swaggering along for over an hour until they reached the heart of the forest outside a huge tree hollow. Mom. Boom! The next moment, a gigantic brown bear, nearly 5 meters tall, burst out from the tree hollow. Upon seeing the little brown bear, it couldn't help but rub its eyes, then rubbed its eyes again, and in just a few strides rushed forward to embrace the little brown bear. My son, I thought I was dreaming. Boo-hoo, you've gained weight in these few days, boo-hoo. This creature was only slightly smaller than the polar bear, although it wasn't a match for the polar bear. It was at least a mid-level presence among B-grade bears. You despicable human, daring to take my son away, I will kill you. The next moment, the mother bear suddenly glared at Chen Fan with blood-red eyes, protecting the little brown bear behind her and letting out a furious roar. Just the violent aura and the terrifying smell of blood made Chen Fan instinctively take a few steps back, facing off like this. He was clearly not a match for this creature, right? Mom, this is a benefactor. He saved me. The little brown bear quickly shouted to stop her. He saved you? The mother bear looked at the little brown bear suspiciously, and then suddenly realized, oh right, it was a polar bear that took you away. How could I forget? So it was a benefactor. Have you eaten breakfast? Are you tired? Why not come home and rest? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Chen Fan smiled slightly and immediately walked into the tree hollow. The mother bear was momentarily stunned. This human was directly taking charge, showing no courtesy at all. The tree hollow must be nearly 100 square meters, with some wild fruits piled up nearby, but that silver box was particularly eye-catching. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Before the mother bear could speak, he smiled and said, hey, don't be too grateful to me. I just risked my life to kill that polar bear and save your only son. I also protected him on the way here and fed him B-grade orca meat. It's not a big deal. If you want to repay me with a silver treasure chest, then I might get anxious. The mother bear looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Having heard what he said, what else could she say? She could only give him the silver treasure chest. She waved her hand and said with a smile, look at my bear home. I have nothing to repay you with. The only valuable thing here is this silver treasure chest. If I don't give it to you, what kind of bear would I be? Can't do that. If there are other things at home, I wouldn't mind receiving those. Chen Fan repeatedly waved his hands and stood up to put away the silver box. Then I'll be taking this silver box. Damn, you say you don't want it, but your body is very honest? Having taken the silver treasure chest was one thing, but he even wanted other things. Didn't he see that their big home only had a few wild fruits left? Mom, How about we give Uncle Bai's treasure to our benefactor? The little brown bear suddenly said. You little bear, what are you talking about? The mother bear slapped the little brown bear on the back of his head. That's your Uncle Bai's lifeline. Asking for that is like asking for his life. Exactly. I just risked my life to save your only precious son. What's the big deal about asking for Uncle Bai's lifeline? Can't do that, can't do that. Chen Fan immediately waved his hands, saying he was too embarrassed to ask for the silver treasure chest. That's right. Without our benefactor, you wouldn't see me for the rest of your life. The little brown bear said pitifully, which is more important, your son or Uncle Bai's lifeline? Look at you, of course. You are more important. The mother bear slapped the little brown bear on the back of his head again. All right, I hear you. I'll take you both to get your Uncle Bai's lifeline. Saying this, the mother bear took the little brown bear's hand and quickly walked out of the tree hole. Chen Fan closely followed behind, feeling puzzled about what treasure it could be. Could it be more valuable than the silver treasure chest? Chapter 66. Uncle Bai's Lifeline, Super Purification Liquid. As they continued forward, Xiong soon arrived at an open meadow where several female deer were surrounding a stag with two huge antlers, constantly cheering. Wow, Brother Bai is so handsome. I declare my love for you. Brother Bai is the most handsome. I really want to have his babies, a whole bunch of little handsome deer. Brother Bai, I love you. I want to date you. The stag stood tall and proud, seemingly an untouchable male god. While he looked down on the female deer with disdain. Please, could you not be like this? You're making it really hard for me to choose. Oh, Bai, can I borrow your treasure for a bit? The mother bear stepped forward, smiling. What treasure do I have? The stag was taken aback, not understanding the mother bear's meaning at first. Uncle Bai, didn't you say you have a treasure that all girls like? The little brown bear immediately shouted. My mom wants to give it to my benefactor. Huh. The stag was stunned, finally understanding the mother bear's intention, and turned to run. Chen Fan's expression changed drastically. If that's the case, then the male deer's lifeline is. It was already too late. The mother bear grabbed the male deer's neck, and before the male deer could react, the other bear paw suddenly reached in, and with a swift pull, a horrifying scream echoed, and the male deer collapsed on the ground, howling in agony. The mother bear then came over, cheerfully holding the male deer's lifeline. Benefactor, this is a great supplement. The group for Blue Star was observing this scene, and by this point, they were completely confused. What kind of mysterious operation is this? Pulling the male deer's antlers to give to the great god Chen Fan? According to records, isn't it a display of courtship when a mother bear gives the lifeline of one male to another? Does the mother bear want to have a fling with the great god Chen Fan? The Chen Fan of Jiuzhou is extremely perverse. I can hardly imagine that scene. There must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps it's just a simple gift? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. He thought the lifeline the mother and son were talking about was a treasure comparable to a silver box. But it turned out to be just the lifeline of a buck. What was he supposed to do with this thing? Make soup? But since it had already been given to him, he couldn't refuse, so he had to accept it with a stiff upper lip. All right, I won't be rude. Saying this, he put away the deer whip and turned to leave. A few doe deer also lost interest in the buck and turned to leave, leaving only the buck still crying out, Little sisters, don't go. Didn't we agree to have little handsome bucks together? Woo, benefactor, how about having a meal before you leave? The mother bear stood upright. I'll gather some fresh wild fruits? No, I have other matters to attend to. Chen Fan waved his hands continuously. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Damn it, what a waste. If there was no gain, just say so. Why curse at someone? If I don't get 3 huazi from you, I won't let this go. Old Fu sure looked speechless and immediately started robbing Chen Fan. After setting up 3 huazi, Chen Fan finally took out the silver box and opened it. Super Purification Liquid 1, 10 million, can purify up to 10,000 square kilometers of land ocean at maximum efficiency. Another piece of black technology. This thing seemed to be of no immediate use to him, but it was desperately needed by Jiuzhou. With a 100-fold increase, couldn't it temporarily purify 1 million square kilometers of land? This was truly delightful. At the same time, a voice also came to the national leader's ear. Chosen One Chen Fan has opened bug-level black technology. Super Purification Liquid 1, 10 million, can purify up to 10,000 square miles of land ocean. The national leader shivered. Since Yang Jiangwo developed the first generation of soil purification agents for nuclear radiation, he had been researching the second generation day and night, but for some reason, it had been stalled. Now, with the super purification liquid, even if it was used alone, it could purify 1 million square kilometers of land centered around the capital. Thinking of this, the national leader immediately summoned several top scientists, including Yang Jiangwo, and gave Yang Jiangwo a portion of the super purification liquid. After listening to the national leader's explanation, Yang Jiangwo couldn't help but tremble, shocked as he asked, "National leader, where did this come from? It's too precious. It can absolutely change the history of Blue Star. This is exclusive black technology opened up by Chen Fan. Other countries can't produce it at all," the national leader said solemnly. "Therefore, it is currently a top-secret item for us in Jiuzhou." One sentence made everyone present shiver. Once upon a time, foreign powers blocked all top scientific and technological advancements from Jiuzhou, making our development very difficult. Unexpectedly, as the end of the world approached, Jiuzhou actually possessed so much black technology that could change the situation, and it was all obtained by Chen Fan. God bless Jiuzhou. A single purification liquid can be diluted in 10 million pounds of water and then sprayed over 10,000 square kilometers of land, quickly purifying the land and water sources contaminated by nuclear radiation. The national leader decisively said, "Professor Yang, I will give you 3 portions for research, and the rest will be handed over to the military. Starting from the capital, we will purify 970,000 square kilometers of territory. No problem. I will speed up the research." Yang Jiangwo straightened up immediately. The soil nuclear radiation purification technology had encountered a bottleneck, but he believed that with the help of the super purification liquid, he could quickly make breakthroughs. By then, the entire Jiuzhou's nuclear radiation and contamination could be purified. Green plants and food seeds should also be planted. The national leader took a deep breath and said faintly, "Just by taking out 50,000 square kilometers of land to plant food, it would solve the food and clothing issues for the country's 400 million people, making the goal of ensuring everyone is fed not far away." Looking at the insights Chen Fan had written for him about ocean survival in the past few days, the national leader felt even more gratified. If Jiuzhou could have a few more Chen Fans, how invincible would they become? At noon, Chen Fan was preparing lunch when the floating island slowly came to a stop, having arrived at the designated coordinates. Indeed, the waves were raging, with huge waves crashing towards them, and even the 300 square meter floating island felt the turbulence. It seemed we were very close to the truth. Chen Fan said with a smile, continuing forward, "I wonder if we can enter the Forbidden Sea. Why not try and see?" Super Sail grinned, "Propeller. What are you waiting for? Keep moving." Chapter 67. Ethan Navich's Declaration of War. With these words, the propeller kicked into high gear, working in tandem with Super Sail as they continued forward. Chen Fan immediately rushed to the super radar, magnifying the radar image, and was shocked to see a massive tsunami nearly 2,000 kilometers ahead, crashing towards them, with waves towering hundreds of meters high, clearly headed straight for the entire novice area. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, Chen Fan couldn't help but shout, "What the hell? How could such a huge tsunami suddenly appear?" "You asked me, who should I ask?" The super radar replied irritably. The tsunami was moving extremely fast. 2,000 kilometers would take just 3 hours to reach. Old Fu Sure said solemnly, "We're probably not going to escape. We can only wait for the tsunami to hit and leave it to fate." After finally arriving here, if they encountered a tsunami, who knows where they would be washed away to? They still needed to find an island to at least secure the floating island. Chen Fan said seriously, immediately starting to search. "Old Lei, can't you help look? What does it have to do with me?" Super Radar replied defiantly, "Well, if I end up finished in the super tsunami, then you won't have any reason to exist either, so we might as well die together." Chen Fan shrugged, feeling less anxious. "Super tsunami, my god." Lien Pei Pei was shocked, but luckily she had a not-too-large island nearby, though she was unsure if it was dangerous and didn't have the courage to explore. "Now you have to go explore," Chen Fan said seriously. "You also need to find a way to secure yourself or you might really get washed away. This tsunami is hundreds of meters high. I understand. Thank you, Chen Fan. Lian Peipei immediately ran off to prepare. However, Zhuo Wenliang was currently at sea with no island around. So he had to decide to secure himself on the floating island and drift with the waves, which wasn't a bad plan either. Chen Fan then glanced at the public chat room. No chosen one had mentioned this yet, which made him frown. It seemed the super tsunami indeed came from the Forbidden Sea, and all the chosen ones in the novice area probably wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. He immediately reminded everyone, there's a super tsunami hundreds of meters high coming from the open sea, and it will sweep through the entire novice area today. Please be careful. Holy crap, how could this happen? It's so scary. I've been staying in place without moving. Should I move? How to move? A tsunami hits all around. No matter what we do, we can't escape the tsunami. We're all going to die. Chen Fan, do you have any good methods? We've made it this far. I don't want to die. Yes, Chen Fan. For a moment, the entire chat room was in chaos, and everyone placed their hopes on Chen Fan. You bastard Chen Fan, I'm Isanavich, where are you? I want to challenge you one-on-one. Just as Chen Fan was giving advice, a chosen one named Lu Xiaodong sent a private message. Isanavich, why does that name sound so familiar? Chen Fan wondered suspiciously. Are you stupid? Didn't you sell the icebreaker to this guy back then? Old Fusher immediately shouted. Why are you suddenly remembering this name? Fuck you. I found a loophole in the novice area and entered your 9 provinces novice zone. The other party replied, you better give me a coordinate now, or I'll kill this guy and then go after other 9 provinces chosen ones until you agree to accept my challenge. Your 3 Kingdoms Alliance has already challenged me. We'll fight after the novice period ends. Can't you wait half a month? Chen Fan said speechlessly. You idiot, you made me lose 60 floating stones and a crossbow. How can I swallow this grievance? Isanavich was probably already furious. Found the island. At that moment, Super Radar suddenly shouted. Didn't you say it has nothing to do with you? Chen Fan said irritably. I figured it out. We either live together or die together. We should unite. Super Radar said seriously, despite still sounding aloof. Besides, I've already been very cooperative with you. Chen Fan hung his head as he glanced at the Super Radar. Over 100 kilometers away was a small island covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, which seemed quite suitable. After checking the coordinates, Chen Fan instructed the propeller and the supersail to move forward while sending the coordinates to Isanavich. I'm heading to this island. Whatever grudges we have, let's settle them there. At that moment, Isanavich had already killed Lu Xiaodong, robbed him of everything, and enlarged his floating island to 500 square meters. He then activated the floating island using a wind power device, and as the huge windmill started turning, the floating island speed even surpassed Chen Fan's. After more than an hour, Chen Fan arrived at the island. He used a spear gun to secure the floating island to the rocky shore and sent Wang Kai to soar into the sky to observe Isanavich's movements. He then boarded the island with a stun gun that was only 1/3 charged and could only be used once, along with a crossbow and other weapons. Oh no, there's a problem. Just a few minutes after Chen Fan landed on the island, Wang Kai returned to him and said, Boss, there are 2 wild men on this island, and they have already spotted us. 2 wild men. Chen Fan was shocked. Dealing with 1 wild man had been tough enough last time, and now there were 2, and he still had to confront Isanavich. This was daunting. Chapter 68. Am I your long-lost brother? While he was worried, the 2 wild men had already gathered together and were planning to come towards Chen Fan. Upon realizing this, Wang Kai reported back to Chen Fan, who had a serious expression. It seemed the 2 were planning to team up against him. If he had to deal with just 1, it might have been easy, but facing 2 at the same time, even with the floating island, was quite precarious. After thinking for over 10 seconds, he took a deep breath and walked towards the 2 wild men. Boss, are you looking for death? Wang Kai was dumbfounded at this scene. Did the boss get scared silly and run to his doom? Wang Kai vividly remembered how difficult it had been to deal with just 1 wild man. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were also stunned. Dealing with 2 wild men? Has the great Chen Fan become overconfident? They couldn't imagine Chen Fan taking on 2 wild men at once. If it was 1, that would be one thing, but 2 wild men. Wow. The items prepared to celebrate Chen Fan's victory over the 9 provinces had yet to be used, and now they could finally come in handy. Chen Fan, you must hang in there. After all, you could easily handle a great white shark. The two wild men had already formed an alliance, ready to strike down the intruder with overwhelming force and split his wealth. One of the wild men, upon seeing Chen Fan, immediately prepared to attack. They believed that together they could kill this chosen one, as if it were child's play. However, the two were dumbfounded as they watched Chen Fan approach them slowly, holding a lot of meat while singing loudly. Friends walk together for a lifetime. Those days will never return. A word lasts a lifetime. A lifetime of love and a cup of wine. Friends have never been lonely. A friend, you will understand. What kind of operation was this? The two wild men were stunned. This did not look like someone preparing to attack them at all. Wasn't it agreed that they would only be enemies with those chosen ones, and nothing more? Hey, big brothers, thank you for coming out to greet me. This is a small gift from your younger brother. I hope you accept it. Chen Fan said with a warm smile and sincere expression, extending the shark meat towards them. Grade A, great white shark. The first wild man recognized the type of fish meat and exclaimed, "You actually killed an A-grade great white shark?" "I was lucky to kill it." Chen Fan lowered his stance as much as possible, smiling as he said, "Big brothers, I didn't mean to come to this island. A super tsunami is about to arrive, and I was looking for a place to hide, so I had no choice but to come ashore. You wouldn't blame me, would you?" The two exchanged glances, appearing somewhat conflicted. "If you had come up ready to fight, even if your attitude was a bit unpleasant, we would have just fought it out. But you're singing and giving gifts, calling us big brothers, making us mistakenly think we're your long-lost brothers. How can we bear to attack you? Well, how about I take this meat directly to your home? It's quite heavy to carry." Chen Fan continued when they remained silent. "It's almost noon. I can cook, and we can have a drink together. You have alcohol?" The second wild man asked in surprise. Hearing about the alcohol, both wild men's eyes lit up with desire. At this point, there was no need to distinguish between friend and foe. They directly led Chen Fan to their lair, a cave several meters deep and 2 meters high. The cave had a strong smell, with unfinished bones piled nearby that looked somewhat human-like. However, what interested Chen Fan the most were the 2 silver chests beneath the bones, likely guarded by one of the wild men. He wondered if he would have a chance to get his hands on them. With about an hour and a half left before the super tsunami arrived, there was still time. Chen Fan directly set up a barbecue stall and took out a bottle of Mao Dai and 1 L of monkey liquor. Half an hour later, the 3 of them began to drink, taking turns. This operation left a group of onlookers from Blue Star dumbfounded. This is too impressive. If you can't beat them, join them? Mixing with the enemy? They thought Chen Fan was going to his death, but it turns out he already had a plan. Damn it, Chen Fan from Jiuzhou should have been dead by now. Why haven't those black guys killed him? Chen Fan is truly my idol. Hee hee. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Wang Kai had already reported Ethan Navich's whereabouts. In 5 minutes, he would arrive on the island from the side, but the tsunami was only 20 minutes away. Chen Fan couldn't help but gulp down all the monkey wine in his cup, then sighed. "Little brother, you're so young. Why are you sighing?" Wild man immediately punched Chen Fan. "Let us accompany each other in the mortal world, living freely, singing to the wine, sharing the splendor of the world. Who the hell are you saying this for? Brothers, I'm glad to drink with you, but I have an enemy coming. I need to go fight him." Chen Fan said seriously, "You guys should hide first, so you won't get hurt if things get violent later." "What are you talking about?" With one sentence, Wild Man was already unhappy. "Me and your brother, we can't say we're invincible in the world, but we're definitely impressive. No matter who the opponent is, if they dare to act against you on our turf, we absolutely must kill him. My enemy. How could I let you help me? That would be too embarrassing." Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately said awkwardly, "Not for anything else, but because we are your brothers." Wild Man A agreed. "Little brother, don't worry about this. Just watch us fight and have fun." "All right then." Looking at the 2 of them with such determination, Chen Fan laughed wildly in his heart, but still wore an awkward expression on his face. Indeed, relying solely on violence to solve problems only leads to more violence. A person like me, who loves peace, understands that using violence to counter violence is the way to stay undefeated. Eisenavich, how could he possibly be invincible? According to Wang Kai's report, Chen Fan greeted the 2 and directly walked towards Eisenavich. Isanavich had already landed on the island, holding a heavy crossbow in one hand, with a shiny firearm at his waist, vigilantly looking around while quickly moving forward. He was certain that Chen Fan had long been ambushed on the island, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. However, as an elite of the Sea Dog Special Forces, Isanavich didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all. After all, any conspiracy or trickery is powerless in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 69. The True Duel Between Men. In just 5 minutes, the two encountered each other. Seeing Isanavich, Chen Fan was indeed stunned for a moment. This guy turned out to be a middle-aged man, wearing work pants on the bottom and a camouflage vest on top, with a red cloth tied on his head and various paints on his face, looking like a tough guy. Is this the legendary elite of the Sea Dog Special Forces? Observing Isanavich, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a man! Chen Fan, I didn't expect that you would get your comeuppance so quickly for tricking me." Isanavich mocked while wielding his crossbow. This Chen Fan from the 9 provinces is invincible, that he has made great contributions to the ocean world for the 9 provinces. But to me, all of that is nonsense. Right. I'm nonsense, but when I compete with others, at least I won't rely on external forces. I'll fight barehanded, hitting flesh with every punch. Chen Fan immediately nodded. I'm not like some people who regard weapons as more important than their own father. Without weapons, they're nothing. What? Isanavich was taken aback. Isn't this just talking about me, implying that brother Isan relies on weapons to win? The next second, Isanavich slowly placed his crossbow, military knife, and other weapons on the ground and coldly said, "All right, today I'll let you know what a battle between men is." Chen Fan scoffed and threw his crossbow to the ground. This action immediately shocked the people of Jiuzhou and Blue Star. The opponent was the elite of the beautiful country's Sea Dog Special Forces, a real man. Was Chen Fan getting a bit too arrogant, daring to challenge him barehanded? It felt like he was courting death. Chen Fan was also the kind of man who had single-handedly taken down an A-class great white shark. This was a showdown between men. And fighting barehanded was the mark of a hero. The elite trained by beautiful country could easily take down Jiuzhou's Chen Fan. That's right, as the hegemon of Blue Star, beautiful country would eventually become the strongest in the ocean world. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan. The biggest mistake you made in your life was choosing to fight me without weapons. Isanavich sneered coldly, and with those words, his body surged like the wind, charging towards Chen Fan. Bang! Chen Fan stood still, but suddenly heard a crisp sound, and a stone flew out from one side, hitting Isanavich and knocking him to the ground with tremendous force. Oh! In the next moment, 2 wild men rushed out, shouting and attacking Isanavich with spears. Isanavich's face changed dramatically as he turned to grab the nearby crossbow, but Wild Man B had already thrown his spear, instantly piercing his shoulder and pinning him to the ground. Ha! This is hilarious. What era is this? Still playing one-on-one. Does he think he is a Western warrior from 100 years ago? Chen Fan laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, as if it were some kind of manly duel, like they were filming a movie. This ridiculous scene was hard to watch. Chen Fan, you old fox. You're actually quite adorable after chatting with those 2 wild men for so long. Were you discussing how to deal with the American soldiers? How shameless of you. Chen Fan from the 9 provinces to ally with outsiders against us Blue Star people? You just said Blue Star belonged to your beautiful country, didn't you? You guys actually united to scheme against me. Isanavich glared at Chen Fan in anger. What kind of man are you? Sorry. Men need to rely on intelligence in battle too. Chen Fan squatted in front of Isanavich and asked, "So tell me, how did you get into the novice area of the 9 provinces? What loopholes are there between the novice areas? Why should I tell you?" Isanavich snorted coldly. "Don't worry. Even if you execute me today, I won't reveal a single word." Puffed. Just as he finished speaking, Wild Man A inserted a hollow reed into Isanavich's carotid artery, and hot blood sprayed out from the reed, splattering everywhere. What kind of operation is this? Chen Fan was taken aback. This is torture, my brother. In half an hour, he'll bleed to death. Wild Man patiently explained. Just let him wait here to die. Do you think he won't talk? Isn't this too ruthless? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. It's just a drizzle. Wild Man made faces at Chen Fan. Fuck, what are you guys talking about? Isanavich could see his blood continuously gushing out, feeling an inexplicable fear. You have half an hour, and your blood will drain out, so you better confess honestly, so I can help you stop the bleeding. Chen Fan said solemnly. Your time is running out. Then it doesn't matter, I'll definitely die in your hands. So why should I say anything? Isanavich laughed coldly. You want me to tell you this secret, and then you'll enter my beautiful country to massacre? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Just as Isanavich said, if it were him, he definitely wouldn't say anything. I'll ask you one last question. Chen Fan turned around and took Isanavich's weapon, that guy named Liu Xiaodong. Did you kill him? Of course, we are on opposing sides. When we encounter enemies, we must kill them. Then it's an eye for an eye, Chen Fan said, stepping forward and slashing his neck with Isanavich's military knife. Boss, the tsunami is coming. At this moment, Wang Kai shouted from above, there are at most 5 minutes left. Hey, let's wait until the tsunami passes before leaving. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The two wild men looked confused, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet heading towards the tiger's mountain. What a joke. Isanavich's gear is still on the shore. Once the tsunami passes, I'm afraid I might miss a fortune. Running to the shore, releasing the spear gun, jumping onto the floating island, all in one smooth motion, but the shore was already engulfed by towering waves. With nearly a third of the island submerged, the tsunami came too fast. Chen Fan couldn't help but say solemnly, stop messing around. In another 1 or 2 minutes, the waves will hit. Lao Fusher shouted at the top of his lungs, hurry up. Without saying more, the propeller spun rapidly, and the floating island quickly moved to the other side, soon revealing Isanavich's massive floating island. The powerful pull actually snapped the rope connecting it to the island, which was now being carried away by the waves. As the floating island was about to drift past him, a giant wave hundreds of meters high crashed towards him. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, the spear gun wrapped around his waist, and jumped sideways towards the receding floating island. Are you crazy? Lao Fusher was startled and immediately shouted angrily. Chapter 70. Facing the Tsunami, Golden Treasure Chest. This scene stunned everyone on Blue Star. This was a wave hundreds of meters high. Even large ships could be shattered by it. How dare Chen Fan jump down like this? He treated Isanavich's possessions as spoils of war, planning to collect them all, but the tsunami didn't give him time, so he jumped down in a rush. Isn't this putting money over life? Things can be fought for again, but life, once lost, is truly gone. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan is undoubtedly doomed. The people of Sakura country celebrate nationwide. It's a great day. Boom! Almost at the same time, Chen Fan jumped into the water, the tsunami roared in. Even with this super protective shield, the floating island was still blasted away by the violent waves. At this moment, Chen Fan had already grabbed the rope connecting to Isanavich's floating island and smiled slightly. Now, you are mine. Saying this, he immediately packed the entire floating island into his inventory. Bang! The next second, the 50-meter reinforced fishing line was taut. The massive pull even made a loud noise in the water, snapping against Chen Fan's waist, but under the defensive battlesuit, he didn't feel any pain. Even in the rapid water flow, the spear gun capable of pulling 100 tons began to slowly drag Chen Fan towards the floating island. What was that? In the giant waves, Chen Fan suddenly discovered an incredibly long red tentacle, about 7 or 8 meters thick, almost spanning the entire tsunami wave, extending for thousands of meters. Boom! Immediately after, the red tentacle slapped against Chen Fan's body. Even with the defensive battlesuit, he still felt a surge of blood and energy. But no matter what it was, Chen Fan immediately stored it in his inventory and then gripped the fishing line, flipping over to head towards the floating island faster. In short, beneath the giant waves, various fish appeared, some seemingly breaking through the barrier at the junction. Chen Fan estimated that the tentacle likely belonged to a terrifying existence of S or even SS level. Chen Fan, there's a flash of gold in the distance. Just over 10 meters from the floating island, the little fish suddenly shouted loudly. Sure enough, about 10 meters away from Chen Fan, a golden object nearly blinded his eyes. Square and with legs and feet, looking like a golden treasure chest? What the hell? Chen Fan's expression changed dramatically. He struggled to float to the surface, not even having time to catch his breath, and shouted directly, Sister Wong, net. The distance is too far. How can we net it? The fully automatic fishing net replied impatiently, and what time is it now? We can't just throw the net casually. The giant waves are too fierce. I can't start up right now. The propeller said regretfully, it seems we'll have to miss out on the golden treasure chest. Whoosh! Chen Fan's face turned green. If this opportunity for wealth was lost because of him, he would regret it for a lifetime. Just as he was anxiously contemplating this, a creature suddenly darted out from one side. It was Xiao Chong, pushing against Chen Fan's waist and propelling him toward the golden treasure chest. Even amidst the tumult, Xiao Chong remained steady. I've come to the edge of the sea. How can there still be someone chasing me? The golden treasure chest saw Chen Fan and took off running. That's right, this guy actually ran straight out of the water, leaving behind a trail of fine bubbles. Little fish, let go of me. I'm going to chase. Can you do it? Aren't you afraid of getting separated from the floating island? With Xiao Chong and Wang Kai around, we won't get separated. This is a golden treasure chest. Saying that, Chen Fan broke free from the fish spear, and with Xiao Chong's powerful assistance, he quickly chased after the golden treasure chest. As the distance closed in, the golden treasure chest actually grabbed the tail of the salmon with one hand and, with a twist, swung it towards Chen Fan's cheek. Damn it! Whoosh! Chen Fan held a military knife and directly cut the salmon in half. Oh my gosh! Seeing the fishtail in his hand, the golden treasure chest screamed and ran even faster. The golden treasure chest already had hands and feet and could attack people. If there were also diamond treasure chests on top, it was hard to imagine how twisted that would be. Chen Fan was a bit speechless and took out the dog egg. The dog egg immediately got excited and shouted, Gaga is coming to do it, little treasure chest. Here I come. Bang! In the next second, the hammer struck the golden treasure chest hard, and the golden treasure chest kicked its legs and seemed to be knocked out. Chen Fan hugged the golden treasure chest tightly and tossed it into the inventory. MD, I've really struck it rich this time, a golden treasure chest. After obtaining the chest, Little Chong quickly carried Chen Fan to chase after the floating island. Fortunately, that towering wave had already passed. At a critical moment, the propeller caused the floating island to dive into the water, narrowly avoiding the impact of the massive wave. Chen Fan lay directly on the floating stone, looking up at the sun in the sky, unable to help but burst into laughter. The hearts of the people in Jiuzhou finally relaxed. This bastard makes our hearts rise and fall with him every time. It's really terrifying. It shouldn't be possible. How did he not get smashed by such huge waves? How is Jiuzhou Chen Fan's life so tough? Jiuzhou Chen Fan, hurry up and die. The food that my Sakura country prepared to celebrate your death is about to rot. My husband will not die. He will be the god of war that ends your Sakura country's chosen one. Hee hee. Chen Fan, you old trickster, don't drag others down with you. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Old Floating Stone had already started shouting angrily. Do you not realize that if you fail, everything we have will be over? What can we do? Who told us it was a 500 square meter floating island? Chen Fan chuckled. Who told me it was my first time seeing a golden treasure chest? Really a golden treasure chest? Old Floating Stone was taken aback and got excited as well. That's a rare thing in the Forbidden Sea. You actually got it in the Marginal Sea? Everyone, this is not the time to talk about that. We are in trouble. Just as they were chatting, the usually aloof super radar suddenly shouted. When have we not encountered trouble? Old Floating Stone scoffed. We just survived a tsunami, okay, my dear? Then take a look at this. Super radar snorted coldly. Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately leaned over to look at the image displayed on the super radar. And couldn't he help but gasp. This is Chapter 71. B-Class Top Predator died too carelessly. B-Class Top Predator, Swordfish. Old Floating Stone exclaimed. It can easily kill Orcus and is not afraid of A-Class Megalodon. It was a black fish over 10 meters long, with a white belly and a body covered by a layer of bone. However, at the mouth, it extended a sharp protrusion about 5 centimeters thick and more than 2 meters long, resembling a spear, moving at an incredible speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour. At the moment Chen Fan was looking, this creature had less than 30 kilometers left to the floating island. Every day brings new situations. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. B-Class Top Predator? In the Marginal Sea, this thing should be the scariest, It can instantly stab an orca to death. Old Floating Stone snorted. Your luck is truly touching. You encounter everything. This is a gift from the system. Chen Fan said unhappily. No matter what, since this guy is coming at us, we have no reason not to fight back. Let's just zap it. At this moment, those watching the live broadcast were puzzled. The super tsunami had just passed, and Chen Fan should have been resting well. Yet he looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Could it be that there was a second wave of tsunami? Just as everyone was confused, a figure charged towards them at high speed, leaping out of the water and fiercely thrusting its spear at Chen Fan, who was standing on the edge of the floating island. This creature must weigh nearly 2 tons. Even with a super protective shield, Chen Fan felt a pang of fear and instinctively dodged to the side. Puff! In almost 0.1 seconds, the swordfish had crashed in, and the impenetrable shield was actually pierced, creating a 5-centimeter diameter hole, with the spear penetrating nearly 50 centimeters inside the shield. Damn! Chen Fan stared in shock. Fortunately, his instinct to dodge saved him. Otherwise, his forehead would have been pierced. While speaking, he began to shake his body violently. I'll help you, Chen Fan said, taking out the electric gun and pressing it against the swordfish, pulling the trigger. In an instant, the crackling sound of electricity made the swordfish's body tremble. What the hell? You're zapping me. It's you I'm zapping, and you still want to kill me? Dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. I am a B-class top predator. I'm very impressive. Oh, really? Chen Fan's eyes widened as he took out his axe and struck the 50-centimeter long spear. Although the swordfish spear was indestructible, after more than a dozen blows from the axe, it was still chopped in half. The once lively swordfish suddenly wilted, lying motionless on the ground. Is it really dead like this? Chen Fan looked at the swordfish in confusion. Wasn't he, it's supposed to be an impressive B-level top predator? This death seemed too casual. Every creature has its weaknesses, and it probably didn't he expect to be embedded in a super shield, right? Old Fusher laughed heartily, saying that dying in such a miserable way would surely make it a laughingstock in the swordfish community. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed a swordfish. The fresh swordfish corpse will be amplified 100-fold. At the same time, a cold voice finally echoed over Blue Star. However, everyone only noticed the strange shape of the fish and had no thoughts about its terror. After all, it was easily killed by Chen Fan. How impressive could it be? No matter how impressive, it was now just a dish on the tables of the common people of Jiuzhou, under the protection of the super shield. The tsunami did not cause any damage to the floating island. The duck couple's home was just a bit scattered, which was not a big deal. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and immediately took out this time's loot. The floating island of Ethanovich. How can it be even bigger than me? Old Floating Stone immediately exploded. Isn't it normal for it to be bigger than you? You're old and weak, with a mouth full of yellow teeth. And you still expect yourself to be long, big, and lasting? The enemy floating island disdainfully said. Damn, those words almost gave Old Floating Stone a heart attack. Old Floating Stone, are you really old and weak with a mouth full of yellow teeth? Asking me this question is like me asking you whether you should stick out your tongue when giving Xiao Yutong artificial respiration. I understand your pain. Chen Fan curled his lips, immediately rubbing his hands and not giving the enemy floating island a chance to speak. He directly broke it apart and merged it into his own floating island. With the addition of the 100 floating stones obtained from the last gift pack, his old floating stone expanded from 300 square meters to a 30-30, 900 square meter floating island. The feeling of getting bigger was truly exhilarating. The old floating stone took a deep breath, its nostrils flaring, and breathing became smooth. Of course, in the future, when smoking Huazi, it would have to go from 3 to 6, just 2 basketball courts in size. Chen Fan said casually, taking out a whole set of wind power devices. This thing was indeed useless, but it could probably sell for a good amount of money. With this tsunami, many people would likely die, and it wouldn't be possible to sell it for a high price right now. The old floating stone immediately shot that down, saying it was better to stock up and wait for appreciation. What the heck is this, a longworm? When did Chen Fan, the Great One, ever subdue it? It seemed to be a tentacle, whose tentacle is so long, thousands of meters. In Kyushu, what kind of monster is Chen Fan? Why does he always encounter such good fortune? He can easily handle a great white shark, make friends with mermaids and wild men, and smoothly ride through tsunamis. Our Chen Fan is not a monster. He is a legend. Looking at such a gigantic tentacle, everyone who was paying attention to Chen Fan was shocked, unable to comprehend how there could be something so long in this world, longer than a worm. What on earth could it be? Chen Fan was also considering this issue. At first, he thought it was just a good thing that had drifted over from the Forbidden Sea, but he didn't think much about what kind of creature it was. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this thing was actually emitting a faint fragrance. Could it be that it was already ripe when it drifted over? This is bad. Chen Fan, you've messed with something you shouldn't have. Suddenly, the super sail screamed in fear. We're all going to die. We are all going to die. Do you know who the owner of this thing is? Listening to the super sail's terrified roar, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. Chapter 72. SSS-level creature, crazy thoughts. I know very well. The super sail took a deep breath and said seriously, it's not an S, nor an SS, but an SSS level. A true killing machine from the Forbidden Sea. Its tentacles can extend to every corner of the Forbidden Sea to a certain extent. Is it that powerful? Old Floating Stone was a bit shocked. I also mixed in the Forbidden Sea back in the day. How come I didn't know? You're just playing the low-end game. How could you have the qualifications to know about SSS-level terrifying creatures? The super sail replied irritably. This guy probably fought against an equally invincible being and had its tentacles chopped off. And the tentacles were then pushed to the coastal area by the force of a tsunami. Is this tentacle poisonous? Wang Kai began to get curious. Why did you say we would all die? This conversation truly shocked Chen Fan. He was already struggling to deal with A-level creatures, SSS level. He couldn't even imagine. Chen Fan, listen to me, just throw this tentacle away. Old Floating Stone admitted defeat on the spot. This is something we can't handle at all. Don't forget, the one you offended might just be an SS-level big shot. If you offend an SSS-level existence on top of that, your life could be over. Sail, you just said how terrifying it is, but what benefits does it have? Chen Fan then asked, looking at the faint fragrance it was emitting. I don't believe SSS-level creatures have no benefits, only drawbacks. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. This tentacle extended for 3 kilometers and weighed at least 200 tons. Even if he ate 1,500 grams a day, it would take several lifetimes to consume it all. The key was that there were so many benefits. How could he willingly throw it away? Chen Fan smirked and directly decomposed the tentacle, obtaining 400,000 deep-sea demon squid meat. You want to throw it away? UTM decomposed it. Do you not want to live anymore? Old Fu Shi went berserk. You want to die, but we want to live. Chen Fan. Heavy and flipping. Chen Fan is a fool. Anyway, as soon as I enter the ocean world, I offended the big shots. Offending 1 is offending. Offending 2 is still offending. What's the difference? Chen Fan disdainfully said, don't forget, this deep-sea demon squid was injured and ran away. It will take at least a month to recover and seek its tentacle. We will develop for another month, and who knows how much we will progress. Am I scared? Crazy. Everyone is F-King crazy. Old Fu Shi took a few deep breaths, but still couldn't catch his breath. Chen Fan, encountering you. I have really hit the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Risk and opportunity coexist. Let me give you 10 huazi to ease your mind. Chen Fan laughed heartily and immediately gave Old Fu Shi 10 huazi. When Chen Fan decided to keep the deep-sea demon squid tentacle, a voice appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained 1 SSS-level fresh tentacle of the deep-sea demon squid, and the fresh tentacle will be amplified by 100 times. SSS-level deep-sea demon squid. What is that? Does it mean that the long worm that Chen Fan got is actually just a tentacle of a creature? My God, such a big thing is just a tentacle. How big must the main body of this deep-sea demon squid be? It seems that Chen Fan gained a lot of good things in this super tsunami. I really don't know whether to envy him or hate him. Oh, what is so great about it? Isn't it just a tentacle? Our Dongbang country will get it too. For a time, everyone on Blue Star was discussing this so-called SSS-level deep-sea demon squid. After all, it seemed that the previous level great white shark was something Chen Fan almost sacrificed his life to deal with. This time, this thing's strength is probably much stronger than the great white shark, right? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Fan immediately private messaged the national leader. The national leader was currently looking at the tentacles that had already filled the entire square, feeling a bit at loss. After all, he didn't know what SSS level represented. But after seeing Chen Fan's message, he immediately gasped. He didn't care about anything else, only cared about one thing: to cure diseases and detoxify. It only takes 50G to eliminate the negative effects on a person. Can it be said that the residual nuclear radiation effects on the people of Jiuzhou have hope? Although 100 years have passed since the nuclear war, and humanity has already reproduced and evolved for 2 generations, the residual nuclear pollution in the air, water, and soil has caused the people of Blue Star to be affected to some extent, leading many to develop various strange diseases, and some even mutated without knowing it. This has caused the average lifespan of the people of Blue Star to drop from 78 years a century ago to an average of 50 years now. At least 1/3 of the scientists in Jiuzhou are studying this aspect, hoping to quickly find a way to eliminate the effects of nuclear pollution on human health. This is also one of the national leader's obsessions. But now, it might be possible for Chen Fan to solve it with just one tentacle. This will definitely be a monumental achievement. After hearing the national leader's introduction, top genetic expert Chung Tian couldn't help but tremble, his voice starting to quaver. National leader. Do you mean? Chapter 73. A legacy for thousands of years, preparing to open the box. That's right. Our people have hope. The national leader nodded heavily. Not only can the issue of nuclear pollution be resolved, but it can also enhance the physique of our people. This is definitely the best news for Jiuzhou in a century. Chen Fan is truly our Jiuzhou's lucky star. A military big shot couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately decompose all the tentacles, make 400 million portions, add 50G of other meat to make canned food, and distribute it to every citizen. The national leader decisively ordered. This time the tentacle meat, each person can only receive 50G, and at least 50G is needed to eliminate the negative effects on the human body. So this matter must be kept confidential from other countries, and even the people of Jiuzhou must keep it a secret to avoid being monopolized. National leader, you can rest assured about this matter. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. The military big shot said, very seriously, I can make a military pledge to you. You do your job, and I trust you. The national leader immediately smiled and nodded to the military big shot. After resolving the tentacles, Chen Fan took out the firearms seized from Salvage, which were silver all over and felt very heavy in hand. It was a classic handgun, the Desert Eagle. Wow, only 9 bullets? Chen Fan felt a bit helpless, but as for handguns, their power is more than double that of heavy crossbows. Was Salvage here to kill you? Why do I feel like he came to deliver benefits? The single apartment chuckled. If we had a few more like him, wouldn't we be rich? That's for sure. But it's a pity we couldn't extract the method for him to enter the Jiuzhou novice area. Chen Fan nodded with a smile, but I estimate that such difficult matters. Other people definitely won't know either. Thinking this, Chen Fan immediately opened the public chat room to take a look at this moment. It was still full of sorrow. King can't take it anymore. This tsunami is too powerful. A fish actually slapped my face. The number of people chatting had decreased significantly. Originally, there weren't many people in our Jiuzhou novice area, and now more have died. Fortunately, Chen Fan notified us in time, which allowed me to escape disaster. Chen Fan is my reborn parent. I wonder how Chen Fan is doing. I really want to thank him in person. Just as Chen Fan thought, due to a super tsunami, many faces in the chat room were no longer present. It is conservatively estimated that hundreds of people have sacrificed. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh and immediately sent a message. Everyone be aware, I just killed a chosen one who sneaked in from the beautiful country. I don't know if there will be other chosen ones entering the newbie zone of Jiuzhou, so if you encounter any suspicious floating islands, please be cautious. Great to hear you are okay, Master Chen Fan. How did they manage to enter our newbie zone? How dare they come to our territory to kill people? It's simply outrageous. It's a pity that the multi-country chat room has closed with the melting of the ice layer. Otherwise, I would have gone over to scold them. Many chosen ones began to pay attention to Chen Fan. He checked in on Zhuo Wenliang and Lian Pei. Fortunately, they were both fine. Lian Pei even killed a D-grade wild boar and immediately traded 200 units of wild boar meat to Chen Fan, which he refused. Master Chen Fan, if it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago. It was hard to get food, so please accept it. Lien Pei sent a winking face. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to accept your gifts in the future. All right then, I will accept it. Chen Fan finally accepted the wild boar meat. Is there anything else you need? If I have it, I can trade it to you. Chen Fan no longer hesitated and directly gave the wind power device to Lien Pei. Install this device on the floating island, and the wind can take you anywhere you want to go. Oh my gosh, this is so precious. Lien Pei was incredibly excited. After all, a delicate girl could only paddle a few kilometers in a day on the floating island. With this magical device, she could go wherever she wanted. Her mom wouldn't have to worry about her survival anymore. As for Zhuo Wenyang, he had nothing to say. After the super tsunami ended, he continued paddling. To his surprise, they had actually left the island over 300 kilometers behind. The power of the tsunami was indeed far-reaching. Chen Fan glanced at the super radar and immediately instructed the propeller to continue towards the island. There were still 10 hours left to investigate the strange tremors at the junction of the Edge Sea and the Forbidden Sea, and he had no idea where to start. He could only hope for those two wild men who were located at the junction. Perhaps they knew some hidden truths? If they could clarify the reason, it would be a bonus, but if not, there was nothing he could do. The super sailboat smiled and said, "After all, you have done your best. If you can get a reward, it's also an extra assurance of success." As Chen Fan spoke, he rubbed his hands with anticipation and took out the golden treasure chest. Since it was a golden treasure chest that was rare, even in the Forbidden Sea, the good things inside must be incredible, right? Here I go. Just as he took it out from the inventory, the golden treasure chest let out a loud shout, and its matchstick-thin legs kicked hard against Chen Fan's chest. The immense recoil sent it flying away, yet it still shouted defiantly, "A rogue knows martial arts. No one can stop me. Come at me. Dude, what's with that?" Chen Fan replied irritably, "I just want to open you and take the things inside your body. Why are you playing with my life?" The golden treasure chest retorted, "If you want me, you're still far from it." With that, it dashed towards the sea, refusing to play anymore. Smack! Just as it leaped into the air, Little Strong charged up, swinging its tail at the golden treasure chest. However, at the moment of impact, the treasure chest's two matchstick arms wrapped around Little Strong's tail with such force that it sent Little Strong flying towards Chen Fan. "I'll smash you with a dolphin." Hey! Look, aren't you being hypocritical? Isn't Chen Fan's embrace warmer? Even Chen Fan was stunned by this operation. Then, he chuckled and took out the dog egg to smash down on the golden treasure chest. Chapter 74. The Island Evolution Mechanism. Xiao Yutong's inheritance help. I'm going to die. Bang! The golden treasure chest let out a shriek as it was hit by the dog egg, plopping down on the ground. It tried to struggle to leave, but after a few more hits from Chen Fan, it finally fell silent. Great! Finally, I can see what's inside the golden treasure chest. Chen Fan grinned and rubbed his hands, then opened the chest. Island Evolution Mechanism 1. What the heck is this? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. It's just a picture? Seeing this item, even Old Floating Stone and Super Sailboat were shocked. Old Floating Stone then burst into excited laughter. Wow, we've struck gold. This time we've really hit the jackpot. It's simply exhilarating. Ha! Isn't anyone going to tell me what this thing is? Chen Fan's face darkened as he squeezed out that question through gritted teeth. This is the Island Evolution Mechanism. It can transform your island into the ideal form you've always envisioned. Old Floating Stone immediately explained, and it seems that it worked from 1,000 square meters all the way up to 100,000 square meters. So, what you're saying is I can influence the changes of the floating island and have forests, lakes, small mountains, etc. appear on it? Chen Fan squinted. Exactly. And you just need to evolve from this picture. There's no need to transport these things from elsewhere. Super Sailboat added, don't you have the fertile black soil gift? Just use it as a foundation, and every time the floating island increases by 1,000 square meters, it will automatically evolve slowly until it reaches 100,000 square meters, becoming the ideal island in your mind. The Island Evolution Mechanism. I remember that among the millions of chosen ones 3 years ago, only 7 of these appeared. This is definitely a treasure. Old Floating Stone said excitedly, damn. I used to envy others for being able to turn into a defensive and impressive island. I didn't expect that this time I would also fulfill my dream. Chen Fan, you are my god. If you don't say you know me, it's like I've had bad luck for 8 generations. What are you talking about? Knowing you feels like my family's ancestral grave is smoking green. Old Floating Stone said, unable to contain his excitement and bursting into laughter again. On both sides of the high mountains were forests that stretched forward with various trees that could grow dozens of meters high, along with various flora and fauna relying on the big trees, complementing the small mountains to form a complete ecosystem. On the other side, surrounded by 3 sides, was Chen Fan's living area, divided into several places such as living quarters, poultry and livestock area, plant cultivation area, and leisure area, resembling a small manor. Of course, the front was just grassland, completely open, allowing a direct view of the sea outside the island. Apart from this open side, the outermost area of the rest was a 5-meter-wide defensive device, featuring long guns and sharp blades that were visible everywhere. Even A-class entities could not break through this strongest defense. This was the paradise of my dreams, which I had only seen in classics. Yet now I could realize it in the ocean world. Looking at the blueprint, Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. Amazing, Old Floating Stone said excitedly. If I can grow to 100,000 square meters, this will definitely be an irreplaceable work of art. Chen Fan shrugged ambiguously and immediately integrated the island evolution mechanism into the floating island. Now, he just needed to add another 100 pieces of floating stones to see what the first evolution would be like. As evening approached, and there was just over an hour until they reached the island, he felt it was best to eat something first. He took out 5 portions of magic squid meat and started grilling them. While he ate, he also let the others have a taste. As it was the meat of an SSS-level creature, definitely a delicacy. Under the setting sun, a handsome guy grilling meat live-streamed, capturing the hearts of many young girls. My God, what kind of divine looks are these? This face is too stunning. I'm in love. What delicious food has Master Chen Fan made? It seems to melt just by grilling it. It must smell amazing. My husband, he looks the best doing anything, hee. Indeed. This meat was supposed to be from an SSS-level marine creature, which should be very tough, but it was already cooked after just a few minutes of grilling. Continuing to grill, it would probably cause it to melt, so Chen Fan immediately gave 1 portion each to Wang Kai and the duck couple, and then another portion to Lin Pei Pei and Zhuo Liang. Just as he was about to eat his portion, he received a private message notification. It was actually Xiao Yutong, who in T contacted him in the past few days, seemingly putting all her belongings into the trading bar to trade with him. This left Chen Fan stunned. Sister, what are you doing? Are you leaving your relics to me? Treating me as your fiancé or something? Chen Fan felt a headache coming on and immediately took out 100 milliliters of grade of fresh water and 1 unit of magic squid meat. Since you're being so generous, I can't just ignore you. Pour this water on your wound and eat the meat. Let's talk after tonight. It's useless. This wound is very close to my heart. I've lost too much blood and have already gone into shock once. Even a miracle pill would be hard to save me. Since you can think of me, then just listen to me. There's no need for so much nonsense. Hurry up and take it. If you still think you'll die tomorrow, it won't be too late to give it back to me. All right then, about to die and still making that expression. Could it be that this woman has been conquered by me? Chen Fan shook his head slightly, thinking about tasting the meat of an SSS-grade creature. He would just have to roast another piece. Such a saintly heart, just take the stuff directly. Why bother with that? You definitely stuck out your tongue at that time. Old Fusher said irritably. Chapter 75, at a critical moment, surprisingly got it right. 1 arm and 1 leg of Wildman, they seemed to have been torn off alive, and the ground was covered in blood. Dozens of black rats the size of cats were attacking his other leg. Fortunately, he still had 1 hand holding a spear to fend them off, or he would have been devoured alive. Wildman lay against the trunk of a large tree, blood continuously dripping from his fingertips, having been unconscious for quite some time. The surroundings were equally in disarray, as if something had rampaged through a scene of utter misery. Chen Fan immediately went to deal with those black rats, and only then did he pull Wildman-A to the side. Big brother, what happened here? The words can't be so harsh. We just took it for safekeeping. Wildman-A shook his head and said, Who knew it would ambush us? I didn't waste my effort poking one of its eyes out. Damn, who is the good guy here on both sides? Chen Fan looked speechless. After all, he had helped deal with Ethan Navich, and he couldn't kick someone when they're down. He immediately took out 1 unit of magic squid meat. This is the meat of the deep-sea magic squid. I don't have anything for healing, but eating this might help your injuries. SSS level, deep-sea magic squid. Upon hearing this, Wildman-A trembled too excited, causing some blood to spurt from his severed leg. This tsunami was caused by the battle between the deep-sea magic squid and its archenemy. You actually killed a deep-sea magic squid. No, I just found one of its tentacles. Chen Fan shook his head. I was originally doomed to die, but with this piece of meat, my chances of survival have increased to 30. Wildman-A said as he immediately began to wolf it down. Chen Fan saved Wildman-B, gave him some water, and fed him a piece of magic squid meat. Wildman-B was particularly furious with the one-eyed wolf. Brother, let's take a night to rest, and tomorrow morning we will go kill that one-eyed wolf. Those 2 silver boxes will belong to you. You offended it just for the silver boxes, and now you want to give them to me? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. We were just curious and wanted to grab them to take a look. It's not like we actually killed it, right? So what if it almost killed us? Wildman-A said angrily. All we want now is revenge. We just want to kill it. All right. Chen Fan shrugged. I was originally interested in the silver boxes, and since you guys are helping me out, I felt bad asking for them. But since it's for a friend's revenge, and also to grab the silver boxes, then I won't feel guilty about it. However, he then asked, but brothers, when the cold wave came, the ice layer was shaking violently for several days. Do you know why? How will we know? What does it have to do with us? Wildman-B retorted. We have always adhered to the principle of not getting involved. Damn, without any last hope, and still unable to enter the Forbidden Sea, what the hell should I do? While watching TV, he thought to scroll through the public chat room to see if he could find some inspiration. Lonely and cold. When will these days end? How is everyone doing now? Back then, we had 10,000 chosen ones in Jiuzhou. Are there still 3,000 left? This is a long process, and I just hope it can end soon. I'm really fed up. Don't forget, once the newbie period ends, we still have to fight against the chosen ones from the hostile countries. This is just the beginning. Besides chatting, there really isn't any useful information. Meanwhile, the ocean world began its death tally after the tsunami, with the news echoing through the ocean world and Blue Star. The beautiful nation of Ethanovic failed to kill Chen Fan and instead got his throat slit. Sakura Nation's Matsushima Nanako was pierced through the uterus by a swordfish. Dongbang country's Li Bingxing drowned in the tsunami. Jiuzhou's Xiao Shuai. Of the remaining 500,000 people, 200,000 died in this tsunami. Fortunately, Jiuzhou had Chen Fan's early warning, resulting in less than 1,000 deaths. Even so, the number of chosen ones in Jiuzhou dropped from 4,000 to 3,000. This way of dying is much crueler than before. Even old Floating Stone couldn't help but sigh, also because it coincidentally coincided with the cold wave. Otherwise, at least 700,000 would have survived in the entire newbie area. Everyone is entering the ocean world for the first time, and death is normal, but now everyone is familiar with it, so the death rate shouldn't be that high. Chen Fan nodded, and with everyone's experience, when the second batch of chosen ones enters the ocean world, the death rate will decrease significantly. That's when the real competition among countries will begin. There are 10 days left until the newbie period ends. When old Floating Stone said this, he fell silent. After tonight, the 72-hour time will be up, and he is afraid he'll have to say goodbye to the hard-earned hidden task. Just as Chen Fan was about to fall asleep, he suddenly sat up with a start, a flash of inspiration hitting him. He said seriously to himself, Wild Brother said this super tsunami was caused by the battle between the deep-sea magic squid and its archenemy. A creature of their level wouldn't be able to finish fighting in just a short time. It could last for days, even up to 7 or 8 days. If that's the case, then the reason for the unexplained tremors at the boundary between the Edge Sea and the Forbidden Sea is due to the battle between the deep-sea magic squid and its archenemy. Detected that the Chosen One has investigated the cause of the unexplained tremors at the boundary of the Edge Sea and the Forbidden Sea within 72 hours. The hidden task is completed, and a surprise gift package is obtained. Do you want to open it? As Chen Fan spoke this sentence, he immediately heard this voice in his ear. Wow, it really is a surprise. Chen Fan burst into laughter. It was originally just a guess, and he said it with a let's give it a try attitude, but he actually got it right. Indeed, when faced with uncertainty, sometimes you just have to take a shot in the dark. It might just hit the mark. Immediately, Chen Fan said opening surprise gift package. Congratulations to the chosen one for obtaining Floating Stone's 100 Basic Material Gift Package 1. Fine flour 50 kilograms. Floating stones are here. Floating stones are here. Quickly enlarge the floating island to 1,000 square meters for the first evolution. Almost simultaneously, old floating stone screamed. Chen Fan did not hesitate and directly added the floating stone to the floating island, waiting for the evolution results. Chapter 76. Evolution begins. Battle A-Class Cyclops Wolf. Several minutes passed, but there was no movement at all. Could it be that the island's evolution mechanism has expired? Chen Fan pondered. Don't worry. Let the island evolve for a while, the old floating stone said with a grin. We could check it again tomorrow morning. That's true. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, then looked at the flour, which weighed a full 100 gene. It was a magical ingredient for making dumplings and various flour-based foods. The mutated beef dumplings he had eaten back in the day weren't even pure flour. Who would have thought that now he could eat dumplings made of pure flour? Mom, I made it. Time to sleep. Meanwhile, the people of Blue Star were sleeping soundly when suddenly a voice appeared in the sky. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained 50 kilograms of refined flour. Jiuzhou will be amplified 100 times. One sentence, like thunder, shocked many people. My goodness, what is Master Chen Fan doing in the middle of the night to suddenly acquire so much flour? I suddenly want to eat dumplings. The last time I had dumplings was 10 years ago, right? Master Chen Fan is so cool. The capital was shocked, and they called the head of the Jiuzhou Material Bureau overnight. Immediately, grind the stock of soybeans, millet, and black rice into flour, mix it with this 10,000 gene of flour, and prepare the filling so that every citizen of Jiuzhou can eat 20 dumplings. Prime Minister, if we do this, it will deplete our Jiuzhou grain reserves. Upon hearing this, the head of the Material Bureau was taken aback. You don't need to worry about that. I give you 7 days to package it and put it in the cold storage. The Prime Minister said sternly, go handle it immediately. Yes. The head of the Material Bureau didn't say anything more and immediately ran out. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Chen Fan woke up and immediately rushed out of the apartment. Sure enough, the entire floating island showed faint signs of evolution. And even the position of the small hill had a small bump. The embryonic form had already emerged, but since he hadn't poured the fertile black soil in advance, the evolution wasn't very perfect. The old floating stone summarized directly. You were careless, weren't you? It's my fault. I was too excited last night. Chen Fan nodded, not hesitating, and directly opened the fertile black soil package, receiving 10,000 kg of fertile black soil. As expected of a big gift package, he actually got 10 tons of fertile black soil all at once. Chen Fan's expression changed. Under the influence of the island's evolution mechanism, the fertile black soil was evenly fixed on the entire island, albeit in a thin layer. Although it wasn't much, using this soil, when the floating island reached 10,000 square meters, it would definitely evolve very perfectly. Chen Fan smiled and nodded, looking forward to it. After finishing breakfast and noticing the time was about right, Chen Fan took 2 pieces of magic squid meat to the cave. After a night of rest, the condition of Wildman A had stabilized, while Wildman B had recovered to 80%. While eating the magic squid meat, he confidently said, Bro, even though the one-eyed wolf is an A-class terrestrial creature, the 2 of us together can definitely kill it. A-class. Chen Fan was taken aback. Knowing that something capable of turning the 2 wild men into this state was definitely not easy to deal with, he didn't expect it to be A-class. He had to put in 100% of his energy to deal with it. At that moment, Wildman B led Chen Fan to the one-eyed wolf's territory and shouted loudly toward the front. Oh, 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 oh. Whoosh. In just a few seconds, a shadow rushed over, revealing a vicious wolf more than a meter high and over 3 meters long, with gray fur all over. A deep scar where one eye used to be added to its terror. Are you here to deliver yourself to me or to offer a sacrifice? This is my brother. We came here together to kill you. Wildman B gritted his teeth and said, "You dared to ambush us after the tsunami. You are destined to become a corpse. Just you two?" The one-eyed wolf sneered. "Brother Wolf, my main purpose is actually your silver chest. If you just give me the silver chest, we might be able to resolve this peacefully." Chen Fan showed a friendly smile to the one-eyed wolf. "You know, we humans love animals. You love animals and still want my treasure chest? I'll kill you first." The one-eyed wolf roared angrily and lunged at Chen Fan. As an A-class terrestrial creature, the one-eyed wolf's speed was at its peak. Even Chen Fan couldn't react in time. It was Wildman B's spear that swept across to temporarily block the wolf's attack. But the wolf's massive claws struck the spear, sending Wildman B staggering back. Crack! Just as this happened, Chen Fan took out his Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots at the one-eyed wolf's head, directly hitting its body. The one-eyed wolf let out a muffled grunt, its eyes instantly turning blood red, but it didn't evade. Instead, it continued forward, its massive mouth tilting to bite down hard on Chen Fan. Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his left hand, allowing the one-eyed wolf to bite down, while his other hand, holding the Desert Eagle, was already aimed at the wolf's head. "Be careful, little brother." This scene made Wildman B feel a chill down his spine. How can you fight like this, with your small arms and legs? Wouldn't the one-eyed wolf just bite your arm off? Puff! The one-eyed wolf sensed something was wrong the moment it bit down. Without hesitation, it instantly dropped to the ground. And at the same time, the bullet was fired, barely grazing its head and only injuring its fur. "You've angered me." The one-eyed wolf stood 10 meters away from Chen Fan, constantly whimpering. "Emotionally speaking, I truly care for you." Chen Fan shrugged. "I'm really sorry for hurting you like this. Little brother, you must be careful. This guy has very strong defenses. Your weapon probably can't penetrate its fur." Wildman B cautiously approached, still shaken. "You really scared me just now." Everyone watching the live stream was equally alarmed and filled with dread. God, Chen Fan fights recklessly. Does he have any defensive gear? If that bite had been on an ordinary person, their arm would have been torn off by now. This wolf feels harder to kill than an orca. Is it a higher level? The higher the level, the greater the chance of Chen Fan dying in the 9 provinces. That's a good thing. Sakura devils, get lost. After hearing Wildman B's warning, Chen Fan directly switched the Desert Eagle for the dog egg. "Gaga, let's do this." "Brother Emma, you should have put me in the game long ago. It doesn't matter what you switch to. You two are going to die today." The one-eyed wolf roared, unexpectedly forcing the bullets lodged in its body out. Then, it swiftly lunged forward to attack again. Chapter 77. Killing the A-class Hurricane Wolf. The Wildman's Reminder. Is this even possible? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He truly didn't expect that a weapon like the Desert Eagle couldn't break through the fur of an A-class creature. If it were an S-class or above creature, would hot weapons even have any effect? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan tightened his grip on the dog egg and strode toward the one-eyed wolf. However, this time the one-eyed wolf did not target Chen Fan. It feigned an attack and lunged at Wildman B, its 2 massive claws sharp and over 10 centimeters long, heading straight for Wildman B's head. Wildman B was taken aback, and in a panic, he raised his spear horizontally in front of him. The tremendous force slammed into the spear, bending it a full 120 degrees, nearly imprinting it against his chest. The one-eyed wolf intended to follow up and finish off Wildman B, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in its rear. Chen Fan had struck it with an axe, cutting through its fur and penetrating nearly 10 centimeters into the flesh, causing it to howl in pain. Its body twisted in midair, and the claw that was originally aimed at Wildman B now swung toward Chen Fan. Smack! Chen Fan drew his axe and swung it at the wolf's claws, slicing off its sharp nails. With his other hand, he took out a taser and pressed it against the one-eyed wolf's belly, instantly pressing the button. A powerful current coursed through the one-eyed wolf, causing it to tremble all over. 3 seconds later, it immediately ran off a dozen meters. "You shocked me? I've said it before. I can't bear to hurt you on a personal level." Chen Fan shrugged, "But I want the silver box, and you 1T let me." If I let you take the silver box, I wouldn't be called the Hurricane Wolf anymore. The one-eyed wolf shouted, circling around Chen Fan. As it spun, a strong wind indeed whipped up around them, stirring up dust and obstructing their vision. Chen Fan then understood the true meaning of the name Hurricane Wolf. Damn it, an A-class already has such skills. What about an S-class? With that, Chen Fan found a spot and charged straight at it. What an idiot with my high-speed rotation. The force is at least hundreds of tons, and you still want to. Bang! The one-eyed wolf disdainfully looked at Chen Fan, preparing to hit him hard. But just then, there was a loud crash, and at the moment they collided, the one-eyed wolf was directly knocked away. Boom! The wild man nearby had been looking for an opportunity and jumped out at that moment, thrusting his spear towards the one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf stared with its remaining eye, watching helplessly as the spear pierced into it. In the next second, the one-eyed wolf became a blind wolf, screaming in agony and struggling everywhere. Damn it, you bad guys, I'm going to fight you. They talk about protecting animals, but I'm a first-class protected animal. How dare you kill me? Bro, that shot of yours is highly artistic. How high? 3 stories high. Chen Fan gave a thumbs up to the wild man bee and then quickly walked up to the blind wolf, gripping dog egg tightly. With all his strength, he struck heavily on its head. The blind wolf shuddered, the axe piercing deep into its skull, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Detected that the chosen one, Chen Fan, has killed an A-class land creature for the first time, rewarding the chosen one, Chen Fan, with a surprise gift package. Please keep up the good work. At the same time, the voice of the ocean world reached Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He initially thought that after killing the megalodon last time, he had already claimed all the rewards for defeating an A-grade creature. It seems that as long as it's the first kill of a land, sea, or air creature of A-grade or higher, he can receive a gift pack. This is just too amazing. Chen Fan immediately opened the surprise gift pack and received 100 pumice stones and 1 blueprint for the seawater to freshwater converter. Seawater to freshwater converter. Chen Fan immediately placed the manufacturing blueprint into the synthesis bar and discovered that it was also a unique manufacturing blueprint. Additionally, he needed 400 metal pieces, 100 cloth pieces, 50 cotton, and 10 glass. Once produced, it could be directly connected to the wash basin, solar energy, and wall-mounted boiler, meaning that Chen Fan only needed to pour seawater into the water tank, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. It could be used at any time. Although the converted tap water wasn't great to drink, it was completely sufficient for cooking and washing. This way, he could wash up every day without restraint. Even taking a hot shower for an hour, just thinking about it made him happy. What's so funny, bro? Seeing Chen Fan grinning foolishly. Wild Man Bee couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I just got 2 silver treasure chests for free, of course I'm happy. Chen Fan laughed heartily and immediately collected the 2 silver chests with Wild Man Bee's company. After finishing everything, Chen Fan prepared to take his leave. But Wild Man finally reminded him, Bro, I want to advise you, in the future, unless it's necessary, never enter the Forbidden Sea. What do you mean? Chen Fan asked in confusion. Our novice period is about to end, and we have to enter the Forbidden Sea afterward. Don't you know who you have offended? Wild Man A said seriously, if you enter the Forbidden Sea, it will definitely gather all forces to put you to death. Before this, there have already been orcas and great white sharks sent to kill me. Chen Fan sighed, but I really don't know who I offended. I'm just a newbie who entered the ocean world for 20 days. Who could I have offended? The two looked at each other, both showing a hint of conflicted struggle on their faces, and ultimately, it was Wild Man Bee who spoke up. We can't say who you offended, but I can only tell you that if you must enter the Forbidden Sea, you must be careful of the swamp of despair. Can't you reveal anything? If we say it, our entire tribe could be purged. I'll just ask one thing. How does this entity compare to the SSS-level deep-sea demon squid? About the same, only stronger. Damn! Chen Fan gritted his teeth, completely bewildered about how he had offended such a terrifying existence. So, the other party must be SSS level 2, right? Offending 2 SS-level big shots before even entering the Forbidden Sea. What a sour feeling. When a person dies, they fly to the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. Screw it. Chapter 78. A highly anticipated dumpling feast. You can't open me. Just as he was about to start, a silver chest began shouting loudly. Now I'm curious. Is there a silver chest that I can't open? Chen Fan asked with a smile. I have deadly poison that will kill you. The silver chest said pitifully, really, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. A forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. If you don't pick, you want to even get bitter melon. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and immediately opened both silver chests. Low-key poison needle 2 can paralyze ill-level creatures for 3 seconds. Super Simmons mattress 1, 5 minutes to fall asleep, making you fall in love with the feeling of sleeping. No wonder it said it had poison. It turns out it had 2 doses of anesthetic that could paralyze ill-level creatures for 3 seconds. Doesn't that mean he could easily kill an A-level creature twice? As for this Super Simmons, is there anyone in this world who doesn't love sleeping? Right away, Chen Fan replaced his mattress with the Simmons, which was a full 30 centimeters thick. Lying on it, he sank slightly into it. The feeling was amazing. Then Chen Fan opened all the supply chests. Wooden plank 7, glass 5, floating stones 3, plastic 1, universal filling 5, can make 5 pounds of dumpling filling at once. Delicious enough to bite your tongue. Cloth pieces 3. Meanwhile, the 9 provinces received a massive hundredfold increase in resources, making other countries envious. Just as he wanted to eat dumplings, the filling arrived. The ocean world is treating me quite well. Chen Fan smiled and rubbed his hands, deciding that today he would have deep-sea magic squid filling, and tomorrow, chive and duck egg filling. If the deep-sea magic squid knew its tentacles were being wrapped in dumplings by you, wouldn't it rush into the novice area overnight to tear you apart? Old Floating Stone said irritably, better to have wounds that ooze than to be poor in words. I've already offended them. Let us eat first. Chen Fan said, and immediately sent a private message to Lien Pei. Can you make dumplings? Chen Fan directly gave Lien Pei 5 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of squid meat, 1 pack of versatile filling, and 3 bottles of mineral water. Here you go. Just wrap these up. You don't have to do anything else this afternoon. On Blue Star, everyone quickly noticed Lien Pei and was stunned. Oh my God, is she making dumplings? Look at all that meat and flour. It must be from the great Chen Fan. Is this Lien Pei, the girlfriend of the great Chen Fan? Feeling exhausted, I actually want to say I could be the little concubine of the great Chen Fan. She's my daughter. Oh my God. Pei is still alive and living quite well. This is fantastic news. This is a joyful occasion for our Lien family. I envy their life in the ocean world so much. I want to eat dumplings too. After arranging everything, Chen Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and planned to take a good rest. His private chat pinged again, and it was actually Xiao Yutong. Kiss me, Fan. You actually slept for more than 10 hours. However, my wound is slowly healing, and I'm feeling a bit better. Thank you for saving my life again. I really am a saint and a total simp. If I hadn't saved her back then, there wouldn't be so many problems now. No choice. Who told her she is a woman from Jiuzhou? Lying on the lounge chair, enjoying the sea breeze, Chen Fan had a wonderful afternoon until the sun began to set. Lien Pei brought over the dumplings. Great, Chen Fan. I've wrapped them up, and there are more than 200. Great. I'm going to cook the dumplings now. Get ready to eat. After receiving them, Chen Fan immediately ran to the kitchen and cooked 120 dumplings at once, giving 30 dumplings each to Lien Pei, Xiao Yutong, and Zhuo Wenliang, along with a plate of vinegar. Wow, dumplings! Zhuo Wenliang was incredibly excited, and there's vinegar too. I just happen to have flour, so I got a friend to wrap some for me. Let's eat them hot. Chen Fan said as he brought the dumplings and vinegar outside, watching the sunset while eating. The deep-sea squid meat was already incredibly delicious, and combined with the versatile filling and vinegar, it was simply a match made in heaven. He nearly bit his tongue while eating. Chen Fan swore that this was the best meal he had ever had in his life, and it could no longer be described as delicious. Those watching the live stream also silently swallowed their saliva. If I could have a meal of dumplings, it would be worth dying for. I watched the live stream of the chosen ones from the 9 provinces, and there were 4 people eating dumplings. Those 4 must have formed an alliance. I really envy those 3 who get to eat meat with Chen Fan. What's so great about it? We in Sakura country don't eat dumplings. We eat sashimi. You are eating sashimi that has been contaminated by nuclear fallout. No wonder the death rate in Sakura country is high. It's because of eating nuclear-contaminated sashimi. 30 dumplings, I'm stuffed to the brim. Chen Fan simply watched action movies while doing radio calisthenics in the living room, quietly enjoying the temporary peace of the ocean world. Even old Floating Stone and the others thoughtfully remained silent, watching Chen Fan. Until late at night, when Chen Fan was about to sleep, a voice suddenly came from his ear. Hidden mission detected. The chosen one must kill the mermaid assassin and will receive generous rewards. Do you accept? Aren't the merfolk supposed to be friendly? Why is there an assassin? Chen Fan wondered, if I kill the mermaid assassin, won't I become enemies with the merfolk? Or is it that this mermaid assassin actually wants to kill me? How could such a mission be given to you for no reason? The super radar said impatiently. It has already set its sights on you, and it's nearby. Why are you only telling me this now? Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately walked towards the super radar. I see you still want to accompany me to death. Chapter 79. Does the mermaid assassin want to team up with the lamprey to kill me? No. It has been lying in wait 3 kilometers away and has no plans to act, which is why I didn't give a warning, the super radar quickly explained. Let's just do it, Emma. I'll just smash this radar. It's not cooperating at all. Dog Dan was eager to try, not thinking about his master. No matter how powerful or impressive it is, it's useless. You misunderstood. I just didn't want to disturb Chen Fan's rest. The super radar continued to explain. Emma, let's forgive it this time. Dog Dan immediately advised. I'm its big brother. I'll guarantee it will be loyal in the future. Chen Fan remained silent, fixated on the super radar. Sure enough, 3 kilometers away, there was a mermaid that looked taller than Fish A and Fish B, but was quite a bit uglier. It was holding a spear and was staring at the floating island. But for now, it wasn't making any moves, leaving Chen Fan uncertain about its intentions. It seemed that this guy was determined to target me. Chen Fan said in a low voice, Oldblay, keep a close watch on him. As soon as he enters a 2-kilometer range of the floating island, alert me immediately. Don't hesitate. All right, time to sleep. Even if we stay on guard, it won't do much good. Chen Fan seemed quite relaxed. He dropped this remark and directly laid down on the mattress, and within 5 minutes he was softly snoring. The mermaid did not make any movements throughout the night. It wasn't until the next morning that Chen Fan woke up, manufactured the seawater to tap water converter, and installed it on one side of his studio apartment. The only downside was that this device wasn't automatic. It had 2 tanks, each capable of holding 6 tons. Seawater had to be manually poured into the first tank, and then it would automatically convert into tap water flowing into the second tank, which would then be used in the apartment. Chen Fan immediately got 2 25L water buckets and started filling the water tank with 2 buckets at a time. He worked hard all morning and managed to fill the tank with 240 buckets of water. This was truly not a job for humans. Lying on a lounge chair, Chen Fan sighed while sipping a full cup of A-level freshwater brewed Longjing tea, and the feeling of fatigue was swept away. After preparing lunch, Chen Fan served each of the 3 a portion and said while eating, shouldn't we continue forward to see what the boundary between the Edge Sea and the Forbidden Sea really looks like? The further we go, the stronger the creatures will be. Old Floating Stone said seriously, originally, A-level creatures should belong to the Forbidden Sea, but now they frequently appear in the Edge Sea, which is not a good sign. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Chen Fan said nonchalantly, we've been crawling and rolling all the way. Do we still care about danger? That's true. Old Floating Stone was convinced. At that moment, the floating island adjusted its direction and quickly headed towards the boundary area. The automatic fishing nets and dolphins also occasionally fished out bronze boxes. It seemed that the further they went, the more bronze boxes there were. Of course, as the floating island moved forward, the mermaid killer also followed closely, maintaining a distance of 3 kilometers. It was unclear what this guy's purpose was. For now, apart from the threat of the mermaid killer, there were no other threats. Chen Fan enjoyed some leisure time, sitting in the living room watching TV and drinking tea. Before he finished a movie, Zhuo Wenliang sent a message. Bro, you are heading towards the direction of leaving the novice zone, right? A few chosen ones I know nearby have reported that they have been attacked by a strange fish since last night. Zhuo Wenyang explained. This strange fish is over a meter long, with a sucker-like mouth full of teeth. They jump out of the water to attack people, and if they touch your body, they can tear off a large piece of flesh. The key is that they are social creatures. Once one appears, there could be many more underwater. Damn, there's such creatures? Chen Fan rubbed his chin and asked Old Floating Stone, do you know what this creature is? There are at least over a dozen groups of these things within a 100-kilometer range, and each group has dozens of them. The super radar immediately alerted him. However, there are currently no groups targeting us. Damn, even the usually aloof super radar suddenly swore, immediately issuing a warning. 3 groups, totaling over 200 lampreys, are coming towards us from 3 directions. They will probably arrive in about an hour. What? Chen Fan frowned. The mermaid killer is also moving. It is closing the distance between us. Before Chen Fan could speak, the super radar warned again. Chen Fan, this guy is too fast. In the time I've been talking, the distance between us is only 1 kilometer now, but it has temporarily stopped. I understand now. It's waiting for the lampreys. Chen Fan suddenly realized. Is it planning to team up with the lampreys against me? The lamprey, although a B-level creature, has a group presence, making its overall strength comparable to A level. And thus, it is also a product of the Forbidden Sea. Old Floating Stone explained. This time, it's coming towards us with such purpose. I can't guarantee it has nothing to do with that powerful existence. If it were just a mermaid killer, it would be easy to deal with. But if they team up, we 1T stand a chance. Chen Fan pondered. Old Lei, are there any islands nearby? Warships? Chen Fan was taken aback. Then let's go to the warship. He instructed without hesitation. We can arrive in an hour. We should just avoid the lamprey swarm. If the lampreys don't come, the mermaid killer won't attack, and we'll have a chance. As he spoke, the propeller revved up, and under the influence of the super sail, they quickly headed westward. Just as Chen Fan had guessed, the mermaid killer continued to follow from a distance without attacking, allowing Chen Fan to temporarily relax. A little over an hour later, the floating island finally arrived at the warship, which was made entirely of wood and stood over 10 meters tall, giving a spectacular feeling. Chen Fan rubbed his chin and said, why do I feel like it resembles the ship we encountered before they carried the natives? Chapter 80. The Nightmare of the Natives. The Smallpox Virus. Young man, do you recognize me? The warship chuckled. Long time no see. It really is you. Chen Fan slapped his thigh. The floating island that came after me last time. I thought you couldn't see me, turns out. After holding back a laugh, the warship quickly said, sorry, I couldn't help it. Actually, I did it on purpose last time. The lampreys are still 3 kilometers away. They'll be here in a minute. The super radar shouted immediately. Also, the mermaid killer is about to charge over. Warship, let me on. You don't respect me. How am I not respecting you? You asked for my help and didn't even call me bro. Bro, let me on. Smack. Bang. The mermaid killer stared intently at Chen Fan, and a harpoon suddenly flew at Chen Fan. As Chen Fan dodged, the harpoon plunged deep into the mast of the warship. You son of a gun, that hurts. The warship immediately cried out. Unfortunately, I can't retract the floating island. If this drags on, my super shield will run out quickly. Chen Fan looked down at the floating island and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Huh. The next second, Chen Fan suddenly froze. He was pleasantly surprised to find that an island column suddenly appeared in his item bar, and he was speechless to realize he didn't even know when it had appeared. Did I unlock some title or receive a benefit after completing a task? Without having time to think too much, seeing that the first super shield was about to expire completely, Chen Fan immediately stored the floating island in the island column, temporarily unable to board the ship. The mermaid killer targeted the floating island, planning to destroy Chen Fan's floating island first before finding a way to kill Chen Fan on the island. Just as it was about to pounce on the floating island suddenly disappeared, causing the mermaid killer to trip and fall into the water, angrily roaring. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Brother, the lampreys can't come up, but the mermaid killer can definitely come up. You must keep me informed at all times. Chen Fan said solemnly, you are my real brother. Don't worry, your brother will protect you. The warship chuckled. With the warship's promise, Chen Fan immediately began exploring the ship. while the people from Blue Star entering Chen Fan's live stream started to increase again. How did Chen Fan manage to find such a big ship so precisely? The key is that this big ship even lowered the gangway for him aboard. He must have been forced onto the ship to avoid that mermaid. It's strange that Chen Fan was supposed to befriend the mermaid, so why would that mermaid want to put him to death? It turns out that even Chen Fan has someone he fears. Tonight, if the mermaid boards the ship, it will surely kill him in the cabin. Our Sakura country's day of celebration is not far off. Chen Fan, if you don't die, are you going to live stream eating shit again? Chen Fan had already entered the cabin, searching around while asking, "Brother ship, you seem fine, and all functions are intact. Why did those natives abandon the ship and run away?" It's complicated. Those natives have an inescapable nightmare, and that nightmare has manifested on me, forcing them to abandon ship. The battleship side. Otherwise, with my imposing presence, how could they possibly leave me? What nightmare? Chen Fan was taken aback, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. Smallpox. The battleship said helplessly. One of the natives was infected with the smallpox virus, which has left me covered in it. Damn, Chen Fan shouted. Even in 2123, he was well aware of what smallpox was. It was a virus with a very high mortality rate, and he was actually on a ship filled with smallpox virus. You tricked me, Chen Fan exclaimed angrily. You begged me to let you on board. I didn't invite you. How can you say I tricked you? The battleship replied, feeling wronged. Come on, brother, what are you afraid of? Don't you have the super purification liquid? Dog Egg, who was in Chen Fan's hand, suddenly spoke up. Just pour it out and it'll be fine, right? The super purification liquid can purify anything, even nuclear contamination, let alone a mere smallpox virus. Chen Fan immediately took out 0.1 drop of the super purification liquid and dripped it on the ground. Soon, the drop of purification liquid began to spread in all directions. However, Chen Fan vaguely seemed to see a faint mass of filth being chased by the super purification liquid. Could this be the smallpox virus? It seemed to be heading in a certain direction. Did the patient infected with smallpox not disembark? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. He had been abandoned in the deepest room on the second level. After the warship provided an answer, Chen Fan rushed to that room and indeed found that all the filth on the entire ship had flowed into that room. Upon opening the door, he saw an indigenous person, but it seemed they had been dead for a long time, their face covered in red spots. However, at the moment all the filth entered their body, they suddenly opened their eyes and hoarsely shouted, "What have you done to me? Damn, the smallpox virus actually controls this corpse to talk to me." Chen Fan immediately took out the super purification liquid and threatened, "Do you want to live or die?" Looking at the bottle, the smallpox virus showed a cautious expression. "What do you want to do?" "All right." The smallpox virus snorted coldly, its body stiffening, slowly moving toward the outside like a puppet. "Oh my, can you really chat with the smallpox virus?" The battleship was stunned. This operation was too impressive. There was no choice, it was for survival. Chen Fan said, taking out a lighter to ignite a piece of wood, "I'll give you a chance. If you have any other bad things on you, spill them out all at once, or I'll burn you with this fire." "Yes." The battleship was startled. "I'll tell you, but you have to put out the fire first. Speak quickly." Chen Fan shouted impatiently. No, it has no level." "No level? What is that for?" "Guess." "Damn." Chen Fan frowned and directly fired the battleship. Chapter 81, A Critical Moment, Facing the Mermaid Killer. What the hell? Is it still time for jokes? This battleship has questionable emotional intelligence. I said. The battleship was screaming in agony from the flames. "Don't burn it anymore." Chen Fan finally extinguished the fire. The natives collected the fruits that had been pulled out, cleaned them, dried them, and ground them into powder to mix with water for drinking. They found it very delicious and even gave this drink a name they thought sounded nice, calling it shit water. The natives have such a bad taste. So, these natives went through all the trouble of catching an animal from the Forbidden Sea just to drink its excrement? Chen Fan asked, unable to tolerate it. So that's how it is. The mermaid killer was currently looking for a way to board the ship. The entire outside of the ship was extremely smooth, making it very difficult to get on without any tools. Upon seeing Chen Fan and Tianhua, the mermaid killer showed unusual anger. "Chen Fan, come down and die." The mermaid killer coldly looked at Tianhua. Tianhua's way of delivering gifts was also very rough. He directly tore off an arm and threw it to the mermaid killer. The mermaid killer caught it without hesitation, looking at Tianhua with some confusion, as it was the first time he had seen such a way of giving gifts. Handing over a hand? What I gave him was the smallpox virus. He will show symptoms within a day. Tianhua immediately whispered, "Can you let me go now?" "As you wish." Chen Fan shrugged slightly, and a drop of super purification liquid shot directly onto him. "You tricked me." Tianhua's face changed dramatically, and he lunged at Chen Fan. But the power of this drop of super purification liquid was somewhat outrageous. The native's entire body was quickly disappearing. Before he could reach Chen Fan, he had already turned into a puddle of water, which eventually vanished completely. Not only was the mermaid killer dumbfounded, but the viewers watching the live broadcast were also bewildered. Aren't he and that wild man friends? He let him give the mermaid a gift and then killed him? What kind of operation is this? It's simply a mysterious operation. The great Chen Fan has fallen. Confucius couldn't understand. Mencius couldn't understand. And Laozi couldn't understand. The enemy's enemy is a friend. The wild man and the mermaid must both be Chen Fan's enemies. And what just happened was just a delaying tactic, yes. It must be like that. After all, it was the smallpox virus. If one were to be infected carelessly, it would be hard to control. When it could be easily resolved, it was better to deal with it directly. For now, ignoring that guy, it would be easier to deal with him when the smallpox broke out tomorrow. Underneath me, hundreds of lampreys are gathered, their mouths attached to my body, slowly gnawing at me. At that moment, the warship suddenly spoke. "Hey kid, what kind of people did you provoke? Why is everyone targeting you? Cut the crap and just tell me if they can bite through you." Chen Fan furrowed his brows and immediately asked in a deep voice, "I can only hold on for 12 hours. If it goes any longer, I'll start leaking." The warship said loudly, "Their teeth are terrifying. That can last until early tomorrow morning. Let them gnaw slowly. It will also wear them out a bit." Chen Fan didn't take this matter to heart and went straight to the kitchen. Although these wild men lived a very primitive life, they were quite particular about food, having all the basic cooking utensils and hanging quite a few dried birds. Although he didn't know what they were marinated in, they smelled good. In a nearby cabinet, there were also quite a few fruit wines, but unfortunately, the taste was far inferior to monkey wine. "Captain, how do you eat this?" Chen Fan asked suspiciously after taking down 2 birds. "What time is it, and you're still thinking about eating?" "What should I do? We still need to eat, right? How can we fight without food?" "Steam it for an hour. That means we can eat around 8 o'clock, which isn't too late." Chen Fan snapped his fingers and immediately began to operate. You can't say it's not delicious. Even Lien Pei Pei and the others couldn't stop praising it. They felt that eating it with dumplings might enhance the flavor even more. "Tomorrow, we must make dumplings with chive and duck egg filling." Beep, beep, beep. Just as he finished half of the fowl and took a sip of water, the super radar suddenly blared sharply. And at the same time, the battleship screamed. "It's coming up. That mermaid is coming up." The walls of the ship were incredibly smooth. How could they let it come up? Chen Fan shouted in a low voice and rushed out with his Desert Eagle, just in time to see the mermaid killer slowly pulling the harpoon down from the mast, staring intently at Chen Fan and saying, "I was planning to kill you anyway, and you even made me lose an arm and disgust me. If I don't tear you into 8 pieces, I won't be the gold medal killer of the mermaid clan." From the looks of him, it didn't seem like he was in a state of virus outbreak. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, "What grudges do we have? You chased me for hundreds of kilometers to kill me, and now you want to sit down and chat? Once I take you down, we can talk slowly." The mermaid killer tightened his grip on the harpoon and instantly attacked Chen Fan. This guy's speed was surprisingly on par with that of a hurricane wolf. Chen Fan immediately raised his Desert Eagle and fired 2 shots at the mermaid killer. But the mermaid killer moved so quickly that he dodged the bullets with a swift motion. The harpoon then swept towards him, aimed directly at the top of Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan did not retreat, but advanced, extending one arm to block and firing another shot forward. Bang! The mermaid killer was taken aback, and Chen Fan raised his hand to fire 2 more shots. The 2 were too close, even though the mermaid killer moved like lightning. One shot still hit his shoulder. However, when Chen Fan pulled the trigger again, the bullets were already out. "Let's see how you resist," the mermaid killer roared. his body already close to Chen Fan, grabbing Chen Fan by the throat. Chapter 82. The Mermaid Killer, the most courageous man at sea. My God, Chen Fan is going to be killed. How is this guy so powerful that he can get close to Chen Fan? Chen Fan, hold on. We can't be without you. In Jiuzhou, Chen Fan can finally die. Yay, the whole country celebrates. That's great. Oh no. In an instant, everyone on Blue Star began to pay attention to the situation in Chen Fan's livestream, especially the people of Jiuzhou, their hearts all in their throats. Staring at Chen Fan without daring to breathe. Many even started to pray, hoping for Chen Fan's safety. Chen Fan didn't expect the mermaid killer to be so tough. Even after being injured, it still managed to attack him fiercely. As soon as it came at him, he felt a strong sense of suffocation, as if his neck bones were about to be snapped. In just a second, Dog Dan made his move, and the sharp axe struck hard at the mermaid killer's arm. The mermaid killer couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, wanting to keep applying pressure, but Chen Fan's second attack had already arrived. It could only temporarily evade the attack, quickly withdrawing its hand and retreating 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Cough, cough. Chen Fan coughed violently a few times while covering his throat, glaring at the mermaid killer. Damn, you really put in some effort. Looking at the mermaid killer's feet, which were actually the ends of its tail fin, he noticed they were not far apart, yet moved so quickly. Nature is truly astonishing. Slightly shaking his arm that had been hit by a bullet, the mermaid killer gritted its teeth and shouted, "Kid, you really caught me off guard. No wonder it has its eyes on you. If you grow up, you might really pose a threat to it. Who is it?" Chen Fan continued to be confused. "In the Forbidden Sea, who wants to put me to death? You don't need to know. Dead people don't need to know so much," the mermaid killer said, tightening its grip on the harpoon and attacking again. Chen Fan was so angry he almost spat blood. How many people were there? They just came up and tried to kill him, and the key point was that they didn't even say who was targeting him, just a name. And even if they did say, the other party probably wouldn't know, right? Clenching his teeth, Chen Fan strode forward and wildly slashed at the mermaid killer, venting his frustration. Using the same trick again, the mermaid killer suddenly threw a harpoon at Chen Fan and quickly dashed into the sea, trying to run away. Chen Fan's face showed madness as he ignored the harpoon attack, forcefully moving the little fish from the floating island to the deck, shooting it at the mermaid killer the moment he hit the water, fixing his gaze on the harpoon gun. 2 seconds later, the reinforced fishing line began to pull rapidly, finally tightening. It hit. Chen Fan's face lit up. I nearly pierced through his fishtail, driving the barbs into his flesh. Unless he cuts off his tail, there's no way he can escape. The little fish spoke. Thanks to the defensive battlesuit, it always catches the enemy off guard. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If he could take this guy down today, he could focus on dealing with the lamprey tomorrow. The fishing line kept pulling forward, the tripod creaking under the strain. The wooden deck wasn't sturdy enough, and Chen Fan could only hope the mermaid killer would ease up on the force, or the cute little fish would be in trouble. Chen Fan, I can't hold on much longer, but there's still 10 meters. I'll help you. Just as the deck was about to be lifted, Chen Fan grabbed the tripod with one hand. After 10 seconds, the mermaid killer grasped the ship's railing with both hands, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Chen Fan. You're really impressive. You haven't even left the newbie area and can already defeat me. Flattered, Chen Fan bared his teeth at the mermaid killer, looking just like a sunny, smiling boy. Am I complimenting you? The mermaid killer roared, suddenly exerting force with both hands, flipping his body in midair, and that massive tail swung violently toward Chen Fan's head. Smack! Chen Fan raised his hands without hesitation to block, and with a crisp sound, the powerful recoil force acted on the fishtail, causing it to break directly at the spot hit by the harpoon. The merman killer's face changed drastically, and he fell to the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. Why? Why? Knowing I have a strong recoil force, you still dare to whip me with your tail. Are you out of your mind? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, Now, I'm giving you a chance to live. Do you want it? No, the merman killer shouted without hesitation. Chen Fan's smile froze on his face. Why would someone not want to live? Aren't you just trying to ask me who wants to kill you? Do you really think I would tell you? The merman killer's face was twisted with rage. If I can't kill you, I'll make you anxious. Saying this, he exerted force with both hands, causing his body to start twisting, and he leaped off the warship. With a soft thud, he forcibly tore off the broken fishtail, and then most of his body jumped into the water. What a brave guy! Looking at the remaining fishtail, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. With such an injury, want to get infected the moment it touches water. The problem is that fish can't live without water. The warship lamented, fearing it wouldn't survive. That's for the best, Chen Fan said with a smile. In any case, the threat of the merman killer no longer exists. Now I just have to deal with the lamprey tomorrow. Chen Fan, the great god, is truly impressive, forcing the merman to self-harm and flee. Who else is there? Fuck, Chen Fan of Jiuzhou is indeed a troublemaker. I, the Eastern Bang country, declare my dissatisfaction. You small countries, what does it matter if you're dissatisfied? Just wash up and go to sleep. Chen Fan was searching for a place to stay while asking irritably, I mean, isn't there a more comfortable place to live? Even after purification, there's still a smell. Natives, can you expect them to be clean? The battleship replied, equally annoyed. If not, just go to the second to last room on the first floor. It's where the gunpowder is stored, relatively dry, and the smell is not too bad. Gunpowder. Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately ran to the room the battleship mentioned, only to find more than 20 barrels of gunpowder, nearly filling half the room. Why don't I use this gunpowder to blow up the lamprey? Then, Chen Fan had a bold and crazy idea. Chapter 83. You want me to call you brother, and you want my life? No way, absolutely not. After hearing Chen Fan's idea, the battleship immediately shouted, why do you need to take me along to deal with the lamprey? But by tomorrow morning, if the lamprey bites through the bottom of the ship, you'll still sink. Chen Fan spread his hands and said, so do you want to die quickly or suffer and wait for death slowly? What you mean is, no matter what, I'm definitely going to die, right? The battleship gritted its teeth and said, you just wanted me to call you brother, and you actually want my life? If the lamprey bites through the bottom of the ship, your chances of sinking are 100%. If I use gunpowder to blow it up, your chances of being blown to bits are only 50%. Chen Fan said very seriously, I don't know what you're thinking, but if it were me, I would definitely choose the gunpowder. Blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. The battleship was already speechless. Meeting you. I've really hit the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Chen Fan chuckled and then loudly asked, Old Lei, can you detect the situation outside from the floating island column? If we can take care of this batch, then we'll be safe for a while. Chen Fan immediately moved out over 20 barrels of explosives, then connected them with ropes, spacing each barrel about 10 meters apart, and carried them all to the deck, forming a complete circle around the ship. Afterwards, Chen Fan began to count and organize the fuses for the barrels. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and there were over 100 million viewers watching Chen Fan's live stream, with the numbers increasing as time went on. What is Chen Fan doing? It's late at night, and he's not sleeping. Is he setting up wooden barrels for wine? Who knows? He just made the mermaid killer's self-harm and escape. And I thought he was going to sleep, but instead he brought out so many barrels. Damn, what did I miss? A spectacular showdown? Oomph. Jiuzhou Chen Fan is such a warmonger, always fighting, too violent. Fortunately, there were enough fuses, several hundred meters long. Chen Fan used ropes to place the barrels on the water surface about 3 meters away from the warship, with the long fuses leading to the center of the ship. By around 11 o'clock, the 20 or so fuses had all been connected. Brother, are you ready? Chen Fan asked with a chuckle as he took out a lighter. No, you're my brother. The warship shouted loudly. Oh, omnipotent Lord, my dear sea god Poseidon, my most revered Mazu, Dragon King of the Sea, please bless me. Your beliefs are too mixed. Wouldn't they fight over who gets to protect you? Chen Fan sighed, took a deep breath, and then ignited the main fuse. A hissing sound arose, and in the darkness, over 20 fire lines quickly shot toward the sea surface, looking somewhat beautiful in the live stream. Is this explosives? I see. He wants to blow up the ship. Blow up the ship? Why not just detonate the explosives on the ship directly? Why go through all this trouble? It's time-consuming and labor-intensive. The great Chen Fan must have his reasons for doing this. We just need to watch. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, just trying to attract attention. Boom! Just a few seconds later, as the first barrel exploded, all the barrels detonated simultaneously, creating an incredibly splendid fireworks display. But the terrifying shockwave made the ship sway dangerously as if it could turn into a pile of debris at any moment. The warship was continuously crying out in pain. "Oh my God, my butt hurts, my back hurts, my feet." Chen Fan entered the cabin, curling up to protect his limbs and head, planning to use his defensive battlesuit to resist the impact after the ship was damaged. However, despite the violent shaking of the ship, the scene he anticipated did not occur. All he could hear were the wails of the warship. "This ship is of good quality?" Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately rushed up to the deck. He saw that the area around the warship was filled with the pale bellies of countless dead lampreys. Although there were some damages to the ship, it was far from the point of seawater flooding in. This time, the warship hit the jackpot. "Captain, are there any surviving lampreys?" Chen Fan asked immediately. "You idiot. The explosion shockwave was so strong that these lampreys aren't tough at all. Some have already been blown to bits. How could there be any survivors?" The warship shouted. "My durability was originally 70, and now it's only 20. I can't take any more. At least it won't sink." Chen Fan chuckled. "I have plenty of food, so I won't stay up late to fish for lampreys. I'll find a place to sleep." As a die-hard fan of the great Chen Fan, one could only say that this was beautifully done. It was a visual feast. Just a moment ago, there was a close-up of the surface of the sea, filled with countless fish corpses. The great Chen Fan was actually blowing up fish. How shameful. Chen Fan of Jiuzhou, do you not care for animals in the ocean world? "I, from the Sakuraki country, report Chen Fan. Get lost. You keep rolling along." Just as he found a place to sleep, a voice rang in Chen Fan's ear. "Detected Chosen 1 has killed the mermaid killer. Hidden mission completed. Surprise gift pack obtained. Do you want to open it?" Wow. It seems the mermaid killer did not stay away from the warship and planned to cooperate with the lampreys to kill me tomorrow morning. But I blew it up instead. This is simply an unexpected gain. Chen Fan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Opening surprise gift pack. Congratulations, Chosen 1. You have obtained 100 buoyancy stones and 5 high explosive grenades. All right, both the buoyancy stones and high explosive grenades are very useful. This is great. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, feeling he could sleep soundly now. It was past 11, and he was getting ready to sleep, but out of habit, he took a glance at the public chat room. Did you hear that? There was a violent explosion on the surface of the sea just now. It sounded like something blew up. Where are you? Why didn't I hear it? I was already asleep. I was awakened twice in total, with an interval of 3 seconds, and the 2 explosion points were probably only a few dozen kilometers apart. My goodness. Watching the chat room become active, Chen Fan frowned. He clearly only blew up once, but there were 2 explosions? Who caused the other explosion? Chapter 84. This talkative one has a clear stupidity on his face. Old Lei, what's around a few dozen kilometers away? Chen Fan immediately asked. As I just mentioned, there were 2 explosions? Chen Fan was taken aback. He originally thought orcas only targeted themselves, but it turned out they targeted everyone. According to the classics, orcas are indeed good friends of humanity. So how come in the ocean world, everything is turned upside down? The orca was blown to death? Chen Fan then asked, did that Chosen One win? The orca ran away, and the Chosen One fainted. Then it's fine. It's almost 12 o'clock. And sleep is important. Are there different treatments for men and women? What are you saying? Nothing. They had no conversation that night. Until the next day, when Chen Fan woke up after 8. He shared a bucket of instant noodles with Xiao Yutong, and after breakfast, Chen Fan took out 2 pounds of chives for duck eggs, versatile filling, and 3 pounds of flour, and traded them to Lien Pei Pei. Girl, shall we have dumplings for lunch today? With chive filling? And, are these duck eggs? Lien Pei Pei exclaimed, chive-filled dumplings have a unique flavor. Leave it to me. I guarantee you can eat them by noon. I trust you to get the job done. Chen Fan said as he went to the deck to check the situation outside. The lampreys around the warship had completely disappeared in just 9 hours. They were probably eaten by those hungry sea fish at night. However, Chen Fan discovered a human corpse floating on the surface of the sea. Is this the Chosen One from last night? Chen Fan said in shock, Captain, Old Lei, why didn't you inform me? Didn't you say sleep is important? I thought he was injured on his floating island. Who would have thought he was floating in the water? He's not dead yet. Not dead. Give me the ladder. I'll save him. Chen Fan was taken aback and ordered the warship to immediately retrieve him. He then began to press on the man's chest, and after about 30 to 40 compressions, the man finally spat out a jet of water and began to gasp for air. Who am I? Where am I? After a few seconds, the man suddenly stood up, his face filled with a clear foolishness. You don't even know who you are? Are you kidding? Chen Fan said irritably. God, you actually have such a big ship. Are you the chosen one or native? What do you think? Chen Fan smirked. Doesn't he seem like a native? Sun Hanqing said as he struggled to get up, but couldn't he help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The battle last night was too intense, and he had internal injuries. Drink this. Chen Fan tossed Sun Hanqing 200 milliliters of A-grade fresh water and then asked, I'm curious. How did you end up fighting with the orca? What is this, a refreshing little drink? Sun Hanqing said, tilting his head back to gulp it down, and explained, but don't get me wrong, last night they were hunting a great white shark, I intercepted it, and they got angry, saying if I didn't hand over the shark, they would go after me. So what do you think? The meat is already in my inventory. How could I give it up? If they want to fight, then let them. My God, what kind of divine drink is this? Why do I feel almost completely better? This guy, has he always been this brave, fighting orcas for food? No, I have to repay you. Just as he was thinking this, Sun Hanqing suddenly started to take off his clothes, even pulling down his pants. What are you doing? Chen Fan exclaimed, shocked. Men shouldn't be undressing in front of each other. Hurry up and put your clothes back on. No, my clothes are too wet. I want to take them off to dry. You don't think I'm going to offer myself to you, do you? I could just use my mouth for that. Why do I need to take off my clothes? Sun Hanqing said, and couldn't he help but slap his thigh, amusing himself. Actually, I wanted to beep beep beep. The orca is coming, 10 kilometers away from the warship. Just as Sun Hanqing was about to explain, Chen Fan's expression turned cold. After the super radar gave a warning, he immediately shouted, You idiot, didn't you scare the orca away? Yeah, why is it back? Sun Hanqing looked just as confused. I've been saving 5 high-explosive grenades for over 20 days, and I didn't even injure the orca. Where's the cannon? Benefactor, with such a big ship, you don't even have a cannon? Gunpowder would work. Are you sure you didn't miss? Chen Fan was frustrated. I don't have a cannon. I used up all the gunpowder last night. Wait, that explosion last night was caused by you? Sun Hanqing suddenly realized. I heard the explosion and got inspired to use the high-explosive grenades. So you were the one who saved. Don't say another word. Chen Fan shouted. Now you should be thinking about how to deal with these orcas, right? You're such a chatterbox. Is this the chosen one I saved? Yes, just a blabbermouth. Can't stop talking. Brother, can I put you in my inventory? As long as you don't hurt me. I'd even be willing to be kept in your storage. With the warship, Chen Fan immediately released the floating island back into the sea. Let us go to the floating island. Are you trying to commit suicide? It's safer on the ship. Benefactor, I think. I don't care what you think, I want what I think. Wow, Benefactor, your floating island is so big. It's like 5 times the size of mine. Sun Hanqing exclaimed, bouncing around on the floating island. Is it your apartment? The sails are so beautiful. And there are plants? Chen Fan directly ignored Sun Hanqing, watching as 5 gigantic dorsal fins rapidly approached from a distance, showing no signs of slowing down. It seemed they were planning to charge first. Sun Hanqing finally noticed those dorsal fins and immediately rushed over. Damn, Benefactor, these orcas are about to collide. You don't plan to take them on with the floating island, do you? The floating island will be overturned. Chapter 85. Strong forces beneath the water. Fierce enemies in the air. Boom! The next second, the 5 orcas crashed into the protective shield, immediately producing a terrifying sound. The entire floating island shook violently and was pushed back several dozen meters. What is going on? The orcas were somewhat confused. The impact force of the 5 orcas was at least close to 100 tons, yet they didn't smash the floating island, only pushing it back several dozen meters. Could it be that they were still a bit dizzy from last night's explosion and hadn't fully recovered their strength? Benefactor, I'm not dreaming, am I? Sun Hanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. We're actually fine, and the floating island is fine too. How is this floating island so sturdy? Isn't it made of stone? Shut up. Chen Fan could no longer tolerate it and said, from now on, don't say another word. Sun Hanqing was taken aback and immediately covered his mouth. Turning to look at the orcas, the 5 orcas had surrounded the floating island, with the largest one staring at Chen Fan in surprise. Chen Fan? The guy from the Forbidden Sea sent you to kill me, but you've got the wrong target? Chen Fan snorted coldly. You know about it? The leading orca actually revealed a whale-like smile. I heard you kill my cousin and the others. You're quite impressive, huh? Just average, merely self-defense. Chen Fan shrugged slightly. But don't be in a hurry. Your fate won't be any different from theirs. No, no, no. This time we didn't come alone. The leading orca grinned. 30 kilometers away, a B-class eagle is rushing over here. At the same time, the super radar suddenly issued a warning. Strong forces beneath the water, fierce enemies in the air. Chen Fan frowned. No wonder these orcas were so fearless. They actually teamed up with B-class flying creatures, planning to launch a pincer attack to take him down with overwhelming force. It's important to note that B-class aerial creatures are already comparable to A-class terrestrial creatures in strength. Looking at the orca with a mocking expression, Chen Fan shook his head slightly and swiftly pulled out an electric shotgun, jabbing it into the orca's body. This startled the orca, which was about to dive into the water, but Chen Fan had already pressed the button. The hissing sound erupted instantly, and the unfortunate lead orca, just about to show off, was electrocuted and stored in Chen Fan's inventory. Big brother. The four orcas shouted almost in unison, rushing towards Chen Fan. But when they saw the electric shotgun in his hand, they dared not act recklessly. A call sounded, and a figure flashed in the distance. The eagle had arrived, another aerial creature. Not only did Chen Fan have to deal with the orcas, but now he also had to face that large bird. The difficulty had doubled. What on earth was Sun Hanqing doing to provoke both orcas and raptors at the same time? Was he coming for Chen Fan? After all, with this lineup, Sun Hanqing was not even worthy of facing them. Regardless of who they were targeting, the fact that they were all coming at once put both Chen Fan and Sun Hanqing in danger. The viewers watching the live stream felt their hearts rise into their throats at this scene. Sun Hanqing gathered his courage to say something, but when he saw Chen Fan's serious expression, he held back, only pulling out a spear, ready for battle. This guy's speed is indeed a bit too fast. Chen Fan squinted. Over 100 kilometers per hour. Benefactor, it's coming down. Seeing that Chen Fan remained still, Sun Hanqing couldn't help but shout. Bang! The next second, the eagle's sharp claws struck hard against the super protective shield, its somewhat foolish face displaying a look of confusion similar to that of the Golden Eagle King back then. However, its grasp of power and speed was far superior, and almost as soon as Chen Fan brought out the crossbow to attack, it had already spiraled upwards into the sky, perfectly dodging the bolt. This guy is more than twice as strong as the Golden Eagle King. The key is its speed, making it impossible to hit. Old Fusher said seriously, you have no other way but to wear it down. What if I go up with it? Chen Fan replied in a deep voice. Seemingly, this was the only option at the moment, right? Are you crazy? Old Fusher immediately screamed. If you don't handle it well, you two will perish together. Life, isn't it just about being crazy? Chen Fan laughed heartily, immediately opening the super protective shield and whistling at the eagle. The eagle flipped in midair and dove down, its sharp claws suddenly spreading wide, intending to crush Chen Fan's head directly. Chen Fan stared unblinkingly at the claws, and when they were less than 5 meters from his head, he suddenly raised his arms to protect his head, causing the sharp claw to strike fiercely against his arm. My God! Sun Hanqing, who was trying hard to hold back his voice, couldn't help but scream out, throwing his spear with all his might at the horned eagle. A tremendous recoil force surged from the claws, startling the horned eagle, and it felt its claws go numb. Following that, its body sank as Chen Fan unexpectedly grabbed its foot, being lifted dozens of meters into the sky. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Sun Hanqing's spear didn't even touch a feather of the horned eagle, yet he screamed again, and more people flooded into Chen Fan's live stream. Watching such a thrilling scene, feeling an indescribable suffocation, the great god Chen Fan was getting more and more outrageous. He was even going to the sky. Wasn't he not its match on land? Last time dealing with that big bird seemed less effortful. What kind of bird is this that could force the great god Chen Fan to ascend to the sky with it? Even if Chen Fan from Jiuzhou could kill that fierce bird this time, he would still meet his fate falling from such a height. Not to mention that there were 4 killer whales lurking below. Bastard from the beautiful country, shut up If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. In an instant, a new round of verbal warfare erupted between several countries. Chen Fan didn't dare to breathe, her nails digging in her palms in tension. Brother, why do you always put yourself in dangerous situations? The eagle also found it hard to believe and couldn't help but sneer. Do you know that up in the sky? It's my domain. If I don't make an effort, how will I know if I can kill you in the air? Chen Fan shrugged slightly, took out a dog egg, and planned to chop at the eagle's feet, but the eagle swayed its body, causing Chen Fan to lose his balance and shake violently. Now you can die. No, I still have a chance. As the eagle spoke, it was preparing to flip its body and throw Chen Fan away. But Chen Fan suddenly revealed a knowing smile. Chapter 86, 8,000 meters above ground, extreme survival. The eagle was stunned and suddenly saw Chen Fan casually flick his hand. Immediately, it felt a numbness in its body, realizing that Chen Fan had used a low-profile little poison needle on it, causing its body to enter a paralyzed state and begin to fall towards the sea. Now's the time. Chen Fan grabbed the eagle's ankle with both hands, quickly climbed onto its back, and wrapped his arms around its neck. 3 seconds later, the eagle regained consciousness and found Chen Fan tightly hugging its neck, coldly saying, "Is this the opportunity you mentioned?" As it spoke, the eagle's body surged upward while rapidly flipping, intending to shake Chen Fan off, so it could act as it pleased. Chen Fan still had a smile on his face. No, now was my chance. Saying this, he directly took out the dog egg and began to cut the eagle's neck. Bastard. The eagle's face changed drastically, finally feeling fear. It had thought the sky was its domain, but unexpectedly, this bastard had made it fall asleep for 3 seconds. Although it was just 3 seconds, the battle situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. Its throat and trachea were severed. How could it possibly survive? However, at this height of several thousand meters, even if it died, this guy wouldn't survive either. The eagle originally wanted to tell Chen Fan this fact, but its trachea was broken, and speaking caused blood to spurt from its throat, rendering it unable to speak. Moreover, in just a few seconds, it had spewed out hundreds of milliliters of fresh blood, and now, feeling dazed, it had reached the limit of its life and began to fall. Damn it! Although Chen Fan had killed that raptor, how could he escape from several thousand meters in the air without a parachute? It seemed he could only wait for death. This was too much of a loss for Chen Fan. If he was to perish with the raptor, couldn't he think of a way to win with intelligence? Unfortunately, there were still those 4 killer whales lurking in the sea. Otherwise, Chen Fan might have had a chance to survive. Yes, Chen Fan was finally going to die. I want to see if you 9 provinces still have any capable chosen ones to compete with my beautiful country. Hundreds of millions of people in the live stream were all watching Chen Fan's downfall, and the 3 major rival countries, led by Beautiful Country, began to sing victory songs. Chen Fan, you better not have any accidents. Even the head of the 9 provinces stood up at this moment, silently praying for Chen Fan. 3,000 meters above the sea, the eagle was already dead, and Chen Fan directly stored it in his item slot, spreading his arms and looking around. To be honest, after living for over 20 years, it was his first time being at such a high altitude, and he was actually feeling a bit of altitude sickness. Wang Kai, you fool, why aren't you moving? As Chen Fan fell from the sky, old Fusher couldn't help but curse. The boss is too heavy. I can't carry him. You have to carry him even if you can't. Has Chen Fan mistreated you in the past 20 days? Seeing him in trouble, are you really going to hesitate about carrying him? I'll do my best. Wang Sai's face turned red from being scolded, and he immediately flew upwards. With a scream, he flew directly beneath Chen Fan, descending while getting closer to him. Chen Fan directly lay on Wang Sai's back, although Wang Kai was desperately flapping his wings. He could only barely slow down Chen Fan's falling speed. Boss, I did my best. Wang Kai cried out in despair. I'm too light. Maybe once I eat more deep-sea magic squids and level up, I can carry you. Use your airflow to take me to the killer whales. Chen Fan decisively said. Boss, don't think like that. R&T, I try my best to carry you. Wang Kai was startled. Your temper is too big. Are you planning to jump into the whale's mouth just because we had a disagreement? Stop talking nonsense. Just do as I say. Chen Fan shouted angrily. There's only 1,000 meters left. hurry up and take me over there. Then you get out of the way. Wang Kai no longer hesitated, matching his falling speed with Chen Fan's and quickly flying towards the killer whales. The killer whales were overjoyed. Wow, this albatross is actually one of us. Bringing Chen Fan over here? They opened their mouths wide, ready to let Chen Fan fall in. If we eat him, we'll have completed our task. He even killed a megalodon. I heard he escaped from its mouth. Are you planning to let him use the same trick again? Then what should we do? Just hit him, use our tails to knock him out, and then eat him. It'll definitely be crunchy. Right. After exchanging opinions, one of the killer whales had already gathered strength and was eager to try. Oh no, this benefactor is going to be knocked out by the killer whale. Sun Hanqing slapped his thigh hard, holding a spear and shouting, "Killer whales, if you have the guts, come at me. I'm not afraid of you." What is that idiot saying? One killer whale impatiently asked. This guy is too noisy. I don't know. Last night this fool stunned me with an explosion. Once we killed Chen Fan, this fool won't escape either. Another killer whale said irritably, I can only pray that eating this fool won't affect my excellent intelligence. Oh no. How could that albatross bring Chen Fan to the killer whales? There are bad people among the crowd. The albatross actually betrayed Chen Fan at the critical moment. This is simply unforgivable. Who can save Chen Fan? Isn't this certain death? Is there still a miracle happening? Miracle my ass. Chen Fan from the 9 provinces is definitely dead this time. To put in your 9 provinces words, today is a good day, and everything you wish for will come true. In Chen Fan's live broadcast room, the number of viewers has once again reached a new high, and the comments are scrolling at a terrifying speed. Each comment barely lasts for even a hundredth of a second, as everyone discusses Chen Fan's survival. After all, the impact from falling from a great height is unprecedented, and with the attack from the orcas, one must ask, how can an ordinary human survive? No, I must stand with my benefactor. Sun Hanqing gritted his teeth and jumped into the sea with a splash. Don't be afraid, benefactor. I'm here. What is that idiot trying to do? Never mind him. Let's deal with Chen Fan first. That's right. The several orcas merely glanced at Sun Hanqing with their peripheral vision and ignored him. After all, with someone like Sun Hanqing, he was just a small calf riding on an old cow, posing no threat at all. Wang Kai, you can leave now. Seeing that he was still 100 meters away from the orcas, Chen Fan dismissed the albatross, then turned over, exposing his back to the orcas. Chapter 87. As soon as he ascended, the number of viewers broke 600 million. Orcas can swat a 200-pound adult seal over 20 meters high with their tails, hitting Chen Fan. The scene is too tragic. I can't bear to watch. Nearly 70 of the people in the live room covered their eyes, unable to witness the hero's demise, while the remaining 30 were from hostile factions who wanted to see Chen Fan die without a burial place. Bang! With a loud sound, an orca swung its tail with all its might, trying to kill Chen Fan. But at the moment of contact, it felt a tremendous force surge in. The pulling force and the recoil force interacting, causing the orca to feel a sharp pain in its tail, and its tailbone snapped. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already merged with the small strong that was lurking in the deep sea, grabbing its dorsal fin, and after moving more than 20 meters in the water, he surfaced quickly, heading towards the floating island. This guy, looking at the unharmed Chen Fan, old Fusher revealed a fatherly smile. Even more delirious than my master 3 years ago. The other 3 orcas were in a state of confusion. After all, the splash created by the attacking orca was too large, making it impossible to see Chen Fan's whereabouts. They immediately dived underwater, only to see that Chen Fan had actually been rescued by a dolphin, which made them furious, and they quickly began to pursue him. The foolish young man Sun Hanqing had already swum over 10 meters, and, seeing that he was about to brush past Chen Fan, his mind short-circuited for a moment, staring blankly for several seconds before shouting, "Don't forget me! Save me, benefactor! Damn it!" Chen Fan frowned, reached out with a big hand, and directly grabbed Sun Hanqing's ankle, pulling him down to the floating island. Just as they were about to be caught by the orca, the 2 of them and the dolphin all leaped onto the floating island. In that instant, everyone on Blue Star was stunned. What just happened? Facing such a terrifying orca tail strike, not only did they survive, but they weren't even injured? Was the orca too excited and missed hitting the great Chen Fan? Regardless, This is a good thing worth celebrating. Fuck. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou cannot survive. This is witchcraft. This is your Jiuzhou witchcraft. I refuse to accept it. Ocean survival is unfair. This world has always been unfair. You beautiful country has dominated Blue Star for years, and now you find it unfair? Chen Fei let out a long sigh of relief after dealing with the situation and sat down, breathing heavily, experiencing for the first time what it feels like to worry excessively about someone. That scared me to death. Sun Hanxing sat on the ground, swallowing hard, thinking, I'm only a step away from death. Are you sick? Swimming in the water at a time like this? Chen Fan asked in a deep voice. Do you think dying isn't fast enough? How awkward. Sun Hanxing was taken aback, covering his face and not knowing what to say. Chen Fan quickly spurred his horse and rushed up to press the button on the fish gun. The little fish had already aimed at a killer whale, and at that moment, it shot out instantly, deeply embedding itself in the body of a killer whale. Damn it, how could this happen? The killer whale shouted through gritted teeth, a good hand dealt, completely shattered. You two hurry up and leave. This guy who can kill cousins is indeed not an ordinary chosen one. The tailless killer whale said solemnly, otherwise we might not be able to leave at all. Let's go together. The two killer whales flanked the tailless killer whale and quickly swam off into the distance. If they escape, it might bring endless trouble. Old Fusher immediately yelled, it's easy to chase them, but if they dive into the deep sea, we won't be able to find them at all. Chen Fan shook his head and said, however, dealing with B-level killer whales is no longer as difficult as it was at the beginning. For now, they don't pose a threat to us. That's true. Old Fusher agreed wholeheartedly. It was easy to deal with 2 killer whales and 1 golden eagle. Not bad at all. He would keep the golden eagle for himself and directly share the killer whales with the chosen ones of the 9 provinces. After all, he had enough food, and the rookie period would soon pass. It would be best if all the chosen ones of the 9 provinces could survive. 9 provinces, Chen Fan killed 2 killer whales. Fresh killer whale corpses will be amplified by 100 times for the 9 provinces. 9 provinces, Chen Fan killed 1 golden eagle. Fresh golden eagle corpses will be amplified by 100 times for the 9 provinces. At the same time, a voice echoed in the sky above Blue Star, causing a stir among the people of Blue Star. And at this moment, a voice also came to Chen Fan's ear, detected that the viewership of the Chosen One Chen Fan's live broadcast room has exceeded 600 million people, rewarding a lucky, self-selected gift package. Keep it up. What the hell? Chen Fan was overjoyed, as he truly did not expect that after an extreme survival experience in the air among the 5-to-1, 6 billion people on Blue Star, a full 600 million had watched his performance. How popular he must be. However, with 600 million viewers, if he wants to break through again in the future, he can only wait until he enters the Forbidden Sea, and only when the timing, location, and harmony of people are right will it be possible to achieve that. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and immediately opened his selected package. Pumice 200, Plant Super Nutrient Solution 50. One can last for 1 month of growth period. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Blueprint 1. S-Class Freshwater Generator Blueprint 1. Uniqueness, can harvest S-Class freshwater, which can be used to enhance physical fitness, quickly treat minor internal and external injuries, and primary diseases, etc. S-Class Freshwater. Chen Fan's expression changed. He had already deeply experienced the benefits of A-level freshwater, and now S-level freshwater had appeared. Wouldn't drinking it send him to the heavens? Chen Fan, Brother Fan, Grandpa, 200 floating stones. Old Floating Stone couldn't help but shout. What a huge temptation this is. Aren't you tempted? The viewership of your live stream will probably never break 700 million in your lifetime. If you don't take these 200 floating stones, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Floating stones can be obtained anytime, but the S-level freshwater generator, once it's gone this time, who knows when it will come back? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, ignoring the advice, and directly chose the S-level freshwater generator blueprint. He immediately placed the blueprint into the synthesis bar. To manufacture the S-level freshwater generator, besides the blueprint, it also required 1 A-level freshwater generator, 1 S-level Tanlazu, 100 pieces of glass, 60 pieces of cloth, 30 pieces of metal. and 3 floating stones. Note: the S-level freshwater generator can convert 100 milliliters of seawater into 5 milliliters of S-level fresh water per hour with a maximum capacity of 2,400 milliliters, and can be upgraded. It took a whole day to produce 120 milliliters, which wasn't even enough to get stuck in one's teeth. However, what is this Tianluozu? Chen Fan pinched his chin and asked with some suspicion. Chapter 88. Tianluozu, Sun Hanqing's unwanted request. You idiot, you don't even know what Tianluozu is. Yet you resolutely chose the S-level fresh water generator blueprint. I can only look down on you. Old Floating Stone said angrily, my 200 square meters. Tianluozu is a pearl produced by the S-level marine creature, the Tianluo clam. Super Ship Fan immediately explained, when the Tianluo clam reaches 100 years old, it will produce a small pearl in its body. When it reaches 200 years old, this small pearl will grow to the size of glass marble and can be called Tianluozu. Wow, S-level. Chen Fan was shocked. A clam can actually be S-level? What is wrong with this world? Don't underestimate the Tianluo clam. Its shell can unleash a terrifying shockwave with a simple opening and closing. Even an A-level great white shark would lose half its life if hit by the shockwave. Super Ship Fan introduced. And if it wraps around you and drags you into its shell, even if you're also S-level, you might not be able to escape. Damn. So I need to wait until I have the qualifications to challenge S-level marine creatures to drink S-level fresh water? Chen Fan pinched his chin, his expression becoming serious. He still needed to wait until he entered the Forbidden Sea and became stronger to go for it. No witties. At least this is a glimmer of hope that motivates me to become stronger. Chen Fan shook his head and then said, I'll give you 10 sticks of Huazi. Stop nagging, it's annoying. Saying this, Chen Fan immediately lit 10 sticks of Huazi for Old Floating Stone, which dispelled his grievances. Benefactor, what kind of operation is this? Praying to the gods. Sun Hanqing couldn't help but come over to ask. What do you think? Chen Fan replied darkly. You should be more forgiving of him. When you fell from the sky, he jumped into the water, intending to die with you. Old Floating Stone said irritably. His words may be a bit dense, but his essence is still good. Yes, praying to the gods. Chen Fan was taken aback and then nodded. He initially thought this kid was looking for excitement. It turns out he misunderstood him. He couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Good boy. Let's have dumplings for lunch today. Really? Sun Hanqing's expression changed, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Soon, Lien Pei traded over all the dumplings she had made. Great Chen Fan, I only made about 150 this time. It was noon, and Chen Fan boiled the dumplings, trading 30 dumplings and a plate of vinegar to each of the 3. Then handed Sun Hanqing a plate of dumplings and a plate of vinegar, chive, and duck egg filling. Enjoy. Thank you, benefactor, Sun Hanqing said as he drooled and began to wolf down the food. In less than 10 minutes, 30 dumplings had already disappeared into his stomach. Then, Sun Hanqing couldn't help but start crying, which made Chen Fan furrow his brow. Crying over eating dumplings, aren't you being a bit too sentimental? These dumplings taste like my mom's cooking. I miss my mom. Sun Hanqing sobbed when I was pulled into the ocean world. My mom was just about to make dumplings for me. Of course, I, Chen Fan, have one good trait. I don't lie. You're the great Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Sun Hanqing's eyes widened in shock, and then he seemed to open the floodgates, excitedly saying, Great Chen Fan, I'm your fan. My admiration for you is like the endless Yangtze River. Noisy. However, this time, Chen Fan didn't stop him. Let him talk, as nothing was more important than eating dumplings. After a satisfying meal, Chen Fan couldn't help but stretch lazily, but saw Sun Hanqing looking at him with a very ambiguous expression, which made Chen Fan frown, remembering how he had just pulled down his pants to express his gratitude. He couldn't help but ask warily, What do you want? Great Chen Fan, I have an unwanted request. I don't know if you can help me. Sun Hanqing said shyly, and then he was about to pull down his pants again. What the hell do you want? Chen Fan frowned. My clothes are wet, and my underwear is too tight. Sun Hanqing explained hurriedly, I was blown off my floating island. Now I don't know where my floating island is. Can you help me find it? Oh, Chen Fan said, immediately looking at the super radar. Old Ray, where's this floating island? Damn, propeller, ship sail. Hurry and chase south. Chen Fan exclaimed in shock. Immediately, the propeller increased its power and began to chase after the floating island. In less than half an hour, they had intercepted the floating island. Sure enough, a black man wearing beast skins immediately shouted in alarm upon seeing Chen Fan's floating island. In less than 24 hours, my floating island was actually occupied by someone. Sun Hanqing was furious, brandishing his spear and preparing to charge. This native is very strong. Chen Fan immediately warned. If you go up, it's undoubtedly seeking death. Well then, I'll assist you from the side. Chen Fan shrugged slightly and immediately took out a heavy crossbow, ready to help Sun Hanqing at any moment. Sun Hanqing took a deep breath, yelled at the native, and charged up with his spear. The native was not to be trifled with. He didn't take Sun Hanqing seriously at all. With a spear in hand, he moved it so fast that it only left a shadow, completely overpowering Sun Hanqing in the fight. This kid is quite strong, Chen Fan remarked in surprise. When I first encountered such a savage, I didn't gain any advantage. Otherwise, would he dare to compete with 5 killer whales for food? Old Floating Stone said displeased. This is clearly someone who has trained. Chapter 89. The game between Great Chen Fan and the native? What the hell? Chen Fan was startled. Is this guy specifically targeting the weak, thinking I'm easy to bully, and wants to kill me first before dealing with Sun Hanqing? As the native was about to catch up, Chen Fan turned and ran. Damn, you old six, just kill him. Old Floating Stone said, speechless with your current strength. You can completely take on the savage. That's no fun. Chen Fan chuckled. I'll wait to catch him off guard and kill him. Great Chen Fan. I'm coming to save you. No need. Seeing this scene, Sun Hanqing gasped in surprise and was about to take action, but Chen Fan immediately stopped him. It was then that Sun Hanqing remembered that this lord was a deity who could go to heaven and enter the sea, capable of anything. How could he not handle a native? Was this a game between the great Chen Fan and the natives? The 1,000 square meter floating island had already made a round, and the natives were even more convinced that Chen Fan was just a soft persimmon, sneering. Still want to run? You two are going to die today. I didn't provoke you. Why are you killing me? Just kill him. Chen Fan shouted loudly. You chosen ones intruded into our waters and competed with us. Shouldn't you die for that? The native snorted coldly. Once I kill you too, I will have killed 5 chosen ones, and in our tribe, I can be called a warrior. Chen Fan's expression darkened. He actually extracted such a piece of information. The standard for selecting warriors in the indigenous tribe is based on how many chosen ones they kill. Baby, let me kill you a single shot through the heart. I guarantee it won't hurt. A cold smile flashed across the indigenous person's lips, their voice icy yet gentle. Kill, kill, kill. Go ahead and kill. Chen Fan suddenly shouted loudly, turning around and opening his arms towards the indigenous person. The indigenous person's smile froze. But they didn't think much of it and thrust their spear directly at Chen Fan's heart. This startled Sun Hanqing, who threw his spear at the indigenous person, Chen Fan. The Great One. Ding! The indigenous person aimed very accurately, and with great force, they could have killed Chen Fan in one strike. However, just as the spear tip made contact with Chen Fan's body, the indigenous person suddenly felt a recoil from their hand. Their tiger's mouth went numb, and they ended up spitting blood. In that moment of distraction, Sun Hanqing's spear had already pierced the indigenous person's heart. My God, I actually saved the great Chen Fan? Sun Hanqing ran over, his face flushed with excitement. You saved nothing, didn't I say not to? Chen Fan glared at Sun Hanqing and immediately approached the indigenous person, grasping their large hand. What the hell? How did the heart get pierced? Does it hurt? Can you still speak? You. The indigenous person stared at Chen Fan, and as soon as they opened their mouth, blood spurted out. You are the legendary. That person. After saying this, their eyes widened and they died. Don't die. Which legendary person? Clarify it. Chen Fan furrowed his brows and slapped the indigenous person's cheeks several times, but this guy was already dead beyond recovery, and at this point they were almost stiff. Look what you did. Chen Fan glared at Sun Hanqing, who couldn't get any information. Sun Hanqing looked at Chen Fan weakly, not daring to speak. Old Fu Shi. Chuan Fan, do you know anything about this? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask Old Fu Shi and the others. This tribe is really quite speechless. Chen Fan nodded slightly. noticing the wolf head ornament hanging from the indigenous person's neck, and coldly said, "This should be their totem or something." However, regardless, since this tribe takes killing chosen ones as a rite of passage, they are our enemies. If we encounter them in the future, we must kill them. Agreed. Old Fu sure unhesitatingly aligned with Chen Fan. Huh. Sun Hanqing was taken aback and quickly said, "Are we planning to leave just like this? Let's add each other as friends. It will be convenient to contact each other later." "That is indeed possible." Chen Fan nodded. The two added each other as friends. And Sun Hanqing then slowly paddled the floating island away from Chen Fan. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. If this kid weren't so fierce, he would actually be quite talented. It's already good enough. After all, his strength is there. Old Fu sure snorted coldly. Besides, don't speak so absolutely. You might need his help in the future. Shrugging slightly, Chen Fan didn't dwell on the matter any longer and took a deep breath. Propeller sail, full speed ahead, heading straight for the boundary line. Saying this, he opened the virtual panel, entered the trading platform, and directly divided the 60,000 units of whale meat obtained from the two whale sharks into two 650 portions, setting it so that each person could only take one portion. He then sent a message in the chat room. "I have listed two 650 portions of whale meat for free in the trading platform. Each portion is about 23 units, and each of you can take one." Wow, Chen Fan is really generous. So I won't have to worry about food for the next 10 days. I love you. Chen Fan, you often give us benefits. It's simply admirable. Chen Fan, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? In an instant, the entire chat room exploded. Thanks to Chen Fan for the reminder. There's hope now. I miss my wife. With the revelation of this news, more than 2,000 chosen ones left in the 9 provinces almost all joined the discussion. Suddenly, Xiao Chong burst out from the water onto the island. At the same time, the super radar shouted loudly, "Lamprey! More lampreys are coming towards us. There are at least 7 or 8 groups, over 1,000 of them. Big brother, they even kill me. I can't stay in the water any longer." Xiao Chong said pitifully. "What the hell?" Chen Fan was startled. "Attention! Chosen One Chen Fan is about to enter a restricted area. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately." Just as Chen Fan was about to check the super radar, this voice suddenly came to his ears. Chapter 90, Black Technology, Super Stabilizer. Restricted area? Chen Fan frowned. Is there a restricted area in the marginal sea? This sea area is home to the top-tier creatures among A rank. Old Fu Sure said seriously, they're the kind of existence like the great white shark, and this should exist to protect the boundary line. Chosen ones are not allowed to enter the restricted area, and those top-tier A-rank creatures are also not allowed to leave the restricted area. What will happen if a chosen one enters the restricted area? Chen Fan immediately asked. Since it's all a marine world, there must be plenty of good things in the restricted area of other chosen ones. If we go in, wouldn't all of it be ours? Chen Fan couldn't help but rub his hands, chuckling as he said, since entering the marine world, hasn't it always been a life or death situation? Let's go. Are you serious? Old Fu Sure was furious. This could really get you killed. Thousands of lampreys are already difficult to deal with. If the shield runs out, won't you be eaten alive in a few hours? Chen Fan shrugged and said, if you don't go in, you'll definitely die. If you go in, it's 9 deaths out of 10. What do you say? Are you going in or not? In. I'm going all out. Old Fu Sure was so angry. Meeting you has really brought me bad luck for 8 generations. Chen Fan chuckled, and the floating island immediately surged forward, narrowly escaping the encirclement of the lampreys. However, these lampreys did not give up and continued to relentlessly pursue him, vowing not to rest until Chen Fan was dead. Wooden planks 7, floating stones 3, plastic 5, shelter manufacturing blooper 1, wooden planks 9, a pair of young sheep couple 1. The U is about to become a mother. Super Stabilizer 1 can detect swaying in 8 directions within 0.01 seconds and counteract the swaying within 0.5 seconds, keeping the stabilized device in a level state. Capable of adjusting for all violent swaying within 180 degrees and up to 100,000 square kilometers. When used in combination, it can exponentially increase stability. Super Shield 1. Super Shield can protect the floating stones within the shield, making them immune to all physical attacks, lasting for half an hour. Looking at all the items he had obtained this time, Chen Fan was a bit surprised. The super stabilizer was indeed another piece of black technology. If used on the floating island, it meant that as long as the island did not sway beyond 180 degrees, the entire surface would remain stable. In other words, as long as the island did not spin in circles like 380 degrees, he would not feel any swaying. The entire process took 0.6 seconds, and humans truly would not feel any swaying. And there was also the sheep couple, and the ewe was about to give birth, which meant he would soon have fresh sheep milk to drink. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately went to the poultry and livestock area, placing the shelter manufacturing blueprint into the synthesis bar. To manufacture shelter, he needed wooden planks 150, plastic 50, metal sheets 30, cotton 20. Chen Fan quickly crafted a shelter that was a full 30 square meters, complete with a roof, feeding trough, water trough, and more. Not to mention 2 sheep. Even 10 sheep could live comfortably. At that moment, Chen Fan put the sheep couple inside, and indeed, the ewe's belly was quite large. Would it give birth in just a few days? Are you hungry? Is there any grass? Before he could familiarize himself with the environment, the ram arrogantly said, "Can't you see my wife is pregnant? You should be serving her." "Hey, you serve your wife." The baby ISNT Chen Fan's. The old floating stone retorted. She hadn't even met Chen Fan before. "What kind of talk is that?" The ram immediately got angry. "My wife, of course, is carrying my child. I'm just afraid the baby 1T look like you." "You, shut up." Chen Fan curled his lips, wondering how everything could be related to him. A sheep is just a sheep. Aren't they all the same? Has the great Chen Fan started raising animals? How advanced. I'm so envious of the great Chen Fan's life. Is he raising a kitten or a puppy? Poor me. Although I have food now, there are many dangers around, and I don't dare to leave. Although everyone is chatting, they probably don't have any feed or anything, but Xiao Yutong sent me a private message. "Do you need fodder? I'm on an island and have plenty of grass. I'll help you cut some right now. How's your injury?" "It's almost good. Cutting grass is no problem at all." Saying this, Xiao Yutong immediately ran off to cut grass. On Blue Star, after Chen Fan opened the supply box and returned a series of items, the national leader also heard a special voice in his ear. Chosen 1 Chen Fan has opened a bug-level black technology. Super Shield 1, Super Shield, hundredfold amplification. Can protect the territory within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, duration half an hour. Chosen 1 Chen Fan has opened a bug-level black technology. Super Stabilizer 1, Super Stabilizer, hundredfold amplification, can detect shakes in 8 directions within 0.01 seconds and within 0.5 seconds. It can counteract the shakes through the Super Stabilizer, keeping the stabilized device in a level stable state, capable of adjusting all violent shakes within 180 degrees and within 100,000 square kilometers. The stabilizing effect can be multiplied when used in combination. This is, the national leader trembled. After the nuclear war, the movements between the major plates of Blue Star became more intense, and countries experienced several earthquakes every year. 3 months ago, there was a major earthquake in the southern part of Jiuzhou, resulting in thousands of casualties. What is even more helpless is that earthquakes are difficult to predict. Even if the Earthquake Bureau collaborates with dozens of top scientists for decades, they still cannot accurately predict the occurrence of earthquakes, let alone prevent them. But now, with these 100 super stabilizers, Jiuzhou will no longer be troubled by earthquakes. Chen Fan has made a tremendous contribution to Jiuzhou. At this moment, the head of the country immediately issued an emergency summons, requesting the senior officials of the Earthquake Bureau and more than a dozen top scientists to come and see him right away. Chapter 91. The Restricted Area of the Sea. The existence that can instantly kill the megalodon. This made everyone extremely nervous, thinking that an earthquake had occurred somewhere, resulting in serious casualties. However, upon meeting the head of Jiuzhou, he was all smiles, cheerfully holding out a fist-sized object and asking, "Do you know what this is?" A top scientist took it and examined it, and couldn't help but say with suspicion, "This looks like the 6-axis gyroscope stabilization device we produced. This thing is called the Super Stabilizer," the head of state said, and then directly introduced the Super Stabilizer in detail. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing the introduction, hardly believing this fact. After all, the world's top research teams have been unable to predict the timing of earthquakes, let alone prevent or stabilize them. But with this little thing, Jiuzhou would no longer be troubled by earthquakes, even if the earthquake's intensity reached level 8 or even above level 10. It would have nothing to do with Jiuzhou. It directly and indirectly protected the people of Jiuzhou and safeguarded all losses caused by earthquakes. The person who developed this device is undoubtedly the greatest hero of Jiuzhou in a century, truly a national treasure of Jiuzhou. Head of state, who exactly developed this device? It's simply black technology. A scientist couldn't help but ask. This will be a historic, milestone change for earthquake prevention and control on Blue Star. This is an exclusive item obtained by Chen Fan, who is currently fighting for us in the ocean world. The head of state smiled and said, "This device is unique to Jiuzhou, and of course, after a hundredfold amplification, it can also protect all of Jiuzhou's territory, no longer harmed by earthquakes." So it was developed by the great Chen Fan. An experienced scientist exclaimed, "My family, including myself, are his fans. It's just a pity that we can't meet him. You will be able to meet him soon." The head of state smiled slightly and said, "The reason I called you here is to give you one of the devices for your research. If you can develop it, it will be of great help to all of Blue Star. However, before the research results are achieved, it must be kept absolutely confidential. Not even your family has the right to know. Everyone must sign a military confidentiality agreement. If anyone leaks information, the collective punishment policy will be implemented, and all will be dealt with by military law." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone straightened their bodies and saluted the head of state solemnly. Subsequently, the head of state called in military leaders, leaving one behind, and secretly placed the remaining 98 super stabilizers in the most central location of Jiuzhou. Dispatching a division of troops and a team of special agents from the National Security Bureau to guard it 24 hours a day without leaving an inch, accompanied by 3 warning sounds from the high-altitude alarm. Chen Fan was less than 10 kilometers away from the restricted area. After putting 20 pounds of fresh grass for Xiao Yutong into the feeding trough in the pen, he finally arrived at the shore, looking at the still tightly pursuing lampreys, and couldn't help but sigh. What the hell is this? Are they really going to chase me relentlessly? The guy you offended is too terrifying. If they don't chase, they might get killed. Old Fusher said impatiently. Of course they will chase desperately. Killing you might bring them unexpected rewards. That's true. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, but then wondered why did they stop chasing. He saw all the lampreys suddenly slow down, eventually stopping in a dense line, giving a strong sense of not daring to cross the line. "We've entered the restricted area," Old Fusher said in a deep voice. "These lampreys are quite sensitive. They must have sensed the terrifying presence in the restricted area and directly dared not chase anymore." Beep, beep, beep. Just over 10 kilometers into the restricted area, the super radar began to alarm, startling Chen Fan. What the hell is going on? Encountering danger right after entering the restricted area? Damn it, I didn't provoke you. Why are you chasing me? A giant megalodon suddenly leaped out of the water, angrily shouting, as fellow marine creatures, "Why are we fighting each other so desperately?" "Isn't that an A-level megalodon?" It actually backed down? Chen Fan asked in surprise. "Shouldn't it also be A-level? Is the gap between us that large?" Boom! Even before the super radar identified the other party, a massive presence suddenly leaped out of the water, and its gaping mouth was enough to rival the megalodon. Despite the megalodon trying desperately to dodge, it was still bitten on half its body. "Help! Save me!" The megalodon yelled upon seeing Chen Fan. Crack! Just the next second, a tremendous force came, and the megalodon's body was directly sliced in half, with the remaining half still struggling towards Chen Fan's floating island. "Save me! Save me! Are you trying to drag me down with you even in death?" Chen Fan said with a dark face. "Hurry up and run. Don't let that big guy set its sights on us." The floating island immediately dodged to the side. That's an A-level ceiling, a blue whale. The super radar finally explained. Just the length alone is over 40 meters, weighing 300 tons, with huge steel teeth and a biting force of about 100 tons. More than 3 times that of the megalodon. Why does it look different from the blue whales I know? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise, feeling somewhat helpless. This is the ocean world, an independent realm outside of Blue Star. Especially once you enter the Forbidden Sea, it will absolutely overturn your understanding. Old Fusher laughed heartily. But why do I feel that we might stop at the outer sea restricted area? Before I die, let me have a puff of Wazi. I'll let you have a puff after we get out of this predicament. Chen Fan said in a deep voice. The lampreys outside were watching closely, leaving only the option to move sideways. But now he could only hope not to encounter other A-level ceilings. Otherwise, it would really be game over for him. Meanwhile, millions of viewers in Chen Fan's live streaming room on Blue Star also noticed the shocking scene and began to shout in disbelief. ISNT that an A-level megalodon? It was actually bitten in half. Where's the great Chen Fan now? This is too terrifying. I've only seen a megalodon once in other live streams, and it killed an Indian chosen one as soon as it appeared. Is there really something that can instantly kill a megalodon here with the great Chen Fan? Is the great Chen Fan in danger? Not just danger. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan is probably going to die. Ha. Chen Fan's expression was grave as he watched the blue whale, which had devoured the megalodon, start to chase after him on the super radar, quickly thinking of a strategy to defend against it. Chapter 92. Invincible defense? Then let's dismantle it from the inside. This guy's speed is simply too fast. There's less than 20 kilometers left between us. Chen Fan said darkly. It would only take him about 10 minutes to catch up with us. Not just that, he could catch up in 5 minutes. The super sail said seriously. The blue whale is not only massive, but its skin is tough and thick, with a resilience over 30 times that of sea-grade wild boar skin. I estimate that even high-explosive grenades wouldn't hurt it. In the Forbidden Sea, it even dares to challenge S-grade creatures one-on-one. So awesome. Chen Fan was taken aback. Not only is its attack fierce, but its physical defense is also so formidable. Isn't that practically invincible? Does this guy have no weaknesses? The apartment couldn't help but ask. It's too late. The super radar snorted coldly. It's caught up. Wow. Just as the super radar finished speaking, a massive blood-red mouth surged up from the water, instantly engulfing 1/3 of the floating island. Immediately afterward, the blood-red mouth quickly closed, biting down hard on the floating island. With nearly 100 tons of biting force crashing against the super shield, a crisp sound erupted. Chen Fan even saw 3 rows of teeth from the blue whale, numbering in the hundreds, each about 30 to 40 centimeters long. No wonder it could instantly bite through the megalodon's body. The blue whale probably didn't expect that its terrifying biting force would be ineffective against the floating island. It bit down on the island and immediately began to thrash its body, intending to use its strength to split the island in half. Wow, this experience is simply incredible. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. With the super stabilizer, even though the floating island was being shaken violently by the blue whale, Chen Fan, standing on the island surface, felt absolutely no bumps at all. He wouldn't believe it if he hadn't experienced it himself. This scene was truly insane, and the viewers in the live stream were flooding in. Chen Fan's pill theory once again dominated the entire screen. How can Jiuzhou Chen Fan survive this time? An existence that can take down the megalodon, killing Jiuzhou Chen Fan, must be child's play. Jiuzhou Chen Fan is finally done for. Jiuzhou people, you've been touting how strong Jiuzhou Chen Fan is, but in the face of nature's creatures, he is even less than an ant. Let us see how you defend Jiuzhou Chen Fan this time. The great Chen Fan is a legend of the ocean world. He cannot die. I dare to bet my life on it. How much is your life worth? Meichuan Majia, look down on betting with you. Chen Fan, hurry up and deal with this guy. My wife is scared. At this moment, Gong Yang suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. What if my wife gets scared and has a miscarriage? Can you take responsibility for that? Chen Fan tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking that if even a sheep dared to shout at him, this world was too crazy. However, Chen Fan didn't say much and immediately raised his heavy crossbow, unleashing a 3-shot burst at the giant whale above. Despite the blue whale's tough skin and thick flesh, the soft flesh in its mouth was hit, causing it to feel as if it had a small fish bone stuck in its throat, making it open its mouth in pain and freeing the floating island. The propeller immediately revved up to full power, quickly distancing itself from the blue whale. The blue whale took a deep breath and expelled all the water towards the floating island. not only knocking the 3 crossbow bolts away, but also creating a water column that struck the island, sending it flying several kilometers away. However, the propeller and the supersail quickly took advantage of this force to increase the distance from the blue whale. Good kid, daring to enter the forbidden zone. Don't think about leaving now. The blue whale's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the sea's surface as it spoke. It then dove into the water, charging towards the floating island like a torpedo. Its speed was easily double that of theirs. If it wanted to chase them, there was no way to escape. Old Floating Stone said anxiously, "I told you not to enter the forbidden zone, but you didn't believe me. Knowing you is really bad luck. Fortunately, it can't do anything to us for now," Chen Fan said calmly. Oh wow. At this moment, the blue whale had already rushed close, suddenly twisting its body and striking upwards with its massive tail towards the center of the floating island. The force was probably more than 20 times that of an orca, and the several hundred-ton floating island was actually lifted over 20 meters into the air. This is the highest place I've ever been in my life. This guy's indeed something, Old Floating Stone said solemnly. If you don't kill it before the second super shield's time runs out with its terrifying power, we will all die. There are still 23 minutes left on the second super shield, but this guy was hard to deal with. The electric shotgun would definitely have no effect on it, and high explosive grenades were also a bit risky. Kid, you surprised me. The blue whale coldly stared at Chen Fan. No wonder you dared to enter the forbidden zone. It turns out your floating island has a layer of shield that keeps it stable. This is the first time I've seen this in my decades of life. Big guy, I have no grudges with you. You don't need to bully me, a newbie, right? Chen Fan said in a deep voice. I can give you the meat of an orca. I hope we can coexist peacefully. Someone has issued a marine assassination order against you, and that guy can kill me instantly. Now that I've encountered you, do you think I wouldn't attack you? The blue whale snorted coldly. You might as well take your own life to save me the trouble. You should know, killing you is as easy as flipping a hand. Instant kill at level A ceiling. That guy must at least be level SS. I'm so exhausted. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. A high explosive grenade detonated next to the blue whale, the terrifying force immediately creating a massive splash of water, but still proving useless against the blue whale's defenses. What should we do? Old Floating Stone took a deep breath and said angrily, What do you mean 9 deaths in 1 life? This is clearly 10 deaths without life. Can't I dismantle it from inside its body? Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. Its external defenses are invincible to us, but its internal structure can't be equally indestructible, right? You think too simply. Old Floating Stone snorted. You will be dissolved by its stomach acid. Then let's kill it before I start getting dissolved. Chen Fan said, grabbing Dog Egg and charging towards the blue whale without hesitation. Geez, are you trying to get yourself killed? Dog Egg laughed, but upon seeing the blue whale, he immediately advised, What are you thinking? An ant shaking a tree. Chen Fan said little, leaping high from the shore towards the blue whale, while also putting the floating island into the floating island column. Chapter 93. Chen Fan. Adventures inside the whale. What is this operation? Why does the great Chen Fan want to die? Does he think it's glorious to die at the hands of such a creature that can instantly kill the megalodon? In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan is nothing but this. Nonsense. Don't forget how the great Chen Fan was captured and dropped from thousands of meters high, and still didn't die despite being hit by an orca. What does this operation count for? Can an orca be compared to such a behemoth? Anyway, I think Chen Fan has gone a bit too far this time. It's likely to backfire. This scene is indeed shocking. The livestream room is once again flooded with viewers, everyone watching in astonishment, while others escape from the jaws of a whale. Why has it turned into a self-imposed trap for him? Even the blue whale looks confused. ISNT his attack, just like an ant biting an elephant. The blue whale couldn't be bothered to fight back, just opened its huge mouth wide, allowing Chen Fan to jump right in. As Chen Fan flipped in midair, a powerful suction pulled him into the blue whale's body. With a swift motion, the fish spear shot out from the floating island column, embedding itself between the blue whale's 2 teeth. Wow! The 10-meter-long fishing line tightened. Chen Fan looked down into the dark hole. This place actually has oxygen? Without oxygen, how could the blue whale survive? The voice of Old Floating Stone came through. It was sucking in a massive amount of air at the water's surface. then diving into the deep sea, surfacing for air after an hour. Chen Fan shrugged slightly, his spear extending from the floating island column, freeing his hands. As he descended slowly, he lit a piece of wood, finally getting a clear view of his surroundings. However, everywhere was covered in transparent slime, which indeed looked quite disgusting. Delving deeper, Chen Fan quickly arrived at the first stomach of the blue whale, and a faint voice immediately came through. Help me, help me. Damn! Chen Fan was stunned. The megalodon that had just swallowed him was not dead yet, and had already seen Chen Fan. My God, you were swallowed too? Can't I avoid being swallowed? Chen Fan said irritably. This guy was too powerful, and there were no weaknesses outside. He could only find a way to deal with it from the inside. Can I help? The megalodon quickly said, Get me out, I don't want to die. You only have 2/3 of your body left. Can you still live? Chen Fan was astonished. I just lost some flesh and bones. My internal organs are fine. The megalodon said pitifully, It's like when you humans break a leg, you can still live, right? Then tell me, how do we deal with this guy now? Chen Fan directly threw the question to the megalodon. The blue whale is an A-level behemoth, and its internal body is enormous. Even using a spear wouldn't cause any harm to it, the megalodon analyzed. However, if you have a powerful weapon, you could blow up its internal organs. And even if it doesn't die immediately, it won't survive. And at the moment of the explosion, its stomach will spasm violently, and we might be able to be thrown out. That's not the problem. The problem is which part to blow up? Chen Fan continued to ask. The lungs. The megalodon quickly replied. Above the stomach is its lungs. If you blow up its lungs, it will be finished. These two aren't part of the same system. How the hell do I get to its lungs? Think of a way. Even drilling a hole would work. The connection between the lungs and the stomach isn't thick. Damn. Chen Fan frowned and quickly ascended using the fishing line. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast had been anxiously waiting for 10 minutes. The blue whale had already entered deep waters, and no one knew where it had gone. But Chen Fan still had not appeared. The live stream was engulfed in darkness. As long as the live stream hadn't disappeared, it proved that the great Chen Fan was still alive. But where exactly had he gone? Are you stupid? Didn't he go inside the blue whale's body? Even if he had the ability to get out. If the whale went hundreds of meters deep, the pressure of the seawater could crush him to death. Yes. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou brought this upon himself. The things we prepared to celebrate Chen Fan's death in Sakura country are finally ready to be taken out. You Jiuzhou people can announce the news of Chen Fan's death. It's real and reliable. Even though some people from Jiuzhou believed that Chen Fan had no chance left. He had already pierced through the thick layer of fat and diaphragm with a spear, bundled 5 high-explosive grenades, and stuffed them into the lung lobes. He then shouted, Little fish, pull quickly. In an instant, the fishing gun rapidly pulled Chen Fan outwards. After 5 seconds, he had reached the blue whale's oral cavity, and a terrifying explosion echoed immediately. The massive body of the blue whale trembled violently. Then, the whale's stomach began to spasm violently. In less than 10 seconds, blood mixed with shattered organs surged out, and a great white shark was also vomited out, happily shouting, I'm saved. At this moment, Chen Fan was also spat out by the blue whale, and immediately felt a terrifying force coming from all directions, as hundreds of tons of pressure from the seawater acted on him. Even the defense suit felt strained, making cracking sounds. Chen Fan was startled and immediately took out the floating island and activated the protective shield, finally letting out a sigh of relief. This is really not something a human can handle. If it weren't for the defensive battlesuit, I would have probably been crushed in a meat paste by now. To be able to come out after being inside a whale's stomach, you're truly unprecedented. Old Floating Stone snorted coldly. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? Chen Fan, you really deserve to die. The blue whale glared angrily at Chen Fan. Look at what you've done. What could I do? I'm just trying to survive. Chen Fan spread his hands and said, Aren't you impressed by my survival spirit? Impress my ass. The blue whale replied, spitting out a lot of blood. However, to Chen Fan's surprise, it actually spat out a black iron box. And the box's limbs were even thicker than the original golden treasure chest. As soon as it came out, it started swimming away. Hey. Why is there a black box? Chen Fan asked in confusion. I don't know either. It's my first time seeing this kind of box. Old Floating Stone also looked bewildered after gold. It should be a diamond chest. It's a pirate chest. It's a pirate chest. Quick, catch it. Super Sail shouted loudly. Chen Fan, you might be about to get rich. Chapter 94. Escaping from death, wanting to open the pirate chest. Chen Fan did not hesitate, immediately adjusting the angle of his harpoon. Little fish could not help but shout. We're already out of range. We need to chase quickly. Propeller, have you not eaten? Chen Fan turned and shouted. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise erupted as the blue whale suddenly became enraged, violently ramming its head into the back of the floating island, sending it flying several dozen meters away. At that moment, the propeller took advantage of this force to spin rapidly, quickly reducing the distance to the pirate box to less than 5 meters. This time, there was no need for little fish. The fully automatic fishing net was deployed, directly ensnaring the pirate box. Damn it! The pirate box gasped in shock and immediately began to struggle. Heave! Heave! However, the fishing net was incredibly resilient, with a pulling force far stronger than little fish's. Despite its desperate efforts, it could not break free. Bang! Meanwhile, the blue whale, despite continuously spitting blood and internal organs, was still attacking Chen Fan. Its lungs had been shattered, and other organs were rapidly failing. Its only obsession now was Chen Fan, even in death. It wanted to take Chen Fan down with it. This blue whale was truly relentless. It was hard to tell when it would finally die. Looking at the blue whale, Chen Fan could not help but shout, Big guy, your internal organs are almost all destroyed. If it really doesn't work, why not just rest? If I kill you and get that Lord's reward, I might have a chance to survive. The blue whale gritted its teeth and said, I can live, but you must die. Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Chen Fan replied, pulling out the electric shotgun and stepping forward to extend it through the super protective shield. Pressing the button against the blue whale's head, a hissing sound erupted violently, and even the protective shield showed currents. The blue whale's body trembled slightly, and then it made a clattering noise from its mouth, followed by a fierce spit directed at the floating island. Almost 100 teeth were spat out, attacking the super protective shield like a heavy machine gun, densely packed like raindrops. However, unfortunately, in front of the black technology that ignored all physical attacks, even the most terrifying assault was futile, leaving not a single mark on the super protective shield. This guy actually has such a terrifying move. It must be a life-saving technique, right? Chen Fan laughed heartily, but it's not that impressive. The blue whale was speechless. Damn it. This move could pierce through the body of a megalodon with just one tooth. It was mainly used against S-class powerhouses for survival. Yet it still couldn't break through Chen Fan's defense. It seemed that in its limited life, it would never be able to kill Chen Fan. Should it just give up and go meet the most important whale in its life? With a scheme in mind, the blue whale turned and fled. Looks like you're about to die, so don't think about escaping, Chen Fan said with a smile, driving the harpoon deep into the blue whale's tail fin, allowing the whale to carry him forward while ascending, quickly surfacing again. 15 minutes had passed, and Chen Fan's livestream had gathered 400 to 500 million viewers, all waiting for a miracle to happen, but everyone knew that there probably wouldn't be one. Even an ordinary person couldn't hold their breath for 15 minutes underwater, let alone one swallowed by a blue whale. Chen Fan was probably finished. Some people had already exited the live stream, knowing that it would soon disappear. Brother, you scoundrel, why did you leave me all alone? Chen Fan was already in tears, hugging her knees on the bed, her eyes fixed on the dark live stream screen. What am I going to do in the future? Splash. 20 minutes later, a loud noise erupted from the water's surface as the blue whale breached, charging forward. And shortly after emerged Chen Fan's floating island, like a triumphant general, having tamed the blue whale as its mount. At that moment, the entire blue star erupted in excitement. Those who had exited the live stream rushed back in, shedding tears of joy upon seeing Chen Fan. Chen Fan, a miracle of the 9 provinces, a miracle of Blue Star, a miracle of the ocean world. He didn't die. What a pity, 9 provinces Chen Fan still was taken down. He is a monster, a curse. After the novice period, no matter the cost, my beautiful country must kill him at the first opportunity. 9 provinces Chen Fan, damn it. The 9 provinces rejoiced. Chen Fei was so happy that he cried and cursed Chen Fan 100 times in his heart. The leader of the Jiuzhou kingdom was even more excited, slamming his fist on the desk. This little brat's live stream can't be watched anymore. It makes me anxious every day. I wasn't even this nervous when my wife was having a baby. The feeling of seeing the light of day again is just too good. I've never been this close to death before. Old Fu sure took a deep breath of fresh air. Chen Fan, you old rascal. Where are the cigarettes you promised me? Coming right up. Chen Fan laughed heartily and directly handed Old Fu sure 10 cigarettes. Damn, look how scared my wife was. She even started having contractions. Gong Yang snorted coldly. My son might be born early. Why are you making a fuss for no reason? Let him be born. The earlier the better, so he can drink some good milk. Chen Fan shrugged. You still want to drink my wife's milk? Gong Yang was taken aback and immediately exploded with anger. Do you believe I can use my horns to kill you? He can eat my wife's eggs. So why can't he drink your wife's milk? Gong Yang sneered. Is your wife special? What's so different? Aren't they all female? Old Lei, where are we going now? This conversation is unbearable. Chen Fan moved away from the pen and turned to the super radar. We're still advancing towards the boundary line. Although it's slowed down due to serious injuries, we can reach the boundary line in half an hour. The super radar said seriously. I don't know what terrifying beings we might encounter. Whatever comes, we'll deal with it. At this point, there's nothing more to say. Chen Fan snorted coldly. Let's just do it. Saying this, he turned to the pirate box bound by the fishing net. Kid, you've got yourself into big trouble. The pirate box shouted angrily. My big brother is a well-known figure from the Forbidden Sea. How many people in the ocean world covet me, but dare not touch me? And you think you have the right to get me? That doesn't matter. Your big brother won't know it was me who opened you. Chen Fan chuckled and immediately opened the pirate box. Chapter 95. A-class ceiling. Is it really a simp? Super Protective Shield 1. Super Protective Shield can protect Fu Sure within the shield, immune to all physical attacks. Duration half an hour. Overlord Crossbow 1. Overlord Crossbow weighs 1 ton. Uses a foot pedal launching principle. Can continuously launch 3 2-meter long heavy crossbow bolts. Range of 1 kilometer. Can perform nearly 160 degrees of attack with almost no dead angles on a flat surface. Incredibly powerful. Low-key Bathtub 1. Got dirt on you? What if you can't scrub? Just lie in the small bathtub, combining soaking and scrubbing for an ultimate bathing experience. Upon opening the pirate box, 3 items were obtained, one of which was actually high-tech. As the newbie period was about to end, Chen Fan had already used up 2 super protective shields, but he still had 3 brand new ones in hand. With 90 minutes of time, he should be able to handle all dangers. What made Chen Fan even more delighted was the Overlord Crossbow, a dirt-colored crossbow, 3 meters long, with a launching mechanism that could move up and down 160 degrees and rotate 360 degrees without dead angles, meaning that no matter from which direction enemies attacked. He could use the crossbow to counterattack, and it could launch 3 heavy crossbow bolts at once. Simply consider it. However, the crossbow bolts needed to be manufactured by himself. Fortunately, along with the Overlord crossbow was a blueprint for making heavy crossbow bolts, and he had all the materials ready. When it came to actual combat, heavy crossbow bolts could be used freely. Looking around, Chen Fan temporarily placed the Overlord crossbow 10 meters away from the single apartment, where the view was open, allowing him to keep an eye on the surroundings. You kid are quite capable. The air here is smooth. I really like it. The Overlord crossbow's voice was rough like a middle-aged man, laughing heartily. Want to fire a shot first? It's exhilarating. Not for now. You're a secret weapon, Chen Fan said, temporarily crafting 3 crossbow bolts and placing them on the crossbow to use when necessary. He didn't pay attention to the low-key bathtub for now, glancing at the super radar, which indicated only 50 kilometers remained to the boundary line. Despite many powerful creatures lurking around, it seemed they were deterred by the strength of the blue whale and didn't dare to approach recklessly. At the boundary line, there was also a blue whale. Just then, the super radar suddenly shouted, "Damn!" Chen Fan frowned. Dealing with 1 blue whale is already tough. Another one, and even high-explosive grenades, won't be enough. On the other side of the boundary line, it can't come over. The super sail immediately comforted, even if that guy wants to kill you. He can't break the rules of the ocean world. Chen Fan nodded slightly. and said no more. The people in the live broadcast room quietly stared at this scene until they saw another blue whale, and they finally became shocked. Another creature like this? Did we fall into the nest of such a creature? One was enough to almost take down the great Chen Fan. Can he survive with two? Wow. I see hope again. This is really good. Oh yes, oh good. You big ocean horse, are you moaning? Chen Fan stood quietly at the edge of the floating island, watching the blue whale on the other side of the boundary line, but the whale seemed a bit aloof. Lan Lan, I miss you, the seriously injured blue whale shouted. To see you once, I'd die without regrets. Damn it, a simp. You've already seen me. You could just go die now. Lan Lan remained cold, and after saying that, she intended to turn and leave. Although she was aloof, it was hard to tell if she was beautiful, but her soft voice was quite sweet, definitely the goddess among whales. However, after hearing this, the seriously injured blue whale became emo. It was really about to die. Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted loudly. Its internal organs have been blown to pieces. It only has an hour left to live. Oh, is that so? Lan Lan looked down at Chen Fan. What does that have to do with me? Should I cry and tell him not to die? Or should I die with him? This left Chen Fan confused. I don't like it. It's just one-sided love, so whether it lives or dies has nothing to do with me. As Lan Lan said this, she turned and swam deeper into the forbidden sea. It was really baffling. She thought calling me over would lead to something good. The two old men didn't know what to say anymore. If a woman loves you, she can die for you. If a woman doesn't love you, she hopes you die. Chen Fan sighed. Boss, think positively. At least you know the final result. Isn't that a relief? Just then, the blue whale turned around, intending to charge at Chen Fan's floating island again. This left Chen Fan speechless. I just helped you, and you're repaying kindness with enmity. What a waste of such a big head. Wan Kai, here. With a loud shout, Wang Kai jumped directly onto the foot pedal of the crossbow cannon, and 3 crossbow bolts shot out, aimed straight at the blue whale's head. The powerful force drove the bolts at least 2/3 into the whale's skull. The blue whale's immense strength crashed into the floating island, sending it hundreds of meters away, and the whale finally quieted down. It was dead. Dealing with such an A-class ceiling is really not easy. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and immediately began to dismantle the blue whale, obtaining blue whale skin 1, blue whale teeth 50, blue whale whip 1, blue whale meat 500,000. Blue whale whip? Chen Fan was taken aback, staring at the whip in front of him that was nearly 3 meters long. He couldn't help but swallow. No wonder it's a 40-meter-long big guy. Even the JB is 3 meters long. Where the hell can we go to reason about this? Should we fry it or stew it? Old Floating Stone immediately asked, or should we eat it raw? This thing is probably more nourishing than Little Bear's Uncle Bai's life root. Chen Fan curled his lips. This is just too brutal. And then the voice from Blue Star came again. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed a blue whale. The fresh blue whale corpse will be amplified by 100 times in Jiuzhou. 100 blue whales. That's such a huge number. The people of Jiuzhou will be able to have a hearty meal again. In Chen Fan's live stream, the discussion among the crowd became intense again. I don't know what else to say except that it's amazing. Master Chen Fan ultimately defeated this big guy. A miracle indeed. Chen Fan is destined to be a legend in the ocean world, and will surely be the greatest figure of the past century in the 9 provinces. Love it. This time, let's see who dares to mock Chen Fan anymore. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan is just lucky, nothing special. As evening approached, Chen Fan felt a bit conflicted. He planned to temporarily leave the Forbidden Zone. Last time, he ventured in to escape from the lamprey, and he thought that if he could rush out parallel to the boundary line for a few hundred kilometers, he should be able to evade the lamprey's attack. After all, the dangers within the Forbidden Zone were too numerous, and he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't encounter danger again. At that moment, the voice of the ocean world suddenly rang in Chen Fan's ears. Hidden mission detected. Chapter 96. You in distress, provoking the deep-sea dragonfish. Upon hearing this hidden mission, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel confused. I thought the great ocean world had been warning that this was a forbidden zone and that I shouldn't enter. Why now am I being asked to complete a mission in the Forbidden Zone? Isn't this a bit hypocritical? Shut up, Old Floating Stone exclaimed. How dare you defy the rules of the ocean world? I'm not defying anything. I'm just curious. So I asked. Chen Fan retorted. This mission required him to deal with the notorious bioharvester in the Forbidden Zone, the same A-grade ceiling, the deep-sea dragonfish. However, this type of fish is similar to the lamprey and prefers to act in groups. Each fish is about 1 meter long, covered in long spikes, especially with dozens of sharp protrusions around its mouth, each about 10 centimeters long. In battle, their bodies spin like a propeller, drilling holes in their enemies. Although a single deep-sea dragonfish is only a B-grade ceiling, hundreds of them together could definitely be considered an A-grade ceiling. They eat anything they see, and many powerful creatures in the Forbidden Zone have already been consumed by them, which is why the ocean world assigned this task to Chen Fan. Using the super radar, Chen Fan quickly locked onto a group of deep-sea dragonfish over 500 kilometers away. There were more than 300 of them attacking a megalodon, which was trying to escape but couldn't break free from their encirclement. This creature is even harder to deal with than a blue whale, equivalent to an upgraded version of a lamprey. The super ship sail explained, if you don't come up with a perfect plan, you probably won't be able to handle them. Creatures in the Forbidden Zone aren't allowed to enter the novice area? Chen Fan asked again while pinching his chin. What if we provoke the deep-sea dragonfish and lure them out of the Forbidden Zone? I wonder if they would fight the lamprey? Chen Fan smiled as he spoke. If we successfully draw them into battle, we can not only complete the mission, but also rid ourselves of the lamprey's troubles. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Unless we really anger them, they probably won't leave. Old Floating Stone said irritably, "You're quite the strategist, trying to divert them. I have no choice, it's for survival." Chen Fan chuckled, then it settled, propeller, full speed ahead. Immediately, the floating island quickly headed toward the group of deep-sea dragonfish against the backdrop of the setting sun. However, it would take at least 4 hours to reach there, so Chen Fan hurried to prepare dinner. Because of this, the audience in the live stream gradually dispersed, leaving only a few million die-hard fans still watching. While in the room watching TV, the ram suddenly shouted, "Chen Fan, my ewe is in distress. Hurry and help." Chen Fan was taken aback. "I'm not a midwife. It's useless to call me for a difficult birth. It's all your fault for scaring her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this," the ram said angrily. "Just get the front legs out now. What do we do? Tie a rope and pull it out?" Chen Fan suggested hesitantly. "Whatever method you use. Just get my child delivered right now," the ram urged. "That's a must." Chen Fan shrugged and, seeing the panting ewe, quickly found a rope to tie to the 2 front legs of the lamb and began to pull with all his might. The ewe screamed in pain, rolling its eyes. "Easy, take it easy." The ram was heartbroken and lay beside the ewe, continuously licking its fur. After what felt like an eternity with a crisp sound, a lamb was pulled out by Chen Fan. "I'm a dad now," the ram exclaimed joyfully, standing up and rushing to the lamb to lick the mucus off its body. "Thank you, uncle." Even though the ewe was very weak, it still smiled at Chen Fan. The term uncle left Chen Fan baffled. After all this time, he had become the brother of a sheep. This is really... As long as you're happy. Chen Fan waved his hand. "Feed your son some milk. Once the milk is sufficient, I also need to drink some fresh milk." "No problem. Just drink directly from a nipple," the ewe generously replied. Sometimes communicating with animals can be quite awkward. Time flew by, and 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. With the super radar's alert, Chen Fan arrived at the shore and looked at the shimmering water ahead, nodding slightly. "Looks like this is it. This guy has a long, shining whisker extending from its jaw, probably used for hunting." The dense school of fish looked troublesome. Old Floating Stone couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up and take action. I'm feeling sick from watching this for too long." "Don't worry, I have 2 high-explosive grenades. That should be enough." Chen Fan grinned, immediately taking out a grenade, pulling the pin, and tossing it into the school of fish. Boom! With a loud bang, the grenade exploded on the water's surface, creating a massive splash. Dozens of deep-sea dragonfish were blasted into the air, wounding 20 or 30 of them. All the deep-sea dragonfish turned to look at Chen Fan, ignoring the megalodon. This human actually dared to attack us. He must be looking for death. What are you waiting for? Let's go eat him. Avengers for our brothers. In an instant, the deep-sea dragonfish school charged toward the floating island, which had already prepared. The propeller spun up and shot out with a whoosh. The megalodon, which had just escaped from the mouth of a blue whale and was now being surrounded by the deep-sea dragonfish, shed tears of gratitude. Good guy. I'm saved. I'm saved. Damn, why are these fish so fast, 100 kilometers per hour? Though the floating island moved like lightning, the deep-sea dragonfish pursued relentlessly, with some even touching the floating island and starting to spin and drill into it. My butt, my butt! Old Floating Stone screamed. Damn, these guys are crafty. We still need at least an hour and a half to reach the Forbidden Zone. Chen Fan said, turning to look at the increasingly close deep-sea dragonfish school. The journey ahead is still long. Chapter 97. The Scheme of Division. Watching the fish fight from the mountain. Taking out the last remaining high-explosive grenade. Chen Fan casually tossed it into the water. Before the deep-sea dragonfish school could react, it exploded, killing over a dozen of them. Immediately after, Chen Fan pulled out the electric shock gun. By this time, the gun had enough charge for 2 electric shocks. Watching the deep-sea dragonfish school go wild again, Chen Fan chuckled and jabbed downwards. The sound of sizzling electricity filled the air, and the first dozen deep-sea dragonfish at the front were shocked, crying out in agony. In an instant, they stopped, causing those behind them to halt as well, creating chaos in the water, a truly miserable sight. The enraged deep-sea dragonfish school became even angrier. This human was dancing on the edge of a knife. He was doomed. Even if we ventured out of the Forbidden Zone, we had to take him down. Yes, yes, yes. The electric shock made my fins numb. I was almost paralyzed. How infuriating. Charge, charge, charge. We must ensure he has no place to be buried. Watching the two sides pull apart to a certain distance, Chen Fan finally relaxed for the moment and turned to look at the supply boxes that had been pulled up by the fully automated fishing net. It was said that the supply boxes in the Forbidden Zone would definitely be more plentiful. Although there were only 5 or 6 wooden boxes, there were as many as 8 bronze boxes. Seeing Chen Fan approach, they all screamed incessantly. Chen Fan didn't indulge them and opened the bronze boxes first. Manufacturing blueprint for 2 rooms and 2 halls 1, floating stones 200, barrel of noodles 5. A low-profile laser pistol 1. The laser pistol, the size of a Desert Eagle, uses a cold fusion reactor for charging, capable of firing a laser with a diameter of 1 centimeter every 3 seconds and can penetrate a 50-centimeter steel plate from up to 500 meters away. Wow, what a bountiful harvest! Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise, having unexpectedly obtained another piece of black technology. This low-profile pistol was practically invincible in close combat. Even an A-level top-tier blue whale couldn't withstand its strike, right? Finally, he had unlocked an attacking type of black technology. He could kill enemies while standing still. Old Floating Stone laughed heartily. But since it requires a cold fusion reactor for charging, and you only have one, you can't use this laser pistol right now. Chen Fan curled his lips, and he was also considering this issue. However, since such a weapon has been developed, the cold nuclear fusion reactor should also be feasible. He could only wait for now. As for the wooden box, it has yielded quite a few good items, at least after these rounds of opening. He has accumulated around 500 floating stones, and he plans to gather up to 1,000 before concentrating them on the floating island. As for the 2-room, 2-hall manufacturing blueprint, he would wait until the crisis is resolved and the mission is completed to discuss it, after receiving a series of returns from the 9 provinces. The voice he liked to hear most rang in the national leader's ears again. Chosen one, Chen Fan, has unlocked a bug-level black technology, a subtle laser pistol 1. Laser pistol, hundredfold amplification, the size of a Desert Eagle, powered by a cold nuclear fusion reactor, capable of firing a 1-centimeter diameter laser every 3 seconds, can penetrate a 50-centimeter steel plate from up to 500 meters away. This is taking out a laser pistol that feels no different from a Desert Eagle, but it fires lasers, and each laser beam has reached the strongest power among small weapons. It truly is a piece of black technology, easy to carry, and can kill any entity at any time. Chen Fan, another great achievement. After more than an hour, Chen Fan once again electrocuted a group of deep-sea dragonfish and finally saw the boundary line of the Forbidden Zone. The super radar showed that the lampreys, sensing Chen Fan's movements, gathered at the boundary line, now staring intently at him. Chen Fan immediately activated the super shield, laughing loudly as he shouted, You bunch of fools. I brought the deep-sea dragonfish army to attack you. Just wait to die. What? This guy actually found help to deal with us. An A-class ceiling. A swarm of deep-sea dragonfish. Although the deep-sea dragonfish swarm is powerful, their numbers are limited. We have the advantage in numbers and can definitely handle them. Let's kill the deep-sea dragonfish first, and then take care of this human. All the lampreys charged towards Chen Fan's floating island. Chen Fan had already run to the other end of the floating island and disdainfully shouted, "You idiots, do you dare chase me? Haven't you seen my men charging over? They'll take your lives in no time." Damn, it's actually a lamprey. The reason he provoked us is to let these lampreys deal with us. Although lampreys have decent strength, they are ultimately B rank and simply don't have the power to handle us. This human has made a big miscalculation. All right, let's make him understand what an A-rank ceiling is. The deep-sea dragonfish looked down on the lampreys, and the entire group immediately swam into the sea, rushing towards the lampreys. In an instant, the lampreys and the deep-sea dragonfish were entangled in a fierce battle, with both sides believing the other was Chen Fan's ally, and they fought mercilessly. Soon, a thick pool of blood appeared on the surface of the sea, visible even in the dark of night. Chen Fan, you're quite impressive. Playing both top-tier groups of the ocean world against each other. Old Floating Stone couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "I bet it won't take an hour for these guys to exhaust themselves." Shoo! Chen Fan immediately made a shushing gesture and then shouted, "Let's go. We must wipe out the enemy. We need to let them know what kind of existence they have offended." Upon hearing this, both sides were taken aback, and the fighting became even more intense. Chen Fan sat back and watched the fish fight, directly moving his seat, popcorn, and drinks, leisurely enjoying the spectacle. This operation truly stunned the crowd that had been waiting in the live broadcast room. What is this operation by the great Chen Fan? Attracting a group of fish to fight another group? Neither side seems to be easy to deal with. I can't tell which part is Chen Fan's team. Are they fighting to the death? Why do I feel like both sides are enemies of the great Chen Fan, and he is making them consume each other? Really? Then the great Chen Fan is too clever. Old Fusher, how is the battle going? After half an hour, Chen Fan, feeling a bit tired, asked, "It's already 11 at night. We've been fighting all day, and I'm planning to rest." "What do you mean?" This one sentence instantly made Chen Fan nervous. Chapter 98. That Songlong actually wants to be my big brother? There is too much blood flowing in this battle zone. The smell of blood has attracted too many powerful beings. The super radar took over the conversation and said coldly, "According to the display, there are A-level beings coming from all directions. This is simply poking the nest of A-level beings." Chen Fan furrowed his brows and looked at the super radar. There were as many as 3 great white sharks swimming from 3 different directions, and in the direction of the restricted area, there was an A-class Songlong. Although it wasn't the strongest, it could definitely take on 3 great white sharks. Were they planning to come and hold a meeting with me? Chen Fan took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, "Then let's wait for them to come over. After all, we still have 90 minutes of defense. We can wear them out." After 10 minutes, the battle between the lamprey and the deep-sea dragonfish ended, with the deep-sea dragonfish being completely wiped out. The lamprey was left with only a dozen or so, and although it was injured, it sneered nonchalantly and said, "Chen Fan, we've now taken out all your helpers. Aren't you feeling very sad right now?" No, I'm very happy." Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I'm sorry to tell you that the deep-sea dragonfish swarm was also my enemy. I just lured them over, said a few words, and you both thought the other was my helper, and then you started fighting. Are you saying that the deep-sea dragonfish swarm was also here to kill you? But we both misunderstood, thinking the other was your helper?" A lamprey exclaimed in shock, gritting its teeth. Yes, that's exactly it." Chen Fan nodded repeatedly, laughing as he said, "So you understand my meaning." Puff! As soon as he said this, the lamprey spewed out a mouthful of blood from its toothy mouth. Its body stiffened, and it died from anger. The remaining lampreys were equally furious and rushed towards Chen Fan's floating island, only to be electrocuted into charred remains by Chen Fan, who had just recharged his electric shotgun. Detected that the Chosen One has killed the biological reaper. Deep-sea dragonfish swarm. Hidden task completed. Receive surprise gift pack. Would you like to open it? Of course I want to open it. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Surprise gift pack opening. Congratulations to the chosen one for obtaining floating stones 100, high explosive grenades 5. Just like the rewards from killing the mermaid killer last time. But just in time since I ran out of high explosive grenades. This is simply a timely help." At this moment, the A-class creatures from all directions had also arrived. Chen Fan took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Everyone come here." "Kid, you're Chen Fan?" Looking at Chen Fan, Song Long asked solemnly. "That's right. I am Chen Fan. Brother Song Long, you also came to kill me on the orders of that existence?" Chen Fan nodded. No. I have nothing to do with that guy, and I don't want to mess with him," Song Long quickly explained. "However, I have a mortal enemy, a blue whale. It has attacked me several times, and I have always wanted to kill it, but didn't have the ability. But now you have fulfilled my wish, and I am very happy. It was just a coincidence. After all, we are enemies. It wanted to kill me, so I definitely had to fight it to the death." Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately burst into laughter. "No need to thank me. No. You have done me a great favor. It is right to thank you." Song Long shook his head and then opened his huge mouth in front of Chen Fan. Underneath those terrifying teeth, there was surprisingly a pirate chest, which excited Chen Fan. He immediately took the pirate chest to the floating island. "You're not afraid that I might suddenly bite you to death while you're taking the chest? That's trust, and I'm very happy." Song Long nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, in the entire marginal sea area, I will protect you. That is too much trouble." Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he immediately waved his hand. "Hey, my mind is made up." Song Long laughed heartily. "You 3 great white sharks? I, Song Long, declare this. Chen Fan is my brother from now on. If you make things difficult for him, you are opposing me. Even if it reaches the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Do you understand? That's ridiculous. That guy can even kill the A-level ceiling. We wouldn't dare to offend him. Then eat up and hurry up and leave after you're done, while I'm still happy," Song Long shouted. The great white sharks did not dare to say much, took a few symbolic bites of fish, and quickly left. "Brother Song Long, the existence that wants to kill me is very powerful. Aren't you afraid it will come after you?" Chen Fan finally couldn't help but ask this question. "The blue whale is dead. I am now the A-level ceiling of the marginal sea area. No existence above A-level has the authority to enter the marginal sea area. And I have no intention of going to the Forbidden Sea, so I don't care about it," Song Long said with a hearty laugh. "I will spread the word that no existence will dare to provoke you in the marginal sea area from now on. Thank you, big brother." Chen Fan's heart stirred, and he immediately cupped his fists at Song Long. Look at this guy's vision. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. With Song Long's protection, wouldn't we be able to walk sideways in the marginal sea area in the future? Then there's nothing to worry about. Chen Fan laughed. "Old Lei, show me if there are any islands in the Forbidden Zone. The rookie period ends tomorrow, and we need to use this time to explore at least one more island and get some good stuff. This island will be our last stop during the rookie period." Chen Fan took a deep breath and immediately pointed in the direction of the island. "Forward, go. Then, Chen Fan turned his attention to the pirate chest. The pirate chest suddenly shouted, "Kid, do you know who my big brother is?" "Your big brother is a famous figure from the Forbidden Sea." Chen Fan smiled and said, "How many people in the ocean world covet you but dare not touch you? You think I don't have the qualifications, right? How do you know that?" The pirate chest's face changed dramatically. The lines it wanted to say were all taken by him. What else could it say? "Don't worry about that. You just need to know that your fate is to be opened." Chen Fan shrugged slightly and directly opened the pirate chest. Super Shield 1. Super Shield can protect floating stones within the shield, immune to all physical attacks. Duration, half an hour. Cold Fusion Reactor 1. Outputs energy of 10 billion joules per second. Floating Stone 200. Chapter 99. 2 rooms and 2 halls. Ancestral Dragon. This pirate chest is really something. Chen Fan was extremely excited. Even a golden chest can only open 1 good item, but the pirate chest can open 3. And 2 of them are the high-tech items he needs the most. Could it be that the pirate chest really plundered items from other treasure chests like a pirate? But that has nothing to do with him. In any case, in the future, whenever he encounters a pirate chest, he must get it. Taking out the laser pistol, he installed the cold fusion reactor, and the pistol immediately began to hum. It feels great to have power. I wonder how much power you have. Chen Fan played with the pistol and asked with a smile, "Want to try a shot?" "Anytime. I have an automatic aiming function. I shoot wherever you point." The laser gun replied without hesitation. One word. "Let us do it." Chen Fan nodded, pulled the trigger at a certain spot, and a flash of white light shot through and deeply submerged into the water. The temperature from the laser alone caused a series of bubbles to rise in the seawater. This power is quite impressive. Chen Fan was overjoyed. With such a weapon, he could easily take down an A-level ceiling, and even if he entered the Forbidden Sea, he could handle it completely. Awesome. Who pierced through my dorsal fin? The floating island had already moved far away when a large white shark burst out from underwater, angrily surveying its surroundings, cursing in frustration. After testing the laser gun, Chen Fan went to sleep. However, the leader of Jiuzhou could no longer sleep. Even in the dead of night, Chen Fan was bringing various benefits to Jiuzhou. Currently, the super shield had accumulated 503 units, and even if Jiuzhou was completely sealed, it could at least be protected for more than 10 days. Jiuzhou was recovering at an extremely fast pace, and at the latest, it could return to its prosperity from 100 years ago within 3 months. Unexpectedly, after 12 leaders following the nuclear war, it was finally under his leadership that Jiuzhou welcomed a turning point. Those leaders and citizens who had once fought hard for Jiuzhou could finally feel at ease. After fighting until deep into the night yesterday, with the protection of Brother Songlong and the super radar on watch, Chen Fan slept exceptionally well. When he opened his eyes, it was already 10 o'clock the next morning, which genuinely startled Chen Fan. "Wow, I actually slept for 10 hours. You finally woke up. If I didn't know better, I would think you were dead." Old Fusher said irritably, "Your brother Yang has been cursing you at the apartment entrance for 3 hours. Cursing me?" Chen Fan was taken aback. "Thanks a lot." Chen Fan slapped his forehead and glanced at his private messages, only to find that Xiao Yutong had traded about 30 gene of grass again. Chen Fan immediately accepted it and went out to throw it into the feeding trough. "You old six, do you plan to starve my wife to death?" Gong Yang angrily scolded. "My wife needs to feed the baby now, and nutrition must be guaranteed. We have to eat by 7 in the morning, and you have made my wife starve for 3 full hours." All right, shut up. Aren't you tired?" Chen Fan said irritably. "If you keep babbling, do you believe I'll fight your son for milk? You, shameless." Gong Yang stared at Chen Fan in disbelief, so furious that he almost fainted. "Hey, want a sip?" The you, who was feeding the lamb, greeted warmly, "It's warm." "No hurry, let the kid drink to his heart's content," Chen Fan said, quickly leaving the pen while also taking the duck eggs. "Wow, have we arrived already?" After checking the super radar, there were less than 100 kilometers left to the island, and it would only take a meal's time to get there. However, the super radar still reminded, "I have scanned the island, and it is not simple. I'm afraid you will suffer. What is there to fear? We have hammers for close combat and lasers for range attacks." Chen Fan said nonchalantly, "Let us just do it." With that, he immediately started cooking. It was only after a hearty meal that Chen Fan took out the blueprint for a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Although living in a studio apartment was still acceptable, if there was a big house available, he would certainly choose the big house. Just like the studio apartment, 1 bed per room, the materials needed for the 2-bedroom. 2-living-room apartment included 800 wooden planks, 320 metal sheets, 160 plastics, 120 cloth pieces, 80 glasses, 48 cottons, and 20 pumice stones. Almost double the materials needed for the studio apartment. This 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment directly upgraded to 90 square meters, not only adding an extra bedroom, but also increasing the kitchen, bathroom, and living room areas accordingly. The dining room was about 9 square meters, easily accommodating 4 to 5 people for a meal. The previous furniture and appliances automatically belonged to their original places, except for a low-key bathtub, which was directly placed in the bathroom. This made Chen Fan somewhat expectant. How understated could this bathtub, which promised an ultimate bathing experience, really be? Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast on Blue Star were also extremely shocked by Chen Fan's operation. So envious, living alone in such a big house. Doesn't he feel lonely and cold? From upgrading from a thatched house to a wooden house, then to a studio apartment, and now to a 2-bedroom, two-living room apartment. Isn't the upgrade and accommodation for the great Chen Fan a bit fast? Indeed, some chosen ones are still living in thatched houses, and there are hardly any living in studio apartments. They are all in wooden houses. It's just a place to live. What's so great about it? After finishing this set of tasks, the island had already come into view. However, the super radar had already started to issue a warning. Attention, an A-class aerial creature. The Archaeopteryx is rapidly approaching the floating island. An A-class aerial creature? Isn't that stronger than an A-class blue whale? After all, aerial creatures generally have greater strength than marine and terrestrial creatures. Chen Fan said seriously, "Why is this guy targeting us?" The island is its home, and we have always been heading towards the island, so it will definitely take action against us. The super radar snorted coldly. This guy is already considered the biggest boss in the marginal sea area. Damn, who could be like me in just 1 month's time? Equivalent to clearing the marginal sea area of the ocean world. Chen Fan's expression grew serious. Wang Kai, at the right moment, launch a crossbow arrow and strive for a one-hit kill. No problem. Wang Kai's expression changed, and he immediately agreed. After all, he no longer needed to leave the protection of the super shield, because facing the Archaeopteryx would be like an ant facing an elephant. After arranging everything, Chen Fan took out his laser gun and coldly looked at the Archaeopteryx flying towards him like lightning, his heart also racing. Chapter 100. I want you to know what the king of the sky is. This Archaeopteryx was over 10 meters long, with its wings spread out reaching an astonishing 17 to 18 meters. Every flap generated powerful gusts of wind that could probably blow an ordinary person away. Although it's called a dragon, it's not much different from a bird, covered in thick feathers, and each call was like a sound wave attack. Moreover, this guy didn't directly attack as it flew over. Instead, it slowly landed on the super shield and coldly asked, "Kid, did you think I would suddenly attack and crash into you?" "Yes, dragon brother." Chen Fan honestly nodded. Selling melons and boasting about oneself? Chen Fan smiled awkwardly and said, "Long ago, let's not talk about that. You're here this time too. First, you're coming from my homeland, and I have to protect my homeland. Second, that person from the Forbidden Sea wants to put you to death. So, as the Sky King of the Marginal Seas, I have to show off." The ancestor dragon smiled and said, "Just tell me if I'm right." "You're right, but my big brother is the Songlong. If you want to kill me, he might not agree." Chen Fan said seriously, "Besides, I'm a person who loves peace and cares for animals. I really don't want to be your enemy. If it weren't to show off and highlight my prowess as the Sky King, I wouldn't emotionally want to strike against you." The ancestor dragon sighed. Suddenly, Chen Fan raised his hand, and his low-profile little pistol was no longer low-profile. It erupted with a laser aimed at the ancestor dragon's head. The ancestor dragon was startled and quickly dodged to the side, causing a few feathers to fall in the air. He turned to look at his wing, which had been shot through, and his feathers stood on end in anger. "You did a sneak attack? You were going to kill me, and I can't sneak attack." Chen Fan shrugged. "Then I'll let you know what the Sky King is." Taking a deep breath, the ancestor dragon gritted his teeth and planned to strike back. But Chen Fan attacked again, forcing the ancestor dragon to dodge once more. Although his defense was invincible, facing an even more perverse attack left him feeling somewhat powerless. Just as he dodged to a certain spot, he heard a slight sound, and 3 heavy crossbow arrows shot towards him, nearly sealing off all his escape routes. This made the ancestor dragon furious. "Do you think I'm a sick cat just because I don't show my power?" Saying this, his massive body flipped over, and his 2 large feet caught 2 of the crossbow arrows while dodging the third. His body suddenly sank, and the 2 crossbow arrows, carrying dozens of tons of force, slammed hard against the super shield. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, 2 very slight, small points appeared on the super shield. Even if this guy's power was doubled, the super shield would still be pierced with 2 holes. The ancestor dragon smiled at Chen Fan and asked proudly, "Let me ask you, is this move impressive or not?" "Impressive." Chen Fan nodded repeatedly and fired another shot. The ancestor dragon's expression changed slightly as it quickly dodged and turned to fly high into the sky. 3 heavy crossbow arrows launched again, and while the ancestor dragon was evading, Chen Fan had already reached Little Fish's side and aimed at the ancestor dragon to fire the fish gun. Why are there so many explosive attacks? Don't shoot anymore. The ancestor dragon was starting to struggle to hold on and decided to fly higher, not wanting to clash directly with Chen Fan. After all, it was a being capable of killing blue whales. The ancestor dragon only wanted to test Chen Fan's strength and then formulate a detailed battle strategy. Engaging in a direct fight would be a foolish move. We win with intelligence. However, after the ancestor dragon flew out, it frowned, realizing it couldn't fly any further. It noticed that a fish gun line was wrapped around its ankle. No matter how much strength it used, it couldn't break free. Damn it! The ancestor dragon gritted its teeth. It knew it was the king of the skies, capable of moving objects weighing dozens of tons. It was being held down by a fishing line. If this got out in the raptor community, how could it maintain its reputation? Thinking of this, the ancestor dragon slowly flew towards the super shield, planning to charge and forcibly break the fishing line. Just as it landed on the super shield and spread its arms to take off, Chen Fan raised his handgun and fired. The laser shot directly into the ancestor dragon's rear, causing it to let out a painful scream. My rear. Are you sure this is really an A-class aerial creature? Why does it seem so ridiculous? Chen Fan wondered, with this intelligence, how can it be the king of the skies? You have laser guns, super shields, crossbows, and fish guns. Even the king of the skies can't handle it. The super sail said irritably, try it without these equipment boosts. This being can directly lift floating islands of dozens of square meters into the sky. Chen Fan thought about it and seemed to agree. The main reason was that his low-profile little pistol had an astonishing power that would catch anyone off guard. You bastard Chen Fan, how dare you attack my rear? It's simply shameless. Was there a shot that struck true? Who made you present your backside as if seeking a favor? I was just fulfilling your perverted desires. I'm going to fight you. The ancestor dragon roared, suddenly flipping its body and unintentionally breaking free from the harpoon, then rapidly spinning towards the floating island. Countless arrows surged towards it, and even from dozens of meters away, one could hear the piercing sound of the arrows slicing through the air, with at least 10 centimeters piercing into the protective shield. They were densely packed, making the large super protective shield look like a hedgehog. Then the ancestor dragon, like a king descending, slammed its feet against the shield, producing a loud noise, and its demonic-looking head stared fiercely at Chen Fan, shouting, I will make you die without a burial place. Poof! In the next second, the little pistol fired a laser, instantly piercing through the ancestor dragon's head. This death was too casual, far less tense and thrilling than dealing with a blue whale. Chen Fan looked awkwardly at the ancestor dragon's corpse. Truly sorry for the title king of the sky. Saying this, he closed the super protective shield, allowing the ancestor dragon to fall limp onto the ground of the floating island. After all, you have a laser. Bang! Before old Fusher could finish his sentence, the dead ancestor dragon suddenly went berserk, kicking up a cloud of dirt and shooting towards Chen Fan like lightning. Chapter 101. You don't know? Villains die from talking too much? Damn! Chen Fan's face changed dramatically. He truly didn't expect that the ancestor dragon, whose head had been pierced, could still survive and unleash such a terrifying strike. The distance between them was too close. Before Chen Fan could react, the ancestor dragon had already pinned him down. Just as its massive mouth was about to bite off his head, Chen Fan shouted, Wait, do you have any last words? The ancestor dragon coldly questioned. In this battle, I ultimately lost. Chen Fan looked resigned, staring at the ancestor dragon and asking, But I don't understand, why can you still survive after I pierced your head? It's not scientific. That's because my brain is relatively small. Although my head is big, my brain is only the size of a walnut. You pierced my head, not my brain, so of course I can't die. The ancestor dragon suddenly became eager to show off and began to speak. I ask you, am I impressive or what? Impressive, truly impressive. Chen Fan sincerely exclaimed. To die at my hands, you can be proud. The ancestor dragon nodded in satisfaction. What blue whale? It's a piece of A-level ceiling nonsense. I accomplished what it couldn't. I am not only the king of the sky in the marginal sea, but also the A-level ceiling of the entire marginal sea. Chen Fan, tell me, am I tough or what? Tough and impressive. Chen Fan nodded repeatedly. My dragon brother is fierce and talkative. Simply amazing. So, can you die now? The ancestor dragon revealed a bloodthirsty smile, coldly staring at Chen Fan and asking, I can die, but I still want to say one last thing. What is it? You don't know. Villains die from talking too much? That's low intelligence villains. Someone like us with high intelligence. How? How? The ancestor dragon laughed heartily, just about to boast, when its eyelids suddenly started to fight, and it began to speak with a slight lisp, unable to resist turning its head to look, only to find a tranquilizer needle stuck in its wing. The last image it saw before passing out was Chen Fan smiling at it. Kill it, quickly kill it. You only have 3 seconds. Old Fusher shouted loudly. Chen Fan didn't dare to delay. Since your brain is small and you can't find where your head is, then I'll hit your trachea and let you bleed a little. I don't believe you won't die. Chen Fan raised a small pistol and shot at the neck of the ancestral dragon, blood immediately gushing out. Chen Fan struggled to break free from his restraints and ran towards the Overlord crossbow. Just 1 second after Chen Fan ran out, the ancestral dragon awakened, suddenly turning its head to look at Chen Fan, and then turn around, charging towards him with big strides. Gurgle, will kill. Gurgle, gurgle. As it spoke, blood gushed from its throat and mouth, and the entire floating island was already covered in blood, a truly tragic scene. As Chen Fan rushed to the tyrant crossbow, he grabbed the control dial for adjusting the attack angle, and, seeing the approaching ancestor dragon, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A loud noise erupted. Although the crossbow bolt couldn't break through the ancestor dragon's defenses, its powerful impact still sent the ancestor dragon flying. Brother Dragon, you really look terrifying right now. Why don't you just give up? Chen Fan said helplessly. Dying isn't that scary. If it's not scary, then go die. Why are you trying to kill me? The furious ancestor dragon became even angrier. Although it was knocked to the shore, it still planned to attack again while the protective shield hadn't appeared. Suddenly, with a loud splash, a great white shark leaped out of the water and bit onto the ancestor dragon's legs, desperately dragging it back into the water. Mom, I made it. I actually caught an ancestor dragon. You, gurgle, damn it, gurgle. The ancestor dragon abruptly turned its head to look at the great white shark, flapping its wings to forcefully pull the shark upwards. Even as the shark struggled with all its might, it was futile. In just a few seconds, it was lifted into the sky. Not only was Chen Fan stunned, but the viewers in Chen Fan's livestream were also dumbfounded. This big bird is really fierce. How did it get killed by Chen Fan so easily? What a mysterious operation. The great white shark has even started helping Chen Fan. Chen Fan's strength is truly impressive. I just want to say, Chen Fan is absolutely awesome plus. That big bird is so stupid. It could have killed Chen Fan, but it ended up like this. Its intelligence is concerning. That great white shark is finished. Old Floating Stone laughed heartily, wondering what it was thinking. Why it bit the ancestor dragon's foot instead of its neck to drag it into the water. Truly concerning intelligence. But it did help us a lot. Looking at the ancestor dragon that had soared to a height of 1,000 meters, blood continued to rain down. At this moment, the blood should have almost stopped flowing, and both the bird and the fish began to fall. It looks like they're falling towards our floating island. The super ship's sail shouted, Quick, open the protective shield, or I'll be smashed. Don't worry, everything is under control. Chen Fan smiled slightly and immediately activated the super protective shield. Boom! The next moment, a loud noise came, and both the great white shark and the ancestor dragon were utterly dead. An A-class great white shark just got smashed to death like that. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. If it were the ancestor dragon in its prime, killing the great white shark would indeed be like child's play. But no matter how strong it was, it still got killed by you. Old Floating Stone laughed heartily. You can brag about this for a lifetime. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed one A-class ancestor dragon. The fresh ancestor dragon corpse will be amplified by 100 times. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed one A-class great white shark. The fresh great white shark corpse will be amplified by 100 times. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly echoed in the sky, followed by a voice that lingered near Chen Fan's ear. Detected that the chosen one, Chen Fan, has killed an A-class aerial creature for the first time, rewarding the chosen one, Chen Fan, with a surprise gift pack. Please keep up the good work. Sure enough, there are rewards for killing one type of each land. See, an air creature. Chen Fan immediately opened the surprise gift pack and received 100 floating stones and one super mattress. 5 minutes to fall asleep. Making you fall in love with the feeling of sleep. Why is there another mattress? Didn't I already have one? Well, I can only temporarily place it on the bed in the guest room. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan then instructed the propeller to quickly arrive at a spot on the island, while laughing and saying, "The ancestor dragon is dead. This island should be safe now, right? Boss, you're overthinking it." Wang Kai couldn't help but weakly say, "There's still a rhino on the island, guarding the silver chest. Then I'll just use the laser gun to take out the rhino. What's the big deal?" Chen Fan said as he stored the floating island in the floating island section and stepped onto the island. Chapter 102. The rhino surrenders. Someone wants to kill me? As per usual, first kill the boss. Under Wang Kai's guidance, Chen Fan quickly found the rhino, which was completely white, over 5 meters long, with a horn above its nose that was nearly a meter long. It was currently lying in a stinky mud pit, having fun, and upon seeing Chen Fan, it suddenly jumped up from the mud pit. "Bro, you're here?" Chen Fan squinted his eyes, ready to take action. But the white jade rhino suddenly gave him a silly smile. "Want to come in and roll around?" With that one sentence, Chen Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. This guy looked imposing, but when it came to doing things, it was so humble. After all, it was a B-grade white jade rhino. "You seem pretty docile." Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter. "Bro, the fact that you can come here means you've killed the ancestor dragon," the white jade rhino said with a chuckle. "If you could kill the king of the air in the marginal sea, then if I dared to attack you, wouldn't I be too foolish? You really know how to analyze things?" Chen Fan nodded. Even if this guy said a few polite words, he would still have to kill it. But since it was so courteous and even invited him to roll in the mud pit, wasn't that the highest form of hospitality from a rhino? If he still wanted to kill it, then was he even human? This is the way of survival. Otherwise, I would have been eaten by that arrogant ancestor dragon long ago. The white jade rhino chuckled. "It likes flattery, so I have to flatter it almost every day. Heh, I'm just here to find the silver chest. You give me the silver chest, and then I'll go to the other side of the island. We won't interfere with each other. How about that?" Of course. Without hesitation, the white jade rhino jumped into the mud pit, dove in, and then suddenly shook itself. With a clang, a silver chest rolled in front of Chen Fan, leaving him dumbfounded. Fortunately, this guy knows how to handle things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find his chest. After bidding farewell to the white jade rhino, Chen Fan arrived at the other side of the island and tossed the chest out. This should be the last silver chest in the newbie phase. I hope it contains good stuff. Big brother, spare me. Since I'm the last one, let me keep some beautiful fantasies, the silver chest said pitifully. "I don't have any goods inside. You won't get anything good." "Oh, really?" Chen Fan smirked, revealing an evil expression. "Do you think I would let go of something I've got?" Saying that, he directly opened the silver chest, 200 floating stones. "Is this not good stuff?" The old floating stone suddenly shouted excitedly. "Chen Fan, I've accumulated 1,000 stones now. Isn't it time for me to get even bigger?" Of course. Chen Fan nodded, and in the floating island section, he added the 1,000 floating stones to it, turning it into a gigantic floating island of 40 meters by 50 meters. "Awesome, huh?" The old floating stone suddenly laughed excitedly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already deep into the night. Chen Fan thought for a moment and directly spoke. "Everyone, remember one thing. Absolutely do not leak any information to Blue Star. If hostile countries find out in advance, it might be detrimental to us." After saying this, Chen Fan didn't pay any more attention and directly exited the live broadcast room. He glanced at his personal information. Chosen 1. Chen Fan Island Area. 2,000 square meter skills. Water avoidance. 30 minutes. Weapons. Heavy crossbow. Dog egg. Low-key handgun talent. Basic healing. Can slowly heal wounds. 1 heal per minute. Black technology. Super shield 4. 21 minutes 1. 30 minutes 3. Cold nuclear fusion reactor 2. Super radar. Super purification liquid. Defensive battle suit. Super stabilizer. Not much has changed. After swallowing the water avoidance pearl, he gained the water avoidance skill. And his weapons have changed. With more black technology, it's all good news. Never mind, time to sleep. After having breakfast, he was about to watch some TV to pass the time while waiting when the super radar suddenly said seriously, "Boss, Something's come up. Who has come up? Chen Fan was taken aback. Aren't you a guy? 3 chosen ones have entered within 20 kilometers of our island. Super Radar said seriously, they must have combined floating islands, covering over 1,000 square meters, powered by hydroelectricity for the propellers. And they probably arrive in an hour. Clear target, huh? Chen Fan was surprised. They actually dared to run into the Forbidden Zone. Are they specifically coming for me? Most likely. Old Floating Stone said seriously, they're from the 9 provinces chosen ones. And they've clearly found this island. Could it be an order from that guy in the Forbidden Sea? Whatever the situation, we'll know when we see them. Chen Fan said calmly, and headed straight to the shore in the direction the chosen ones were coming from. Soon, a huge floating island appeared in Chen Fan's sight. 3 men who looked a bit shifty smiled and waved at Chen Fan. Great God, Chen Fan, we've arrived. Do you guys know me? Chen Fan asked with a smile. It seems I haven't revealed my location to you, right? Hey, we just went with the flow. Wherever we floated, we went. And we ended up in the Forbidden Zone. When we saw this island, we came over. One of them immediately explained, in a place like this, it's probably only someone like Great God Chen Fan who could come here. So we boldly guessed. It turned out we were right. Then you're quite clever. Chen Fan nodded, becoming very enthusiastic. Then I'll take the lead and treat you as guests. How about we have lunch together? Sure. Thank you for your hospitality. One of them nodded repeatedly. Then let us go. Chen Fan said, already turning around, planning to lead them away from the shore. However, one of them had already taken out a spear and suddenly stabbed it toward the back of Chen Fan's heart. Chapter 103. Subduing the traitors and returning to the 9 provinces. Everyone in the live broadcast room gasped when they saw this. And some even called out, this bastard actually dared to ambush Great God Chen Fan. Damn it, Great God Chen Fan is our hero of the 9 provinces. Why would the 9 provinces chosen ones attack Chen Fan? They must have received Great God Chen Fan's grace. This is hilarious. The one who ends up killing Chen Fan will actually be your own people from the 9 provinces. Ha! Bang! As soon as the opponent prepared to attack, the Super Radar had already given a warning, but since the attack was aimed at the heart, Chen Fan didn't pay much attention to it. At that moment, with a loud bang, the spear rebounded, hitting the attacker's head hard, causing the person to scream in pain and sit down on the ground, dazed. Chen Fan then slowly turned around and said with a cold smile, You 3, I have no grudges against you. Yet you actually took the opportunity to ambush me. Isn't that a bit ungrateful? The faces of the other 2 changed drastically. They exchanged a glance, did not speak, and simultaneously attacked Chen Fan from the left and right. Chen Fan was extremely displeased. He raised his laser gun and shot one person in the knee. Before the other could even approach, he hit him in the nose with a dog egg, causing the nasal bone to break. The person felt a buzzing in his head as he sat down, blood pouring out of his nose. We are from the 3 Kingdoms Alliance, one of them said coldly. When the cold wave hit, the 3 of us had already gathered and contacted our beautiful country daddy, joining the 3 Kingdoms Alliance. They promised that as long as we kill you, we can obtain beautiful country citizenship and become noble citizens of the beautiful country. Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream turned green with anger. The beautiful country is insane, actually trying to bribe the chosen ones of the 9 provinces. What is so good about the beautiful country? There are always some traitors who think other countries are better than our 9 provinces. It's all nonsense. These 3 traitors deserve to be judged and should be killed on the spot. It makes me furious. I need to drink some chest-opening and calming pills. Listening to the 3, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. On what basis do you think the 3 Kingdoms Alliance can defeat me? And on what basis do you think the beautiful country will accept you? Anyway, the beautiful country is stronger than the 9 provinces. If we kill you, we will become heroes of the beautiful country. One of them said frantically, Chen Fan, what do you think you're capable of? You actually think you can resist the 3 Kingdoms Alliance? They have more than 30 chosen ones. When they surround you, they will definitely put you to death. Naive. Looking at their serious expressions, Chen Fan felt somewhat helpless and said in a voice only the 3 could hear, in 3 hours, we will be forcibly teleported to the 9 provinces. I want to kill you. The people of the 9 provinces will judge you. If you do that, it will definitely be the most foolish decision you've ever made, after all. One of them was stunned, then suddenly became excited. But before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan shot his knee, causing him to scream in pain on the ground. Although the three didn't die, their knees were ruined. Don't worry, someone will come and take you away soon. You will know what kind of price you will pay for betraying the 9 provinces. Saying this, he ignored the three and directly went to their floating island. The three had 3 wooden houses. There were quite a few things on the floating island, but not much that was very useful. Chen Fan dismantled the floating island and merged the floating stones into his own floating island, transforming it into a 5,060 floating island. He then distributed the items from the previous floating island to Lin Pei Pei, Zhuo Wenliang, and Xiao Yutong, which genuinely excited the three. As this news spread, the entire 9 provinces erupted. The chosen ones of the 9 provinces, out of the original 10,000, 2,000 have survived. They are the heroes of the 9 provinces. Great! My son is still alive. I'm going to make dumplings for him. Han Chi, my good big son. This news quickly reached other countries. With less than 10 minutes left until the capital of the 9 provinces, the heads of various nations were furious. Fuck! How could the head of the 9 provinces know such important news while we've been kept in the dark? I've said before that the ocean world is unfair. Bakayuru, the head of the 9 provinces, is insane. Such secrets are not shared with us. It's disgusting. Aishiba, however, many heads of state immediately began to take action upon receiving the news. After all, they were the heroes and must be treated with the highest standards. Time flew by, and before long, it was noon. Chen Fan felt the same pulling force he had felt a month ago. So he immediately ran out of the house and stored the floating island in the floating island column. After all, it had been 3 days since he left, and he still didn't know whether the ocean world had been sealed or was still operating normally. If it was the latter and some creatures had damaged the floating island, it would be a loss. As time passed, the pulling force grew stronger, and then a beam of light shot down on him, just like when he had been pulled into the ocean world before, and he disappeared with the light. Only in the 9 provinces, helicopters and the military had already been waiting at the place where the chosen ones were absorbed. Except for the chosen one who needed an hour to reunite with their family. The other chosen ones were directly escorted onto helicopters and quickly headed towards the capital. At this moment, Chen Fan had already boarded the helicopter, his heart racing. It had been a month since he separated from Chen Fei, and he had no idea how she was doing now. He was so nervous. Chapter 104, Sibling Reunion. Chen Fan's achievements compared to the desolation of the border areas. The further one moved towards the capital, the more prosperous it became, with some places even showing signs of greenery. It should be that the super purification liquid was being used in all directions centered around the capital. In a few months, the entire 9 provinces would once again flourish. His efforts were not in vain. Everything was worth it. Several soldiers had been quietly observing Chen Fan without speaking, until the helicopter landed and he was about to disembark. One of them finally couldn't help but ask, "Chen Fan, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph?" "Us too. Please sign for us." The others immediately took out their notebooks. "Your contributions to the 9 provinces and your heroic performance in the ocean world are examples for us to learn from." Of course, Chen Fan quickly took the notebook and began signing, while smiling. "You are also heroes of the 9 provinces. Protecting our homeland relies on your efforts. We're just fighting for our country in different places. Let's work together to make our homeland better." The group nodded repeatedly, silently remembering Chen Fan's words. Soon, Chen Fan entered the reception room of Tai Pool, and a beautiful figure rushed out from inside, causing Chen Fan's heart to tremble. He opened his arms and tightly embraced her as she wrapped herself around him like an octopus, smilingly asking, "Chen Fei, did you miss me? You rascal. Do you know I've been worried about you every day?" Chen Fei said with a sob, "Several times I even thought you were." "Not at all." Chen Fei twisted her body playfully and said. After they exchanged sweet moments, they entered the reception room together. The national leader of the 9 provinces and several high-ranking officials had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, hundreds of chosen ones had arrived, and when they saw Chen Fan, they all saluted him. "Chen Fan, on behalf of the 9 provinces and its people, I express our highest respect and gratitude for your contributions to our 9 provinces." "Well said." The national leader nodded in approval, If every citizen had her mindset, our 9 provinces would definitely be united. It's a pity that under the sugar-coated bullets of enemy countries, led by the beautiful country, many traitors have emerged in the 9 provinces. Those 3 chosen ones dared to launch a surprise attack on you in front of billions of people on Blue Star. I will ensure that the people of the 9 provinces will jointly judge them. All at your command. Chen Fan immediately bowed. Saying this, the national leader directly held Chen Fan's hand and led him towards the dining hall. By the afternoon, more than 2,000 surviving chosen ones had gathered at Tai Pool. Chen Fan also met Lien Pei for the first time, a girl about 6 meters tall, with fair skin, cute yet quirky, and undeniably beautiful. Upon seeing Chen Fan, she rushed forward without hesitation and hugged him, exclaiming, "Oh my God, Master Chen Fan, I finally meet you. I'm so happy. Couple outfits?" Chen Fei looked at the two and couldn't help but ask. "No, it's a costume I got from Ocean World." She didn't have clothes to wear, so I gave her a set. Chen Fan quickly explained. "This is your sister?" Lien Pei curiously looked at Chen Fei. "No, she's my sister, Chen Fei." Chen Fei immediately introduced. "Chen Fei, this is my first friend I met in Ocean World, Lien Pei. Bro." Zhuo Wenliang also came over. "This is the first brother I know, Zhuo Wenliang." Chen Fan bumped shoulders with Zhuo Wenliang and introduced him. With the arrival of Xiao Yutong and Sun Hanqing, the scene almost turned into a small gathering of chosen ones. That night, the leader of the Jiuzhou nation held a commendation meeting for all Jiuzhou chosen ones, especially highlighting Chen Fan. After the leader recounted his contributions, even those chosen ones who were already accustomed to Chen Fan's operations in Ocean World gasped in surprise once again. My God, Jiuzhou was once attacked by missiles from Sakura country. If it weren't for the black technology Master Chen Fan provided, wouldn't Jiuzhou, for which we strive, be in danger? Super stabilizer, simply unbelievable. Master Chen Fan, a true national hero, deserve a monument and a legacy. Zhuo Wenliang and the others were even more shocked. After all, they had kept in touch with Chen Fan and knew he was impressive, but they never expected him to be so extraordinary. Indeed, such friends are the most worthwhile to have. That night, the Jiuzhou government announced Chen Fan's contributions to Jiuzhou and awarded him the title of national hero, selecting him as the most influential Jiuzhou person in a century. The people of Jiuzhou immediately cheered and shed tears of gratitude for Chen Fan's contributions. All of this is thanks to Master Chen Fan, a true national hero, deserving of the title. Master Chen Fan, I want to marry you. The series of remarkable feats announced by Jiuzhou quickly spread throughout the Blue Star within an hour. The beautiful country, Sakura country, and Dongbang country, which had just finished a network meeting, held another meeting to discuss the situation in Jiuzhou with great urgency. We didn't expect Jiuzhou to be quietly reviving. We absolutely cannot let Jiuzhou succeed. Otherwise, Jiuzhou will surely surpass us and become the largest country in the Blue Star. Ah, beautiful country, Dad. Just tell me what to do. I will follow your lead. Our CIA's super agents embedded in Jiuzhou, Sakura country's super ninjas lurking in Jiuzhou, and the Dongbang country intelligence agencies, spies working in Jiuzhou, all activated, will stop at nothing to kill Chen Fan. But if we do that, won't we expose ourselves? During extraordinary times, even exposure is worth the risk. Otherwise, Jiuzhou's rise will be unstoppable. Chapter 105, Deep Sibling Affection, Assassin's Attack. That night, Chen Fan and his sister had a heart-to-heart talk. When he learned that the leader had given Chen Fei a defensive battlesuit and a laser pistol, Chen Fan was very happy. No matter what, his sister was well taken care of by the leader, so he could roam freely in Ocean World. By the way, you like Lien Pei's costume, right? I'll give you a set. Chen Fan snapped his fingers and took out a costume. What others have, my sister should have too. But isn't that also something you gave away? Chen Fei rolled her eyes at Chen Fan and immediately changed into the costume, spinning around and asking, "Does it look good?" "Of course. My sister looks good in anything." Chen Fan gave a thumbs up. Chen Fei giggled and sat sideways on Chen Fan's lap, giving him a kiss on the cheek, making Chen Fan's face turn as red as a monkey's bottom. "What are you doing? Don't you know that boys and girls shouldn't be too close? Come on, our parents told you to take care of me for a lifetime. Don't give me that." Chen Fei shot Chen Fan a glare. So, are you planning to marry Lian Pei or Xiao Yutong? Did you get addicted to kissing while giving Xiao Yutong artificial respiration? You won't stick out your tongue, will you? Damn, why is this topic being brought up again? Oomph. Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh, her little face suddenly turning red, and she buried her head in the quilt. Time quickly moved to the next morning. Chen Fan found the leader early and handed over all the other meats in his inventory, except for birds and deep-sea magic squid. This surprised the leader. Chen Fan, this is your food from Ocean World. Why are you giving it all to me? This child, making such contributions to Jiuzhou. It's reasonable for the country to help you take care of your sister. All right, then I'll accept it. The leader finally accepted the items and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder like an elder. You don't need to worry about Chen Fei. No matter what happens in Jiuzhou, I will protect her. Thank you, leader. With the leader's promise, Chen Fan finally set aside his worries about Chen Fei. Thank you, leader. Thank you, Master Chen Fan. I haven't eaten dumplings in many years, and I didn't expect to have a meal in my lifetime. With Master Chen Fan's efforts, Jiuzhou will get better and better. Chen Fan, you are my god. In the following 2 days, at Chen Fan's suggestion, the chosen ones of Jiuzhou began to exchange their experiences in ocean survival. Chen Fan, Zhuo Wenliang, Sun Hanqing, and Lian Pei formed a small group. From time to time, people would come to ask them questions. Until the evening, the super radar suddenly began to alert. Boss, someone is approaching. Chen Fan frowned slightly and immediately glanced at the super radar. He saw that from all directions, there were over 100 people rapidly approaching Tai Pool. And they were actually spies from 3 countries, led by the beautiful country. Brother, is something wrong? Seeing Chen Fan's furrowed brow, Zhuo Wenliang couldn't help but ask. The beautiful country, the cherry blossom country, and the East Stick country must have spies lurking in our Jiuzhou, planning to strike while we, the chosen ones, are gathered together. Chen Fan said solemnly, we are about 3 kilometers away from Tai Pool. What? As soon as he said this, several people's faces changed dramatically. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and report to the national leader. I heard yesterday that you are the military king of Jiuzhou, a killing machine. A mere 100 or so people. Do we really need to disturb the national leader? Chen Fan said with a smile. Sun Hanqing and Xiao Yutong are also very strong. Let's compare who can kill more. Here, at Tai Pool, Zhuo Wenliang asked in shock. No problem. Sun Hanqing nodded without hesitation. It's an honor to fight alongside my idol. I've dreamed of this. If you say any more, the enemy will be here. Chen Fan interrupted. Shut it. Sun Hanqing shrank his neck and immediately lightly slapped his mouth. The 4 of them then split into 4 directions and quickly left the hall. Ethan Goodbye and 3 agents were rapidly approaching Tai Pool. Although it was heavily guarded as the best agents from the beautiful country, they had many ways to enter Tai Pool. His only target was Chen Fan. Originally, he didn't have to go on this mission, but after much persuasion, his superior finally gave him this opportunity. Brother, I can finally take revenge for you. Just as Ethan Goodbye and his men were about to act, a familiar figure appeared in their line of sight, causing Ethan Goodbye's expression to change dramatically. He immediately took out his sniper rifle, but through the scope, he saw Chen Fan giving him the middle finger, which made his expression shift slightly. We've been exposed. Saying this, everyone took off their headphones. In just that moment, Chen Fan had already arrived in front of the 4, smiling as he asked, Gentlemen, what are you doing? What do you mean? One person laughed, leaving the others confused. We're all men. Is there really a need to be sneaky about it? Chen Fan spread his hands. Can we just fight openly? Do you know who we are? One person laughed. We are the CIA of the beautiful country, the elite of the elite, the most powerful men in Blue Star. You want to fight us openly? Are you scared? Chen Fan taunted. I originally wanted you to disappear quietly from this world, but instead, I got mockery. The elites slowly drew their military knives. In that case, let us watch you die. Chapter 106. I let you kill. Not to act cute saying this, the 4 had already surrounded Chen Fan and simultaneously struck, targeting his ribs, chest, neck, and groin, intending to kill him with one blow. After all, the main mission objective was Chen Fan. The other chosen ones could only be considered collateral damage. However, no one expected that the mission would be completed so smoothly. The so-called hope of Jiuzhou, the great Chen Fan, was nothing special after all. Chen Fan sneered inwardly, ignoring the other three, and directly targeted Ethan Goodbye, who was attacking his neck. With one hand holding a dog egg and the other a laser gun, he easily blocked the attack of the military knife while the laser gun instantly pierced through Ethan Goodbye's shoulder. Bang! At the same time, the other three were also knocked back by the immense force, all looking at Chen Fan in disbelief. This is impossible. Chen Fan seemed to have not heard the three people's exclamations and just looked at Ethan Goodbye, asking, "You look familiar. Do you know someone named Ethan Navich?" "That's my brother." Ethan Goodbye exclaimed angrily, "You killed my brother. I came here on my own accord to take revenge for him." "No wonder." Chen Fan suddenly realized, "Both of you brothers from the Ethan family are going to die at my hands. I truly feel sorry for your parents. You're the one who should die." Ethan Goodbye gritted his teeth and pulled out a silenced pistol, ready to attack. Chen Fan was quick to react, and a laser gun instantly hit his forehead. At the same time, the dog darted out and deeply embedded itself in another agent's forehead. The agent's body leaned back, and with a 180-degree side kick, he brutally snapped the neck of a third agent. In less than 3 seconds, all 3 agents were dead. The remaining one looked at Chen Fan with a pale face, finally understanding why so many people called him a god. These individuals were among the world's top agents. Yet they were taken down by Chen Fan without even a chance to face him. Who else could achieve this? With such psychological quality, how could he still be out on a mission? Look at how scared the kid is. His face is all white. And oh, I'm white. My skin is naturally white, not because I'm scared. Okay, I got it. Chen Fan nodded and raised his hand to shoot through the opponent's brow. Then, with the assistance of a super radar, he headed toward another team from Dongbang country. Xiao Yutong had already taken down 13 people, but now she faced a Jonin from Sakura country and could not break through despite a prolonged attack. Her arm was even injured. Looking at this Jonin, Xiao Yutong's expression grew increasingly grim. In terms of actual combat power, the Jonin was no match for Xiao Yutong. It was just that this person had raised 3 ghost-faced mountain demons, which are not only incredibly fast but also powerful, even if the Jonin did not attack. The 3 ghost-faced mountain demons could firmly suppress Xiao Yutong. "Hey, beautiful girl, how great you are!" The Jonin Tanabe Kugo leered at Xiao Yutong. "I saw your live stream back in the ocean world. Not only are you beautiful, but you also have a great figure. At that time, I thought if I could sleep with such a beauty, it would be worth dying for." "Damn it!" Xiao Yutong gripped her short blade tightly, her face filled with killing intent. "Why don't you go sleep with your mother?" When the flower girl got angry, she was even more appealing. Tanabe Kugo looked excited. "You 3, don't kill her. Capture her and take her to the Western Mountain. Once the mission is complete, I'll enjoy her slowly." The 3 ghost-faced mountain demons suddenly screamed and charged toward Xiao Yutong. Xiao Yutong gritted her silver teeth and stepped forward, ready to fight to the death. Just at that critical moment, a tall figure blocked her in front. It was Chen Fan. After dealing with the spy in his direction, he noticed Xiao Yutong was in danger and rushed over in time. Seeing Chen Fan, the 3 ghost-faced mountain demons suddenly froze. "Chen Fan!" Tanabe Kugo squinted his eyes and then burst into laughter. "What a coincidence! I was just looking for you, and here you are, coming to deliver yourself to me. This really surprises me. Haha. Just because you're a waste from Sakura country, you think you can kill me?" Chen Fan looked at Tanabe Kugo as if he were an idiot. "Who gave you the courage?" "Liang Jingru. My 3 ghost-faced mountain demons have been trained since birth. Each one stronger than the so-called elites of the beautiful country's Sea Dog Special Forces. Do you think 3 of them are not enough to take your life?" Tanabe Kugo said lightly. "The most critical point is that they obey my orders unconditionally. Now, as long as I command, even if they perish with you, they will ensure your death." Chen Fan, these 3 beasts are indeed not to be underestimated. Xiao Yutong couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. "At least, I am no match for them." Chen Fan inexplicably glanced at Xiao Yutong, then strode directly to the ghost-faced mountain monkey, slapping it hard across its ghostly face. The slap caused it to stumble, looking at Chen Fan with a face full of grievance. Xiao Yutong was bewildered, and Tianbian Hugong had an expression of disbelief. The biggest characteristic of the ghost-faced mountain monkey is its short temper. It would be one thing if it didn't attack after being slapped by a stranger. But to show such a pitiful expression, who was it trying to be cute for? You three, what are you standing there for? Attack! Tianbian Hugong couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, kill it. The three little ones stood still, not moving at all, and one of the ghost-faced mountain monkeys even gave Chen Fan a flattering smile. This infuriated Tianbian Hugong. Baka, what are you playing at? I told you to kill it, not to act cute. Do you want to die? You Sakura country dog thieves, don't you know you need to care for animals? You need to win them over with love, be friends with them, and they will listen to you. Chen Fan reprimanded immediately. Damn it, weren't you just giving it a big slap earlier? Now we're friends, right? Chen Fan smiled at the three ghost-faced mountain monkeys and asked. The three ghost-faced mountain monkeys nodded repeatedly, all showing flattering smiles, and one even pulled out a banana leaf to fan Chen Fan. What's going on? The silent Xiao Yutong couldn't help but exclaim. They were trained killers that took years to train. Could a single slap win their affection? Are they a type of abused baboon? Now kill it. Chen Fan patted the head of one of the ghost-faced mountain monkeys with satisfaction and then said casually. At that moment, the three ghost-faced mountain monkeys suddenly turned and screamed at Tianbian Hugong, pouncing toward him. Meanwhile, the super radar suddenly warned. The Shadow, the leader of the Sakura country ninjas, along with three elite ninjas, is secretly approaching you. His strength is even above yours. Chapter 107. Crisis Averted. Kyushu's statement. What is the Shadow? Chen Fan was taken aback and turned to look at Xiao Yutong. Damn it, this is so detailed. Isn't this a bit crazy? Chen Fan complained irritably. Looking at the already shredded Tianbian Hugong, Chen Fan immediately gave orders to the ghost-faced mountain monkeys, who rushed toward the direction of the Shadow. Chen Fan, why are these three ghost-faced mountain monkeys so loyal and obedient to your commands? Xiao Yutong finally couldn't help but ask this question. I obtained a title in the ocean world called the Monkey King, Chen Fan explained. As long as they are primates, they will unconditionally obey my orders. So powerful. Xiao Yutong's beautiful eyes nearly popped out. If you form an army of thousands of monkeys, wouldn't you be invincible? Perhaps. You could say that. Chen Fan shrugged. But first, let's deal with the Shadow and the three elite ninjas that are coming. Saying this, Chen Fan looked at the super radar S indication and strode toward the Shadow. The Shadow, Kuei Tian, was feeling very irritated at the moment. He would never have thought that despite hiding so well, the three beasts of Tianbian Hugong would expose him, attacking him without hesitation. Has Tianbian Hugong already defected to Kyushu? The key was that these three beasts didn't care about their lives. Even if their limbs were broken, they would fight him to the end. Furious, he revealed himself, gripping his samurai sword tightly and directly cleaving one ghost-faced mountain monkey in half. Chen Fan had already discovered this guy's trace and aimed his laser gun at Guei Tian Piao Piao, pulling the trigger. However, Guei Tian Piao Piao surprisingly dodged easily. But the other two Oni-faced mountain demons pounced on him, leaving two claw marks on his body. Baka! Guei Tian Piao Piao shouted angrily. Baka, your sister, Baka! Chen Fan replied irritably. You little devils really are relentless. Do you have the guts to run wild in my Jiuzhou? You are Chen Fan? Guei Tian Piao Piao squinted his eyes, demon wheel flash. As he spoke, his body had already vanished, which made Chen Fan's expression change drastically. These idiots can actually conceal their forms? However, with the super radar, Chen Fan immediately detected Guei Tian Piao Piao's whereabouts and pulled the trigger in that direction. But Guei Tian Piao Piao was extremely fast and dodged the attack in a flash, while loudly shouting, Whirlwind Slash. Following that, a samurai sword shot out from the shadows, slashing towards Chen Fan's neck. Ding! Chen Fan quickly extended his arm, allowing the samurai sword to strike it, the sword rebounding from the impact. Not done yet, Chen Fan shouted, letting the short knife come at him, and when it hit his chest, he gripped the handle and jumped back with all his might. A strong force surged, pulling Kuei Tian Piao Piao out as well. Kuei Tian Piao Piao was caught off guard by all this and immediately shouted, Invisibility technique. Invisibility my ass. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and stepped forward, crashing directly into Kuei Tian Piao Piao. Kuei Tian Piao let out a grunt as her body was sent flying, and Xiao Yutong, who was there, immediately abandoned the two remaining Jiaonan and fiercely stabbed at Kuei Tian Piao with her short blade. Baka! Sidehead! Kuei Tian Piao cursed angrily. Just as she was about to act, Chen Fan's voice came, and Xiao Yutong quickly turned her head to the side. Almost simultaneously, a laser shot out from Kuei Tian Piao's forehead, striking down the Jiaonan who was preparing to ambush from behind. What kind of weapon is this? It's too powerful, Xiao Yutong asked in disbelief. Just a low-key laser pistol, Chen Fan replied, stepping over Xiao Yutong, and Dogen instantly flew out, striking into the forehead of the last Jiaonan, sending him off. These bastards dare to wreak havoc in my Jiuzhou. They really won't have a good death, Xiao Yutong said coldly. Chen Fan, our competition isn't over yet. Then please. Chen Fan shrugged slightly and made a gesture inviting her to continue. Half an hour later, all the spies were cleared out. A high-ranking official rushed over with several people. Great Master Chen Fan, thank you for your help. Your security is simply concerning. The spies from the Three Kingdoms came here. And you didn't even know? Chen Fan said unhappily. Actually, we detected and responded as soon as they entered within 3 kilometers of Tay Pool. The official awkwardly smiled and quickly explained. The orders we received were to eliminate them as soon as they entered within 1 kilometer of Tay Pool. But since you 4 intervened, we had to make some adjustments. We don't care, but our Jiuzhou security must be in place. Chen Fan finally felt reassured and stopped saying more. The spies from the Three Kingdoms, led by the beautiful country, launched a surprise attack on Jiuzhou's Tay Pool, shocking the entire Blue Star that night. Everyone couldn't believe that the Three Kingdoms would repeatedly provoke Jiuzhou. That night, the head of Jiuzhou issued a statement to the world. The beautiful country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Eastic Country have repeatedly provoked Jiuzhou, challenging our bottom line. Jiuzhou strongly condemns and protests against the actions of the Three Kingdoms. Moreover, our country hopes this will be the last provocation from the Three Kingdoms against Jiuzhou. If there is another time, Jiuzhou will retaliate, letting the Three Kingdoms experience Jiuzhou's trump cards and making them pay a heavy price, making them regret their actions against Jiuzhou. As the statement was released, the world erupted. Jiuzhou did well. The Three Kingdoms led by the beautiful country are like 3 mad dogs. They should be taught a good lesson. I support Jiuzhou in doing this. Where there's oppression, there is resistance. Jiuzhou can dismantle the Three Kingdoms conspiracies every time. I think the title of the #1 power in Blue Star should be given to Jiuzhou. Let's see if they dare to bully our small country again. Watching this statement, the head of the beautiful country was furious. Fuck, how dare the head of Jiuzhou? Head, Jiuzhou is openly provoking us. We have to take action. Then let East Stick Country and Cherry Blossom Country, these 2 cannon fodder, take action. We can reap the benefits. Yes, sir. Chapter 108. Chen Fei has also become the chosen one. The entire night was filled with undercurrents. Chen Fan and the others had already fallen into a deep sleep. You can say whatever you want. The national leader smiled. Our Jiuzhou is a democratic country. As long as the suggestions are beneficial to Jiuzhou, the government will discuss and adopt them. Jiuzhou is vast and rich in resources, but currently, the population is not large, which leads to the people of Jiuzhou being scattered in various places, making many aspects inconvenient. Chen Fan said seriously, I was thinking, since the revival of Jiuzhou starts from the capital, could we gather the 400 million people of Jiuzhou in a small area centered around the capital? This would not only facilitate management, but also the series of plans and actions in the future. This proposal is indeed very constructive. I will consider it. The national leader nodded immediately. Throughout the morning, the chosen ones were supplementing their insights and experiences about survival in the ocean world, which were then organized and summarized by professionals. That evening, hundreds of millions of copies were printed and quickly distributed to the hands of the people in various provinces and cities. This made the people of Jiuzhou feel nervous, fearful yet filled with anticipation, and they immediately began to study the experiences and insights of ocean survival. I have entrusted the national leader. He will take care of you. Chen Fan smiled as he pinched Chen Fei's cheek. You can rest assured at Tai Pond. I have saved a lot of food for you with the national leader over the years. But you're not here. Chen Fei bit her lip and said with a hint of resentment, You're supposed to take care of me for a lifetime. You won't fall in love with other women in the ocean world, right? As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yutong and Lien Pei Pei. The two rolled their eyes, pretending not to hear, and immediately looked around. You child, stop thinking nonsense. The national leader gently tapped Chen Fei's head. The national leader has held a farewell banquet for us. Let's go have a reunion meal. Chen Fei nodded repeatedly, holding on to Chen Fan's hand without letting go. Although the chosen ones were very nervous, under the encouragement of the national leader, everyone was still full of confidence about surviving in the ocean world. After all, the most dangerous moment had already passed, and even if they entered the Forbidden Sea, as long as they did not encounter powerful creatures, they could still cope. The sun was shining brightly as the chosen ones stood in the square, watching the countdown to 12 o'clock, their hearts racing. Despite being prepared, they still felt a bit nervous about returning to the ocean world. As the clock struck 12, Chen Fan gave Chen Fei a hug. Sister, take care of yourself. As he said this, Chen Fan felt that familiar pulling force. However, Chen Fei suddenly pushed Chen Fan away, looking at him in disbelief. The pulling force. I felt it too? What? As soon as this was said, Chen Fan's body trembled. Chen Fei was also selected as the second wave of chosen ones. Brother, I really felt it. I am actually part of the second batch of chosen ones. Chen Fei shouted excitedly. Does that mean I can accompany you on adventures? Chen Fan's face was ashen. He didn't want Chen Fei to suffer in the ocean world. After all, the novice area was not connected to the Forbidden Sea. Who knew what would happen in this month? The rules were clear. We already had me entering the ocean world. Why should my sister follow suit? Chen Fan questioned angrily. This isn't fair. The feeling of weightlessness continued, and Chen Fan furrowed his brow, directly falling into the water. He quickly took out the floating island and swam up, then angrily punched the island a few times. Damn it! How could this happen? Everything is fate. Not a bit is under our control. Old Floating Stone comforted him. At least for a few days, she won't be in any danger. This girl has never suffered. I've always been taking care of her. She's probably more useless than Lien Pei Pei. Chen Fan said with a dark face. Maybe she can survive at first. But as time goes on, she's likely to starve. The ocean world was still the ocean world, although you had temporarily left for 3 days. It had been running all along. The super sales said, back then, whether it was A-class creatures or merfolk, they could enter the Fringe Sea through the cracks between the Forbidden Sea and the Fringe Sea. Why can't we? You mean? Chen Fan's expression changed. We just need to find that crack, and everything will be easy. Old Floating Stone immediately chimed in. Old Lei, check if there are any A-class creatures nearby. We need to find one and interrogate it. Chen Fan shouted. To the east, 432 nautical miles, there's an A-class great white shark. The super radar quickly provided the answer. Propellers, go chase that great white shark immediately, and be sure to find out the whereabouts of the crack. Chen Fan took a deep breath and immediately gave the order. As the floating island began to move quickly, private messages kept coming in. It was Lien Pei Pei. Master Chen Fan, hurry and check the public chat room. Chen Fan frowned and directly opened the public chat room, where the chat rooms of all countries had been connected. At this moment, a multinational alliance led by the beautiful country was wildly shouting. Chen Fan, you coward, where are you now? Our battle should be starting, right? Baka, since you accepted the challenge, you have to fight. Hurry up and tell us your coordinates, then wait to die obediently. Aishiba. Chapter 109. The Megalodon leads the way, ignorant shouters. After replying, he directly closed the public chat room. The chosen ones from the 3 countries were almost enraged upon seeing this. This bastard is so arrogant. Who gave him the confidence to kill us? Aishiba. Wan Liang and Lien Pei Pei, along with the other 2, all sent private messages. Where are you? We'll meet you immediately to fight against the 3-country alliance. Only then did they realize that Chen Fan was really going to find Chen Fei, and they thought he was just stalling for time. Other countries were completely caught off guard by the chosen ones leaving again and the arrival of tens of thousands of chosen ones in the novice area. Compared to the calmness of Jiuzhou, all other countries looked helpless. Watching the second wave of chosen ones in the novice area and complaining frantically, why hasn't the ocean world informed us about these matters at all? These newbies are going to experience another selection of death. I don't know if there will be a third batch. I'm really frustrated, watching my husband being sucked away into the ocean world, yet feeling powerless. Fortunately, we in Jiuzhou knew the rules in advance, with each person having a survival guide, so the novice chosen ones wouldn't be flustered. Thank you, Chen Fan. Chen Fan already knew the rules? Fuck, that's unfair. 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. The Megalodon either received orders to kill Chen Fan or realized that Chen Fan was chasing it. And it turned around to face Chen Fan, sneering and shouting. Chen Fan, our Megalodon clan has long received news that you will enter the Forbidden Sea, but we didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Are you already prepared for death? Chen Fan remained silent while the floating island continued to charge towards the Megalodon. This puzzled the Megalodon, but it didn't think much of it and recklessly met the floating island head-on, planning to bite off a piece of it to show Chen Fan its strength. Bang! With a loud crash, just as the Megalodon opened its massive jaws, the floating island collided with it. The super shield suddenly activated, and combined with the tremendous force of the impact, the Megalodon let out a terrible cry and immediately retreated, losing several healthy teeth in the process. My teeth. The Megalodon glared angrily at Chen Fan. You broke my teeth? Chen Fan still didn't speak, and even left the floating island, grabbing Dog Dan and rushing up, which excited Dog Dan to no end. Let's go for it. Brother Ima, you are definitely a real man. Chen Fan's silent attack ignited the fury of the Megalodon, who, without uttering another threat, charged directly at Chen Fan. With the power of the defensive battle suit, dozens of the Megalodon's teeth were quickly knocked out. That's enough. The Megalodon, unable to endure any longer, took a few steps back and roared in anger. You can kill me, even insult me, but why do you have to torture me? I don't like BDSM, and I'm definitely not a submissive shark. Sharks can be killed, but they cannot be humiliated. Chen Fan, with a blank expression, slapped the giant shark on its enormous face and then asked in a deep voice, Tell me about the crack between the Forbidden Sea and the Edge Sea. I want to enter the Edge Sea. You want to run away? The giant shark exclaimed in shock. You have offended that one. Do you think you can escape? Slap. Chen Fan slapped the Megalodon again and then pulled out a laser gun. Either lead the way or die. Your choice. You. The Megalodon was taken aback, then said in a deep voice, That gap is 500 meters underwater, about 2,000 kilometers from here. We level big shots can come and go as we please. But you mere human, do you really think you can dive 500 meters with your mortal body? Just lead the way, Chen Fan said, turning around and shooting a harpoon into the Megalodon's tail fin. In 24 hours, we can definitely get there, but to prevent you from ditching me, you have to lead the way in front. You're really a madman. The Megalodon was furious, but helpless, and could only dive into the water. Under the dual effects of the propeller and the super sail, the floating island sped forward at nearly 100 kilometers per hour. The Megalodon's speed is surprisingly fast, without restraints. It could probably exceed 100 kilometers per hour. Old Floating Stone exclaimed, I had no idea before. By evening, the super radar suddenly shouted, Boss, your enemies have come knocking. My enemies? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and saw a floating island of over 100 square meters approaching from the side. At its speed, it would likely arrive in 10 minutes. Ironically, it was actually the floating island of the chosen ones from the East Bang country. And there were 2 chosen ones on it. Definitely not friendly visitors. Wow, this is quite surprising. They actually found us? Chen Fan said incredulously. Could it be that they have something like a super radar too? But such black technology seems to be my exclusive thing, right? They must have some kind of positioning tool. Otherwise, it's impossible. The super radar said solemnly. In the ocean world, there are indeed positioning devices, but they are extremely rare. Old Floating Stone explained. Those 2 must have struck lucky to have found such a good thing. Of course, it will soon belong to us. As he spoke, the 2 floating islands had already encountered each other. Li Byung-hun and Song Chung-hyun shouted excitedly. Ah, Chen Fan, you bastard, come out quickly. You're in deep trouble. Chen Fan slowly exited the room, looking at the small floating island. The only weapon on it was a relatively decent large crossbow. 2 men, barely one, 6 meters tall, were shouting crazily at him. He couldn't help but sigh. Are all you Dongbangwo people this short? Ah, how dare you insult us? Li Bingxian's face changed dramatically. Do you believe I can shoot you dead with a crossbow bolt? You must be hungry. Come out for a meal. Chen Fan shook his head, no longer wanting to waste words with the two. We're not hungry. Chapter 110. Dong Bangguo's shamelessness. Unworthy of being human. At that moment, Li Bingxian and his companion trembled, staring at the massive great white shark's head, stunned. Song Chengxian even wet himself. Boss, these two guys are cowards. I want to eat a real man like you. Eating them would make me feel weak too. The great white shark's teeth, each over 20 centimeters long, were already close to the two's heads. Not knowing if it caught a whiff of urine, the shark awkwardly said while retreating. See, even the great white shark looks down on you. Do you Dongbangguo people still have the face to stay in this world? Chen Fan said irritably, jumping onto the floating island and immediately slapping the two. The two brothers unexpectedly hugged each other and started crying. We have no skills. We just bluster to cover our inner weakness and fear. We wanted to kill you early to gain the praise and support of the chosen ones from Dongbangguo. Did you have to intimidate and insult us? Idiots. Chen Fan scoffed. How did you find me? Locator. Li Bingxian immediately replied, I activated a locator. As long as a chosen one speaks in a public chat room and is within 1,000 kilometers of me, I can locate them. Saying this, Li Bingxian quickly took out a device similar to a 6-inch phone. I see. Chen Fan suddenly understood and then asked casually, all right, I know what I need to know. Now tell me how you want to die. We've been honest with you, and you still want to kill us. Song Chengxian was on the verge of collapse, probably having just wet himself again. I'll give you two choices. Either I throw you into the sea, letting the fish slowly tear your flesh, or you say, Dongbangguo people sneak attacked Jiuzhou, shameless to the extreme, unworthy of being human, and I'll give you a quick death. Chen Fan took out a dog egg, shaking it as he spoke. You're forcing us to betray our country. Do you think that's possible? Whatever. Then you choose the first option. Dongbangguo people sneak attacked Jiuzhou, shameless to the extreme, unworthy of being human. Very good. Chen Fan smiled slightly, stepped forward, and slit the throats of the two men, then immediately tossed them into the sea. That's how it's done. Brother Emma, although you hesitated about performing artificial respiration on Xiao Yutong, you are definitely ruthless with enemies. A real man. Dog Dan immediately chuckled. Shut up. Chen Fan felt a headache coming on. Great white shark? Aren't we going to continue? All right, let's go. The great white shark said, charging towards the destination again. However, everyone watching Chen Fan's live stream, especially those from Dongbang country, were unhappy. Chen Fan actually made the people of Dongbang country say such things, violating humanitarianism, utterly shameless. I want to protest. Damn it, Chen Fan is insane, unworthy of being human. But what he said is true. Your spies from Dongbang country did raid Tay Pool. Isn't it right to speak the truth? Setting aside the facts. Does Chen Fan have no mistakes at all? Chen Fan was unaware of the outside comments and didn't want to pay attention. Besides the fully automatic fishing net at work, everything else had come to a halt. After finishing a movie, he went to sleep until early the next morning. After receiving Xiao Yutong's grass to feed the sheep and ducks, he glanced at the super radar. There were still about 400 kilometers to the destination, roughly 3 more hours to arrive. Chen Fan wasn't particularly anxious, having carefully prepared breakfast and gave a portion to Lian Pei, Sun Hanqing, and the other two. After they had eaten and drunk enough, Chen Fan looked at the pile of supply boxes. After more than 10 hours, the fishing net had caught more than a dozen wooden boxes and 7 bronze boxes, all calling out to Chen Fan. Without hesitation, he opened them all. 21 wooden planks, 10 pieces of glass, 15 pieces of plastic, 7 bottles of mineral water, 10 high-explosive grenades, 5 instant noodles, and 1 complete fishing net. Not bad. It seems like everything open has increased quite a bit. Chen Fan said happily. Even the high-explosive grenades were multiplied. After all, this is the Forbidden Sea, and the coastal areas can't compare. Old Floating Stone laughed. Of course, the Forbidden Sea is much more extensive, and the danger level is higher. Chen Fan nodded slightly, thankful that the heavens seemed to know he was in a hurry, as he hadn't encountered any formidable creatures so far, or it would have really delayed him. It wasn't until close to noon that they finally reached their destination. The Megalodon then asked, Boss, Do you really think you can go down? Although I can't withstand the underwater pressure, my floating island can. Chen Fan nodded. That's not the problem. The problem is whether you think I can pull such a big floating island. The megalodon stared wide-eyed, fearfully saying, Boss, don't joke with me. Under the action of the propeller, you might feel a strong pulling force, but it shouldn't be unbearable. Chen Fan confidently nodded and said, Stop talking nonsense. Let's dive quickly. Looking at the laser pistol in Chen Fan's hand and the nearby Wonkai, who could activate the crossbow at any moment, the megalodon pulled at the corners of its mouth and dove into the water, bringing the floating island along with it, quickly heading toward the crack. So what? Chen Fan snorted coldly. I can only say that in this world, no one is more important than my sister. With that, the old floating stone fell silent. The super radar, however, shouted loudly, Bro, there's another megalodon down there, and it's bigger than this one. It might be a disadvantage for us. What are we afraid of? If it dares to provoke us, just take it down. Chen Fan said without hesitation, Wonkai, get ready. Boss, just watch. Wonkai confidently replied. Damn, who would have thought that an ordinary albatross like me could decide the life and death of an A-class marine creature? Even if I leave the boss, I can brag about it for a lifetime in the bird world. The megalodon indeed swam over, looking at its own megalodon pulling the floating island. It laughed uncontrollably, bro. You're really funny, actually reduced to being pulled by humans. Aren't you ashamed? Lower your voice. This is no ordinary person. What? Did he grow 3 heads and 6 arms? He is Chen Fan. Chapter 111. Instant kill of the megalodon. Find Chen Fan. What are you doing? As soon as this was said, the megalodon's small eyes widened in disbelief. Turning around, it really was Chen Fan. It angrily charged at Chen Fan. Wait, Chen Fan shouted sternly, you little brother. Were once as impulsive as you are now, and paid the price for your actions. But I only need someone to guide me. So if you still refuse to listen, what you'll pay is your life. You kill me? The megalodon looked at Chen Fan as if he were an idiot, bursting into laughter. Let's not even talk about how awesome I am as an A-class creature. This is the deep sea, you. Wonkai. Puffed. Chen Fan frowned, and with a loud shout, 3 heavy crossbow arrows shot out in an instant. The megalodon turned to flee, but the distance was too close, and the arrows moved as fast as lightning, piercing deeply into the megalodon's body, nearly going through it. You bastard. I want you to know the pain of an A-level marine creature. Puffed. The indescribable pain and the blood that spurted out caused the megalodon to burn with rage, losing its sanity for a moment, and it charged wildly towards the floating island. Chen Fan raised his hand and fired a shot, the laser instantly penetrating its head. The ferocity on the megalodon's face turned into a silly look, its small eyes gradually becoming vacant as it slowly floated towards the sea surface. I already said I'm Chen Fan. Stop pretending. The megalodon sighed. What a pity. Are you still leaving? Go, go, go. The megalodon nodded repeatedly and continued downwards, soon reaching the fissure. Fortunately, the width of the floating island was just enough for it to pass through, and finally, with a splash, the floating island reached the surface of the edge sea area. Old Lay, search for nearby chosen ones immediately. Boss, do I still need to follow? My mission is already complete. The megalodon was on the verge of tears, no longer daring to resist, and pulled the floating island with all its might towards the destination. Holding tightly onto a long spear, Zhang Ainyo was trembling in fear as he saw the great white shark attacking again. He could only lie on the 4-square-meter floating island, afraid of being knocked over into the sea by the great white shark. My God, how did I get chosen as the chosen one? This is too terrifying. Zhang Ainyo was nearly in tears, thinking that if he had known, he would have exercised every day, so he wouldn't be so passive. The floating island shook violently from the impact, despite Zhang Ainyo's efforts to prevent it from capsizing. Under the increasing force of the great white shark's collisions, the floating island flipped over completely. Zhang Ainyo fell into the water, paddling with one hand while gripping the long spear tightly with the other, ready to fight the great white shark to the death. Chen Fan was able to achieve this early on, and Zhang Ainyo, could do it too. The great white shark opened its enormous mouth, ignoring the harpoon, and intended to swallow Zhang Ainyo whole. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and a mouth several times larger than the great white shark emerged from the water, biting down on the great white shark and swallowing it in just a few bites. It was a megalodon. Zheng Ainyu felt despair. He had witnessed the terror of this creature in Chen Fan's live stream, and almost no one could defeat it except for Chen Fan. What kind of luck was this? He had been in the ocean world for less than 24 hours, and now his life was about to end here. However, even though the megalodon was less than 10 meters away from him, it remained motionless, just staring at him. This puzzled Zheng Ainyu, and he then noticed the enormous floating island behind him, which seemed to be the great god Chen Fan. Huh? Zheng Ainyu was taken aback and immediately started to operate, but all the new chosen ones were currently caught up in excitement and fear, chatting away in the chat room. And this message was quickly drowned out. Chen Fan frowned and then had Zheng Ainyu send a message. I am Chen Fan. Everyone help me find Chen Fei. Whoever can find her whereabouts, I, Chen Fan, will definitely reward you generously. As soon as this was said, all the chosen ones were shocked. My God, didn't the older generation of chosen ones all enter that forbidden sea? Is the great Chen Fan starting over? Starting over? It's obvious he's using the chat room of other new chosen ones. Regardless of whether it's true or not, just help find her. Just keep watching. Chen Fan said with a dark face, before I find Chen Fei, I'll take you with me. Zheng Ainyu's expression changed, and he nodded repeatedly, no longer paying attention to others, and continued to watch the public chat room without a moment's pause. From yesterday until now, Chen Fei hadn't eaten or drunk anything, lying on the floating island, letting it drift with the waves. He must be very anxious right now. Maybe I'll just die here in this ocean world. Until the afternoon, a wooden box floated past her, and only then did she try hard to salvage the box. 3 wooden planks, 1 harpoon. No food or water. Isn't this clearly trying to kill me? Chen Fei plans to trade the harpoon for food and water. No matter what, surviving is the most important thing. Chen Fan actually came out of that so-called forbidden sea so quickly. At this moment, Chen Fei felt like crying. So she immediately found someone to chat privately and said, I am Chen Fei. Chen Fan immediately boiled a pot of instant noodles and traded it to Chen Fei. Tell me your coordinates. I'll come find you. The coordinates are in the bottom right corner of the virtual panel. 10 minutes later, Chen Fei sent the coordinates, followed by a desperate message. Bro, a big great white shark